They say winners become kings, losers start over. A regular engineer from the modern world suddenly gets transported into a novel and becomes a master designer. Just with his brain and experience, a flick of his hand and boom, a massive estate with all the comforts in this medieval era. Our main dude today is Seo Ho, but in this world, he's just a side character known as Lloyd Frontera. Besides his insane design skills, he's a straight-up capitalist. Everything kicked off a few years ago. Seo Ho randomly got sucked into a story called Armored Engineer. Usually, people wake up in comfy beds, but this dude woke up face down on hard dirt and soft rocks. To make things worse, he caught a chill, shivering all over, and after lying on the street too long, his jaw got twisted to one side, looking pretty ugly. After fixing himself up, Seo Ho got his act together and started sorting out the info. Suddenly, someone called out, "Lord Lloyd Frontera." Turning around, he saw Javier Asrahan, an armored engineer and basically the man of the novel. The dude looked just like the illustrations, straight up handsome. There was also another character, the infamous Marquis of Frontera, named Lloyd Frontera. Talk about bad luck getting stuck in a weird world and trapped in the body of a rude young guy. Seo Ho really hit the jackpot of misfortune. Javier Asrahan was freaking out like a maniac, totally confused by the ugly dude in front of him. After a bit, they both headed back to the Duke's mansion. Javier lit the fireplace to warm up the room. He said Lloyd Frontera got wasted all day, smashing stuff in the tavern. Then he somehow made it home but passed out on the street. With this mess, Lloyd Frontera is definitely going to be front-page news tomorrow. Lloyd Frontera just sat there speechless. Life as a screw-up really hits rock bottom. Javier was sent by Lord Marquis, Lloyd's dad, to keep an eye on him. The old man didn't want to see his son broke and lying around with a messed-up jaw far from home. Straight-up pathetic. But medieval weather was brutal. Even by the fireplace, Lloyd Frontera still felt cold. Javier promised to report the tavern incident to the Marquis tomorrow morning. He looked serious, no kid stuff. Just as Javier was about to leave, Lloyd Frontera suddenly called him back. He awkwardly asked about his family. Lloyd Frontera's whole family was drowning in debt. Javier didn't answer directly but shot a sharp comment. "You probably just found out, huh?" Last night in that cramped dorm, Lloyd was trying to finish the last chapter. So yeah, he knew Lloyd Frontera's fate like the back of his hand. Then Javier coldly shut the door and left him alone. Lloyd Frontera sank into deep thought. Actually, he knew everything about the novel. From then on, Lloyd Frontera became a drifter, drowning himself in booze until he passed out. Eventually, he died, coughing up blood from alcohol poisoning. Life's a joke. Life outside sucked, and even with a noble identity in another world, it wasn't any better. Suddenly, a system popped up, announcing a new quest. Your wish has been randomly selected and granted by the Supreme Being. Lloyd Frontera had no clue what that meant, but he was too pissed to care. Early next morning, Lloyd's mom, Maybella Frontera, came to talk about yesterday's mess. Lloyd Frontera had only just crossed over last night, so honestly, he had no idea what the original owner of this body did all day. Could he say he was just reading a novel when it glitched? Maybella, looking exhausted, told Lloyd not to cause more trouble and to go apologize. Lloyd was confused and clueless about what to do, but if this body messed up, he figured he should apologize properly. Stammering, Lloyd said he'd apologize to the tavern owner and everyone else. Maybella and Javier were shocked, mouths wide open like they'd just seen a freak. Lloyd enthusiastically laid out his plan. The first big mission was to revive this land, starting with a project to build heating rooms for the locals. To do that, they'd have to move dirt and rocks to the construction site first. A new creature just appeared right in front of him. After a while, Lloyd Frontera and Javier Asrahan set off together to the tavern to apologize. Seeing Lloyd Frontera walking down the street, the bustling townsfolk quickly scattered away. Even the curious kids peeking through the windows got scooped up by their parents, and the doors slammed shut tight. Seems like Lloyd Frontera's reputation is so notorious that everyone in town despises him. Seeing how everyone wanted to avoid him like the plague, Lloyd Frontera got curious and asked Javier Asrahan why he always tags along. The reason sounded touching but was actually pretty cold-hearted. Javier Asrahan was just hustling to survive day by day, following the Baron's orders, escorting Lloyd Frontera to prevent any mess-ups like yesterday. Saying escort sounds fancy, but really it was to protect the townsfolk from Lord Lloyd Frontera himself. Lloyd figured if he wanted to survive in this world, step one was wiping out his image as a total jerk in everyone's eyes. But on second thought, maybe clearing his family debt first would make life a bit less miserable. After all, Lloyd Frontera was the heir to the Baron family. He pulled up his control panel to check some essentials for his plan. But looking at his skill board, it was just 3 dots, nothing usable at all. Frustrated, Lloyd flailed his arms around wildly, making Javier Asrahan give him a judgmental look that was straight up ugly. Before long, they reached the tavern. Lloyd almost wandered off to the wrong place. Javier suddenly gave Lloyd a hard-to-read, scrutinizing stare. When Lloyd asked, he shrugged it off like it was no big deal. Watching Lloyd open the door and step inside, Javier felt something had shifted since last night. It was like his boss, Lloyd Frontera, had turned into a completely different person. Inside the tavern, the aftermath of yesterday's destruction was still obvious. Everything was smashed to bits, basically nothing left intact. Lloyd went up to the tavern owner and bowed deeply, apologizing. The tavern owner was even more terrified by this than by the wreckage from last night. Seeing the serious vibe wasn't working, Lloyd switched to a rude, sarcastic apology mode, but that probably didn't help either. When you're hated, no matter what you do, people just hate you more. The tavern owner stammered, telling Lloyd he didn't need to apologize. Things were still okay for now, but his embarrassed, scared expression made Lloyd feel something weird inside. On the way back, Lloyd said even though he apologized, he felt the tavern owner wasn't really satisfied. And honestly, who'd be okay with a simple sorry after smashing up a place someone built with blood, sweat, and tears. Lloyd started feeling life was tough. He had to pay off family debts, plus cover the tavern's damages. It was seriously rough. And on top of that, he couldn't get close to anyone in this town. If he didn't pay the debts now, there was no other way out. Just when Lloyd was stuck on how to pay it off, Javier said something that made Lloyd's mind spin. The tavern owner's mom was still suffering from the cold winds of last winter. Now with all the chaos Lloyd caused, the tavern owner was definitely the unluckiest guy this year. Thinking back, the tavern's atmosphere was pretty gloomy earlier, with only a tiny fireplace that couldn't warm the whole place. Koreans usually use heated stones under the floor to keep warm, but that tech hadn't been discovered yet in this era. Lloyd stopped walking suddenly, a bold idea flashing in his mind. He felt this would be a groundbreaking innovation in this world. In the medieval times without heating systems, Lloyd, with his engineer's brain and knowledge, sketched a perfect design in his head. If it worked, he'd make a killing selling it, and no one here would believe it was designed by the jerk Lloyd Frontera. After all, his real-world specialty was construction and architectural design. He'd even built a building in just a few days back in the army as an engineer. If this succeeded, Lloyd could definitely pay off all those debts. With that thought, he immediately turned back toward the tavern. That would be the launchpad for his first order. Just then, the system suddenly popped up, announcing that Lloyd Frontera's journey was truly beginning. RP was activated by the system, meaning relationship points. These could be earned by building bonds with key characters. Lloyd Frontera's eyes popped wide, staring at the RP system board showing 0. He wondered if this was like EXP or something, but there was no explanation about what it was used for. The guide said you could increase RP by improving key relationships. Lloyd Frontera immediately turned to check Javier Azrahan. Sure enough, something was floating above his head, a system board showing how impressed Javier was with Lloyd. Right now, Javier's score was -30, super low. Without wasting time, Lloyd tested boosting his RP right away. Even though it felt awkward and forced, Lloyd tried to act cute and complimented Javier on being insanely handsome. Javier didn't react at all, his face cold as ice, and his favorability dropped by 1. Yeah, that method wasn't working. Lloyd definitely wasn't vibing with this whole thing. After a while, Lloyd and Javier headed back to the tavern. Lloyd wrote up a full contract with the contractor. He made himself the boss and operator, then handed it to the tavern owner. He promised to cover all the damages he caused by paying for the entire reconstruction cost. The tavern owner's eyes were full of judgment and suspicion, looking at the contract from this rude, reckless guy. The owner's trust in Lloyd was basically negative infinity, but to get this debt paid off smoothly, Lloyd, though reluctant, had to use the simplest method to get the tavern owner to agree. He put on his most sincere, trustworthy, begging face to convince the owner. And of course, it worked perfectly. Yeah, it was kinda dirty, but at least it got the job done. The first contract was a success. Lloyd assured the tavern owner with a smirk that he'd never regret it. Without wasting time, Lloyd jumped right into work. He picked the empty space in front of the tavern and started measuring and planning. After a long silence, Javier finally asked if Lloyd was creating a new kind of wrongdoing by threatening the owner into signing the contract. Lloyd stayed quiet for a moment, then calmly fired back, asking if Javier had ever heard of cognitive distortion. He explained that this distortion was haunting Javier's mind with negativity and bias. Because Lloyd had done those things before, he was the same now. Javier argued that it wasn't bias but experience and judgment. Lloyd immediately shot back, asking if both of those didn't come from the past. At that point, Javier froze up, totally stuck because Lloyd was right. He never expected this reckless boss to say something so deep. Lloyd went on, saying he'd definitely make the tavern owner and his mother laugh, while playfully poking the ground with a stick. He promised to make them smile no matter what, because their smiles would be the foundation and motivation for Lloyd to make money. And so, Lloyd threw himself into the work with full effort, digging dirt, moving stuff, hammering hard, repeating over and over. Next came the frame building. Lloyd used wood from the Duke's family warehouse and applied a basic, fire-resistant wooden structure, a traditional Eastern wood-building method, using fireproof wood to build the walls. Then he covered it with red clay from the riverbank outside. But what Lloyd didn't expect was how weak his body was, getting tired and out of breath after just a little work, needing to lie down and rest. This project dragged on for a whole week without finishing. Seeing Lloyd so passionate and dedicated, Javier started to see his boss differently. He couldn't believe that dumb Lloyd was actually holding a contract with the tavern owner. Watching his boss all battered and trembling, but still pushing through the work made Javier feel a bit moved. Just as Lloyd lost his balance and was about to fall backward, Javier rushed over and caught him in time. He grabbed the stick from Lloyd's hand and asked what he needed help with. Lloyd said he needed planks about 1 hand wide and 2 hands long. Javier quickly unleashed his superior skills. He raised the stick and did a few slick moves. Instantly, he finished making all the planks needed for the project. Lloyd looked on, wide-eyed and impressed. No doubt, this was the power of the main character. The guy who'd later become a sword master looked like some kind of high-tech gadget. When the butter's melting on the cat's tongue, you gotta know how to keep it. With a gem like Javier, Lloyd couldn't just let it go and kept negotiating for more help. And he wants Javier asked Rahan to keep working with him to finish this project. Javier asked Rahan heard that and immediately felt pissed off. Just helped out. And instead of saying thanks, he's asking for more work? No way, that's annoying as hell. But with his slick mouth and arguments that sound kinda off but still convincing, Lloyd Frontera managed to lure Javier Azrahan onto his team. So, the two of them rolled up their sleeves and got to work like busy little bees. One digging, one chopping, one swinging. After dozens of hours, the project Lloyd Frontera design was finally done. He didn't forget to slap his own brand right in the middle of the facade to leave his signature mark. Now it was time to call the tavern owner over to test the product and make up for the trouble Lloyd Frontera had caused. The fire from the outdoor fireplace crackled and blazed. Thanks to that, the air inside the little wooden house warmed up. The tavern owner and his mother felt super satisfied. The old lady even felt like her stiff joints were loosening up. The tavern owner was shocked, couldn't believe his eyes. After all, it's no wonder they were surprised, since Lloyd Frontera used a traditional Korean home repair method to heat the floor, combined with a room heating structure called gudon ondol. This technique didn't even exist in the medieval era. Finally, both the mother and the tavern owner smiled. Lloyd Frontera kept his promise just like he said he would. Javier Azrahan couldn't believe Lloyd Frontera actually pulled that off. Even the way his boss talked and his expression changed. Javier Azrahan still couldn't believe this was real. Lloyd Frontera really kept his word to a regular guy. But seeing the smiles on the tavern owner and his mother's faces, Javier Azrahan felt a warm glow inside. His good impression of Lloyd Frontera went up by 2 points. Lloyd Frontera also gained 36 RP for slightly improving his relationship with a key character. The first contract was a success. Even though he spent a lot on the wood, it was totally worth it. After all, this model house was just for marketing to make profits later. A few days later, more and more people came to try out the heated house Lloyd Frontera created. The line of people wanting to experience it was endless. Lloyd Frontera took this chance to promote his service, but because his reputation was so well known, no matter what discount he offered, people still couldn't fully trust or accept it. Just when he was hustling to pull in customers, Lloyd Frontera's dad, Arcos Frontera, suddenly showed up. The current impression was -20. Scene shifts to the Frontera mansion. Lloyd Frontera was sitting down having breakfast with his dad. He looked up at him. Lloyd Frontera stared seriously at Frontera, enjoying his meal, thinking he had avoided running into his dad for a while. What if he doesn't let me continue with those projects? Suddenly, his dad spoke up. I heard about this. Arcos Frontera said sternly. What are you planning to do this time? Lloyd Frontera calmly replied while eating, no need for long stories, right? The tavern owner wanted a heated room, so I just made one for him. Lloyd Frontera said. His dad asked, did you get an agreement from him first? Lloyd Frontera, still chewing, answered, looks like you already know everything. Arcos Frontera warned seriously. Our top priority is protecting the people. Lying or cheating them won't be forgiven. Lloyd Frontera kept his indifferent face and said, it's not that bad, Dad. You're not Lloyd Frontera. Like I expected, no matter what I do, someone will always misunderstand. He calmly stood up. Looks like you have nothing more to say, so I'll be going. Running, dodging, and ditching is the best move. As Lloyd Frontera turned to leave, Arcos Frontera spoke up. Is it because of our family's current situation? You probably know what's going on with us. He said with a serious face, don't, Lloyd Frontera. We'll get through this tough time soon, so don't lose your way. Lloyd Frontera looked back, his face a bit sad. He had heard this before. He remembered his dad from his old world. Hey, Kim Seo Ho, it'll be fine. Don't, Lloyd Frontera. Nothing serious. So just focus on studying hard. I thought everything would be okay. But Lloyd Frontera's face darkened after the memory. It was just a lie. nothing was okay. You think I'm the type to just suffer for that damn money? He said confidently. Dad, don't give up because I'll stick with you. Lloyd Frontera remembered himself from before. A few years ago, he should have said the same to his dad. He stepped outside, silently calculating. Now there were 32 Lloyd Fronteras at point A and 57 Lloyd Fronteras at point B. He had already received half the deposit for the project. Suddenly, two strange men appeared in front of Lloyd Frontera. The chubby guy on the left was a loan shark. Lloyd Frontera squinted and leaned against the guy next to him. The loan shark barked orders. They walked right past him, making him wonder. What the hell? They just passed by the Baron's son without even a single greeting. Suddenly, he realized, wait, weren't these guys the ones who brazenly sat on Arcos Frontera's desk inside his office? Akis, how long are you going to keep stalling? Midlow Lap chimed in. You only got 5 days left before the deadline, he warned, making Frontera bow his head and take it. If you keep whining, we won't stop here. Lloyd Frontera stood outside the door, eavesdropping on everything. The loan shark saw he wasn't saying a word and raised his voice. Why so quiet? Aren't you supposed to get cash if you sell stuff from that mansion? He stood outside the door, slowly cracking a smile. Just then, Lloyd Frontera's face twisted into a grimace as he secretly smirked. Perfect timing to show the scene switched to his room. Lloyd Frontera looked at the notification board, quietly calculating. Affection points 36. I just gained some more affection points after Javier's favorability increased. What can I use these points for? Suddenly, the text on the notification board changed. Your skills will improve when using your current affection points. He was surprised. Oh, this damn message actually knows what's up. Huh. Hearing that, the notification board sulked. Fine then. Lloyd Frontera chuckled and admitted his mistake. Sorry. Okay. I won't say that again. After a moment of downloading, a power circle suddenly appeared beneath his feet. It scanned his whole body and announced, detected earth mechanical knowledge, detected water mechanical knowledge, detected bamboo knowledge. After a while, the magic circle reached the top of Lloyd Frontera's head, detected clean water and sewage knowledge, detected steel structure design and construction design knowledge, detected advanced level program design knowledge. Huh, you got more knowledge than you look? Huh. Hearing that, he angrily snapped, Hey, do you really have to say that? I'm a scholarship student in the advanced class, thank you very much. A display popped up after completion. Skills you can acquire based on current knowledge. Basic measurement, required affection points. 15. Basic design, required affection points. 20. Lloyd Frontera seriously read every word, still not sure what these are for. He looked at his current affection points and quickly tapped both skills mentioned. Affection points 36. Huh, anyway, I got enough points to upgrade both now. Skill name, basic measurement. After the announcement, Lloyd Frontera's eyes suddenly lit up. He eagerly pushed open the window and looked outside. Whoa, what the hell is this? Lloyd Frontera stared at the available design board below and marveled. Is this for real? Even without GPS, I can measure just with these eyes. The next skill made him just as happy. Skill name, basic design. Lloyd Frontera used his hand to draw on the available screen. No way. This is sick. Unlike before when I had to waste so much effort with paper drawings. After trying both skills, he sat on the bed, thinking how much easier his work would be from now on. But can Javier Asrehan really handle the work of many people for the project? Lloyd Frontera thought about the excavator from his previous world and sighed. I wish I had knowledge to build heavy machinery. I wonder if I could make one. The notification board popped up like a genie and said, oh, that might be possible. He was surprised. What? Really? A notification appeared, leaving him wide-eyed and amazed. The notice read, draw a random imaginary object. Use affection points to draw an imaginary object. Diverse characters, diverse skills. Choose an imaginary noble partner. Lloyd Frontera read it and thought, sounds like a game ad trying to sell stuff for real. Suddenly, the notification added a line below that caught his attention. Huh. Drawing a random imaginary object costs 50 affection points per draw. Looking at the usage fee, Lloyd Frontera clicked his tongue. Damn, that's highway robbery. Now I only got 1 affection point left. He thought about the 3 powerful spirit beasts he once knew. Imaginary characters, huh. If I'm right, they could be as useful as heavy machinery. Thinking that, Lloyd Frontera made up his mind about affection points. I gotta collect as many affection points as possible. To do that, I need to raise favorability with important characters. Back to the tense room earlier, a hand slammed the table. Ars Frontera Midlot made an offer. If you don't have the money to pay, I'll tell you how to get some. His already ugly face looked even worse, speaking with a sly tone. I know a very good place where you can sell your debts and your maids for a bargain. Agos Frontera heard that and his expression turned serious. How dare you? Suddenly, a voice echoed from who knows where in the room. You think you can do whatever inhumane crap just because you're the creditor? Lloyd Frontera slapped the brat on the shoulder from behind. He suddenly shoved him away, cursing. Who the hell is this kid? Awakens timidly spoke up. Lloyd Frontera recognized the guy and showed his attitude. Ah, so this is the eldest son with a problem in morals. Is that why you're butting in when adults are talking? If you don't get out of here, Lloyd Frontera frowned, cutting him off. Enough. Do you have an invitation? Show it. The two looked dumbfounded. What? He darkened his face and explained. Kingdom Law, Section 3.6. Every noble in the kingdom has the right to protect their rights and interests. Lloyd Frontera glared at them like bullets. Entering a noble's mansion without an invitation is illegal, and it's clearly stated. The two immediately argued back, what the hell are you talking about? I've never heard of such a law. He smirked. Oh, you don't know? Want to check it out with me? Lloyd Frontera said sternly. Habby. A figure stepped in from the doorway. Sir Lloyd Frontera. He slowly pushed the door open, revealing a knight. Lloyd Frontera, with a terrifying face, ordered to chop off the hands of the lawbreakers. Javier Azrahan prepared to draw his sword. The two stammered in fear. Girl, are you crazy? You want to get yourself arrested? He smiled and repeated, that's why I want to check the clause with you guys. Let's see which side the court will take. Javier Azrahan didn't wait and drew his sword, stepping forward. The two loan sharks were terrified, mouths agape. Midlop and Silo scrambled to run but didn't forget to curse. You think you're allowed to do that? You'll regret this. With a bang, they bolted out the door, leaving him behind. Lloyd Frontera waved his hand, laughing satisfied. Damn, what idiots. Arcos Frontera finally spoke up. Lloyd Frontera, Javier Azrahan. He panicked, asking their purpose. What the hell do you think you're doing? It won't make things better. Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera stepped forward and placed a bag on the table. He explained softly, I was going to give you the deposit I earned, but this win here should be enough. Arcos Frontera couldn't believe his eyes but still refused. The deposit is money you took from everyone. How can I use that money? Javier Azrahan stood behind, reassuring, Lord Acus, please don't. Lloyd Frontera said sternly, I will supervise Baron Lloyd Frontera to make sure he keeps his promise to everyone. He looked at Javier Azrahan's serious face and silently accepted. Judging by Javier's expression, he trusted Lloyd Frontera. He took the chance to bow. Your humble servant asks permission to leave. The two quickly left Arcos Frontera's office. Javier Azrahan suspiciously asked about earlier. How do you know about that law? I thought you were careless about everything. Lloyd Frontera angrily said, I found it. Happy now? I really found it. From Javier Azrahan in the novel, he recalled the scene where Javier stood in the rain after Lloyd Frontera's parents died. Those two lone sharks wanted to dig up their graves to find valuables and sell them. And that time, Javier Azrahan, Kingdom Law, Section 3.6, he calmly chopped off the heads of those scumbags. Every noble in the kingdom has the right to protect their rights and interests. Then he beheaded those two, and when Javier Azrahan was sued, he was found not guilty. Lloyd Frontera smirked. Remembering the novel's content really pays off, he stroked his chin in anticipation. Anyway, the notification appeared as expected. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Notification, Arcos Frontera's favorability towards you increased by 6 points. You gained 60 friendship points for improving relations with an important character. Friendship points, 61. Lloyd Frontera smiled, satisfied. I predicted that, like a boss. Fictional character, I'm here. Under the moonlight shining on the tree roots, Lloyd Frontera stood in the training yard. At this time, he checked around, no one was here, right? Lloyd Frontera called out. The notification appeared, random draw, randomly summoning fantasy creatures. Starting a draw with 50 friendship points, he immediately clicked the word attack. Let's begin. After clicking, a blue light suddenly appeared. The clashing sounds from the teeth boxes grew intense, suddenly forming a circle and starting to connect. Lloyd Frontera gaped, watching it work. Whoa, is that magic? The magic circle began to complete, revealing a finished version of the spell. The incantation again. Looking at the result, he sighed in frustration. So short, the magic circles clashed and created a chaotic mess of sounds. Why are they making such annoying noise? Suddenly, something started to emerge from the middle of the circle. Vil didn't expect a hamster to poke its head out. Squeak. Lloyd Frontera stared speechless at the result, as the little creature crawled all the way out and fell to the ground. Covered in dust, it looked up at him while he stood frozen in front of the hamster. Lloyd Frontera clicked his tongue, calling it a total failure. Hearing that, A felt hurt and almost teared up. The hamster, Lloyd Frontera, staggered forward and said a few words. Padong Piu Dong walked with a dissatisfied face. What, you're not a failure? You know how to do a lot of stuff, huh? He stopped to ask. Like bullet seeds, for example. I don't need that kind of thing. He waved his hand dismissively. Bo fo phone. Really? Then show me what you can do. The little hamster puffed its cheeks and spat out two things mixed with its drool. Fuffed. Lloyd Frontera looked disgusted. Gross. He glanced at the paper's contents and read the Podong user manual. Lloyd Frontera looked at the hamster cleaning its spit and read aloud. Podong is an adorable hamster. Take care of it with love. He poured a handful of red and green seeds from the bag and fed Podong. Sunflower seeds can change their size. 2 images introduced. Red sunflower seeds make Podong grow big and last for 12 hours. Green sunflower seeds make Podong shrink. Feed Podong this before the red seeds effect wears off. Lloyd Frontera continued reading. The price for a set of 2 colored sunflower seeds is 1 affinity point. He still showed no change in expression, looking at it with a bored face. How big can you get compared to a human? I shouted. Podong, I should check that myself. He took a red sunflower seed from his bag and fed it to Podong. A hamster that digs is pretty cool. If it grows as big as a human, it'll be super useful. It took the seed and chewed it eagerly. Suddenly, Podong's body started to grow, shocking Lloyd Frontera. The transformation was so fast that Podong's body slammed right into his face. Yeah, Lloyd Frontera was knocked far away by Podong's body. Ouch. He looked up in panic. Oh my god. Lloyd Frontera stared at its huge, fierce body. What the hell is this? 5 meters? No way. It's gotta be at least 10 meters. Podong looked down with a disdainful face, bending over to check itself out, looking arrogantly badass. Suddenly, a notification popped up showing Podong's level 1 digging skill along with a quick intro as it demonstrated its abilities. Podong's level 1 earth flattening skill. It rolled its massive body around, flattening the ground. Finally, Podong's level 1 cheek pouch skill. It held something in its mouth and was about to spit it out. Podong spat out a huge rock right in front of Lloyd Frontera, along with a splash of drool hitting him. Lloyd Frontera didn't care about the slobber and was actually thrilled. Awesome! The heavy machinery problem is solved. After getting everything ready, he headed back to the mansion to think. But if I suddenly show up with something this amazing, everyone's gonna be suspicious, right? Lloyd Frontera rubbed Podong, who was sleeping peacefully, and came up with a plan. Fine, I'll carry the summoning book with me, then say, I'm a genius summoner. Huh. Oh man, why am I so damn smart? I'm gonna go crazy. After some thinking, he confidently set off with his plan to handle the workforce problem for the next big projects. All right, bright and early, in front of the Frontera estate, Lloyd Frontera stood before the crowd giving orders, repeating after him. He shouted, "Safety first." Everyone weakly held their tools and replied, "Safety first." 30 soldiers of Barren Frontera. Lloyd Frontera looked at their sleepy faces, helpless. I'm gonna laugh my ass off. They answered like lazy soldiers who get paid without working. These guys are drowning in debt, so why aren't they working harder than before? He regained his composure and smirked. Fine then, no extra wages for laborers anymore. If you can handle training manpower, that's a load off my back. Lloyd Frontera turned and shouted again. Listen up, you're soldiers, and where you belong is in the army. He put the shovel on his shoulder seriously. But what's the army's top priority? Labor. When we were in the army, we had to dig and weed way more than training. Lloyd Frontera pointed to the side. Do you see that patch of land over there? That's the sandy ground I've been digging all night. The image of Podong digging hard flashed in his mind. Actually, Podong had dug all that up in just 30 minutes. Lloyd Frontera enthusiastically laid out the plan in detail. The first major mission we gotta pull off is to revive this land. By building a heating room project for the locals here. To make that happen, y'all gotta move dirt and rocks to the construction site first. Everyone heard that and immediately put on those annoyed faces like they totally disagreed, but everything seemed to be part of the plan, so he didn't flinch at all. Just as expected, I knew they'd react like that. Suddenly, someone stepped up from behind and spoke. Young Master Norman Frontera frowned and asked, "What the hell did you just order my soldiers to do?" Knight Captain Barren Frontera Norman Lloyd Frontera smirked proudly, and I already predicted this dude would show up. The images of the 3 key characters from the novel started flashing in his head. There are 3 knights on this land, and that guy is Norman. Under him are Barren and the main character of the novel, Javier Asrahan. Lloyd Frontera stood still, recalling the story. At the start of the novel, both Barren and Javier Asrahan stayed loyal until the land collapsed. But this guy was actually the first to betray and ditch the Barren. He looked at the guy's youthful face and chin, remembering how Norman sold info about the Barren to scammers. He was also drowning in debt. Lloyd Frontera's face twisted with malice. This ain't right at all. How the hell can this dude be the Knight Captain? He turned back and shot the question right at him. What do you think we're doing, Knight Norman? Norman Frontera's eyes were serious as he replied. I can't believe you're ordering soldiers to do such dirty work. As the Knight Captain, I can't accept this. Lloyd Frontera leaned on the hull with a smug look, cursing silently. Damn it. I'm grinding to pay off debts here, but I already got the Baron's permission. Norman didn't care and brought up old stuff. I don't know how you tricked the Lord, but looking back at the young master's past, Norman Frontera firmly stated his opinion. I think you're using the army for your own selfish goals. Am I wrong? Lloyd Frontera stayed indifferent to those words, smiling without denying it. Not at all, you're right. Then suddenly, his expression darkened as he dodged the topic about getting beaten up. Norman Frontera was so pissed, veins popped all over his face. Look at his weak-ass logic. If this dude tried playing an online game, he'd probably get scared out of his mind. Lloyd Frontera slowly lifted the shovel stuck in the ground. Then let me show you. He suddenly swung the shovel at Norman Frontera. The soldiers watching were left wide-eyed. Norman grimaced as he blocked the blow. Lloyd Frontera grinned confidently after the move. Norman's whole body trembled as he shouted the guy's name. He was so mad he didn't even look like a knight anymore. You brat, you just tried to stain a knight's reputation. Ha, useless son of a broke baron. Of course, that insult was just in his head. He didn't dare say it out loud. Lloyd Frontera acted all cocky, putting his hand to his ear like he couldn't hear. What? What did you just say? You want to drop your rank and fight me? He spun the shovel skillfully in his hand and pointed it right at Norman Frontera's face. Lloyd Frontera confidently challenged, all right then, let's do this once. Come on, duel me. Javier Azrahan asked seriously. Are you confident you'll win? Lloyd Frontera smirked with a teasing tone. What? You dumb or what? Javier Azrahan asked seriously. Are you confident you'll win? Lloyd Frontera smirked with a teasing tone. What? You dumb or what? Of course not. He pointed at his head, mocking him, making Javier furious enough to draw his sword right there. My opponent is a knight known as the Magic Heart and a beginner swordsmanship expert, and I'm just a lazy bum. How the hell can I face him? You asking without thinking. You know what thinking means, right? Yeah. He calmed down and slowly relaxed his grip on the sword. Phew, almost chopped him. Watching him pick his nose, Javier couldn't help but wonder. Can't believe he just threw mud at Knight Norman and even dared to challenge him to a duel. Even though he wanted to be a jerk again, Lloyd Frontera just focused on picking his nose, ignoring him. To pull off a money-making plan like that, he'd already begged the Baron for a special favor, then started a debate and put himself aside. At that moment, he appointed Knight Baron as a supervisor and commander of the construction squad. Lloyd Frontera pulled out a yellow item from his nose, making Javier Azrahan disgusted. But I still can't believe he's not confident about a one-on-one fight. No explanation at all. So annoying. I want to tear him apart. Lloyd Frontera grabbed a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped his hands, and spoke up. So, Sir Javier Azrahan, there's something you gotta do. He smiled and requested, teach me how to use a sword. Javier Azrahan bluntly replied, I don't wanna. Lloyd Frontera made a grim face again. What the hell? He seriously explained. First, my job is to watch over you, Sir Lloyd Frontera. Javier Azrahan spat out a harsh criticism with zero emotion on his face. Second, Lloyd Frontera is a jerk. I mean, if a jerk learns swordsmanship, it'll just be more dangerous for everyone around. He snapped back. Can't you at least talk properly? Lloyd Frontera slowly got it. So that's how it is? You don't want to teach me, huh? He seriously made an offer. What if you teach me swordsmanship and I cure your insomnia in return? Javier Azrahan was shocked. How does he even know about that? Lloyd Frontera smiled confidently like he could read his mind. Because it's in the novel. And I also know the cause of your insomnia. He recalled the info from the novel. In the novel, the Blood Knight and the Knight ranks are divided into 4 levels. The highest is Swordmaster, then Senior Swordsmanship Expert, Mid-Level Swordsmanship Expert, and Junior Swordsmanship Expert. Then, knowing the struggles Javier Azrahan is going through, his rank is Senior Swordsmanship Expert, and he's about to become a Swordmaster. The reason he can't sleep is because his super-sensitive nervous system. It's called Swordmaster Syndrome. Lloyd Frontera's tone turned bored. Of course, that info wouldn't reach this backwater place. How the hell would this idiot know about it? Are you in or not? Pretending you don't know won't help. Your face clearly shows that insomnia. Javier Azrahan sighed in annoyance and accepted the deal. All right, I'll give it a shot. Lloyd Frontera smiled satisfied. Oh really? Don't be so easy on me. He sneered back. Of course. I mean, you'll definitely quit. I've tried everything to cure this insomnia. From cognitive behavioral therapy, herbal medicine, aromatherapy, physical training, traditional medicine, and so on. After all that talk, Javier Azrahan still crashed and slept soundly. Lloyd Frontera felt triumphant seeing him sleep like that. Damn it, this unreasonable bastard. I know how to cure your insomnia. He muttered some formula, the first time he ever nodded off while reading magic techniques. Am I right? Magic technique number 18, loudly reciting the reinforced concrete book to make people sleepy. Lloyd Frontera laughed wildly with confidence. Now all your sword techniques will belong to me. Seeing shifts to the forest, Javier Azrahan ordered him to run 50 laps immediately. Lloyd Frontera stood dumbfounded for a moment, then turned and walked away, watching him run without saying a word, making Javier Azrahan suspicious. He just ran without complaining? Oof. He stood at attention watching Lloyd Frontera run. Thud, thud. Gradually, he got halfway through a lap. After one lap, Lloyd Frontera panted and complained. Huff huff, I hate doing this, teach me some techniques. Javier Azarhan didn't answer and just stood watching him run. Another lap. Lloyd Frontera mocked again. You're not expecting much from this, right? You think I'll quit and start yelling? Ha! Javier Azarhan kept using the tree ear technique and ran another lap. Lloyd Frontera used a taunting tone again, then said you're not cut out for this and just ignore me, right? Javier Azarhan twitched at that. The lanterns flickered. He smiled, satisfied, and kept going. Ha ha. So what will you do now? I'll run until it's over. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Passive skill, annoying bastard, has leveled up to 4. Anyone who sees you will think you're an idiot and want to beat you up. Lloyd Frontera read the line angrily. I don't need a skill like that. Screw this. Then he stubbornly kept running. Huff, huff. Lloyd Frontera was drenched in sweat but kept moving. Honestly, I'm really tired. Saying I'm not tired would be a lie. But this is nothing compared to when I was in Korea. He remembered the dark times in his previous world. Not feeling the warmth of family. Every morning, I wake up in this cramped little room. Day after day, I haul bricks up to the 4th floor of those fancy mansions, then spend the whole night loading crates onto trucks. The image of Lloyd Frontera, exhausted from work, flashes in my mind, just trying to keep from starving to death. Always burning with a wish that one day things will get better. Suddenly, Seo Ho spots a faint light ahead. Come on, push through. Seo Ho's gonna make it. He steps toward the light, slowly reaching out to touch it. You're doing great. You've got what it takes. Seo Ho tries to grab that light ahead. Just a little more. Just a bit closer. Then he realizes something that drags him back into despair. The light that seems so close just keeps drifting farther away. Seo Ho collapses to the ground, full of regret, then snaps back to Lloyd Frontera, who's still stubbornly running laps around the training ground despite the pain and hopelessness. Lloyd Frontera flashes a bright smile, soaking in the moment like this is nothing. Javier Azarhan stands silently, watching. He looks at Lloyd Frontera's desperate effort and thinks, if this guy really wants to learn, I'll teach him my sword techniques. The way he keeps pushing himself, even as his body's about to break, sticks in Javier Azarhan's mind. The notification pops up again. Notice, Habel's good impression of you has increased by 1. HBL's good impression of you, 28. You've gained 18 affinity points because your relationship with an important character improved a bit. Current affinity is 29. Night falls, in front of the Frontera mansion. Arcos Frontera is talking with Nerman Frontera. How could he be so disrespectful to the one who's protected our family for 5 generations? Disappointment is clear on his face. I thought maybe after all these days he'd finally get it. Looks like I was wrong about him. Akuz Fong Ti seriously discusses the current situation. Morally, I can't stop this duel, but the kid is still the future heir of this land, so don't discipline him too harshly. He seriously suggests helping him understand, even if it means getting hurt badly. Nerman Frontera bows respectfully, obedient as ever, but inside he's grinning slyly, not sure if he can hold back during the fight. Nerman Frontera steps out of Arcos Frontera's office, quietly plotting. But I'll beat that arrogant brat and kill him if the Baron makes a fuss over this. He laughs arrogantly, thinking he'll kill both that brat and the Baron, then stage it as a suicide. Just as planned, I'll leave this village and move somewhere bigger. Nerman Frontera chuckles to himself as he walks away. Thanks to that entitled brat, my plan will succeed sooner than I expected. Haha. 1 month later, in front of the Frontera mansion, Lloyd Frontera and Nerman Frontera face each other before a crowd. His parents and 2 nearby knights listen intently to Lloyd Frontera. Nerman Frontera holds his sword and asks, Han, are you ready for this fight? Lloyd Frontera flicks his left foot and lifts the spear stuck in the ground. He arrogantly rests the spear on his shoulder and replies, of course. Lloyd Frontera smiles confidently, thinking he's ready to beat the old man. Everyone looks at the weapon in his hand, confused. What the hell is that? A spear? He's gonna fight Knight Nerman with that. Nerman Frontera is so mad he's speechless. Javier Azarhan watches from above, thinking about the spear's past, a steel spear, the one Lloyd asked the blacksmith to make. Arcos Frontera holds his head, criticizing, that brat, is he just messing around? Javier Azarhan silently rejects that. Messing around? Probably not. If you think about what he's done since last month, he remembers the days he patiently guided Lloyd Frontera through basic training every early morning without a single complaint, then going to the construction site to teach the village engineers about the heating system, and after that, practicing swordsmanship until late at night before going to bed. Javier Azarhan recalls that time and is sure this isn't the attitude of some kid just playing around. Lloyd Frontera is dead serious. After waiting a moment, Arcos Frontera finally announces. Then, the duel between Lloyd Frontera and Knight Nerman will begin. Hearing this, Nerman Frontera immediately takes a fighting stance, while Lloyd Frontera, serious but still wearing a mocking smirk, gets ready. Javier Azrahan wonders, what's up with that weird fighting stance? That dude got mad and charged right at him. Yo, you seriously mocking me right now? Lloyd Frontera calmly raised his spear forward. He instantly blocked Nerman Frontera's attack. Javier Azrahan and Os Frontera were totally shocked seeing that. Nerman quickly readied his next move. Luck won't strike twice, huh? But still, Lloyd Frontera easily blocked his next strike again. Javier Azrahan was even more amazed. Weird moves but damn effective. That's some real combat technique right there. Like this dude's sword skills have been honed for years. Nerman Frontera freaked out after 2 failed attacks. Lloyd Frontera smirked, seeing his wide-eyed panic. Why you so shocked? Every guy in South Korea can pull this off. He thought back to his military days. This is modern close combat, a bayonet-style blitz attack. Lloyd Frontera took the chance and charged. Actually, this spear of mine can do way more than you think. He blocked Nerman's attack and explained the weapon's use. I can use the spearhead as a shield then strike straight at Nerman's face. The original cutting force is already strong. Suddenly, he stabbed the spear into the ground. If I do this, Lloyd Frontera standing on the spear can jump around in circles. I can ride it like a pogo stick. Haha, bring it on. Javier Azrahan reconsidered seeing that. Is this dude seriously just messing around? Lloyd Frontera's confident grin flashed in his eyes, making Javier second guess. Or maybe not. Nerman Frontera was furious and charged. Oh snap, Lloyd Frontera immediately got ready. Boom, the first weapon I prepped to beat you is this spear. He used a special move and pushed Nerman back. Second is the basic sword skill I learned from Javier Azrahan. Nerman grimaced, blocking the attack while thinking, isn't this guy just a drunk loser? How the hell did he get this strong? Finally, he used a skill from the Jupe system, bored his spear enveloped in mana. And third, this synced with the level 1 digging skill toolkit. Body and soul merged with the spear. The synchronization level between you and the spear rises. He remembered his tough days. Javier Azrahan's good impression grew during training. Along with the moment Lloyd's parents stood stunned in the room, because that was the first time the Baron and Baroness saw their son's passion in their whole lives. It boosted by 2 and then 3. That's how the affinity points stacked up. After that, a notification popped up. Affinity points recorded, 97. Want to learn digging skills? Affinity points required, 40. Yes. He wiped sweat tiredly and read each word on the notification. He learned a pretty cool skill. Back to the present, Lloyd Frontera and Nerman Frontera cautiously guarded against each other. Suddenly, Nerman took a deep breath. Nerman thought of his last move, standing tall with confidence. No other choice left. Didn't think I'd need this against a normal guy. A surge of energy started flowing on his sword. Javier Azrahan watched above, amazed. Mana from all over Nerman's body began moving. Mana was drawn to his chest. Lloyd Frontera got suspicious, thinking he was draining himself. All mana inside Nerman gathered at his magic heart. Suddenly, he raised his sword high, confidently shouting, "This is the real showdown, brat." Lloyd Frontera heard but stayed silent. Suddenly, Nerman charged at insane speed. Javier was shocked, calculating, in the past 10 years, for a powerless guy, even a normal one, it takes at least 5 years to develop a magic heart. So it's impossible for young Master Lloyd Frontera to block a sword attack like that. Bottom line, Nerman aimed a slash at his shoulder. Lloyd didn't flinch, instantly raising his spear. Nerman slowly lost awareness, only able to swing his sword down. What an idiot, I'll crush that spear and smash your skull. Mabella Frontera and the Fronteras were terrified watching. But shockingly, Lloyd still blocked the magic heart strike. Nerman's eyes went wide in disbelief, his whole body hitting the ground, struggling to stay upright. What? Feels like all my strength is draining. Lloyd Frontera grinned slyly. Thinking to myself, the fourth technique I prepared for this guy is this one. He's thinking about the magic technique that made Javier Azrahan the strongest man in the novel. Mana from inside his body gradually flows from the sword through him, the core Azrahan technique. He panics and pulls the sword out of the hull. What the hell? My magic got absorbed. Lloyd Frontera doesn't wait for Nerman Frontera to recover and charges in, landing a hit to the face that distorts his features. In midair, a tooth flies out in a super slick way. Nerman Frontera looks up, confused. Huh, what's that red stuff? My tooth. Taking advantage, he swings another hit to the chin, then raises the hull sword in the air with a blank expression. A strike right at the back of Nerman Frontera's neck nearly makes his eyes pop out. Lloyd Frontera's blow drops him flat on the ground. Everyone around is shocked, mouths agape, eyes wide. Arcos Frontera, sitting above, watches, just as stunned. Seeing the knight from the whole area knocked out by Lloyd Frontera, people start buzzing. What? Young Master Lloyd Frontera won? That's totally insane. Huh. Weird. Humph. Arcos Frontera stammers out the announcement. Yeah, I declare Lloyd Frontera the winner of this fight. Nerman Frontera sniffs the air, puzzled. Huh? What did you just say? How could a sword master like me lose to that trash? He steps forward and says, "Did you hear that? I won this fight." Lloyd Frontera warns sternly, "Tell me, how do you want to get hit?" He seriously raises the hull sword. "It's time for the punishment you've been waiting for, right?" Nerman Frontera panics with the new hole he just got gifted. Arcos Frontera yells, seeing this. "What are you doing, Lloyd Frontera? The match is over." He ignores and keeps landing combo hits on Nerman Frontera, clutching his head on the ground. "I'm starting now." Arcos Frontera goes from shocked to furious, yelling at Lloyd Frontera. People rush over to stop him, seeing the relentless beating. "Please stop, young master. The match is over." Barren is tense. Is he crazy? Javier Azrahan thinks. Is he really losing it? Damn. Lloyd Frontera gradually calms down. All right, let me go." He stands with hands on hips, exhales, then continues striking Nerman Frontera with a hull sword. Two soldiers helplessly try to intervene. "Young master, please stop." Javier Azrahan watches seriously. If you look closely, he's hitting Nerman Frontera in spots that won't cause too much pain. His calm demeanor catches Javier Azrahan's attention, that steady expression like he already predicted what would happen next. He silently guesses Lloyd Frontera's intention, like he already knew everything beforehand. 15 days before the fight, Lloyd Frontera arrogantly demanded, "Now teach me the Azrahan mind technique." Seeing Javier Azrahan's surprised face annoyed him. "Oh, why that expression? It's not like I'm asking you to teach me some shady stuff like stealing heads." Lloyd Frontera imagined. Unlike thread-pulling energy, it can absorb surrounding energy and convert it into his own, right? Javier Azrahan suspiciously asked back, "Young master, how do you know about that?" He thought, "Isn't that a technique I never revealed to anyone and it's still unfinished?" Lloyd Frontera stubbornly explained, "Remember when I helped you fall asleep? You said it in your sleep. Your thick skin could be used to nail things down." Javier Azrahan doubts and thinks carefully. Right now, he's wearing an iron mask on his face, just his imagination, right? But besides me rambling nonsense, there's no way he could know about a non-existent technique. He silently accepted the explanation but still refused. "I'm sorry, but I can't teach it to you. That technique isn't finished yet, right?" Lloyd Frontera cut in. He suspiciously smiled and asked, "If I can perfect it, will you teach me?" Javier Azrahan hesitated but agreed. "If what you're saying is true, what's with that confident look?" Lloyd Frontera stabbed the sword into the ground and started explaining. "Listen up," he seriously explained how it works. "Maybe your magic heart is absorbing energy from outside in its own way. His right hand is the magic heart, his left hand reaching forward is outside energy." Lloyd Frontera clenched his right hand and pushed his left hand away. The right hand is the magic heart, the left hand is channeling external energy. Lloyd Frontera clenched his right hand and pushed his left hand forward. And boom, the energy just bounces right back out from what we can see. From your magic heart's perspective, that outside energy is like some alien crap, right? He slowly breaks down how the outside energy works. Right now, the core part is changing. The energy absorbed from outside won't mix with the magic heart anymore. Lloyd Frontera explains how to properly use these two energies, so just separate them, spin them around, then combine them again. Along with his description, two spheres in his imagination slowly merge together. He confidently lectures Javier Azrahan on what he knows. Like a side engine to the main engine, they're one but also different. "Now tell me, isn't that freaking awesome?" He's stunned by the explanation. "I'm sure it's possible. I don't know what that engine thing is, but how the hell did young master Lloyd Frontera put on that iron mask and answer, 'Hey, I just imagined it. It actually works?' Hell yeah. Clap clap." Javier Azrahan secretly felt annoyed by that expression. From what he just said, isn't it obvious he definitely knows something? He started following the instructions, making his body gradually merge with the outside energy. Then he was able to perfect the Azrahan mind technique he'd been thinking about for so long. After the first try, he successfully created 3 circles. With more practice, maybe 4 or 5 circles. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Notification: Javier Azrahan's good impression of you increased by 5. Lloyd Frontera grumbled. "What the hell? How long have you been teaching me magic heart techniques? I don't need that crap. I just want to learn the absorption part. I don't need the energy around me, just the energy I touch." Back in the present, Lloyd Frontera was still furiously pounding on Nerman Frontera. Young Master Lloyd Frontera's got that skill. So I guess he'd beat Knight Nerman, and he won big. Awakens Frontera was still yelling mad. "Lloyd Frontera, I told you to stop. I can't let you tarnish a knight's reputation any further." He finally stopped and looked up. Lloyd Frontera was panting. "You're talking about a knight's reputation." He pointed at the table in front of Awakens Frontera. "Please, first look under the tablecloth, before you decide if those words really deserve Knight Nerman or not." He quickly flipped the tablecloth. Letters, a cuss. Frontera grabbed a letter from the table and read it, shocked. "What the hell is this?" Lloyd Frontera seemed to know everything and explained. "Toes is the one causing trouble for the Baron's property. That's the bastard's letter sent to Knight Nerman. He listened, trembling to Lloyd's words. The situation of our territory, what the Baron likes and hates, instructions on forging property documents. These letters contain everything they've exchanged so far. Nerman Frontera panicked, thinking how the brat found the letters he hid in the walls. Lloyd Frontera smiled like he read his mind. Exactly. In the novel, Javier Azrahan later found them. He remembered Podong jumping around in front of his room. Last night I asked Podong to grab them. Back to Akos, he frowned and slumped back in his chair after reading the letter. Lloyd Frontera stood confidently below. Just as predicted, in the novel he was described as an honest man. Someone else would have screamed and demanded to kill this guy immediately. He frowned and apologized silently. Sorry, but the words honest leader and good leader mean totally different things. Not waiting anymore, Lloyd Frontera spoke up. If you're worried about how I'll deal with this guy, then I have a proposal. Acus Frontera replied timidly. Oh, really? What is it? He seriously laid out his idea. Let's release a really vicious rat on top of this guy's head. If the rat injures him, kick him out of this land. If not, demote him to a regular soldier and give him a chance to redeem his sins. Everyone buzzed at that. A rat? Why the hell would a rat show up here? No way Knight Nerman would get hurt by a rat. Maybe this is. Acus Frontera slowly caught on. Ah, I see. Delivering justice with minimal punishment conditions gives him a chance to repent while also serving as a warning. The Baron standing nearby also nodded in approval, saying it was a smart move. It was a clear and generous warning to the others. Arcos Frontera praised and accepted it. Good, we'll follow your suggestion. Lloyd Frontera then looked down and asked Sir Norman, do you have any objections? He was clearly the underdog here. Of course, there was only one answer. No, thank you for your kindness. He coldly stared at Norman Frontera. Kindness? Huh? Lloyd Frontera imagined a similar situation if this happened. If mercy was granted to criminals, would they redeem themselves in return for the forgiveness given? The man in his imagination laughed creepily. What's wrong with this idiot? Is he softening up? No way. They'll only get more determined to manipulate you and find ways to exploit your kindness. Back in reality, Norman Frontera smirked arrogantly. You'll regret this decision. Baron Frontera, I swear I'll get revenge on both you and this idiot. Lloyd Frontera shattered his dream and spoke up. Oh man. It's nice to see you smile, but sadly, that's your last smile. Norman Frontera stammered in panic. What are you talking about? He gently handed the red sunflower seed to Podong Mac, responding to what he said. What do you mean, dumbass? After successfully handing over the sunflower seed, Lloyd Frontera quickly tossed Podong into the air, his face blazing with deadly intent. The best way to beg for mercy is to not beg at all. Taking the sunflower seed, Podong quickly enjoyed it, and her body gradually grew bigger in midair. Arcos Frontera and Mabella Frontera watched with their mouths wide open. Javier Azrahan. Azrahan and the Baron were equally shocked. Podong's silhouette grew larger, terrifying the crowd witnessing the scene. Her body had swollen to its maximum size. Lloyd Frontera took the chance to sprint away from the drop zone. Norman Frontera shouted in panic but couldn't get a word out. Podong quickly descended from the sky. With a loud crash, dust flew everywhere. He stood posing far from Podong's landing spot. She landed successfully, creating a grave-sized hole beneath her. Lone showed a look of regret. I feel sorry for you. He raised a finger and smiled satisfied. This kind of expulsion will permanently solve the problem of dealing with this land's cancer. After some time, near Baron Frontera's land, Podong was now seriously digging something, moving continuously from right to left as she walked. She was digging a trench around the village. Javier Azrahan asked, what is Podong doing? Lloyd Frontera smiled faintly and replied, that kid is preparing to expand the roads. He recalled the skinny, weak soldiers from before. Surprisingly, those frail engineers had started working hard. The once weak engineers now had muscles and were seriously working. Lloyd Frontera reminisced. In ancient times, there was a territory called Rome, and the people there loved their roads. They created a road system called the Appian Way. He pointed and said, from now on, we'll build that. Starting from the Baron's mansion up to the eastern hillside. Javier Azrahan still wondered why just one road, but Lloyd Frontera cut him off and silently observed. He smiled confidently and revealed his true intention. The land's influence would soon skyrocket. Javier Azrahan asked a question that caught his attention. Young master, where did you learn to do all this? From everything he'd done in the past to now, Javier Azrahan recalled that he had come up with the idea to build a heating system no one had ever heard of, as well as summoning something that looked like ancient high-level magic. He suspiciously looked at Lloyd Frontera with a determined gaze. Are you really our young master, Lloyd Frontera? Suddenly, a red alert popped up. Warning, Javier Azrahan was now doubting your identity. He looked at the alert and broke out in a cold sweat. Javier Azrahan stared at Lloyd with unwavering eyes. He stood still, filled with nervous anticipation. When I saw this guy's personality in the novel, I knew he'd definitely notice a stranger in the Baron's son's body. Lloyd Frontera remembered Javier Azarhan's cold-blooded moments, so drawing a sword was definitely possible with this guy. But no worries, Lloyd Frontera had already prepared a move for situations like this. He spoke with his ugly face. I've studied things no one knows about. Why? Can I do it? Stubborn special skills. Javier Azarhan nervously repeated the old Lloyd Frontera's words. No one knew, but the rich kid was just drinking all the time, shouting stubbornly with those words. You've been watching me 24/7? That's not true, right? It's true I used to be a jerk, but do you even know what I was doing? No, right? Javier Azarhan dodged the topic. So how do you explain summoning? Even mages with 20 years of experience find it tough, yet Lloyd Frontera keeps pushing forward without flinching. What about you? How can you wield energy so smoothly at just 20 years old? You didn't learn from anyone else, right? You're a genius. Javier Azarhan shyly denied it. No, I don't think I'm a genius. He pressed on with a grimace. If you can be a genius, why can't I? What if I suddenly became a genius summoner? Hearing that, Javier Azarhan froze, speechless. Then he turned and walked away confidently. If you've got nothing else to say, I'm out. Got some stuff to check. Stubborn special skills. Rapid-fire dialogue. Lloyd Frontera walked off lost in thought. Has he figured it out yet? He'll get it eventually. It's okay. It's okay. He approached the unfinished building ahead. Sir Baron, please keep an eye on the arrangements while I'm gone. Understood. Please don't. Lloyd Frontera nodded. Javier Azarhan stepped forward and offered. I'll go with you, since watching over the rich kid is my responsibility. Where are we headed? Lloyd Frontera asked, confused. Huh? Why say the obvious? Of course you're coming. He smiled and revealed the next stop, somewhere far off to collect unpaid bills. Playing the dark game before the small, remote town in the territory, inside a certain room. Inside, an angry man slammed the table, cursing like crazy. A blue-haired man held his head in frustration. Couldn't believe he lost so much money, swearing he'd make those bastards pay. The guy specialized in stirring up trouble across the territory. A big man stepped forward. Isn't that how gambling usually goes? That's the money you've earned so far, right? He sternly reminded. Moreover, if you can't pay me as your escort, I'm leaving now. The escort panicked, but Lloyd Frontera stopped him. I can still pay you. I'll pay you more, so don't go anywhere. The escort repeated once more. Remember, if I don't get paid on time, I'm out. The escort frowned, thinking about the next plan. I can only make money by scamming people again. Lots of folks are hunting me, so I gotta run now. Suddenly, a voice came from nowhere. Oh, you're talking about me? Lloyd Frontera kicked the door open and swaggered in. The escort jumped up in shock. What's wrong with you? Lloyd Frontera stayed calm and said, Oh right, you don't even know what I look like, huh? He bowed and introduced himself. Lloyd Frontera. You'll get it once I say that. The escort's jaw dropped, hearing his name. The escort, feeling unfair, asked, Should I kill him? The escort panicked, but Lloyd Frontera stopped him. No, just run, you. The escort quickly grabbed him and got ready to escape. He jumped out the window and flew away. The escort landed after the jump. The escort screamed in terror. Ouch! His face got serious. The silhouette of a blue-haired knight appeared in the escort's eyes. Javier Azarhan wielded a weapon, slashing straight ahead to block the path. He ordered seriously. Hand over that guy and leave fast. If you refuse, we'll treat you as an accomplice. Javier Azarhan recalled the instructions, exactly like what Lloyd Frontera said. They'd escape through the window then into the alley, so just wait there. The escort put down the weapon and stared at him with murderous intent. Energy started to envelop his body. This brat. The escort raised his hand and formed a dark orb. Do you even know how to use a sword? Lloyd Frontera stood at the window, calculating. Javier Azarhan, you lost your Baron title and are seeking revenge, fought Thord's guards, the conman he found. He recalled the novel's content. That was the first dark mage he ever faced. The image of Javier Azarhan struggling to defend himself in the novel popped into Lloyd Frontera's mind. He had to fight hard against the power of gravity magic. Back to the present, he grinned wickedly and looked down. That's exactly what was described in the novel. Below, the escort threw a dark orb at Javier Azarhan. He didn't back down and blocked the attack with his sword. Suddenly, the energy from the orb shocked Javier Azarhan. It expanded and formed a bigger sphere, enveloping his entire body. The escort smirked confidently, reaching out just as expected. You'll hold your hand tight and shout, just die. The gravity inside the orb started to crush Javier Azarhan down. Lloyd Frontera recalled the novel's content where Javier Azarhan fought that bastard. He was just a regular advanced sword master. But the escort looked ahead in panic. Javier Azarhan used his magic heart to cancel the gravity energy inside the orb. Now this Javier Azarhan already had a magic heart with 3 circles surrounding it. He swiftly sliced the orb in half instantly. After cutting it, Javier Asrahan calmly asked, "What was that just now? Gravity control magic?" The escort broke into a cold sweat, stunned by the scene. He quickly backed off and fled. This wasn't in the contract. Lloyd Frontera wanted to stop him. "Hey, you bastard." Javier Asrahan stepped in front of him. "Do you even know how serious noble fraud is?" The escort panicked, stumbled back, and fell into some crates. Ouch. Javier Asrahan raised his sword, ready to punish. "I'll chop off your legs so you'll have to crawl to the magic court." The escort screamed in terror. Ouch. He swung his sword down fast, but suddenly a voice shouted, "Stop." Javier Asrahan and Lloyd Frontera stood blocking the escort. Lloyd loudly scolded, "Are you crazy? You'll get punished if he actually goes to the magic court." Javier Asrahan froze, staring at Lloyd Frontera's determined eyes, silently doubting, is this guy actually showing sympathy now? Under the dark night and the small town of Wudinge territory, Thors trembled after being scolded and sat down. Lloyd Frontera looked at his cowardice with a speechless face. Lloyd smiled to reassure him. "Hey, don't be scared." Lloyd spoke sweet words that calmed Thor's mind. "Everyone gets greedy sometimes. They'll pull off a big score if they get the chance." He smiled gently. "Chopping your head off would be too much. I won't let the magic court find out about this." Thor stammered. "So you'll forgive me?" Lloyd Frontera rested his hand on his chin, grinning brightly. "No doubt, that's exactly what you deserve. Isn't that what life's about?" Thors was terrified after hearing that. Lloyd Frontera started to smirk. "But I have one more condition before I forgive you." The escort brightened up, hearing that. "Please say it, anything is fine." Lloyd pulled out a paper from his pocket and pushed it forward. "It's simple, just sign this contract and it's done." Thors looked at the paper on the table, puzzled. "What kind of contract is this?" Lloyd Frontera explained while reassuring him. "It's just a normal labor contract. Of course, I'll pay you." Then he dropped the bomb, "But 80% of your wages will go toward paying off your debt." Thors looked very unhappy but didn't dare to speak up. Lloyd calmly said the debt would be cleared after 520 years. Those words hit like a slap. Thors panicked so much his face twisted. Looking at the man in front of him, Javier Asrahan silently confirmed, "I knew it. This guy didn't come here to sympathize or forgive him." Lloyd Frontera grinned slyly, thinking, does he really think I'm crazy enough to kill someone who owes me? I'll never take that kind of loss. He imagined himself sucking the life out of Thors, savoring everything he could take from the rest of his life. The escort panicked and shouted, "How could you bring such a ridiculous contract?" Lloyd Frontera showed no emotion. "Oh, really?" Suddenly he put on a sinister face to threaten. "Then we'll have no choice but to grab your wrist and force you to sign. Let's settle this at the magic court." After the threat, he cried and signed the contract. At dawn, in the forest, the three were hitching a ride with a merchant. Javier Asrahan sat next to Thors and said, "I got some money from this guy, so there won't be any problem paying interest for a few months." Lloyd Frontera heard that and got annoyed. "Huh? What do you mean? All that money will go straight to labor fees. I already calculated it, and 30 soldiers aren't enough." He zoned out, thinking, but would anyone actually apply after seeing the job posting? Maybe I look like a total idiot and they just find me annoying. A few days later, in the Frontera territory, a notice board was set up on Frontera land, announcing job openings with a salary of 20 gold coins. For more info, please visit the Baron's mansion. Alongside the notice, villagers in the area lined up for interviews. Lloyd Frontera looked at the line of people, confused. "Wait, don't these people hate me?" Javier Asrahan replied, "I'm pretty sure they do, but you gave a reasonable explanation. You set a fair deadline to build ODN at a cheap price. I thought you'd punish traitors to me. You could even be called Javier Asrahan." Asrahan looked at Lloyd Frontera seriously, a capable and trustworthy man. "That's exactly the kind of person you said you wanted to be." Lloyd Frontera couldn't believe his ears, thinking, is that all? Just that? The man at the front stepped forward. Young master, where's the labor contract?" Lloyd stammered. "Ah, yeah, you definitely need that." A voice from the man surprised him. No. First, I want to thank you." He smiled, talking about his situation. "My kids usually catch colds when the weather turns cold, but thanks to you, young master, this year I don't have to worry anymore because of Onan." The man bowed in gratitude. "Thank you so much." Lloyd Frontera shyly replied, "Oh, really? Just doing what needs to be done? I'm just trying to satisfy my own greed." So embarrassing. The man took the chance to continue. "Oh, and young master, I have a relative near a territory called Dracona. They asked if you could build there too." Lloyd Frontera secretly rejoiced hearing this. This is it, the first step toward a big future. He smiled smugly, calculating that building Onan wasn't for nothing. He'd hike prices, citing travel costs, and drain their money dry. He kept his sly smile and agreed. "Of course, but it'll cost some money to get there." Javier Asrahan looked helplessly at Lloyd's face, that crude expression again. Seeing Lloyd's satisfied grin, Javier realized he built On just for this reason, right? Then he glanced at the construction behind and wondered silently, what about the mountain road? After the interview, the two moved up the mountain. Lloyd Frontera spoke. Hail. He quickly responded, yes, young master. He smiled, talking about the mountain's future. Sooner or later, this mountain will be stripped bare. Javier Azrahan was confused. Huh? What do you mean? Lloyd explained. Onan consumes a ton of resources. The trees we have here won't last long. Javier's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly he spoke up. Then if the young master knows what will happen, why are you? Lloyd Frontera calmly cut him off. That's why I'm canceling the road construction. Looking at the path Padon dug, he described. At the end of the road, we'll mine bitumen coal. Lloyd put on the face of a true capitalist and revealed the plan. We'll sell it at a high price. If we get good reviews, no one else can resist it. Lloyd Frontera grinned wickedly. Of course, our people will get discounts. But just a little, emphasize just a little. Javier Azrahan looked at him with disgust, thinking it was unfair and despicable. Lloyd seemed to hear his thoughts and turned around. You think I'm unfair and despicable? He spoke seriously about the Frontera territory's burden. If I don't do this, how do you think we'll ever pay off this territory's debt? Javier was speechless after hearing Lloyd. He voiced his opinion. I agree. Right now, that's the best way. But Javier seriously warned. The Baron doesn't know about bitumen coal, so he won't be happy. Even other barons have tried again and again. But Lloyd interrupted, I know it'll collapse because the ground is weak. He smiled confidently, but I can handle it. Lloyd recalled techniques from his past world with modern excavation tech because he had knowledge of shield methods. He raised his hand and ordered, let's go. We have a lot to do. Javier Azrahan was still confused by what he said. Shield method, another tech I don't know? He looked at Lloyd's back and silently trusted him. But let's check out this totally different young master. Back to the tunnel that was still open earlier, deep inside the pile of dirt and rocks at the tunnel entrance, a darkness engulfed the entire basement inside. Suddenly, a monster's foot appeared in the faint light. From the foot to its whiskers, they gradually revealed themselves. Following were the blazing red eyes inside. They slowly revealed their whole bodies. Monsters like giant ants, like an army, were waiting inside the tunnel. Back to the present, Lloyd Frontera was preparing to create something. He spun his hand to summon a magic circle. He shot magic into the air and shouted loudly. Luxury apartment, Gangnam District. A blue light flew gradually higher into the sky. It soared up to the clouds and then slowly descended. With a whoosh, a high-rise building landed behind Lloyd Frontera, who was striking a cool pose. Back in reality, he was bored, drafting designs and daydreaming, wishing he had Lloyd Frontera's badass skills. Zap zap. He used his hand to create a beam of light and drew on the paper. This is taking way too long. Intermediate design skill, level 1, optional skill to sketch floor plans. Lloyd Frontera sighed and leaned back. Man, I wish I could summon 100 zombie workers without having to pay them. A notification popped up. If you don't like it, just draw it yourself. Seeing the notification, Lloyd Frontera sat up and kept drawing. Nah, this skill is pretty badass. He remembered the last fight. Because of Nerman's scandal, he earned 630 affinity points, thanks to a good impression from Lady Countess, Javier Azrahan, Baron, and others. He dumped all that and upgraded his basic design skills from level 2, level 3, level 10 to intermediate design skill level 1. Optional skill to measure residential capacity level 2, level 3, level 10 upgraded to intermediate measurement skill level 1. Optional skill to probe land, construction cost, and underground layers. He was able to get these skills now. Lloyd Frontera stepped toward the basement buried under dirt and rocks. Now we gotta dig here. His eyes lit up after using the skill, intermediate measurement skill, underground probing skill, which helped Lloyd Frontera see detailed paths inside. This skill only sees 5 meters ahead, but it'll help find a safe path. After checking inside, he stood pondering. The problem is how to dig this up as fast as possible. Doing this manually would take forever and he'd get exhausted fast. Lloyd Frontera remembered Podong lying bedridden. Podong got sick from the road system project, and even if he got better, it'd be risky because he's too big now. He frowned, thinking about the last option. Knew it. I have no choice but to do this. Lloyd Frontera used the system panel to randomly summon mythical creatures. I have enough affinity points. Random summon mythical creatures, starting with a 70-point affinity summon. Current affinity points 119. The sound of machinery echoed again. Lloyd Frontera sat dazed, waiting. Suddenly, a bow along with a body emerged from the magic circle. A lively little creature crawled out of the magic circle and fell to the ground without any help from Lloyd Frontera. With a swelling bump on its forehead, it squeaked a few times. Bio bio. He looked down at the creature, silently judging. What the hell is this? Is it for assassination? Is it poisonous? Doesn't it look pretty useless? But Podong looked like this at first too, so it must be useful. He asked. You turn giant when you eat sunflower seeds. You got max level skills too? Bio proudly nodded repeatedly. Lloyd Frontera asked it to perform. Can you show me your skill? Bio smiled and agreed. Weeks later, in front of a cave on the mountain, Bio transformed into a rock-crushing machine. Step 1. Bio would grow huge and eat all the dirt and rocks in front of the protective gear. It happily chewed the stones without complaint. Bio's dirt-scooping skill, level 1. Lloyd Frontera stood in front giving orders. Javier Asrahan, prepared as Bio, wiggled its butt nervously. Bio's soil digestion skill, level 1. Javier Asrahan was sweating all over, standing ready. Bio shot out glowing red steel rods at him. Step 2. Bio would heat the steel rods. Bio's skill, steel furnace, level 1. Javier Asrahan seriously chopped the incoming steel rods in half. Step 3. Javier Asrahan would cut the steel. Deep inside, the blacksmith team was also working hard. Step 4. Build a structure that supports the ground. Javier Asrahan silently felt powerless about his current job. Why the hell does a knight like me have to go scoop poop for some giant-ass snake? Year 5. Practical exam. Lloyd Frontera shouted full of energy. Good job. Keep it up. The workers you hired obeyed orders and kept moving down into the tunnel, then pushed forward again. Lloyd Frontera was gasping for air, feeling a bit dizzy from the lack of oxygen. If we hadn't connected the pipes, we probably would have passed out by now. Javier Asrahan stepped forward to report. Lloyd Frontera, I think it's better if we head outside now. You need to rest just like the other workers. Lloyd turned his face away, refusing. Idiot, I'm the person in charge. As the person in charge, I need to oversee the operation. Lloyd Frontera seriously thought about the old world. Back in South Korea, the bosses were all just loudmouths, and some jerks didn't even show up at the site. I'll never be like them. I'll actually manage the operation. He used his measuring skill and detected something. Lloyd Frontera looked down the tunnel ahead. There it is. He stared at the dark-colored rocks and recognized the anthracite coal. Seeing the results, Lloyd Frontera shouted loudly with the others in the tunnel. We're almost done. Keep pushing. Bio stepped forward and rubbed his cheek. Thanks to you, we finished this 10 times faster. Lloyd Frontera turned around to announce. Listen up. When we hit the coal seam, Startron will remove the protective layer and expand the space. He seriously warned, this is a dangerous mission, so don't let your guard down. Bang. A noise from the dirt and rocks behind caught Lloyd Frontera's attention. Bang. He trembled, looking at Lloyd in confusion. What's that? The ground here is supposed to be solid and hard to collapse, right? He used his wide-eye skill to probe the earth. His measuring skill revealed something. What is that? A hole. It wasn't there before, was it? Suddenly the hole widened, shocking him. Out of nowhere, a giant ant monster burst from the dirt and rocks, freaking Lloyd Frontera out. The giant ant lunged forward, ready to attack. Javier Asrahan quickly grabbed his weapon and charged, slicing the ant's mouth in half in a flash. Lloyd Frontera took the chance to raise his shovel. He struck straight at the ant's head, finishing it off. One hit smashed the ant's head to pieces, and it lay still. Lloyd calmed down after the shock. Something not mentioned in the novel appears? No way. Why does this feel way too easy? This ant must have a whole colony. After that thought, a bunch of glowing red eyes appeared inside, staring at the two of them. The ant swarmed forward for no reason. Lloyd Frontera saw the giant ants and ordered, everyone, run outside now. The terrified group screamed and ran through the basement. Whoa. Javier Asrahan stood in front, slashing the giant ants, charging at them. Lloyd Frontera was shocked by their numbers and silently calculated. How many are there? 200 ants, and we're screwed if they reach the territory. He looked back at Javier, struggling to fight. Can Javier hold them off? No, it's not possible. We're running out of oxygen. Lloyd Frontera looked at the group who managed to escape and started planning. Our mine tunnel won't collapse unless explosives are used. If this place caves in, we have to do this fast. What should I do? What should I do? Javier Asrahan saw him frozen and came over, hitting him straight in the face. Snap out of it. Young master, you can't panic now. Lloyd Frontera angrily retorted. I'm not panicking. I'm thinking. Javier Asrahan blocked the giant ant's attack and demanded. Then think of something fast. He glared and repeated. Then think of something fast. Lloyd Frontera gritted his teeth and thought hard. The anthracite coal tunnel underground. The light bulb in his mind seemed to be fading. Suddenly, energy surged and Lloyd realized it was this. He grabbed the torch on the wall. All right, he ordered seriously. We're going to attack head-on. We'll go through the tunnel with the ants. Javier Asrahan dashed forward. It sounded dumb, but he slashed the ants in front of him, thinking, there's got to be a reason for this. The two of them moved toward the giant ants. Let's go. Scene shifts to the Frontera mansion. Someone rushed in, panicked to report. My lord, bad news. Arcos Frontera was shocked after hearing the report. What? Where is Lloyd Frontera's ant monster? The soldier quickly reported as he prepared to put on armor. The workers have been evacuated, but young Master Javier Asrahan and 2 others are still inside. The Baron is preparing to seal off the coal mine. Lloyd Frontera quickly put on his armor. Let's go. Hurry up. Back to the basement. Javier Asrahan was struggling to clear the giant ants. He panicked and asked, "Is it still far? How much farther do we have to go inside?" Lloyd Frontera held the torch behind him, annoyed. "Don't talk to me right now." He panicked and asked, "Is it still far? How much farther do we have to go inside?" Lloyd Frontera held the torch behind him, annoyed. "Don't talk to me right now. I'm still super busy right here." He and Javier Asrahan were swatting away giant ants coming from both sides. Luckily, the ants weren't trying to escape their nest, but this pincer move was seriously bad news. Seeing Javier Asrahan's strained face made Lloyd Frontera really worried. Javier was about to hit his limit too. In this heat, the underground lacks oxygen, but the ants still have plenty. He used his measuring skill to check. We need to find it as soon as possible. Somewhere down here in the earth is a layer of methane gas. Javier kept sweeping through the giant ants inside the tunnel. Lloyd Frontera seriously pushed back those behind them. Coal is home to microbes that love methane gas, so methane hides everywhere in the mineral veins. Move forward, move forward. He gripped the torch tight, thinking about the plan. If I can find that stuff, I can blow these ants away across a huge area. Lloyd Frontera used his measuring skill to look back, spotted a hole under the ground, and realized, yep, that's the methane layer. Lloyd Frontera quickly stuck his spear to the ground, just about to dig, then looked up to warn, "I'll dig around here, so you better stay clear of the ants." Lloyd Frontera gave his last bit of strength to dig up the dirt and rocks beneath his feet. Damn, those giant ants didn't chill and charged at him. Javier Asrahan spun around to build momentum for a slash. He swung his sword, and one by one, the giant ants rushing at him lost their heads. Lloyd Frontera kept trusting Javier as he dug. Suddenly, a piercing scream made both of them freeze. A giant ant 10 times bigger than the others appeared. Lloyd Frontera freaked out. "The queen ant, this thing's huge." The giant queen ant charged fast, not giving them a second to rest. Lloyd Frontera put his trust in Javier. "Javier, you can handle her, right?" He heard the reply, "No. There are things I know I just can't do no matter how hard I try." He felt helpless at that answer. "Just try and see what happens." Javier slowly accepted the challenge. "But right now, we don't have any other choice, do we?" The giant queen ant charged in for the attack. He braced himself with magical heart power, ready to strike back. Matching the queen ant's speed, Javier quickly blocked the attack. The giant queen ant was shocked by his agility. Javier gritted his teeth and took the hit. He swung his sword, pushing the giant queen ant backward. Lloyd Frontera used the chance to dig deeper underground. Javier was holding on, gotta buy time. The fight between the giant queen ant and Javier was insanely intense, both landing lightning-fast attacks. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontera finally reached the spot he needed. He was surprised by the gas spewing out. After successfully finding the methane, Lloyd Frontera quickly ordered to run. Javier, head for the exit. They both sprinted away with the giant queen ant chasing them. He looked ahead, at that narrow path they used before. The two dashed out of the tunnel mouth. Lloyd Frontera quickly spun around, clutching the torch. He hurled the torch into the tunnel and shouted, "Take this." The torch hit the giant queen ant's head. The torch flew from her head deep inside. Suddenly, the giant queen ant didn't give up and lunged forward but got stuck because her body was too massive, plus the methane gas kept pouring out inside the tunnel. The torch caught fire and started spreading throughout the whole underground chamber. Boom. The tunnel exploded like a nuclear bomb. Thanks to the giant queen ant blocking the entrance, they avoided the fire. Inside the tunnel, the flames crept deeper underground, wiping out every last ant left inside without missing a single one. Along with a massive explosion, the impact from deep inside escaped outside. Javier shielded Lloyd Frontera's body but got hit himself. The huge blast echoed outside the tunnel. Lloyd Frontera saw this and worriedly rushed over. Lloyd Frontera's Baron stopped him from going in. "No, you can't go in there. Lord, you'll get hurt too." After the explosion, the two lay motionless at the tunnel's mouth. Lloyd Frontera woke up holding his head, groaning. He looked at the aftermath and concluded, "Looks like the plan worked." Lloyd quickly sat up. "Habel, he protected me." Belle wasn't any better, lying unconscious on the ground, and Lloyd picked her up. "Belle, sorry. You ended up like this because you chose to stick with me." Suddenly, he noticed something ahead. Lloyd Frontera stared in shock at the only exit in front of him. "Oh no, the exit's blocked. This is bad news." He tiredly stood up, gasping, when suddenly a warning popped up. "Oxygen shortage alert." Lloyd Frontera was weak. Using his measuring skill, I knew that. So he looked at the distance ahead and calculated. Gotta dig through that spot fast, and it's over 5 meters. The alert popped up again. Only a third of the oxygen bar was left. Lloyd Frontera forced himself to take a few steps forward to keep digging, but there was no other choice. Move fast, Javier Asrahan, you lazy bum. Javier Asrahan heard the call, barely opening his eyes, staring at the blurry figure in front of him. We gotta get out of here together. Javier's vision started to fade. Both of them are mine. Then he slowly lost consciousness again. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Notification. I admire your persistence, refusing to abandon your HBL. Notification. HBL's affection for you increased by 6. You gained 108 intimacy points. Current intimacy points, 157. Lloyd Frontera froze, panting. His oxygen level hit the red zone. Whatever, I've got nothing left to lose anyway. Oxygen was almost gone. Lloyd Frontera ordered firmly. Hey system, what knowledge can develop my skills? A loot board popped up, searching your current knowledge. The system started scanning Lloyd Frontera's entire body. After a successful scan, the system announced it found knowledge. Absorbing surrounding energy, knowledge found. Energy absorption method. Knowledge found. Enhance energy absorption. By combining these skills, you can unlock the Astrahan core technique. Seeing the notification, he lit up. Hell yeah. I've trained so many times since the fight with Nerman. I can develop my skills as much as I want. Lloyd Frontera quickly accepted the skill. Do you want to acquire the Astrahan core technique? It costs 15 intimacy points. Hell yes, of course I do. The system activated, wrapping his body in energy. Skill acquired, Astrahan core technique, single circle level 5. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in Lloyd Frontera's mind. The light got closer, circling around his heart. I can feel it. Too bad I don't have a magic heart, but I can sense the magic circle's presence. Notification, energy deficiency 120%. Lloyd Frontera calmly thought, with my skills, even if I train hard, upgrades won't last long. But looking at the system board, he quickly regained his spirit. I have intimacy points. I can quickly level up the Astrahan core technique. Upgrading skills requires intimacy points. 10 points. Current intimacy 142. Lloyd Frontera touched the system board, deciding to upgrade the Astrahan core technique. Let's go. I'm betting everything here. The system started working. A stronger energy flow poured into his body. Core technique, single circle, level 6. Energy deficiency 125%. He kept upgrading, each level up adding 5 intimacy points. Upgrading Astrahan core technique. Circle level 7. Lloyd Frontera kept upgrading but hesitated. What if I need those points for something else? But now I have no choice. I gotta max this out. Astrahan core technique, single circle level 8. Astrahan core technique, single circle level 9. Astrahan core technique, single circle level 10. Suddenly, another notification popped up. Upgrading the magic circle skill in Lloyd Frontera's heart suddenly doubled. His whole body smoked after a series of upgrades. Astrahan core technique, double circle level 1, energy deficiency 200%. System requested 100 intimacy points for the next level. Current intimacy points, 7. Lloyd Frontera vaguely asked, anything else? What happens when the number of rings increases? Notification suddenly appeared. Optional skill 1, energy person. You won't feel tired for the next 10 minutes. Optional skill 2, power burst. Your energy deficiency triples for 20 seconds. Limitation, you can only use this skill once a day. Lloyd Frontera didn't hesitate and grabbed his pickaxe. Let's do this. He shouted the skill, and energy started to explode. Energy person. Lloyd Frontera was full of energy, digging nonstop. Notification. Oxygen level almost at limit. Lloyd Frontera used his measuring skill, listening carefully. Please show me the way out. He looked at the dirt pile ahead, hoping. A small hole. If only I could see a small hole. Lloyd Frontera kept digging forward. He dug tirelessly, getting closer and closer to the exit. A red alert popped up. Oxygen levels down to just 1/10. Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera spotted something ahead. He used his measuring skill and saw the exit. Got it. I see the end point. Lloyd Frontera saw the result ahead and dug with all his might. Javier Asrahan and Bell were still unconscious behind him. Gritting his teeth, Lloyd Frontera pushed forward with all his strength. Oxygen was running dangerously low. He fought to his last breath, oxygen levels hitting 0. The exit was still 3 meters away. Lloyd Frontera collapsed at the gates of heaven, a shovel slipping from his hand. Exhausted, he knelt on the ground. 10 minutes of using his energy was all drained. He slowly fell in the dirt-filled basement with the two behind him. But Lloyd Frontera didn't give up and forced himself to get up, activating another skill, unleashing a burst of power. While the skill was still active, he kept digging like a machine toward the exit, the distance making him furious. Damn it, 20 seconds left, 30 meters to the exit, oxygen completely gone. Lloyd Frontera collapsed to the ground, unable to dig his way out. His vision faded along with his negative thoughts. That skill was too short-lived. Just a noble kid from some backwater place. Lloyd Frontera closed his eyes and waved his hand, just wanting a chill life. He was sinking into the darkness of the basement when suddenly a cracked sound made him open his eyes again. Lloyd Frontera struggled to get up and searched for the source of the noise. Jack Padong suddenly crawled in from the exit ahead. Seeing the glimmer of hope, Lloyd Frontera got excited. He gasped in the fresh air flowing into the basement. Oxygen is oxygen. Lloyd Frontera tried to stand on his trembling legs. Let's go. Kim Shu shouted. The chill life of a noble's son is waiting for you. The sky outside had darkened. In front of the Frontera estate, a torch started moving into the basement. Baron Lloyd Frontera listened. Sir, going further will be very dangerous. Akos Frontera didn't care and kept walking. So you guys can turn back now? I'll go to the end of the path. Suddenly, he noticed something ahead. The silhouette of a man carrying another slowly appeared in the darkness. Lloyd Frontera warily carried Javier Asrahan through the basement. You've powerfully overcome your body's limits through extraordinary skills in extremely dangerous situations. The special challenge with the Asrahan core technique affected you deeply. The third optional skill, energy mode, even when you're utterly exhausted. The traces of the Asrahan core technique will still remain intact. Agus Frontera rushed to Lloyd Frontera as he stepped out. He couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed. Lloyd Frontera fainted into Akos Frontera's arms. The gloomy atmosphere in the basement finally ended. Dawn broke over the Frontera domain. People in the land started gossiping. Talking about Lloyd Frontera, I thought he was just some dumbass, but turns out he's not. The people reconsidered him. My nephew works in the mines, so he saw everything firsthand. When the ant monsters started appearing, he didn't hesitate to evacuate the workers first. Oh, so those rumors were true? He continued describing how he stayed inside with Knight Javier Asrahan. I heard those two wiped out all the ant monsters. Yeah. After killing them all, he carried Knight Javier Asrahan. He's really different from the Lloyd Frontera we used to know. Under the sunlight shining on the Frontera domain, in front of the Frontera mansion, Javier Asrahan was watching over Lloyd Frontera lying unconscious on the bed. His exhausted body was now somewhat revived. Lloyd Frontera slowly opened his eyes. Javier Asrahan, sitting guard, realized it wasn't a warm hug, but the first thing that appeared was a notification. Yeah, the notification said you'll be rewarded a huge amount of affinity points, a well-deserved prize for your amazing achievement. Current affinity points were 7. After the reward, 507 affinity points. Lloyd Frontera stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly cracked a capitalist grin. I became a hero? 500 affinity points? Damn lucky. The scene shifted back to the basement earlier, where everyone was working hard. Suddenly, the crowd looked toward the entrance as Lloyd Frontera and Javier Asrahan entered. Young Master, it's Young Master Lloyd Frontera. Everyone bowed respectfully. Hello, Young Master. You worked hard today too. Lloyd Frontera shyly replied, Huh? Yeah. Everyone gave him respectful looks and silent praise. He fought for our lives. He's nothing like the other nobles. A real example of noble responsibility. Lloyd Frontera forced a smile. Man, I'm feeling hella stressed. He looks around at the buildings and thinks back on the 2 weeks since that crazy ant monster incident and how the coal mine work has been running smooth. Lloyd Frontera dives deep into the basement, crunching numbers on how things operate. Looks like there's no screw-ups at all. But even in times like this, safety's gotta come first. I need to find even the tiniest risk factor and ditch it. Javier Asrahan follows up, asking Han. Today we're heading out to scout the ant nest again. Mind if I ask you something? Lloyd Frontera agrees but sets a limit. Keep it short. We only got a certain amount of oxygen. Javier Asrahan asks in a tone that makes Lloyd Frontera pause. Why do you have to do dangerous stuff yourself? You could just order the workers to handle it. He's a bit suspicious, thinking to himself. No way. This dude actually cares about the workers' safety. Worker. Young Master, you're the heir to the territory. So Lloyd Frontera cuts Javier off. Asrahan, you idiot. He boldly says, I gotta be the one responsible for the dangerous missions. Javier Asrahan is shocked. After that serious line, Lloyd Frontera breaks into a capitalist grin. Because that way, no one can complain if I blow a fat stack of cash. Javier Asrahan groans. I don't know, man. I don't know if this is a good idea. The bulletin board adds more info. Javier Asrahan's favorability towards you is rising but then stops. He spots a dead end and speaks up. This is the end of the road. Let's find another way. Lloyd Frontera dismisses it without waiting. He uses his measuring skill and detects something. I think the other side is hollow. Javier Asrahan is skeptical. You're gonna dig and study it? Lloyd Frontera carries hope to dig inside. Who knows? Maybe we'll witness something. So if they're about to hatch, I'll step in with a torch. Huh. Right in Lloyd Frontera's eyes is a glowing green giant along with some other creatures. The two step inside slowly, inspecting. Javier Asrahan grips his weapon and steps forward, eyeing the guy who looks dangerous. I'll handle him. Lloyd Frontera grabs his shoulder to stop him. Wait, you're acting reckless. He looks at Hirochi's face, curious. So what kind of living thing is he? Xavier Asrahan replies, confused. What are you talking about? That's an ORC. Not just any ORC, whatever. Lloyd Frontera brings the torch closer to check. Is he dead? Javier Asrahan quickly answers. Maybe not yet. I heard ant monsters paralyze their prey to store them. He laughs wickedly. Really? Lloyd Frontera flashes his capitalist grin, hyped. This haul is one hell of a reward. Back at the Frontera mansion, he seriously introduces himself. My name's Hirochi Kick. Dear Mr. Lloyd Frontera, my benefactor, I'll never forget your kindness. Kick. Lloyd Frontera emphasizes the last words. You said. Kick was intentional, right? To highlight his personality or what? Hirochi plays dumb. I don't know what you're talking about. Kick. Hiroshi, son of the ORC tribe chief, after being treated by a doctor, has recovered. He clenches his fist, showing his desire to repay. I, Hirochi, son of the Steel Sand tribe, will never forget your favor. Kick. I'll give you anything you want. Kick. Lloyd Frontera smiles slyly. And that's why I'm helping this dumbass. Really? He sits up straight and then drops a classic capitalist offer. Can you gather 120 guys to help us work in the mine? Hirochi seriously refuses. No way. Kick. Lloyd Frontera hears this and puts on a sour face. Then he quickly switches back to a cheerful look and asks, why? What's the reason? Hiroshi spills the truth about what just happened. Lloyd Frontera, you just clicked your tongue, looking like a total jerk. Kick. He sweet talks back. No, that's just a habit like your Kick. Hirochi explains the tribe's spirit. ORCs are warriors, and warriors only obey orders from their war chief Kick. He seriously states why Mr. Lloyd Frontera isn't a warrior. Even if we lend you labor, you can't command them. Kick. Lloyd Frontera gets the problem, so that's the tough part. He thinks about the kind of ORCs Hirochi is. I heard wild ORCs have to bring back the head of an ant monster when they come of age. Hirochi accidentally wandered into the ant nest and got paralyzed. Lloyd Frontera's face darkens as he hatches a plan. Then he clicks his tongue, saliva flying everywhere. Lloyd Frontera claps his hands, smiling wide and says, then I guess we just gotta deal with it. By the way, congrats on growing up. Hirochi bowed down, disappointed. Didn't Hirochi fail to catch a single monster ant? I was paralyzed. I failed. Lloyd Frontera looked suspicious. Huh? What are you talking about? He just pointed at the giant queen ant's head. Didn't we catch it together? Hirochi and me. He doubted. Humph. No way. I don't remember catching that huge ant. Lloyd Frontera sweet talk to manipulate. Oh man, you don't remember because you were paralyzed. He used his thick-skinned face to explain. It was a seriously unbelievable scene. When we entered the ant nest, we found the queen ant swaying, about to fall. Lloyd Frontera spewed lies non-stop. It screamed, ah. Can't believe I lost to a rookie ORC. Hirochi was slowly getting mentally manipulated. Humph, really? No way. Do ant monsters understand our language? Lloyd said, keep going. Yeah, they do. They're pretty good at that. Lloyd Frontera kept manipulating without noticing Javier Asrahan's disdain behind him. Thanks to you, hunting ant monsters got way easier for me. He circled behind Hirochi, confusing him and that ant monster from left to right. Then Lloyd Frontera looked forward confidently, claiming we caught it together. He turned back smiling at Hirochi. Hirochi's a badass warrior and so is Lloyd Frontera. Hirochi was slowly drowning in his words. Oh yeah, a badass warrior, huh? Lloyd took the chance to remind him again. So with 120 workers, the plan's a success. Hirochi gave up thinking and agreed. I'll lend you the workers, sir. 1 week later in a strange land. At the Steel Sand ORC tribe's village. So that's how we ended a long journey bringing back more workers, but Aku sat down and flat out refused. Sorry, Lloyd Frontera, but we can't repay you that way. Lloyd Frontera looked stunned and dumbfounded. Why'd he change his mind? He asked for the reason. Hello, Mr. Aku, leader of the Steel tribe. Can I ask why? He explained seriously. We're not capable of this. We have to eat tons of meat to keep our strength up. Lloyd Frontera, if we stop hunting 3 times a day, we lose muscle power. Aku kept talking about the tribe's problem. Losing muscle strength would mean the tribe's collapse. We can't let the number of hunting warriors drop. Lloyd Frontera wondered. Wait, you guys go hunting every single day? Aku answered casually. Yeah. Lloyd, we lose muscle power if we don't eat meat right after hunting. Lloyd got annoyed by his constant muscle talk. His muscle obsession? Javier Asrahan stepped forward to advise. For them, protein and muscles are the gospel. Better we just give up on this. Lloyd Frontera rubbed his chin and started to conclude. Based on what you said, here's a solution. If the meat stays fresh, even after a few days, you wouldn't have to hunt 3 times daily. And could you lend us some workers? Aku nodded and started rambling about strength again. That's right, Lloyd. We want to repay you, but when it comes to our muscle power, Lloyd Frontera cut in. So you're saying yes, right? He bowed with a super confident smile, as long as there's a way to stop the meat from spoiling, even after a few days, right? Let's look back at when we first arrived in the village. Hirochi ran up crying. Whoa! Aku also called out Hirochi's name with tears. He quickly dashed forward. Aku also took off flying toward Hirochi. The two crashed into each other in front of the crowd. Father and son rushed to hug tightly. Hirochi's dad. Their collision sent a shockwave, kicking up a massive dust cloud. Everyone behind Lloyd Frontera panicked. Lloyd Frontera thought after the crash, it was just a hug. But the impact was insane. If I stood between those two, I'd probably get crushed to dust. Then he laughed happily. If we had 120 workers like them, our productivity would skyrocket 100-fold. And something else caught my eye. Hirochi lifted the Queen Ant's head and announced, Dad, look. Hirochi brought back the Queen Ant's head. The whole tribe shouted congratulations. Hirochi, I'm so proud of you. Son, let's celebrate today. The tribe somehow pulled out all kinds of trophies and started following orders to train. Let's go. 1, 2. Ha! Lloyd Frontera's eyes went wide in shock. He looked at the shining thing on the ORC's shoulder. Lloyd Frontera gaped at the sight. So what exactly are they doing with all that valuable stuff? Watching how they use it, he slowly realized they probably picked it up from somewhere else. Looking at that pile of gold, Lloyd Frontera couldn't help but assess. It's worth more than any gym equipment out there. Back to the present, he's standing in some remote spot. That's why I signed a deal with the tribe leader to get both manpower and treasure. Javier Asrahan looked down at the contract in his hand. We're going to build a cold storage and in return, we'll get those treasures. But first, we need some replacement equipment that can handle it. He turned and asked, what the hell is cold storage? I've never heard of it before. Lloyd Frontera explained the cold storage in detail. You know how royal family mages usually preserve food with ice magic, right? Cold storage is like a building where you can do the same stuff without needing magic's help. Javier Asrahan looked skeptical. Where'd you learn that? Lloyd Frontera answered calmly. I heard it from a group. A group? I'm too lazy to explain. Why do you know so many things you shouldn't? He just pointed up the mountain. Anyway, we need a special kind of rock to build the cold storage. It's called granite. It's super sturdy. Javier Asrahan looked up at the towering mountain and said, I don't think that's an easy material to get. Lloyd Frontera didn't deny it. Yeah, you're right. It's pretty damn hard. He silently calculated how to make it work. We don't have any explosives here, but there's something that can replace explosives. Lloyd Frontera turned back to Javier Asrahan, grinning slyly. There's artificial explosives right here. Looking at Lloyd's sneaky face, Javier realized this dude was probably gonna use him again. He remembered a dark castle from a novel. One of the main events, the Blood Iron Knight. The city was trapped inside a magic barrier. Inside were thousands of refugees that the Blood Iron Knight had to save. At that time, the Blood Iron Knight was a master swordsman with the 4th energy circle engraved on his energy heart. He had no choice but to watch the refugees' energy get drained. Javier Asrahan gritted his teeth and charged toward the castle to save everyone. I gotta save them, even if it costs me my life. And the deadly movement skill was created without him realizing it. A circle to protect the main energy heart. The other 3 circles collided. Unconsciously, Javier Asrahan gave it his all and charged into an explosion. A sword strike with firepower so strong it threw him backward. It blasted straight through the magic barrier and succeeded. Javier Asrahan's skill shattered the magic wall. That explosion became a signature technique of the Blood Iron Knight along with the Asrahan core skill. Back to the present, Lloyd Frontera's face sharpened as he spoke. We can't use the same technique, right? Javier Asrahan immediately caught on and asked the real question. Please be honest with me. How do you know about that theory? Lloyd Frontera pointed to his sly face and denied. Not really. I just thought about it for the first time. Look into my eyes. You think I'm lying? Javier Asrahan honestly shared his thoughts. Yeah, those eyes are super annoying and full of shady stuff. Lloyd Frontera kept his calm look. Yeah, you don't trust me. He started smiling slyly and dodging the question. Just give it a shot. I'm looking forward to seeing Javier Asrahan's sword skills improve. He then talked about Lloyd Frontera's real intention. I know you're just trying to do your own thing. He kept joking and laughing. Hey, what do you mean by that? Everyone's happy, though. Javier Asrahan turned around, slowly accepting. If it works, then it's good for me too. Good. Lloyd Frontera smugly thought after seeing him agree. If you succeed, I'll give it my all too. Javier Asrahan held his sword pointed at the rock, recalling how to use one circle to protect the main energy heart, then move the other 3 circles. He quickly used the skill and stabbed into the explosive rock. A beam of light shot from the sword tip, leaving Javier Asrahan stunned. A shockwave exploded from him. Lamlo couldn't help but praise. Succeeded on the first try. Javier Asrahan's figure slowly emerged from the smoke. He stepped out with his clothes almost torn to shreds and his wild hair. Javier Asrahan snapped irritably. You knew this was going to happen, right? Lloyd Frontera shook his head, denying it. No, not at all. I'm really sorry about this. Javier Asrahan sighed and let it go. Anyway, this time, Lord Lloyd Frontera's idea actually worked. So now it's your turn, right? A notification suddenly popped up. Javier Asrahan was grateful that you taught him. Habel's affection points for you increased by 3. -11 affection points. You received 54 intimacy points for improving your relationship with the characters. Total intimacy points, 561. Javier Asrahan dusted himself off. You know, I'm a knight. My swordsmanship is meant to protect the Lord, but now I'm using it for construction work. Lloyd Frontera chuckled. You don't have to thank me like that. Javier Asrahan coldly denied. I'm not thanking you. Not at all. Lloyd Frontera ordered Dong to continue working. Since then, the construction was completed quickly. The granite that Javier Asrahan split was transported away by the giant Pudong. An ORC stepped forward to criticize everyone for just doing their job. If you carry it like that, you'll hurt your back. Step aside. Lloyd Frontera, my dude, I'll show you how it's done. The ORCs in the tribe kept showing off their skills like they were just practicing. Now put it down. I didn't even ask for that. Like Lloyd Frontera's ORCs, these crazy gym creatures did the work themselves. Lloyd Frontera casually sat down to rest, watching the ORCs work. Damn, at this rate, the project will finish 5 times faster. He fanned himself while calculating. What we need now is ice and insulation materials. Lloyd Frontera leaned back and said, Hobby has 5 people I asked to bring insulation materials, right? It's been a while, hasn't it? Javier Asrahan, standing nearby, replied, Exactly. It's been over 3 weeks now. He asked suspiciously. Then shouldn't they have returned by now? Javier Asrahan gave his opinion. There are 2 possibilities, lazy soldiers or Lloyd Frontera's face darkened as he continued. They had an accident. He stood up from his seat. Let's go look for them. Suddenly, Javier Asrahan stopped Lloyd Frontera from leaving. He explained seriously. If it's a mission, then I'll handle it alone. We don't know what kind of accident it is. You coming along is too much. Lloyd Frontera cut him off. We've talked about this kind of stuff a few times before, haven't we? He said seriously. I'm in charge of the construction, so I'm responsible for everything about the workers. Javier Asrahan sighed helplessly. Let's go. In front of the rugged mountains and rocky terrain, a glove appeared at his feet. Lloyd Frontera picked up the glove and inspected it. This is the special glove we ordered, used for insulation. Javier Asrahan realized something. Young Master Lo looked up in confusion. He looked toward the path ahead and announced. That way, the canyon path looks kinda weird. Lloyd Frontera stood up and wondered. What's so weird about it? Javier Asrahan looked and described the energy flow as quite unusual. It's not very clear because it's too subtle. Lloyd Frontera suspected silently. Huh? Subtle canyon. He recalled the content from the novel. There's something between the Blood Iron Knight event. Suddenly, he realized something terrible. Lloyd Frontera moved quickly. Let's go. Javier Asrahan. We don't have much time left. Seeing his urgent expression, Javier Asrahan couldn't help but ask. Have you discovered something, sir? Lloyd Frontera panicked and shouted, Our soldiers, all of them might be dead. His words shocked Javier Asrahan deeply. The two started moving deeper into the canyons ahead. Suddenly, something on the ground caught his attention. Lloyd Frontera bent down and picked up some small branches from the ground. He clenched the branches tightly and looked ahead. They stepped into a dark cave. Here it is, Rufelin's dungeon. Lloyd Frontera frowned, thinking about the novel's content. This place was targeted by Javier Asrahan from the start of the novel. This is the hideout of a dark mage called Rulin. He clenched his teeth and scolded angrily. How dare he lay a hand on our soldiers? Isn't that literally a violation of private property and a crime? Javier Asrahan grabbed his weapon and stepped into the cave. Young master, please follow closely. Seeing this, he stopped him. Hey, wait. Suddenly, Javier Asrahan stepped on a magic circle. Lloyd Frontera quickly pulled him out of there. Right after pulling Javier Asrahan out, the magic circle exploded instantly. He was stunned by the explosion. A magic trap? Lloyd Frontera scolded Javier Asrahan's reckless action. Javier Asrahan, are you sure you're even a knight? You should have thought there might be something, right? He recalled the earlier part of the novel where Javier Asrahan got caught in the first trap. Then he walked into the dungeon, his body covered in wounds. He was Lloyd Frontera, staggering forward before taking a deep breath. Javier Asrahan kept moving deeper inside. But our boy Javier Asrahan never makes the same trap mistake twice. That's serious business for Lloyd Frontera. You said the energy flow around here is weird, right? Use your technique here again. Javier Asrahan obeyed. The natural energy concentration in the air stayed constant. The energy around him started to move. so you can find where the magic trap is set up. Suddenly, a dense magical spot popped up in Javier Azrahan's mind by detecting the abnormal energy location. He noticed it and opened his eyes. Javier Azrahan turned and walked this way. Lloyd Frontera smiled satisfied. Heh, you've got good instincts. Javier Azrahan looked back at him suspiciously. The dude always lies and whines, but this time it's different. Seeing Lloyd Frontera's confident face, Javier Azrahan couldn't help but wonder. Lloyd Frontera, what the hell is going on right now? He knows exactly what's coming next. The deeper they went, the darker his mind got. But how? I don't sense any special energy. Maybe it's some super strong energy? Javier Azrahan pushed that thought away. No, gotta hurry and watch what's ahead of us. He shoved doubts aside and stepped into the dungeon. Gotta save the soldiers as fast as possible. A man deep in the basement seemed to recognize the two. Rufalin turned around with a wicked face. He suspected the trap was triggered. An intruder? They came to rescue the people we just captured recently? Rufalin closed the book he was reading. Definitely those guys. He stepped closer to the locked door. They must have finished preparing. Rufalin moved to unlock the door. This experiment. The door opened, revealing the Frontera people trapped inside. Hope this works. Rufalin dragged a man out of the room. Please save me. He threw the guy into a magic circle. Ouch. Rufalin held his scythe and started chanting. The magic circle connected to hell. The death scythe soaked in blood for 100 days. And a young man, he panicked. Lloyd Frontera shouted, "Oh damn." Ah, he raised the scythe, ready to strike. Perfect, he screamed in terror. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind, making Du Fen turn around shocked. Hey, you there, Lloyd Frontera angrily warned. Don't you dare touch him, got it. He quickly used shadow magic, aiming at the two. Crazy bastards, even with like 100 traps. Suddenly, an iron door dropped down from above. Bang. The path ahead of the two was completely blocked. The back was no different. Lloyd Frontera took a deep breath, holding the air in his mouth. Lloyd Frontera and Javier Azrahan stood confidently inside the trap without freaking out. Rufalin smirked. I'll put them to sleep with my magic, then take care of them. Lloyd Frontera's eyes lit up after using his energy skill notification. You won't get tired for the next 10 minutes. He quickly dug a hole beneath his feet. I don't even need 10 minutes. It's totally different from when we were in the ant cave. Azrahan's vision started to blur. Huh, sleepy. Javier Azrahan never used medicine to treat his insomnia. Thanks to that, sleeping pills don't work on him. Lloyd Frontera quickly dug a deep hole underground, and he's done this a ton of times before. Javier Azrahan watched him and imagined. Dude looks like a mole. Next time I get the chance, I'm gonna tease him about this. Lloyd Frontera pointed to the tunnel he dug and gestured. Javier Azrahan, go in. He stepped into the tunnel and prepared to strike. Using the technique he learned earlier, Javier Azrahan aimed straight at the dirt pile ahead. He stabbed his sword into the dirt and rocks. Boom! Flames from his skill shot up, shocking Rufalin. Ouch! He panicked and fell flat on the ground. A huge hole appeared before Rufalin. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the hole's mouth. Lloyd Frontera tried to climb up. He put on a fierce face and said, Hey, this is my first time, right? Rufalin quickly regained composure and used magic, looking like a monster. He placed both hands on the ground and a huge magic circle appeared. Suddenly, a giant two-headed monster appeared behind Rufalin. That dude laughed like a savage at his own masterpiece. Even though I kept failing to resurrect, this was the strongest monster I ever created. You won't even scratch its steel-hard skin. The giant monster charged at the two of them without hesitation. Lloyd Frontera took the chance to warn Javier Azrahan, it's gonna be tough. Its weak spot is Javier Azrahan. Azrahan didn't listen and quickly jumped up. Dude, are you crazy? Javier Azrahan used that technique from earlier but borrowed the force from the explosion to slash down, cutting the shockwave in half. One clean sword strike sliced the giant monster in two with zero effort. Rufalin was stunned by his power. Lloyd Frontera wasn't any different. He actually used the explosion as momentum to drive his slash down. Javier Azrahan's badass stance made Lloyd curious, but there's no technique like that in the novels. The two struck a cocky pose after taking down the monster. Rufalin and Lloyd Frontera were shocked by their skills. I'm done for, no matter what I do. I can't beat these guys. Lloyd Frontera stepped up to him. Hey, you're annoying me talking about the consequences of stealing my unpaid slaves. You captured my soldiers and dragged me into this. The project's been delayed for weeks. How do you plan to make it up to me? Rufalin silently hoped for a chance. Just lie down for now. First I gotta survive. I've committed a huge sin. Please forgive me. Lloyd Frontera immediately shut him down. No, you don't get to say that. Tell me, what are you gonna do to make amends? He panicked but spilled what he knew. There are tons of valuable magical items here. I'll give them all to you. Lloyd Frontera smiled at the prophet. Oh, really? So those items are mine now? Rufelin nodded like crazy. Of course, sir. You can take them all. Javier Asrahan stepped out of the room to report. Young master, the soldiers are exhausted, but it doesn't seem life-threatening. Lloyd Frontera quickly replied. All right then. He turned to Ren. They'll be dead in a few days. What did you do to them? You're acting all shy about this. Rufelin revealed his plan. I've always been searching for a way to resurrect the dead. Lloyd Frontera was annoyed by that answer. What? Is that even possible? What were you planning to do with that? Rufelin stayed silent for a while before sadly speaking up. Bring back my dead wife and child. Lloyd Frontera said nothing to Rufelin's words. He started describing himself. I'm a mage in a lord's territory. I had a normal life with my family. No, it wasn't just normal. I was really happy. But Rufelin went on about his negative journey. The lord I served suddenly tried to snatch my wife, so I tried to run away with my family. He trembled telling the story. The lord chased after you. Lloyd Frontera cut him off bored. Hey, stop. Stop it. You're turning into a storyteller. He frowned and got to the point. So if you save your wife and kid, you should thank me for killing hundreds of innocent people and saving you guys. That's how they'll appreciate you for doing this, right? Rufelin was stunned hearing that harsh truth. That thing, Lloyd Frontera, continued to crush his dreams. The blood-sucking demons you created. He seriously talked about the consequences of Rufelin's actions. The lives you sacrificed because of that, their families, their happiness, don't they mean anything to you? You know what? I don't find your story sad enough. No matter what you say, your true nature won't change. Everyone from inside the room came out to listen. Hearing Professor Capital's lecture made Dufel lose hope. Someone like you, who completely destroyed happy families, can only be labeled a murderer. Suddenly tears streamed down his cheeks. Lloyd Frontera was silent after seeing that face. He stood up from his seat. I'll come back with more people and take the magical items later. Lloyd Frontera turned and walked away, forgiving him. If you hurt anyone again, I won't forgive you. Rufelin was shocked by his mercy. Ah, he nodded gratefully. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Lloyd Frontera silently reflected on the novel Javier Asrahan. He remembered the moment Javier Asrahan made the mistake of sparing Rufelin and letting him leave the dungeon. And Rufelin went on to kill another 100 people and got stronger. He became a sick and annoying villain, fighting over and over again with Javier Asrahan. Lloyd Frontera stopped walking and thought, even though I knew that, right now I'm exposing my back. Because Rufelin slowly stood up after the thanks, he started revealing the deep evil inside himself. Looking at Lloyd Frontera's back as he walked away, Rufelin aggressively charged with magic. He smirked, thinking his counterattack plan was working, but he was immediately shut down by Lloyd Frontera's dangerously serious face. Didn't I say I spared you? Rufelin froze in shock. Javier Asrahan instantly chopped off his head. I knew from the start this would go down like this. Rufelin's head flew up into the air after that brutal slash. The scene switched to a fat man. You're just a dumbass, a total leech. You should bend at a 90-degree angle to greet properly. Idiot. Seo Ho gritted his teeth, enduring the insults. There was always some dude cursing for no reason. Every time I bowed my head like he said, sorry, I'll be more careful from now on. The fat guy kept complaining, telling him to keep his back straight. Dumbass. Seo Ho remembered the advice. Good things are usually useful. Better avoid conflicts. One fight leads to another. He turned and walked away. These young people nowadays can't learn anything. All they know is how to eat. Seo Ho stayed silent, not daring to argue. If I keep acting polite, this guy will change too. With that thought, I endured it a few times. But what was the result? Under the fading light before evening, Seo Ho stepped up to the fat guy. Hello, sir. He kept complaining, but I didn't look up. Right now you're resisting, aren't you? My eardrums are about to burst from all this nagging. You jerk. He always treated me like a gullible idiot. The fat guy turned and kept insulting. You're pathetic. Look at you right now. Seo Ho was shaking with anger but stayed silent. Calm down. Calm down. This will be over soon. He gritted his teeth and thought, if you lose your cool here, the conflict will only get worse and wear you out. Calm down. Calm down. The fat guy pushed further. Damn, this kid's mom must be pathetic too, since she gave birth to a loser like him. Ha ha. Anger hit its limit. Seo Ho glared after hearing the insult to his mom, stepped forward and grabbed the fat guy's shoulder. Seo Ho angrily pulled back for a punch, a straight punch to his face. The fat guy screamed in pain, drawing attention from everyone around. What the hell? What's going on? Seo Ho didn't wait for him to recover and kept punching near his jaw. He took the chance to kick the guy's big belly. While hitting him, I thought, oh crap, I'm screwed. The workers at the site rushed over to stop the fight. Hey, stop, stop. And in the end, Seo Ho carried steel bars on his shoulder and walked through the site. Suddenly, he looked up and realized something. In front of Seo Ho was the fat guy who had been wrecked by Mr. Tan before. He turned away fearfully under Seo Ho's gaze. Kim Seo Ho was stunned by his reaction. Peace had come. Sometimes violence needs to stop. Back to the present, Lloyd Frontera turned and walked away after Ruelin's death. Will everything be okay after that? He remembered his old world. In Korea, there were serial killers, attackers. For example, look at the punishments for assault cases. I was so drunk. This would be considered a normal consideration. How do you only give light sentences to brutal criminals? The culprit was a doctor with big ambitions, a young man with a bright future, so the sentence was reduced, maybe for human rights. Lloyd Frontera walked on calmly after recalling those things, but it was ridiculous. Villains should get punishments fitting their villain roles. The scene shifted outside the dungeon. Lowen and his group started moving out. A soldier among them looked pale from exhaustion. He stopped walking and turned back to Lloyd Frontera, asking, "You might pass out. Give me your backpack." "What? No, this is Mr. Nan," snapped in a harsh tone. "If you pass out, I'll have to carry both you and your backpack, so just hand it over." Lloyd Frontera just pointed to the people behind. "You and you too, give me your backpacks now, young master, this is an order. Hand it over to me." Everyone stepped forward wanting to stop him, "But we'll just pack it up. Young master, how could we dare let a noble do something like this?" He kept tightening everyone's backpacks, ignoring those words. Lloyd Frontera strapped on the pile of backpacks and announced, "From now on, anyone who complains won't get any bonuses. Let's go." Everyone cried their eyes out at his sincerity. Javier Azarán was confused by Lloyd Frontera's actions. "I don't know if it's really just about the backpacks or if it's for the soldiers' benefit. I just don't get the guy." He looked at the moved soldiers behind him, but at this moment, the truth didn't matter to the soldiers anymore. The badass image carrying the weight of Bao appeared before Javier Azarán's eyes, a reliable leader we can look up to. That's what the soldiers thought about Lloyd Frontera. Suddenly, a notification popped up. "The rescued soldiers were deeply touched by your actions. Someday in the future, this beautiful story will be passed down through their words. Isn't that pretty useful?" Lloyd Frontera stayed silent at the notification, then suddenly remembered himself. "Useful? I don't need anything but money." Scene shifts to the ORC tribe, in front of the cold storage that Lloyd Frontera was working hard to build. Hirochi looked around. "Is this supposed to be cold storage?" He seemed annoyed by something. Hirochi turned and said, "It's just a little less hot than outside. The meat will spoil and the muscles will weaken." Lloyd Frontera quickly replied, That's obvious right now." He smiled and explained, "Because there's no ice yet, it's not finished." Hirochi was puzzled. "Ice? Hirochi knows what ice is." "Haha, this place is too hot, there's no ice here." "Haha." Lloyd Frontera kept his cheerful face. "If not, we can just make some." Hirochi grew even more suspicious. "How?" He kept the same smiling attitude and face no matter what. Hirochi looked at Lloyd Frontera with distrust, but he didn't change his expression at all. The system notification popped up to help Hirochi. "Did I bring back a con artist? Haha. The story about the queen ant was just a lie, right? Haha." The system kept talking. "Hirochi isn't as dumb as you think." Lloyd Frontera silently disagreed. "Shut up. I never thought that. That's just what you think." The system continued. "No, it's not me. Some of you just think he's dumb." He slipped and started showing his true colors. "Isn't reputation way more important? I mean, customers." Hirochi shook his head, denying those thoughts. "Lloyd Frontera is Hirochi's benefactor. I can't think of him as a bad guy." Haha. He walked up the stairs toward the exit. "If you need help, just tell me anytime." Haha. Lloyd Frontera smiled and waved goodbye. Okay, don't worry." Lloyd Frontera listened and just waited for the project to be done. Javier Azarán interrupted his cheerfulness. "So how are you going to make ice then?" Lloyd Frontera was silent for a long time after hearing the question. He was hit right in the feels and turned back shyly. "Well, I wonder how to do it." Javier Azarán was shocked by Lloyd Frontera's expression. It was the look of someone with no plan at all. He quickly asked Han, "You signed a deal with them without a plan? Are you planning to trick them?" Lloyd Frontera calmly said, "Look, Javier Azarán. Do you know the traits of a loser?" Javier Azarán. Azarán was speechless. He calmly started preaching. "I can't do this, I can't do that." Lloyd Frontera began mocking a writer. "There are endless excuses. So don't be like that. You won't find any way without trying your hardest." He seriously stated his reasoning. A successful person always learns and tries to fix things by any means. Lloyd Frontera clenched his fist. That's innovation. He raised his hand high with confidence, the mindset of a merchant. The cold storage was so quiet you could hear cicadas chirp after Lloyd Frontera's speech. Javier Azarán silently opposed his thinking. "No way. In that case, this will have 1,000 times higher chance of failure." The sky darkened. In front of the rocks of the ORC tribe, Lloyd Frontera sat thinking. He started calculating his plan. Right. First, make a giant block of ice. He thought about his two pets. He'd have Padon and Bio fetch water from the lake. Then Lloyd Frontera thought about mages. In this world, there's ice magic. What's the principle behind it? He sat silently, trying every possible way in his head. Magic uses a person's natural energy, a technique based on rearranging natural energy. He imagined the lithium energy particles in his world and was sure it could be achieved through daily energy absorption training. There are many different types of natural energy, and Lloyd Frontera gradually became certain. With that, along with the energy explosion in his mind, Lloyd Frontera decided to change it because this is the essence of magic. He rubbed his chin after a long calculation, then suddenly broke into a super confident smile. Of course, I can't just use my energy however I want. Scene shifts to the next day. Lloyd Frontera started his plan by asking his two kids to fetch water. Meanwhile, he used some straw to reinforce around the water flow, but I can make something similar. Lloyd Frontera began using the core Asrahan technique, absorbing energy. He put his hand into the water and started absorbing. If I absorb the heat energy, all that's left in the water is the stream's energy. The energies in the water started gathering at Lloyd Frontera's arm, then slowly dispersed again. Damn, I did it backwards. Screw this. It's not easy at all. Javier Asrahan stood silently watching him persist. He observed and silently guessed he would always learn and try to fix it by any means. I thought this guy was just reckless. Javier Asrahan gradually realized Lloyd Frontera's seriousness and irresponsibility but saw he was trying to find a way. At this moment, Lloyd was focusing on absorbing the energy available inside the water. Good. Javier Asrahan sighed in frustration. I just don't get him. Lloyd Frontera's body was now bursting with energy. A notification popped up. You have developed a new skill with the core Asrahan technique. Skill upgraded. Core Asrahan technique. Double-tier circle. A few days later, in front of the ice cave, Hirochi and Aku trembled in shock at what they saw. The old man stammered nervously. You made star ice? Quiet. Lloyd Frontera laughed, tapping on the ice blocks. It'll be finished once we put it inside the insulating material. Aku was ecstatic. This is huge. We don't have to throw away meat anymore. Hiroshi was just as happy. We don't have to hunt every day anymore. He smiled, satisfied at their excitement. This calls for a gathering to celebrate. Awesome. Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera gave Javier Asrahan a smug look. He raised a finger and thought like a businessman. Javier Asrahan sighed and shrugged. Got it. Inside the ORC tribe, a joyful voice echoed. Our Steel Sand Club is deeply grateful to you. Lloyd Frontera bowed respectfully. No problem. I'm just doing what's written in the contract. Lloyd Frontera had gained 120 ORC workers. Aku stepped forward. Our OCIA is different from other workers. We don't do this because of the contract. He kept seriously thanking him, but it's really to show our gratitude. So Aku from the Steel Sand tribe promises Lloyd Frontera while flexing his toned muscles. From now on, the Frontera family and the Steel Sand tribe, Aku flexed his muscles with the ORCs behind him, declared themselves allies like brothers. The ORCs behind Lloyd Frontera also spoke up. We confirm. Aku kept flexing his biceps and spoke with authority. Frontera is our friend. Frontera's enemies are our enemies. If you're in trouble, we'll come running to help anytime. Suddenly, a notification appeared before Lloyd Frontera. It said the tribe was unlocked. The ORC tribe has recognized you as a true friend. You can increase your relationships with the affinity points you receive from the ORC tribe. Affinity points rewarded for unlocking the tribe. 100. Current affinity points, 611. Lloyd Frontera silently stared at the message. He also imitated flexing his arm muscles. Long live the Steel Sand tribe. Scene shifts back to the Frontera homeland. So we took another long journey and returned to the territory. Everyone was stunned by the sight before them. Of course, the villagers were all shocked. 120 muscular guys marching into the village. Lloyd felt awkward, secretly thinking he should write an official letter to reassure everyone, because ORCs are usually seen as a scary presence. Arcos Frontera stood in the mansion, also terrified. Although the Baron knew the reason for his visit to the ORC tribe, he was still scared seeing them, and I never thought I'd get a reward. A notification popped up. The good story about defeating the wizard and saving the soldiers had spread throughout the territory. All the people in the territory are praising your courage. The affinity points rewarded for social achievements. Add 300, that's enough praise. Thanks, everyone, for the affinity points. As for Lloyd Frontera's training gear from the ORC, the Baron said he'd find a rich merchant. The rest are all magical tools from Rulin. Lloyd Frontera sat fiddling with a pile of magic gear. Javier Asrahan wondered, is there anything here we can actually make money off? He flipped open a magic book to read. I don't know. I'm looking for something we can use before selling all this stuff. Lloyd Frontera was shocked, staring at the page. Huh? Wait, what's this? He quickly ran off to report. I'm heading to the mine for a bit. Can you please rearrange things for me? Lloyd Frontera dashed almost to the mine entrance. He ran inside, panicked, calling out for Torties. Tez, where are you? The weak-looking guy stepped out. You looking for me? Lloyd Frontera was out of breath. Yeah, got some good news. He reminded him about the old deal. Do you remember the contract? You're supposed to work for 520 years. Tess responded lifelessly. Yeah, sure. Lloyd Frontera smiled gently. Honestly, it sounds kinda crazy, like a joke, but from now on you're not just Lloyd Frontera's lackey anymore. Hearing those sweet words, Tortoise felt energized. He flipped the page. What was written was a way to resurrect the dead. Suddenly, Tortoise saw what was behind it. Lloyd Frontera grinned ear to ear, placing a hand on his shoulder. You realize you could work for another 520 years, right? Happy now? Isn't that awesome? Tortoise was speechless at his words. Lloyd Frontera noticed and teased. Hey, why am I the only one having fun here? Smile already. Tortoise looked dumbfounded, maybe scared shitless by the capitalist demon in front of him. He laughed through tears. Lloyd Frontera started to leave after the announcement. Cheer up. He stepped out of the mine, non-stop cheering. Come on, cheer up. The system panel couldn't hold back and popped up. The Lord of Hell is impressed by your personality and is considering hiring you. Lloyd Frontera frowned silently. What's wrong with that? The system stayed silent for a while, surprised by Lloyd Frontera's cheerfulness. Scene shifts to the Frontera mansion. Lloyd Frontera walked down the hallway, deep in thought. Now I've got some things to discuss with the Baron. He headed to Arcos, Frontera's office to check. They're not here. Emily came in while cleaning, announcing the Baron is at the reception room. There are some guests. Lloyd Frontera raised an eyebrow. Who? She whispered back. Sir Sallow and Midlap. Lloyd Frontera heard those two names, stood silent for a moment, then smiled wickedly, making Emily nervous. Whoa, what's with that face? A voice echoed from the reception room. You know the deal. We have a monthly contract with a lump sum principal payment. The two loan sharks from before annoyedly put their feet on the table. But this time we can let you pay only 10% of the principal. He smirked arrogantly. If you let us take ownership of the mine. Agos frowned, thinking hard. Why so quiet? Isn't a reduced interest rate good for you? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Baron, it's Lloyd Frontera. May I come in? He timidly asked. Yeah, come in. Lloyd Frontera smiled charmingly as he stepped inside. Oh wow, it's been a while. How's everyone doing? Midlap arrogantly raised a paper. If you're here to threaten us again, you're in the wrong place. We have a license, you know. Lloyd Frontera kept smiling naturally. Of course, you're allowed. You're smart. He rubbed his hands together. From what I overheard outside, it seems you have a good offer. Mind if I make mine? The guy sneered. What? I don't want to hear any offers from a punk like you. Lloyd Frontera wasn't angry, just replied, in the future, we'll pay off our debts gradually, but of course, the interest rate will go down later. Midlap got even more annoyed. I said I don't want to hear it. How dare you? Lloyd Frontera felt a bit irritated inside. You can make offers, but I can't. I'm pissed now. Suddenly, a figure stormed in from the doorway. Who? Harchie burst in full of murderous intent. Who pissed off my brother Frontera? The two loan sharks hugged each other in fear. He warned angrily, anyone who pisses off brother Frontera will be crushed by the Steel Sand tribe. Lloyd Frontera smiled smugly. Hey buddy, what's your point? Anyone who pisses off Mr. Frontera gets wiped out by the Steel Sand tribe. Lloyd Frontera smirked with satisfaction. Hey buddy, what's that supposed to mean? Nothing's wrong. Hirochi wondered. Nothing. Kuich looked like he was pissed. Lloyd Frontera explained. Well, it's just that the other guy's voice is way too loud. Looking at the two guys trembling in front of him, Lloyd Frontera said again, don't pay him any mind. How's that for a suggestion? He smiled and gave his advice. If you refuse my offer, Lloyd Frontera grinned with a terrifying face under Hirochi's protection. I'll get hurt, you know, he continued. I'll tear you apart if you hurt him. Frontera and Midlap freaked out and ran away from the mansion. Back at the reception room, Lloyd Frontera looked at the paper and spoke up. I also wish this debt never happened, but that's a crime. So you better be satisfied with this. Arcos Frontera said timidly. All right then, thanks, he reassured softly. The construction of Anan is expanding and the coal mine will go smoothly. We'll be able to pay them back right away. Lloyd Frontera handed the contract to Arcos Frontera. Please keep this contract safe, Baron. The Baron took the contract. Okay. Lloyd Frontera took the chance to bring up the current issue, but we have a big problem. If we don't fix this, it's gonna get serious. He pointed to Hirochi standing behind. Their appetite is 10 times that of normal people. Lloyd Frontera continued, making Arcos Frontera freak out. Their food expenses are no joke, but if they leave now, we'll have a huge problem. The image of ORCs working hard satisfied Lloyd Frontera. Just as expected, Lloyd Frontera said ORCs are amazing miners. ORCs are a nation of giants. No matter how big the rocks are, they shatter into pieces. Lloyd Frontera hurried over. Where is he? The panicked soldier pointed to the back. He hasn't rested for 24 hours straight. He ordered the others to get him out of here fast. Make sure he doesn't come back until tomorrow. Everyone's working hard, but he still doesn't want to leave. Ah, I don't want to rest. Kuich. I'll be destroyed. My muscles will be wrecked. Their productivity is 10 times what was expected. Their endurance and muscle strength are beyond imagination. Harochi wondered. The wages? Are you talking about money, Kuich? Lloyd Frontera said ORCs don't need money, Kuich, and they won't accept monthly wages. But Harochi slapped his belly. He just needs to be fed until he's full, Kuich. This isn't a normal problem. Lloyd Frontera sat in his chair, looking serious. We need to raise taxes, a lot of taxes. He discussed with Arcos Frontera. We need to buy meat for the ORCs with that money. Considering their productivity in the mines, it will never be a loss. The Baron replied casually. I understand what you're saying, but Frontera frowned, silently rejecting the idea. We won't know if the people in this territory can afford it. This is tough. We can't raise taxes any further. Lloyd Frontera smiled and explained. If we keep raising taxes, that's robbery. What will they lose if we work hard? We'll lose if tax revenue drops. Arcos Frontera asked curiously. Then how do we raise taxes? He replied knowingly, simple. We make them earn more money. Lloyd Frontera mentioned a distant land, the abandoned land in the north of the territory. We'll turn the flooded marland into farmland. He raised his finger, confidently explaining and presenting it to the people. They can farm as much as they want, earn more money, and pay more taxes. This land has been abandoned for hundreds of years. Before the sun set in the sky, a foot stepped into a puddle. Javier Azrahan followed behind and asked Han, how can people farm in a place like this? Lloyd Frontera confidently answered, this big guy has a plan. He looked awkward after saying that, but it won't be easy. Lloyd Frontera sat under the land he made to resemble the Mar land. There are many things to consider because the terrain is quite large. We need a construction to drain rainwater quickly. He molded the small patch of land he created. I have no choice but to work like this. Similar simulation. Lloyd Frontera seriously tested over and over. If I work like this, damn, I failed. Damn it, is this too high here? Then here, damn, I failed again. Dawn broke over the Frontera territory. Lloyd Frontera sat under the simulation model mumbling. Arcos Frontera stood aside watching. How long has this been going on? Javier Azrahan quickly answered. It's been 21 days. He gave his opinion. He hasn't eaten or rested for days. Should I stop him? Arcos Frontera bluntly said no. Looking at his bleak stance, he quietly explained, I've hated the kid even though he's my son. Will he ever become normal? Is that even possible? That's what I used to think. Lloyd Frontera's serious work demeanor made Frontera reconsider, but now he's fighting for a miraculous change for the people's sake. He frowned. If I can't help him, I won't stand in his way. Javier Azrahan finally spoke up. That's a wise decision. Right now, the young master is showing his true colors. His determined figure caught the eyes of the two, taking responsibility for what he said and refusing to give up. A notification popped up after the conversation. Baron Frontera's favorability toward you has increased. You gained 20 affinity points. Current affinity points, 931. The wind swayed the branches. Lloyd Frontera stared blankly at his simulation. Suddenly, he raised his arm high. Lloyd Frontera finally succeeded after countless grueling days. Now the water will drain properly. Images of gold coins slowly appeared in his mind. As long as the water drains, we can raise taxes. Lloyd Frontera felt satisfied with the result. Sweet victory. He silently celebrated before the simulation. After a moment of mental satisfaction, Lloyd Frontera collapsed to the ground. He smiled weakly, exhausted but willing to endure this. Compared to those days when I was working non-stop and hustling, suddenly a system notification shocked him. The notification said this special experience greatly boosted your design skills. You unlocked a new skill option. Lloyd Frontera sat up seriously, reading each line of option 3. Simulation mode design skill. Simulations can be performed by manipulating data obtained through measurements. He quickly tested the skill. Lloyd Frontera curiously touched the simulation panel. The simulation panel shattered immediately after his touch. Lloyd Frontera angrily scolded the system. Shouldn't you have told me beforehand? I've been grinding for a whole month. The system calmly replied. You said you could handle it. He got even angrier. That's what I said. Do you know how hard it was? The system explained. Skills can be enlightened through accumulated intelligence. This is due to your desire. Lloyd Frontera said something that left the system speechless. I came here because of my desire? Actually, you don't really know, do you? What does coming to this world have to do with my desire? He complained further. I just wanted to graduate college, get a diploma, work at a good company, and not worry about money. Isn't that my desire? The system continued. That's just your goal. Your true desire burns much brighter. To do something beyond time and space. Lloyd Frontera began standing up and dusting himself off. If we're just talking about life's temporary nature, then cut it out, because I'm super busy. He ordered Padong and the two kids to appear on his shoulders immediately. Lloyd Frontera softly said, "We're about to meet new friends." The sun slowly rose behind the mountain. Lloyd Frontera stood on the Mar land, the first step in our mayor's project. He said something that scared the two. "You two have to drain all the water from this swampy land." Padong panicked. Padong, is this impossible for you two?" "Of course not." He set them down on the ground. "That's why we're drawing lots right now." Lloyd Frontera focused on calculating. "I'll use all my affinity points to summon as many fantasy creatures as possible." He began the draw. "Come on, summon the fantasy creatures." Starting with 100 affinity points per draw. Yeah, 100 affinity points because the price increases by 1.5 times each new draw. Lloyd Frontera pressed start. "I can draw 4 times total, no special skill needed." He waited after the draw. A giant creature like Padong and Bell appeared to drain the water, still making the usual loud noise. The magic circle started revealing a flat item. In a flash, it shot out of the magic circle. It flew into Lloyd Frontera's face, causing a bloody nose from the collision. Lloyd Frontera silently watched the round object roll on the ground. Suddenly, it revealed its shape. Hippo. He was amazed at Hippo's appearance. "Huh? Hippo? Don't tell me it's a hippopotamus." Padong and Bell happily greeted it. Padong, Bell. Hippo happily greeted back. The three of them spun around in a circle and started hopping. Lloyd Frontera bent down and asked Han, "Hey kid, sorry to interrupt, but can you show me the instructions?" Hippo quickly spat out what he asked for. "Man, I'm way too used to this by now." Lloyd Frontera grabbed the paper and started reading. He frowned as he went through the content. "Hey kid, can't you grow bigger if I feed you sunflower seeds?" Looking at Hippo's tiny form, Lloyd Frontera felt disappointed. "So this time, I failed, huh?" He grimaced and looked down. Hippo looked confused under his gaze. Lloyd Frontera turned to the system board and requested, "I want to withdraw." The system board notified him. "You can only withdraw 1 fantasy creature per day." "Oh, what the hell is this? Such a waste of time." Bo angrily stepped forward. Bell, what's that? You think I'm mean or what?" He bent down to explain. "You know how it is, our workload keeps piling up. Hippo's just too small to be of any real help." Bell and Podong protested the work. The two kids started holding up signs for strike and justice. Bell raised his sign high, protest, strike, enforce. Podong wasn't backing down either. Employers gotta recognize the value of workers. Lloyd Frontera surrendered to the two of them. All right, I'm seriously scared of you guys now." He looked down at Hippo and asked Han, "What's your skill?" "Huh? Hippo. Can you dry my clothes?" The system board popped up. Hippo's skill. 1 gulp level 1. Lloyd Frontera was skeptical. 1 gulp? You can drink water in just 1 gulp? Hippo nodded. "How much?" He tapped his belly. "Oh, 4 times your stomach capacity." Han rolled his eyes elsewhere, thinking to himself, all these withdrawals, the skills I need always come out in one shot, so I guess I can call myself pretty damn lucky. Hippo stepped up to the puddle. "Humph, all right, show us what you got." He started lowering his mouth to suck up water. Hippo kept gulping water non-stop. Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera noticed something. Hippo was sucking up water and slowly getting fatter. He was baffled by Hippo's body. "Huh? Am I imagining things? It looks bigger than before." Hippo kept sucking, and the water level started dropping. He watched her work suspiciously. Lloyd Frontera frowned, looking from bottom to top. Gulp, gulp. Hippo's body began to grow bigger than 100 people combined. The bigger she got, the faster she sucked the water. Phew! All the water on the ground was sucked into Hippo's belly, leaving only a little water on the ground. Even the fish cried helplessly, losing their home. Lloyd Frontera panicked after witnessing the scene, his mouth wide open, staring at the land ahead. That much water in such a short time? Does that mean we could drain all the water in just a few days? Bo and Padong laughed scornfully at that. "Why are you two acting so proud?" Lloyd Frontera called the system. Hey, miss." The system board popped up. "Yes," he quickly asked. "Is this really random? Every time I withdraw, I get the skill I need." The system explained, "When you enter this world, your abilities are gradually added, right? Since being unlucky as a human would be a huge disadvantage, you were given a lucky draw ability." Maybe that's not the case." Swish. Lloyd Frontera heard a strange sound and spoke up. "Sounds sad. Are you picking your nose?" Hippo turned her head. Hippo. Lloyd Frontera was stunned. "What? You can drink even more?" He smiled and ordered, "Keep drinking until you get sick. Because the construction of Mirati's land starts tomorrow." Lloyd Frontera took one last look at the water-filled land and began the plan. The construction would start with a drainage method along the land. The people panicked, seeing the huge thing before them. Hippo was catching her breath after sucking up water. First, Hippo would drain the water from the wetlands. Then she'd spit the water into the river and shrink back down. The soldiers worked hard following Lloyd Frontera's orders, removing roots and dead plants from the ground. Javier Azrahan used his skill to blow up the soil. Holes were blasted down into the ground, piles were driven into block, stakes were hammered into the sand, and Podong pushed the soil. Once the water gathered inside the bamboo stakes, one gulp from Hippo would finish it. Next, they built a more advanced dam using their simulation skill. 10 days passed like that, and part of it was completed. Lloyd Frontera was pumped about his project. We still got a long way to go, but once we finish, what happens next? He raised the hall and announced, "We'll have a party as a reward. Let's do this." Everyone down there was super hyped. Let's go. Along with the buzzing in the trees, Javier Azrahan looked ahead, observing. He stared at the beautiful land ahead and thought this abandoned land was really turning into farmland. And Javier Azrahan looked at the hull in his hands with dissatisfaction. Since when did I start doing construction work? What exactly is my mission here? Lloyd Frontera ran up to Javier Azrahan from afar. Javier Azrahan, here's a bag of seeds. You can plant them over there. Javier Azrahan wanted to refuse. I'm a knight. Why am I? Lloyd Frontera calmly explained. To keep away harmful pests and protect the territory. Sir, he said, and Javier reluctantly accepted. All right then. After planting the seeds, Javier Azrahan watered them. He thought about the earlier conversation. He was interrupted again. Next time, I gotta finish what I'm saying. Suddenly, a voice behind caught Javier Azrahan's attention. The flooded land is really turning into rice fields. Akos Frontera and Mabella Frontera stepped forward. I bet everyone's thinking the same as me. He admired the fertile land ahead. This is a miracle. Everyone working hard stopped because of the main character aura radiating from Lloyd Frontera. The system board announced that the people in the Baron's territory all showed admiration and respect for the miracles you created. A huge amount of affinity points will be awarded as a reward for your social achievements. The affinity points rewarded are based on social achievements plus 450. Current affinity points are 1,281. Lloyd Frontera smiled, satisfied. Under the clear blue sky with dragonflies flying back and forth, the hard work everyone did together finally started to sprout. Javier Azrahan sat down watering the rice plants. He smiled at the fruits of his labor. Lloyd Frontera sat on the dirt steps and spoke up. It will be finished after installing the water wheel. Javier Azrahan wondered. Water wheel? Lloyd calmly explained. Water needs to be drained using a water wheel when it rains. Otherwise, the flooded land will be submerged. Lloyd Frontera slowly stepped down. But a technician needs to come. Suddenly, both noticed something, a group of unknown riders galloping toward them. Lloyd Frontera looked at the approaching group and asked, "Who are they?" Javier Azrahan looked at the man leading and answered, "That's Viscount Arcos. His territory lies north of the flooded Marlands." The horses' neighing began to slow. A man on horseback spoke up, "Who's in charge of this project?" Javier Azrahan saw his arrogant attitude and reminded him to behave politely. Lloyd Frontera stopped him. "Oh, I'm the one in charge. Why are you here?" The brown-haired man spoke loudly. "Don't tell me you don't know this is Viscount Arcos's land." He irritably demanded they leave immediately. Neither of the two responded yet. Damn, Lloyd Frontera mares. Although this land has been abandoned for centuries, it still belongs to Viscount Leona in the north. Viscount Leona. Damn Lloyd Frontera mares. Baron Frontera. The south belongs to the Frontera family. He clearly came here to claim ownership of the land. He planned to freeload on this fertile land without lifting a finger. Lloyd Frontera silently criticized. This old geezer keeps insisting on taking it back. The northern land did belong to Viscount Leona. He smiled to himself, but times have changed, babe. Lloyd Frontera spoke up. So now, Viscount, you're saying we're trespassing without permission. Is that what you mean? The brown-haired man replied. Exactly. The Viscount was granted ownership of this land by the king, so Lloyd Frontera annoyedly cut him off. Don't you see this as a conversation between nobles? Why are you butting in? After hearing that, the brown-haired man's face twisted with anger. Everyone working stopped and tensed up. Duke Arcos looked annoyed and stepped forward. Lloyd Frontera took the chance to bow. Oops, my bad. I forgot to introduce myself. Ha! I'm Lloyd Frontera, eldest son of the Frontera clan. The man arrogantly cursed. With a punk like you, there's nothing to discuss. Call your dad here. Javier Azrahan felt annoyed inside, so rude. Duke Arcos got pissed seeing his relaxed attitude. You're not listening to me. Call Baron Frontera here right now. Lloyd Frontera still scratched his ear. What? Nah, I'm not deaf. I was just shooing away these damn flies buzzing around my armpits. Duke Arcos looked around confused. So where is he? The brown-haired man reminded. He's insulting you. Viscount, he just realized something. Really? Lloyd Frontera said sternly. According to the kingdom's land law, Article 321, special laws regarding royal farmland, Duke Arcos impatiently tried to interrupt. Hold on, wait a sec. Your bastard's talking, and I'm not even paying attention. Go on. About one purpose. Farming on a long-forgotten wasteland and establishing ownership over the reclaimed land. He spoke loudly. What the hell are you saying? Lloyd Frontera cut off Duke Arcos, roughly defining the wasteland as land abandoned for about 100 years, only land without residence or farming activity. Everyone around also listened to the third point of the story. Ownership of the land meeting all the above requirements is recognized as belonging to the developer who farmed that land. Lloyd Frontera raised his finger. First, this is land developed through investment of funds and labor. He continued speaking, leaving Duke Arcos speechless. Second, it's land where residential areas can be built. Third, it's land suitable for long-term agricultural activity. Then Lloyd Frontera stepped closer to his horse. Fourth and last, he bent down and grabbed a branch, pulling something from the ground. These detailed rules take effect once the crops are harvested. Duke Arcos was so angry he couldn't speak. Javier Azarhan was surprised. Oh, he remembered Lloyd Frontera's request to sow that pile of seeds over there. This is how we can get rid of the pests. He smiled, satisfied, bringing the root in front of him. Oh damn, congrats. You're the first person to witness a harvest in the history of the Mars Swamp. We won't charge you a dime. What kind of disrespectful punk is this? Haha. The Duke gritted his teeth and thought silently. How the hell is this slippery brat like this? So he had everything planned out from the start. Lloyd Frontera placed the product in his hand. Come on, sir. Accept this precious gift. His smile slowly twisted. Now, Lloyd Frontera put on a serious face. Would you kindly get off our land? Duke Arcos was shaking with anger, but still didn't argue and chose to leave silently. Javier Azarhan stepped forward, curious. Did you hear where those people said they'd come from? Lloyd Frontera replied softly. What do you mean? He explained warily. We've met those guys once or twice before. Those bastards just leech off other people's hard work. Suddenly, a loud cheer came from behind them. Woohoo! The farmers were shouting and cheering. Young Master Lloyd Frontera defended our land. Awesome. Top-notch, man. He was silent for a while. Then Lloyd Frontera grimaced and said, How the hell am I supposed to pay you guys? Get back to work. The scene shifted to a heavy rainstorm in Merit. The rain was so strong it made the water flow insanely fast. Lloyd Frontera was sitting in the rain observing. Day after day, the rain showers kept coming. He looked at the water drainage project in front of him, when suddenly an umbrella was opened over Lloyd Frontera's spot. I've simulated this hundreds of times, but it's best not to let your guard down. I need to check everything thoroughly until the end. Javier Azarhan stepped over and shielded him with the umbrella. If the Mars Swamp really is usable land, after the rain, the sun came out, and the previously raging water flow had disappeared. Javier Azarhan and Lloyd Frontera together welcomed the first sunlight. Suddenly, the system board announced a great construction achievement. You have left a clear mark of civil engineering on the La Razor continent. You have received a large amount of skill experience points as a reward. The measuring skill has been upgraded to level 2. Intermediate measuring, level 3. Land price judgment, ground scanning. The design skill has been upgraded to level, intermediate design, level 3, rendering a 20 by 30 layout plan in simulation mode. Lloyd Frontera finally started to sit up. The system board continuously announced, impression of Barren +5, impression of Baroness +5, impression of Javier Azarhan +3, impression of Ben +2, impression of the people +3, current score 1.35. He smiled with satisfaction. Done. Let's move on to the next step. Meanwhile, over at Duke Arcos, he angrily slammed the table. What the hell? Lloyd Frontera is reclaiming the land. The butler bowed and reported, yes, protection rights will be provided free for 3 years in exchange. They are obligated to live there, so migration is restricted. Duke Arcos was annoyed. So you're saying, he said with a grimace, the people will risk their lives farming the land for the next 2 years because he's the owner, because it's his land. Duke Arcos thought about that fertile land and the Mars Swamp becoming a golden egg-laying land. He clutched his stomach with tears of regret. It hurts. My stomach hurts so bad. It's my land. Half of it's mine too. I can't just give up this fertile land like that. Duke Arcos spoke up, butler. He quickly responded, yes, my duke. That dude suddenly raised his voice and called the factory supervisor. A few days later, at the Frontera mansion, Lloyd Frontera woke up with a pounding headache. Damn, he was annoyed, wondering why his head hurt so much. Could it be exhaustion? Lloyd Frontera forced himself to get out of bed, but he wasn't ready yet, still had to sort out some stuff. He called out, hey, damn it, let's get to work. Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera noticed his own sluggish behavior. Jokingly, he thought, even nights get tired. Javier Azarhan held his head in pain. I've never felt like this before. My head hurts so bad. Lloyd Frontera also touched his own head, frowning as he realized something. Wait, no way. In front of the Frontera estate, Emily, the Baron's maid, testified. Sorry, sir. I had a headache since early morning. A farmer from Alop village testified. It's not just me. My family and the kids all have headaches. Mihai, the boy who takes care of the cows at the farm, also said the same. Since yesterday, the cows stopped drinking water. If this keeps up, they'll get dehydrated, Lloyd Frontera thought as he walked after questioning. Everyone in the village had the same problem, animals avoiding water. He got serious, sure enough. The cause was the water. Lloyd Frontera remembered from novels that one of the strongest weapons for survival in this world was information. But since the ant monster incident, he realized some info just doesn't show up in the novels. He thought about Duke Arcos' territory. If his guess was right, Arcos would seize the mayor's swamp. After investigating, this hypothesis seemed very likely. The main income of Dracona's land was the mysterious dyeing technique and the fruit Arcos used for dyeing. Lloyd Frontera clicked his tongue. Damn it. He radiated a murderous aura and cursed. Arcos, you old bastard. Scene shifts to the Frontera mansion. Arcos Frontera showed a serious face. What did you just say? The brown-haired man sitting opposite said, This isn't that hard to understand, right? I have a proposal. Transfer half of the mayor's land. If you do that, I'll stop dumping the dye waste. Arcos Frontera angrily snapped. Are you threatening me? The brown-haired man smirked arrogantly. Yeah, that's a threat. The old man shouted, Aren't you afraid of the law? I'll sue you in the kingdom's noble court. The man calmly replied, Go ahead, maybe your baron will win. Then he leaned forward with a sly grin. But until the verdict, it'll take at least 2 years and a lot of court fees and water costs. Can you handle that? Arcos Frontera was shocked by his words. The brown-haired man stood up. Then I'll wait for your wise decision. After he left, Arcos Frontera finally spoke. My son. He turned with a grim face, thinking about the locals who had suffered so much sweat and tears. I won't give an inch of land to scum like you. He showed no care and bowed out. Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera pushed open the door, slamming in with the brown-haired man's cocky attitude. He stepped in and said, Dad, I need to talk to you. Frontera hesitated. Lloyd Frontera bowed and said, It seems parasites from the neighboring area have messed with the river. I want to discuss some countermeasures with you. The brown-haired man shouted, Are you insulting my lord? Lloyd Frontera was startled by his sudden appearance, almost scared out of his skin. He looked serious. Parasites understand human language too? The brown-haired man's veins bulged with rage. He drew his sword and said, You've insulted a knight's honor twice already. I demand a duel. Cut to the real scene at the tavern. Lloyd Frontera was repeatedly smacking the guy. Ah, I lost. The brown-haired man cried and begged, Stop, please. Spare me. Hoo-hoo, stop hitting me. Lloyd Frontera sighed in satisfaction. All right, I'm done being mad now. The man held his head, trembling. Sniff, sniff. After a sigh, Lloyd Frontera kept landing blows. How dare you disrespect a baron's word? The brown-haired man sobbed, barely holding on. Hoo-hoo, sniff, sniff. Arcos Frontera was thrilled by Lloyd Frontera's actions. Lloyd Frontera, dude, the fight's over. What are you still doing? Javier Azrahan slowly started to see the Baron in a new light. First time seeing this side of him. The sunset shone over Duke Arcos' territory. He shouted angrily, You idiot. You go around threatening people and end up like this? The brown-haired man's swollen mouth muttered apologies, utterly embarrassed. Suddenly, Duke Arcos stroked his beard calmly. Wait a sec. He reconsidered the results. All right, not bad. We haven't been defeated yet. He was puzzled by that statement. Yeah, well, Duke Arcos sat down with a serious face and laid out the plan. Anyway, the only thing the Count can do is file a complaint to the court. If we turn this into a case accusing abuse by an arrogant noble, he laughed wickedly. 3 years? Nah, the lawsuit could drag on for up to 4 years. Back to Lloyd Frontera, he put on a face like he was Duke Arcos' twin brother. That dumbass must be thinking like that. Lloyd Frontera stood on the mansion's roof shouting loud, But our Baron Frontera ain't gonna take any losses like that. He raised the hall high and pumped up the crowd below. Let's blow those ugly chins off our path. Protect our land soaked in blood and sweat. Lloyd Frontera yelled seriously. Protect it from greedy evil hands. Everyone shouted back in unison. Lloyd Frontera planned to build a giant reservoir 50 meters wide, 2.5 meters high, and 100 meters deep. First, they had to build a water reservoir to solve the drinking water problem immediately. The water was supplied by Hippo's skill before it got polluted. Hippo's skill at 100% level 3. Javier Astrahan reminded that was a smart move. But the young master or Hippo wouldn't get a single day off. Lloyd Frontera agreed. Yeah, this is just a temporary fix. He smiled and shared the plan. From now on, I'll build a clean water system. He thought about a water source from Lake Capua in the eastern mountains flowing into our territory. Javier Astrahan raised a concern. That's not a normal length. Just thinking about the labor, Lloyd Frontera seemed to have considered that, of course, it's going to be expensive. Ridiculously expensive. He turned around to reassure, but don't worry, Lloyd Frontera, your brother will get a fat paycheck from the construction. Lloyd Frontera walked off calculating 10 times, no, 100 times over. Back to Duke Arcos, he was biting his nails in frustration. A few months later, at Duke Arcos' territory, he and Lloyd Frontera were scared with 1,000 questions. What the hell is going on? What now? What do we do? The butler came in to announce, Duke, the eldest son of the Frontera family, requests to see you. Duke Arcos shouted angrily, I'm busy right now, tell him to scram. The butler continued, catching his attention. They say you've been troubled lately and they want to help you sort it out. In the reception room, Lloyd Frontera put his feet on the table, grinning cockily. Hey, why does your face look so bright, Duke? Duke Arcos timidly asked. Is there something wrong? He asked, confused. Huh? Didn't you get the message? I'm here to give you love advice. Duke Arcos was annoyed by Lloyd Frontera's words. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm just dealing with some stuff. He showed his frustration. Aha. Be honest now, don't you know? Lloyd Frontera leaned back in his chair. He smiled confidently, bringing up the problem he was facing. The Duke's dye factory is collapsing. Can it be saved? Duke Arcos fell silent for a moment, feeling hit right in the heart. He grimaced and said, So it's your fault. Sabotaging the dye factory. Lloyd Frontera laughed wickedly after Duke Arcos' remark. He leaned back arrogantly and said, That's been quite a long journey. Lloyd Frontera talked about the past, much to the Duke's annoyance. Thanks to your wastewater dumping, I had to get water from Lake Capua far away. He continued disdainfully. Oh, by the way, at first I didn't know you were dumping wastewater, but later you deliberately tried to cover it up saying it was your plan. Oh. How kind of you to explain, now I know. Lloyd Frontera recalled the hard times before. Anyway, I dug the water channel from the lake to my territory, carved and filled it. All that hard work. Duke Arcos angrily slammed the table. Stop your bullshit. I'm just asking what you did to my dye factory. He laughed naturally. Hey, no need to rush. Just listen to me first. Lloyd Frontera described his problem. Oh man, what do we do now? There's a huge valley in the middle of the route, so what now? He described it so vividly you want to punch him. That won't work. So there's no other choice. Lloyd Frontera recalled the previous project, no choice but to build a Roman-style bridge. Image of Javier Asrahan working hard. We used limestone as building material and had to work our asses off. That's why there are limestone blocks lying at the bottom of the valley with no damn pattern at all. Finally, a massive limestone block appeared. Hearing that, Duke Arcos got even angrier. Shut up. What the hell does that have to do with my dye factory? Lloyd Frontera said sternly. The water there is the source that flows into your dye factory. The components in the limestone made the fabric turn into crap color. He remembered the stinky product from before. Duke Arcos lost his patience and shouted, You little bastard, aren't you afraid of the law? I'll sue you in the noble court. Lloyd Frontera calmly replied, Go ahead and confidently give your answer like you did before, but until the verdict comes, it'll take at least 2 years. By then, who'll even remember the Duke's product? Seeing him sweat in fear, cursing under his breath. You scumbag, you trash. Lloyd Frontera stood up from his chair. If all your questions are answered, then I gotta go. Pushed to the edge but still arrogant, Duke Arcos cursed. You messed with the wrong guy, kid. Do you know how many people I know in the royal family? He warned angrily. My losses? I'll make you pay 1 billion times over. Lloyd Frontera waved goodbye without saying a word. Under the clear blue sky, Lloyd Frontera and Javier Asrahan stepped out of the territory. He wondered. I don't really get it. He doubted. What the hell? Javier Asrahan shared his perspective. He was just provoking and pissing him off. But the Duke has the upper hand when it comes to legal battles. He kept pointing out the consequences. He really has tons of connections in the royal family. If it leads to a lawsuit, it'll cost a fortune. Lloyd Frontera kept walking calmly. All right, I get what you mean. Just stay quiet and wait. Javier Asrahan doubted inside but smiled and said something vague. Let's see who really takes the bigger hit. Scene shifts to the Frontera estate. 1 month later, at the Frontera mansion, Duke Arcos knelt down, admitting his fault. I was wrong. Please save my dye factory. Lloyd Frontera sat seriously in his chair, surprising Javier Asrahan. He arrogantly spoke. Your buddy said you don't stand a chance to win? What else? Clearly, your failure was because of your own damn actions. Duke Arcos kept apologizing. I was careless. Really sorry. Lloyd Frontera still kept his superior attitude. What now? I don't really care. That was his opening line. He spoke with his fear. I'm a viscount, and yet I've thrown away my pride and am begging you, please. Lloyd Frontera smiled thoughtfully. Pride? That's worth less than 1/10 of a gold coin. If so, I'll sell it for 1,000 times that. Duke Arcos heard that and was scared to tears. Lloyd Frontera reached into his pocket, rummaging around. What I want isn't an apology. He started flipping into capitalist mode. It's simple. One signature. The contract read as follows. From Viscount Frontera to Viscount Arcos, a water supply contract. Below it states Viscount Arcos as Party A and Viscount Frontera as Party B. This contract is made to set a fixed fee for supplying water to the dye factory and establish rules for construction within the territory. The terms of this contract comply with the following principles. Lloyd Frontera spoke softly to reassure. As long as the Duke signs, within 1 week the water pipe system will reach his dye factory. Duke Arcos read the contract, his face turning pale with shock. He shouted, "Isn't this way too expensive? The water price was unreasonable from the start, yet you stay calm." Unreasonable. Lloyd Frontera frowned with a warning tone. "You're the one who taught me water isn't free." Duke Arcos's world started falling into despair from that moment. Under the sunset glow, Frontera looked at the contract in his hand, doubtful. "Is this really a big amount that has to be paid every month?" Lloyd Frontera answered seriously. "Yes, the Duke signed it personally." He stammered. "With this money, won't the interest be paid off soon?" He clapped happily. "So lucky to know the Duke is such a kind person." Haha. Lloyd Frontera thought to himself. Clearly, this was a battle the Duke lost. Even though it ended well, he reassessed himself. By now, he started to look like a demon. Lloyd Frontera thought about the chains binding Duke Arcos, since the contract didn't specify a time limit, meaning it lasts until that old bastard dies. He thought silently about those after the Duke logs off. Not even if the old man dies will I ever forgive him. Lloyd Frontera's level of cruelty right now only loses to the Demon King's face. I can't just drop this golden opportunity halfway through. He grinned ear to ear, thinking about the payoff. If money were like threads, I'd pull each one out. Back to reality. Frontera spoke up. "Oh right, there's good news for this guy. He's starting to fear his own son. What's with that face? Is this dad really that scary?" Lloyd Frontera couldn't keep quiet and answered. Sorry. I was just thinking about some stuff. Got a bit hyped." He fixed his expression as Frontera spoke. "Those old treasures you got from the ORC tribe," he announced softly. "Count Cromo sent a letter saying he wants to buy them back at a high price." Lloyd Frontera looked suspicious, stroking his chin as he shared his thoughts. Weird if he's such a big shot, why not just buy brand new ones, flawless, right? Arcos Frontera replied vaguely. "Let's see. I don't know the details either." Someone suggested erecting a bronze statue. The scene shifted to a seaside city, the trading city of CRMO. A silhouette of a man stood watching at the door. He silently stared out at the sea. Count CRMO, his gaze fixed on the distant offshore. Suddenly, a wave surged up. Count CRMO's face turned serious as he observed. The water kept rising until a huge monster appeared, roaring. He broke into a cold sweat witnessing the scene. The monster looked like a lobster but was corrupted. The Kishai Titan monster. In front of the Frontera mansion, a voice rang out. 1 week after departure, this marked the end of the Arcos territory system construction. Javier Asrahan stood behind announcing. To cut labor costs, he said he'd accompany about 10 workers. Arcos Frontera sat relaxed, trimming a tree. "I know. If that's Lloyd Frontera's idea," he stayed silent a moment after speaking. Javier Asrahan said nothing either. Then he spoke to reassure. "Please don't worry, Lord Lloyd Frontera. I will always be by Master Lin's side." Arcos Frontera said sternly. When Duke Arcos came threatening me to hand over half of the Merides wasteland, he recalled his feelings back then. If it was not long ago, I would have been scared and given in. But seeing Lloyd Frontera and the people pouring their effort into it, I forced myself to be brave. Arcos Frontera blamed himself as a lord for lacking decisiveness. Javier Asrahan immediately denied it. "No, that's not true, Baron." He remembered the moment the Baron took him in from the wilderness and spoke up. "You're warmer than anyone. You're the one who always cares for everyone." Arcos Frontera smiled hearing that and turned around. "Thanks for your words, but just that alone isn't enough to call me a good lord." He looked back at the grass in front of him. A leader must have faith and decisiveness, just like Lloyd Frontera now. Javier Asrahan fell silent after that. He thought about Lloyd Frontera's greedy look. That guy's only faith is money, it's written all over his face. But is money always bad? Damn, I'm about to become as weird as him. Arcos Frontera stood up. "Javi, your mission now is no longer to supervise Lloyd Frontera." He smiled with satisfaction. "I entrust you to protect Lloyd Frontera." The heir of the territory, Javier Asrahan, listened silently. He placed his hand on his chest. "I accept the order." Lloyd Frontera is clearly saving the Baron's territory like a miracle, but I totally don't like that guy. Back when Javier Asrahan was a kid, Arcos Frontera bent down and asked Javier Asrahan, "What do you want to be in the future? I will help you with anything within my power." His face flushed a bit as he looked down. After thinking for a while, Javier Asrahan said seriously, I want to become a knight to protect the Baron. He patted his head after hearing that. Haha, thank you. Arcos Frontera smiled encouragingly. You're the kid who bravely survived the harsh winter alone, so you will become the strongest knight in the world. The Baron gave me a wooden sword he made himself. And that wooden sword, Lloyd Frontera bullied Javier Azrahan mercilessly when they were kids. Heh. You an orphan knight? Dream on. He placed the sword on the step. Get real. You're just a dumb factory chicken. Then a stone broke the wooden sword in half. Back to the present. Javier Azrahan was taking off his jacket entering the room. Suddenly, he looked at a corner of the wall. What Javier Azrahan saw was the broken wooden sword hanging on the wall. I totally can't stand that guy. Lloyd Frontera grinned slyly. Welcome, folks. Thanks for coming to the Frontera-style sleep service today. He sat on the bed all cocky. Now, without me, you wouldn't survive, right? Damn, you're totally hooked on me, but listen up, or this service is gonna shut down immediately. Javier Azrahan looked bored. I'm so over this, just hurry it up. Lloyd Frontera started chanting his spell. Javier Azrahan slowly drifted off to sleep. He definitely hated that guy, but kept going. He remembered moments he'd witnessed under Lloyd Frontera's shadow from the basement with giant ants, to the construction site convincing the ORC tribe. Then those times Lloyd Frontera tried working hard, felt like a totally different dude. He smiled, satisfied after finishing up. Okay. Javier Azrahan was now hugging a pillow, asleep. I really hate myself for thinking he's a good guy. Under the night sky in front of the Frontera mansion, Lloyd Frontera and Javier Azrahan were fast asleep in the room. Suddenly, a guy in black shoved the door open and stormed in. The Duke Arcos's knight drew his sword, furious. Lloyd Frontera. He gritted his teeth. This is all your fault. Taking advantage of him still sleeping, he lunged forward, aiming the sword at his head without hesitation. Die. The sword swiftly came down with no resistance. Suddenly, Javier Azrahan woke up and grabbed a weapon, charging forward. He swung his sword sideways, blocking the attack. The brown-haired man's sword snapped in half. Lloyd Frontera was just barely opening his eyes now. He sat up and saw Javier Azrahan subduing the man, confused. Huh? Scene cuts to the unfinished pipeline construction. Lloyd Frontera shouted from above. What's the most important thing right now? Everyone, unite. Lloyd Frontera barked. Safety comes first. Javier Azrahan stepped forward and reported, Young Master, the identity of the thief from yesterday has been investigated. He replied calmly. Yeah, good job. He explained why the guy attacked. The reason he targeted you was Lloyd Frontera cut him off. The construction and water tax expenses were huge, so the Duke fired him. He shrugged. If it were me, I'd be the same high salary then suddenly jobless. Lloyd Frontera criticized him, so he went after me for revenge. Such a shallow mindset. Javier Azrahan looked dumbfounded. You mean you already figured it out? He denied a bit, not exactly predicted everything. But maybe, yeah, that makes sense. Javier Azrahan eased up and spoke. At least you didn't hand him over. He thought silently. If you predicted it, shouldn't you have prepared better? Lloyd Frontera noticed Javier Azrahan's strange expression, then suddenly spoke. What did you just say? He seemed to read his mind and turned around. With you here, what else do I need to prepare? Hearing that, Javier Azrahan's eyes widened in surprise. Lloyd Frontera praised him and explained, because you're here, I can chill and do what I want. You're capable and reliable. He kept listing reasons. Usually, a 5-year-old kid is alone. All family and villagers died in the monster attack. Have you ever thought you could survive winter without anyone's help? Lloyd Frontera smiled. Because that's the ability of the knight standing next to me. What's more trustworthy than that? Javier Azrahan listened to his words, then the two fell silent, staring at each other. Lloyd Frontera frowned, embarrassed, not knowing what to say. Now I regret saying those cheesy, cringe lines just now. Javier Azrahan slowly opened his mouth. He looked away and replied, yeah. Feeling that guy's a good person makes me hate myself so much. Lloyd Frontera laughed, satisfied, and nudged Javier Azrahan's shoulder. Oh, good job. Our Javier Azrahan did great. Heh. The system board popped up a notification. Javier Azrahan finally cleared the long-standing grudge inside. Affection also increased, +15. Favorability towards you, +6. You earned 320 points for improving your relationship with the main character. Current score 1,675. Lloyd Frontera looked at the construction ahead. If the pipeline construction finishes tomorrow, he smiled confidently and announced the plan. Then get ready to head to Cramo and make a fat stack of cash. In a forest full of trees, a group walked along a dirt path. Javier Azrahan was annoyed as Lloyd Frontera leaned on his back, sleeping. Suddenly, he shrugged and pushed him away. Lloyd Frontera was annoyed. Did you just hit me? Javier Azrahan immediately denied it. No, you're imagining things. No, but it's obvious you did. Javier Azrahan asked for proof. Did you see me hit you? No, right? Lloyd gritted his teeth, glaring at him with pure annoyance. Like seriously, how the hell do you expect to ride a horse with that sleepyhead slouching behind you? Javier Asrahan admired his sick wordplay skills. Now you can even read other people's thoughts? Lloyd Frontera asked again, did you really hit me? He kept denying it. No way that happened. Are you sleepwalking or something? Lloyd Frontera clenched his fists. Oh man, the legendary badass Lloyd Frontera actually got hurt. Stop it. Stop right now. He jumped off the horse, grimacing as he demanded, teach me how to ride a horse. Javier Asrahan flat out refused. Nope, I'm a knight, not your riding instructor. The system notification popped up. Javier Asrahan's inner voice showed his humble attitude. Eager to learn from his flaws, pretty commendable. Lloyd Frontera was annoyed. This was an order. The system popped up again. Lloyd's inner voice. I'm gonna study hard. Grinding for the kingdom or whatever, hard work is a piece of cake for me. Javier Asrahan got off the horse, muttering about the hassle. System said, got it. Let's give it our all together. Lloyd Frontera saw his unimpressed attitude and got pissed. What did you just say? System, thank how. The system kept teasing. A bro, as pure as an angel. Both in face and heart, Lloyd Frontera angrily spun around yelling, yo, you've been way too loud. Get lost, all of you. This whole crew. Javier Asrahan was confused. Why are you making such a big deal out of this? Are you nuts? System asked why he was overreacting. Are you crazy? Suddenly, a notification popped up in front of Lloyd Frontera. The notification said rumors tend to spread faster than words. The system reminded him about his ongoing project. Rumors about building the first clean water source on the continent were spreading fast. The builder's reputation was skyrocketing. Your name will be recorded in the kingdom's and continent's construction history. 600 bonus points awarded. Current points, 2,275. Lloyd Frontera read the notification in disbelief. So this is the pure rice cake? Huh. That means bigger projects might come later, right? He smiled with satisfaction. Reputation is money. Soon I'll be rolling in cash to enjoy my old age. The golden future is coming. Javier Asrahan stood aside, watching his self-delusional hype, and spoke up, suddenly flipping from mad to laughing. Are you seriously crazy? The system took the chance to tease. Yeah, you're totally nuts. Lloyd Frontera got mad again, silently annoyed. His image was totally wrecked. Javier Asrahan started teaching him how to ride. Then their journey to CRMO was anything but short. The closer they got, the colder winter crept in. They had to wait for winter to arrive before reaching CRMO. Count CRMO smiled and introduced himself. You guys traveled far and had a tough time. I'm Count CRMO, Lord of this city. Both of you bow respectfully and send greetings to Count Cramo. I'm from the Frontera family. The Count smiled, sizing them up. Ho ho, you're nothing like I imagined. Count CRMO mentioned a guy he knew. Rumor had it, he was a very capable builder. I thought you'd be super tall, but with this noble style, he stepped beside Javier Asrahan, ignoring Lloyd Frontera. He looked like nobility incarnate. If you say you're royalty, I believe it. Ho ho, Count CRMO made an offer. Do you have a marriage prospect yet? If not, why don't you try dating my daughter? Lloyd Frontera stood there confused. Hey Count, sir. The Count suddenly blew his top. What? How rude. Who the hell is this servant interrupting noble conversation? Lloyd Frontera's eyes went wide in shock. The system laughed wickedly. Ha ha, servant ha ha ha, servant ha ha. The servant's face, ha ha, right in front of Count CRMO's mansion. He laughed loudly and apologized. Ha ha, I made a huge mistake. Ha ha. The Count apologized seriously. Lloyd Frontera frowned, pretending he was fine. It's okay. I'm calm. The system joked again. Your biggest mistake is your face. Ha ha. He cursed silently. This old dude looks like he's itching for a fight. Maybe he'll throw a punch. Count CRMO poked at his sore spot. But you're at fault too. Why were you born with that face and body? Lloyd Frontera cursed inside. Shut the hell up, old man. The lord of the commercial city, CRMO. Count CRMO was also a pretty important figure in the Steel Knights and Bloodline. Javier Asrahan was wanted after beheading the loan sharks, Silo and Midlab. He ran everywhere but was finally caught by the Count right here in Cramo. But the Count only needed a few words to figure out Javier Asrahan's personality. He ran all over the place, but the Baron caught him right here in Cramo. But the Baron only needed a few words to figure out Javier Asrahan's personality. Then he decided to get active as a sponsor. Back to the present, Count CRMO talks about how the main reason he's buying gems is to decorate a bronze statue out at sea. Lloyd Frontera wonders. A bronze statue out at sea, he sighs and explains. Right now, CRMO's trading business is tanking. Count CRMO starts telling about the past. A few years ago, the Kij Titan started showing up off the coast near the port. He says seriously, even though we've never taken direct damage, Just its presence is enough to scare everyone. Lloyd Frontera starts thinking too. With so little info, there's no way to attack underwater, even the Navy here is useless. He recalls the novel's content, CRMO is slowly breaking down. The Count falls into crisis mode. Javier Azrahan might know something, but Lloyd Frontera angrily remembers the story ended open for everyone to guess, which sucks. Just like that, Javier Azrahan lifts his sword firmly and decisively. Big thanks to all the readers who love Blood and Steel Knights. From now on, I'll try to improve even more. No clue if there'll be a part 2. Lloyd Frontera thinks seriously. The first time I stepped here, I thought I had the whole novel figured out, but the parts not mentioned are still going on. Count CRMO keeps explaining, I've researched tons of materials on how to drive it away and found something important. He mentions the legion that once drove off the monster, the merfolk, those powerful warriors ruling the seas. They're the symbol that spreads fear and haunts the Keech Titan. Count CRMO seriously lays out the plan, so that's why I came up with this idea. Just seeing the shape of the merfolk will scare it off. He describes the plan he's about to put into action. We need to build a merfolk statue right in the middle of the sea. Suddenly, Count CRMO shakes his head. But now I've given up on that idea. Lloyd Frontera looks confused. Yeah, he explains, if we have to fill land to build the statue, won't the water be too shallow for ships to come and go? Lloyd Frontera falls silent, thinking. Seeing that, Count CRMO reassures him. Don't worry too much, Lloyd Frontera. Even though there's no use for the gems anymore, since I promised, I'll still buy them. He frowns and says, no, I can't do that. Don't take the loss all by yourself. He's confused, hearing that. Huh? You mean you won't sell the treasure? Lloyd Frontera explains, I will sell it, but if possible, at a very high price. He smiles confidently, making the offer. And I'll build the bronze statue for you. Of course, out at sea, without affecting the water level. Lloyd Frontera describes the plan in his head. A hexagonal pillar and a hollow barrel combined might just work. He takes a deep breath on the wooden ship A, then dives down and uses his measuring skills. Lloyd Frontera observes around. Luckily, the seabed is mostly flat with rich sediment, so it's moderately soft. He starts trembling after diving too long. Is the soft rock layer deeper down? Still, it's not high. Lloyd Frontera's face goes pale as he flicks his head up. Damn my face. He shivers looking at Javier Azrahan. What's up? Why do you look so smug? The guy replies softly. Sorry. This is the first time I've felt this happy seeing someone else's pain. Lloyd Frontera, pale-faced with pupils like grains of sand, looks at Javier Azrahan. He hands him the diving goggles. Hey, you measure it. Javier Azrahan pretends not to see and climbs back on the ship. Anyway, is this contract solid? Lloyd Frontera is annoyed. Don't dodge the question. He seriously talks about the main issue. I always think about it but can't imagine. Building a pillar straight down on the seabed? Before you do magic, Lloyd Frontera wipes his head with a towel and interrupts. Magic could do it too. He smiles confidently. Magic cement. The problem is how to make cement in this world? Under the vast sea, Lloyd Frontera thinks, if it's Roman-style cement, it could definitely be made. Javier Azrahan grabs his hand, reminding him, please don't be reckless, you might fall down there. Lloyd Frontera frowns. You're really the master of few words. Are you the master of chicken soup? Suddenly, a voice calls out behind them. Hey you. Kristen walks up holding a love letter. Lloyd Frontera. I have something to tell you. Lloyd Frontera blushes at her beauty. Yeah. What? Kristen shyly introduces herself. Hello, I'm the lady of Count CRMO. Yesterday I saw you walking past the DH Manor's yard. She blushes, clutching the letter tightly. Lloyd Frontera is slowly drawn in by her shyness. Kristen steps forward, summoning all her courage to hand over the love letter. Please accept it. But let me make it clear, this isn't really for Lloyd Frontera. It's for Javier Azrahan. Right now, Lloyd Frontera is super pissed off, thinking silently, that seductive bastard. I kinda saw this coming to some extent. He's slowly losing his grip on this world. Javier Azrahan receives the letter from Christine. Yeah, I'm pretty sure about this, but this is Lloyd Frontera's true feelings. He slowly stuffs the letter into his jacket pocket. Christine is over the moon after succeeding. She hands it over to him. Unbelievable. Javier Azrahan watches her walk away, totally ignoring Lloyd Frontera's murderous glare from behind. He calmly speaks up. Let's go. Lloyd Frontera irritably blocks him. Hold up, you bastard. He scolds seriously. You're acting like it's no big deal. Don't you find it disgusting? Javier Azrahan looks confused. What are you talking about? I stayed chill when I got that love letter. You just accepted it like it was nothing? He's even more puzzled. Oh yeah? What's the problem then? Lloyd Frontera yells. What? Javier Azrahan stays calm. You upset or something? Suddenly, he realizes. Oh, Lloyd Frontera doesn't get why Javier's making that face. He covers his mouth, looking super serious. No way, don't tell me you've never gotten a love letter before. Lloyd Frontera doesn't argue back but bites his lip, shooting him a bullet-like glare. Javier Asarhan awkwardly looks around. How do I put this? He's annoyed but trying to cheer him on. Get hyped. The system board pops up saying Javier Asarhan sincerely cheers for his buddy. Lloyd Frontera's emotions explode and he tears up bitterly. He works with a pissed-off face. I'm not jealous. Not at all. I'll get rich, make a ton of cash. Count CRMO steps forward and Lloyd turns back with an annoyed face. What? The guy freaks out seeing that face, like what the hell is that? Lloyd Frontera calms down and beams like a flower running over. Oh, sorry Count, didn't know you were here. I'm just focused on my work. Haha. Count CRMO relaxes too. Damn, I thought you were some kind of killer or something. He slaps his arm talking about the stuff behind him. I just want to say most of the materials you asked for are easy to get, but the volcano stuff is a different story, man. Lloyd Frontera strokes his chin, thinking, that's the main ingredient for Roman cement. He recalls medieval times, Roman cement was way better. Back then, buildings lasted till 2005. Its durability was basically unbeatable. Count CRMO reassures, it's not impossible, but you gotta go to the volcano. He seriously points out the problem. The trip takes half a year, way too much time. Lloyd Frontera bows and assures, no worries, Count, there's another way. Plan B, ditch the volcano and take the detour with Portland cement. Lloyd Frontera sits down to think. Portland cement. The start of modern cement, I only kinda know how to make it, but I lack detailed knowledge. He looks at the test plan paper. If you don't know what to do, just try it first. I'll test everything. Under the CRMO trade land, a crushed rock sits on the table. Damn it. Lloyd Frontera is annoyed at the result and crosses out the test. Sample number 129. Failed. I thought it was almost there. If mixed in the right ratio, he weakly calculates the next step. Maybe the drying process is the problem, plus 4 other cases. His 3 pets, Lloyd Frontera looks up, applying 12 more multipliers here, 48 times. One of these things, Belle, Hippo, and Padong sadly speak up. Padong, the little one. She jumps on Lloyd Frontera's shoulder, pulling him away. Padong, little one, I'm super busy. Can't go for a walk. All 3 jump up together and demand. He weakly replies, no, really busy. Belle, Hippo, and Padong wiggle Lloyd Frontera's head like it's a hip-hop dance. He yells angrily, damn it, I said I'm super busy. Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera remembers the dog from the past. He freezes after recalling. Lloyd Frontera reflects on the dog's funeral. The image of still paws wrapped in cloth. Seo Ho sits silently on the bench at the dog's funeral. He cries painfully over the dog's passing. That dog was his last family. Seo Ho recalls the dog alive. Sorry, I want to pet you one more time. Want to play with you again. Lloyd Frontera reassesses everything and hugs the 3 pets tight. Let's go. You guys matter way more than this research. Under the moonlight shining on the sea, all 3 pets happily jump and play walking with their owner. Lloyd Frontera blames himself. I'm such a jerk. Belle, Hippo, and Padong stop walking because of his voice. He explains with a disappointed tone. Everything's going smoothly, so I just gotta give orders like you guys are some Lloyd Frontera construction bots. Lloyd Frontera describes himself with a hint of self-blame. I'm a damn fool unlike anyone else in this world, and I regret it so much. Suddenly, he stops, kneeling down with his 3 kids. He drops some sweet words. Thanks, fam, it's all because of you guys. Belle, Hippo, and Poong smile after his words. The system board pops up, showing the fantasy creatures are feeling your sincerity. The fantasy creatures and you see each other as family. Sympathy level with the fantasy creatures. Lloyd Frontera's family bond skyrockets after the notification. What? The system board continues. Sympathy level with fantasy creatures, family bond. The BO enhancement function unlocks new skills through. BO enhancement requires 500 affection points. He's stunned, like, what? Is this a perk I didn't even think about? Padong and Hippo quickly push BO up. You get what the 3 want, huh? Want me to hook you guys up with new skills? The trio agrees. Lloyd Frontera, BO, Hippo. All right, if you say so, he silently calculates. Any skill that pops up gotta have some use. Even if it's useless, that's what BO wants. Activating enhancement function, please select a fantasy creature to enhance. Lloyd Frontera picks BO, and a magic circle starts appearing. Suddenly, BO glows and flies up into the air. The pressure from BO's enhancement makes the air around them buzz. What's got you shocked? The system board announces, enhancement successful. Enhancement level +1, rewards for new skills have been restored. BO slowly returns to normal. Then a flood of system notifications. Earth Scoop level 3, Soil Digestion level 3, Steel Shield level 4, Volcanic Eruption level 1. Lloyd Frontera is confused by the alerts. Huh. BO smiles proudly. Volcanic eruption, level 1. Awesome. Alright. Above the frozen mountain city of Chromo, suddenly, an explosion erupts deep inside. Everyone in the city is shocked. Count Crmo in his mansion is no exception. Smoke rises after the blast. Above it all is Lloyd Frontera. Javier Azrahan and Bio are using the skill for the first time. He's amazed after the explosion. Wow. Lloyd Frontera uses the search skill and spots an object. Nailed it. This is a real volcano. He laughs smugly. Haha. See. Habby, praise me now. Hey, Habby. Lloyd Frontera goes from excited to annoyed. You hear me? Javier Azrahan finally turns around. Why so helpless? Sorry, Hen. I forgot to tell you to cover your ears. He keeps pretending to be deaf. What? Lloyd Frontera yells angrily. You're damn ugly. Javier Azrahan says softly. How can you compare to the young master? He's fuming. You hear that? Javier Azrahan sticks to his old tactic. What? Lloyd Frontera ignores the drama and walks off. Thanks to Bio, the cement problem was quickly solved in this construction world. Speed is the real deal. Let's get started. Everyone quickly kicks off the plan at the port. Step 1. Make and equip Bio with a giant diaper to filter the volcano. Everyone in the city circles around, checking out a 5-layered rope attached to the diaper's end for filtering the volcano. Bio's whole body trembles as she gets ready to use the skill. Lloyd Frontera covers his ears and speaks up. Do it, Bio. Bio's volcanic eruption skill activates, puffing up her diaper. He yells again, once more, do it, Bio. Everyone in the city is stunned by Bio's ability. Count Crmo isn't any different. He thinks quietly. This is beyond normal construction levels. From skills I've never even heard of to summoning skills, I gotta see how this guy handles it. Lloyd Frontera drops a like after Bio finishes the job. Count Crmo watches his moves, silently judging, then reports back to the new king in detail. If he's really as talented as rumored, it'd be a waste to keep him in the countryside. The locals start prepping for the next step. After the cement materials are gathered, step 2 is to make a caisson to pour the cement into. They get the caisson and start lowering it into the sea. The water inside the caisson is moved by a gulp from Hippo. Step 3. Javier Azrahan grabs an iron hammer and charges inside the caisson. He slams hard on a wooden beam placed inside, driving friction pipes down to the ocean floor inside the caisson. After finishing the pile, Javier Azrahan asks when the next pile comes. Lloyd Frontera stays calm. Wait a sec, this is really tough to pull off. He smirks, looking at Javier Azrahan, who turns back with a puzzled face. What's that expression about? Lloyd Frontera shrugs and explains. No, I really want to hear you say it. I'm a knight, so why me? The two stare at each other in silence for a long moment, then Javier Azrahan threw down his hammer in a fit of annoyance. I'm a knight, so why do I have to stake it? Seeing this, he stopped him. Hey, you're my escort knight. Lloyd Frontera put on his most teasing face and spoke up. Javier Azrahan, if you don't stake it, I won't make any money. Then we won't be able to pay off the land debts. If I get stressed, the Baron will be upset too. Oh, and if you fall, the Baroness will get sick too, right? He clasped his hands, begging. Sir Knight, please protect our family. Sir Knight, please, come on. Javier Azrahan, still annoyed, continued his work. The underwater frame was successfully built. After finishing the regular training, Javier Azrahan crafted a reinforced steel beam frame with growling sounds beneath. Finally, the cement was ready to be poured in. Then, caisson would be removed once the cement hardened. Everyone on the ship watched the finished product. The artificial sea base was complete. Lloyd Frontera spoke up. It's 50 centimeters above sea level when the tide rises. If you put a mermaid statue there, it'll float on the water. Baron Cremo. Softly. Yeah, right. He voiced his thoughts. Honestly, I still can't believe that ground can actually support the statue's weight. If it works, Baron Cremo turned to him with a smile. Then I won't be disappointed with the construction costs. Lloyd Frontera bowed solemnly. Amid the crashing waves offshore, the ships began placing the statue. The mermaid statue was successfully moved onto the artificial sea base. Everyone buzzed on the ship as a feast kicked off. Lloyd Frontera walked through the crowd, uncomfortable in his outfit. Yeah, this is way too tight. He glanced at Javier Azrahan. Do you often wear clothes like this? He calmly replied. You act like it's your first time wearing this. I remember you've worn this to a few events already. Lloyd Frontera looked away vaguely. Not recently. Just sensitive. Baron Cremo stood up front, loudly calling out, Everyone, pay attention here. He announced to those ahead, this young guy here played the biggest role in building the mermaid statue. The crowd buzzed. Oh, that guy, you did great. People rushed to Javier Azrahan, leaving Lloyd Frontera behind like a background extra. You really are someone worthy of respect. Your face and skills are top-notch. Let me shake your hand, just one handshake. He thought quietly, like someone who'd given up on normal ambitions. I'm smart. Of course, I knew everyone would come over here. I'm not jealous. I'm the type who prefers cash over compliments. Lloyd Frontera suddenly got pissed again after seeing Javier Asrahan's face, but that expression was just annoying. Go play somewhere else. Don't look at me. No sympathy at all. Baron Crumo laughed heartily. Haha, it's all because of your face. He cursed silently. This guy's such a pain. He sternly announced once more. Everyone. He's the one who actually made the sea base. The crowd looked confused. Huh? I thought he was just a servant. Amid the lively feast on the ship, suddenly something appeared far offshore, a silhouette of a monster slowly rising on the water's surface. It surfaced gradually, creating a splash. The caged titan monster appeared, staring at the mermaid statue ahead. Mermaid. Suddenly, the caged titan's eyes lit up. Our mortal enemy. It scanned around the statue, then slowly dove deeper into the ocean, its whole body disappearing. It dove down and rushed forward fast. It was alone. The caged titan's silhouette grew faster, filled with murderous hatred. It charged straight toward the yachts, lit up nearby. Lloyd Frontera still hadn't realized the danger, standing chatting among the crowd. Javier Asrahan wasn't much different, but he was surrounded by the loving gazes of girls, completely unaware. The caged titan was speeding toward them. In front of the yachts, everyone was happily enjoying the feast. Everyone on the ship was chatting joyfully. Javier Asrahan sat in a corner, about to enjoy some wine. Suddenly, his hand froze. He sensed something and stopped drinking. Javier Asrahan looked offshore, sensing something. Yeah. He observed the calm sea without a single wave. Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera stepped forward. What are you doing? Sitting still like a statue all of a sudden. Are you teasing me? Saying that doesn't mean you're a statue-level beauty or anything. Hey, don't play dumb like that. Javier Asrahan ignored whatever Lloyd Frontera said and spoke up. Something's coming. He went silent after hearing that. The silhouette of the caged titan monster was charging closer at an increasing speed. Lloyd Frontera wondered. What's coming? Javier Asrahan replied vaguely. I'm not sure, but it's moving insanely fast. He kept asking, how big is it? Tell me the size. He seriously said it's about twice the size of this ship, a bit bigger than Hippo's full size. Lloyd Frontera started to realize the problem. Damn, but it was already too late. The caged titan monster was beginning to rise from the sea. He pushed through the crowd of nobles nearby. The guy was enjoying himself but turned around at the call. Oh, Lloyd Frontera, how's the party? Lloyd Frontera leaned close to his ear and warned there seemed to be a Giga Titan coming. You need to alert everyone and evacuate immediately. Count Crmo looked unconcerned and asked the man next to him. Lord Ginevon, my orders? He replied instantly. Yes, Count. He asked about the situation offshore. Do you feel any strange movements out there? Ginevon looked out and started checking. He turned back and reported feeling nothing. My lord. Count Crmo calmly reassured. Lord Ginevon here has super senses thanks to his master swordsman syndrome. Just trust him. Lloyd Frontera thought irritably. Our Javier Asrahan is way more sensitive. You playing the lead role? That's not enough to convince me. He smiled reassuringly. Don't be so sure, Lloyd Frontera. In the past few years, no Giga Titan has ever come this close. There's no reason for a surprise attack either. Lloyd Frontera glanced sideways. What's up? It looked like the two of them were staring at the mermaid statue in front. Count Crmo finally started. Lloyd Frontera listened carefully. He and Javier Asrahan stared seriously at him. Ginevon beside them spoke. I don't know what made you feel that way. But from my sense, Count Crom cut in yelling, drop anchor, get my ship away from the mermaid statue. The caged titan monster was gradually surfacing. He urged the staff to hurry up. Javier Asrahan stood behind and said, too late. Lloyd Frontera turned around and gave orders. Javier Asrahan adjusted the anchor. He got the order to prepare for action. Javier Asrahan quickly jumped off the ship. He dove into the sea holding his weapon. Lloyd Frontera on the ship didn't wait either. Padong, thanks to that. He started eating sunflower seeds after appearing. Padong grew bigger and hugged the statue tightly. Javier Asrahan underwater prepared to cut the chains. He was ready to use his explosive slash skill. One sword strike sliced the anchor chain in two. Padong, standing on the statue, bit through the rope, holding the ship. A violent wave slammed into the ship. Damn. Javier Asrahan underwater didn't hesitate and kept cutting chains. One after another, he sliced them in half. Suddenly, Javier Asrahan turned to look at something behind. The caged titan monster had appeared behind him. He was shocked by the sudden appearance. Too fast. Above, the ship started moving. Scatter, scatter. The caged titan monster surfaced with its massive size, tossing nearby ships around. Lloyd Frontera was also thrown off the ship. Holy crap, Padong panicked. Lloyd Frontera on the mermaid statue got hit by the caged titan monster, breaking the statue in half. Javier Asrahan used the momentum from his skill to launch out of the water. He caught Lloyd Frontera falling from the sky. The statue was smashed by the Kij Titan's blow and thrown all the way into the city. The statue crashed into a house. The statue's body gradually broke apart and scattered nearby. Then it crashed into a mansion. The nobles who were enjoying the party earlier fell into the sea and called for help. "Ah, save me. Where are you?" Lloyd Frontera on the overturned ship panicked. "We can't save everyone here." Suddenly, he realized something. "Ah," Lloyd Frontera called Hippo. She quickly appeared. "Hippo." He threw her into the sea and gave an order. "Hippo." From Hippo's suction, everyone underwater was immediately pulled into the whirlpool. She quickly sucked up all the drowning people. The Kij Titan monster started entering the city. Javier Asrahan reported, "Young master, a Giga Titan is speeding toward the city. We have to stop it." Lloyd Frontera jumped onto a log and climbed up. He was shocked seeing that move. "Where are you going?" "That Kija Titan is in the other direction." He panicked and shouted, "Why get involved in this mess, you bastard? Are you seriously trying to take on that monster? Are you crazy?" Javier Asrahan was totally shocked by those words. Count Ciarmo ordered sternly, "Hurry up, the water pressure is super dangerous. Rescue everyone as fast as you can, don't waste a single second." People falling into the sea were screaming for help here, right here. The Kija Titan monster is slowly pushing deeper into the city. Everyone in the city is freaking out. Lloyd Frontera shouted, "That's dangerous. Ah, run." Lloyd Frontera called out, "What are you doing? Come here now." The panicked screams for help echoed. "Hey, there's still someone here." Javier Asrahan was suspicious. "Are you seriously planning to leave those people who need help behind?" He yelled, trying to snap him out of it. "We're here to make money, not to wrestle monsters and play peacekeeper. There's already an army and cannons in the city. Even without you, they'll be fine." Javier Asrahan glared at him. He recalled the moment they fought in the mine. Lord Frontera had shown his smarts in those life-or-death moments. Javier Asrahan remembered that silhouette back then. He was persistent, never giving up or turning his back on hardship. That's the kind of guy he was. But back to now, Lloyd Frontera kept pushing. "Why the hell should I go protect someone else's city? This ain't the time to play hero." Javier Asrahan slowly lost respect for him. After all, this was the real him. The system notification popped up. Javier Asrahan's goodwill toward you dropped by 5. Pity for you increased by 1. Relationship with the main character decreased slightly, but affinity points remain unaffected. Current affinity points, 1,901. He slowly drew his sword. Oh? Javier Asrahan stopped caring about Lloyd Frontera and declared his intention to handle this himself. He panicked and tried to stop him. "This justice freak is gonna die, don't go." But Lloyd Frontera turned and jumped off the boat despite the warning. Javier Asrahan dove into the sea, using his sword as a foothold, unleashing a burst of power. Boom! He immediately shot forward at lightning speed. Javier Asrahan charged toward the monster advancing into the city. Inside the city, soldiers were struggling to hold the line. The troops were ready. Cannons aimed straight at the Kija Titan monster fired. The cannonballs hit it, but were completely deflected. The soldiers panicked at the sight. This thing wasn't even scratched. Suddenly, a structure inside its shell was revealed on both sides. Roar, kill. The Kija Titan's ears prepared to launch something. It fired a spear-shaped water jet at the buildings. 2 towers and the soldiers inside were blasted out of the air. The Kija Titan's eyes were filled with murderous intent as it stared deep into the city, where a shattered mermaid statue lay. The Kija Titan lunged forward with one thought: mermaid, die. The terrified citizens scattered everywhere, screaming for help and running. A man tripped and fell to the ground. The Kija Titan's foot slammed down fast toward him. Help! Javier Asrahan swooped down from the sky to save him. Swinging his sword with explosive force, he gave it his all. The impact threw the monster's foot off course. Suddenly, Javier Asrahan was flung far away. Not enough? The Kija Titan crashed into a wall, instantly collapsing the house. It roared, kill. Javier Asrahan landed and braced himself defensively. The Kija Titan's claw shot toward him at insane speed. Javier Asrahan quickly dodged the attack. It didn't wait and fired 2 water blade swords. He stood stunned midair before the blades. Javier Asrahan struggled to defend. This is bad. The blades sliced across his body instantly. Javier Asrahan couldn't block and was slammed hard into a wall. The impact knocked him down to the ground. Javier Asrahan forced himself up and looked at the Kija Titan. It charged straight at him. Good, I'm caught. Javier Asrahan clenched his bleeding mouth, thinking silently. Yeah, I know I'll never beat a monster like this. I might die here. But with my stubborn will, I'll get up, and I'll keep fighting until everyone else escapes. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontera was already running away. He quickly climbed away, muttering his thoughts. I told you. It's not just you who's the main character in this novel. No matter how many affinity points I have, they all go into construction skills. What can I even do? What am I supposed to do? If I leave, so what? Lloyd Frontera keeps climbing with his ambition. I'm human too. It's heartbreaking to see the city destroyed and people hurt. What do you mean? What can I do? Suddenly, he stops to think. The city is destroyed and everyone is injured. Lloyd Frontera blanks out, thinking, if I run away like this, the city will be ruined, and if I just let it happen. With his confusing thoughts, he grits his teeth in anger. Lloyd Frontera spins around and yells, let's go back, Belle. Who's going to pay for the rebuilding costs? Lloyd Frontera orders Belle to use the dash skill. The volcano erupts. He rushes forward with contempt. Just wait and see, you damn lobster. Javier Asrahan is fighting hard right now. The KGHA Titan monster doesn't hold back either and charges forward. The way he dodges attacks and jumps up. With his power burst skill, Javier Asrahan speeds up onto the monster's body. Every living creature is like that. He aims his attack straight at one spot. The weak point is the eye. Javier Asrahan slashes at its eye, but it's like cutting steel, so tough that the sword deflects. Suddenly, the Kij Titan's whiskers twitch, and it lunges at Javier Asrahan. Hippo appears out of nowhere, a one-hit Hippo strike, charging straight into the monster's head. After hitting it, Hippo is thrown far away. Hippo spits out all its water with all its might. It spits water right onto Lloyd Frontera's head. He appears like a villain with murderous intent. Don't you dare touch my money. Lloyd Frontera stands on the rooftop watching. Javier Asrahan takes the chance to jump and prepare an attack. At that moment, he uses his power burst skill and rushes toward the Kij Titan. A sword strike hits its head, but bounces off. Javier Asrahan is annoyed after failing to hurt it. Damn, it's useless. The Kij Titan quickly stands up. I can't find its weak point. I don't think I can win this fight, but then he rethinks why he's so relaxed. Lloyd Frontera's figure appears in Javier Asrahan's eyes. Maybe because Lloyd Frontera is back here, it'll open the path to victory. 2 minutes and 30 seconds ago, he was riding Padong, moving across rooftops. Padong quickly darts behind the Kij Titan. Lloyd Frontera reminds him, Padong, take a detour. Don't get too close so that monster won't notice us. Padong sits on his back, thinking, weak point, gotta find its weak point. Javier Asrahan is attacking its tough skin with all his might. One strike after another, still no damage. Damn it. Lloyd Frontera is shocked seeing that Javier Asrahan's attacks don't even scratch it. What the hell is that monster made of? How is it so damn strong? Oh yeah, now I remember what it's made of. He realizes something. Right, if that thing can. Lloyd Frontera activates his measurement skill. He focuses on the Kij Titan's head. Its whole body starts showing info. Lloyd Frontera is thrilled, so you can actually measure a living creature. He begins reading the info through the skill. That horn is mixed with a 1 meter thick kit. On a molecular level, it has 3 layers of honeycomb structures stacked, all tightly connected, like wearing bulletproof armor. Javier Asrahan is rushing in now with his power burst skill. Die, damn you. He strikes the top of the Kij Titan's head. New info starts coming in, catching Lloyd Frontera's attention. Watching the monster's movements makes him curious. What's that? The damage from Javier Asrahan's attack is concentrating in one spot. The force from his attack starts dispersing onto its horn. Lloyd Frontera seriously observes and quickly figures it out. That horn gathers energy and releases it. Cut that horn off first. He switches to another skill, simulation mode. Lloyd Frontera looks at the Kij Titan's stomach. That's where the monster stores water to attack. Can we destroy it? Simulation mode starts piercing through its body. We can beat that damn monster. Back to the present. Javier Asrahan yells, young master, what should I do? Lloyd Frontera places 1 finger on his head and 2 fingers below. Signal him to cut it off. Javier Asrahan doesn't get it and snaps. Are you crazy? Hearing that, he gets pissed and shouts, the horn, damn it, cut that horn off first, old man. Suddenly, the claw of the Kij Titan monster lunged forward, and Javier Asrahan quickly jumped out of his spot. He leapt into the air, dodging the attack with a seriously sick move. Just cutting off the horn wouldn't do jack. Javier Asrahan quickly picked his landing spot on the monster's back, but dude, he spun around, ready to land on the Kij Titan's body. Javier Asrahan landed successfully, hoping this time the plan was legit. Javier Asrahan immediately rushed forward to attack. Lloyd Frontera down below hurriedly shouted a warning. Listen up, Javier Asrahan, even if the horn's hollow as hell, it's not easy to cut through. The energy circle doesn't always hit the mark. Javier Asrahan, almost reaching the horn, asked, so what do you want me to do? Lloyd Frontera quickly explained, sometimes you just gotta spin at max speed. Javier Asrahan got close to the horn and readied his strike. Pretty useful tip. He swung down hard. Easier said than done. With interlaced energy streams, Javier Asrahan poured all his power into the sword in his hand. Lloyd Frontera was pleased with his move. Damn, magic chainsaw. That was just my theory, but but looks like it actually works. Javier Asrahan, now it's a piece of cake for you. He swung down with all his energy. The caged titan monster screamed in pain. Kree quickly struck back with its claw at Javier Asrahan. Lloyd Frontera down below didn't wait and ordered. Padong jumped up to block the caged titan's attack. Javier Asrahan managed to saw off the horn. Half the horn and Javier Asrahan fell together. The caged titan monster writhed in agony. Kree's horn fell freely, crashing straight down into the city without anything stopping it. Lloyd Frontera seized the moment and shouted, "Habi, head to the center where its middle legs meet, move toward the tail, at the corner of its head." He quickly followed the orders. "If you slash that way," Javier Asrahan stopped right at the spot, he was told. He yelled after his move, "I know I'm going to get paid more for this." Javier Asrahan took stance, ready to strike. Suddenly, the caged titan monster slammed its whole body down. He was stunned, frozen in place. With a loud thud, the monster's entire body hit the ground. But Javier Asrahan didn't break free, only his sword flew out. Lloyd Frontera turned pale with fear. Javier Asrahan was trapped under the caged titan's body. He gathered strength to attack. Die. He raised his hand and stabbed straight forward. Damn monster. Suddenly, Padong dashed over, grabbed Javier Asrahan's shirt, and pulled him away. Padong successfully saved him from the caged titan's crushing grip. Padong landed safely without a scratch. Lloyd Frontera was overjoyed. "Nice one." Padong dropped Javier Asrahan and blurted out words. "Padong," he was dumbfounded. "Sorry, Padong, I don't get what you're saying." Javier Asrahan bent down to pick up his sword. "But maybe you're scolding me for being reckless, huh?" He refocused on the caged titan monster. "Then let's try to survive until we take this beast down." Javier Asrahan looked at his confident stance. "I trust your plan, Lloyd Frontera." Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontera was calculating the next move. Thanks to the successful measurements, he created Plan D, but it's tough to pull off because this caged titan monster is insanely fast. He stared at the monster wrecking the city and decided, but we have to execute Plan D no matter what. It's the only way to kill this damn monster. Lloyd Frontera seriously concluded, that's Plan A plus D. He called out to Padong standing below. Padong quickly looked up. Padong dashed to where Lloyd Frontera was. He immediately climbed on Padong and gave orders. "Head to the spot I mentioned earlier." Padong took the chance. Lloyd Frontera explained the plan to Javier Asrahan down below. "Javier Asrahan, that beast sees you as the strongest enemy, so lure it into the forest east of the city." He immediately replied, "Got it." Lloyd Frontera sat on Padong's back, thinking, "We've wasted enough time, I think now's the moment." He gritted his teeth, hoping. "Please, I'm counting on you." 15 minutes ago, Count CRMO was watching the monster approach the city. He was stunned by what was happening. Couldn't believe it. How could this happen? Jinovan stood behind, taking the blame. "Sorry, sir, if only I'd known sooner." Count CRMO denied it. "No, it's not your fault. I was just too naive." He recalled the statue of the merman. "I was the idiot who thought I could wipe out a monster with just a tiny statue." Lloyd Frontera, riding a leopard underwater, spoke up. "Nah, dude, you were right. It's chasing the statue." Count CRMO was stunned. "Lloyd Frontera, you're still alive." He seriously explained, "That monster came because of the statue. Let's use that obsession to pull off the plan." The guy silently listened to Lloyd Frontera's words. "Javier Asrahan and I will buy you some time, and I need to do some stuff with the servants." Back to the present, Javier Asrahan was struggling to dodge attacks from the caged titan monster. It was aggressively swinging nonstop at him. Javier Asrahan barely landed. Damn ice. He was one-on-one with the caged titan monster, his body exhausted, panting hard. Javier Asrahan was gasping for breath, thinking he was about to hit his limit. Gritting his teeth, he pushed through and ran according to Lloyd Frontera's plan. "Give it your all, Javier Asrahan. For the city, for the people." The caged titan monster frantically chased him, leaving chaos behind. Javier Asrahan was panting as he ran. He made it into the forest just like Lloyd Frontera said. Javier Asrahan ran faster and faster, charging ahead. Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera appeared, shouting, "Habi, get to the statue." Hearing that voice, he calmed down. A wooden cart was speeding toward them. The caged titan monster noticed something too. Right in front of it was the mermaid statue, its body reassembled. Lloyd Frontera smiled confidently. Javier Asrahan stood dumbfounded. "What the hell is that?" Lloyd Frontera and Podong charged forward, carrying the newly decorated mermaid statue. "You rotten lobster, your real enemy is right here." The caged titan monster got triggered by the mermaid statue's appearance. It roared in rage, and Lloyd Frontera grinned satisfied. That monster took the bait. He recalled what happened earlier. They fixed the statue better than he expected. Trusting their prep was totally worth it. "Good thing I read that novel," he quickly ordered. "Javier Asrahan, I'll be the bait, you attack." He snapped back, annoyed. Next time, explain the plan in detail first. Lloyd Frontera brushed past Javier Asrahan. Hey, this can't happen twice. The Kija Titan monster shifted its focus to the mermaid statue and charged. Podong freaked out and ran full speed, trying to escape. Oh crap. Javier Asrahan took the chance and dashed forward. He jumped under the monster's belly, ready to strike. Using all his strength, he raised his sword. A blazing slash cut forward. He aimed straight at the Kija Titan's lower belly and stabbed. Boom! Its lower belly exploded. Lloyd Frontera saw the flash and turned around. The monster stood tall again in the forest after Javier Asrahan's slash. After striking, he fell, wearing a pissed-off expression. Javier Asrahan's attack only managed to break through its tough outer skin. He frowned, thinking, damn, the slash was too shallow. I used too much mana. Falling, Javier Asrahan blamed himself. But it was just an excuse. Is it because I'm too weak? I don't have enough mana. I can't protect everyone. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear. You did great, Habo. Lloyd Frontera, riding Podong, charged forward, now confidently gripping the statue in his hands, leaving the rest to fate. As Javier Asrahan fell, he drifted with his hazy thoughts. After that big attack, my energy's drained. My mind's all fuzzy, but now I can rest. Lloyd Frontera's serious voice rang out. Leave it to fate. Javier Asrahan closed his eyes and waved his hand with a thought. Sir Lloyd Frontera, why would you say that? Suddenly, a golden orb shot toward him. Hippo caught him as he fell to the ground on its back. Lloyd Frontera charged at the monster and reassured him. Rest up. Hable, this city must be protected. His negative thoughts flashed through his mind as he ran yelling. Honestly, I didn't think I could pull this off. Lloyd Frontera stared at the giant monster ahead. How the hell am I supposed to lure it so far away to kill it? Nothing guarantees it won't come back to the city. The sea near Cremo must be the Giga Titan's lair. He remembered the Kija Titan's powerful attacks and its intelligence. It could cause even worse earthquakes to get revenge for summoning the mermaid. Then Lloyd Frontera looked at Podong, panting beneath him. No more, Podong. We've reached the limit. I can't hold on anymore, he shouted loudly. Podong. Right then, Podong quickly stopped on command. Lloyd Frontera got shoved back, grinding his teeth. He was instantly pushed into the air after Podong stopped. Lloyd Frontera gripped the spear tightly. What the hell can I do now? What's the most important thing? What can I do? Flashback to when he was riding the leopard, surfing the sea. Earlier, when I decided to save the city and had to make a quick call, there were plans that required me to join the attack. Lloyd Frontera sat on the leopard's back, calculating a critical strike. No other way. Gotta unleash the critical strike. You need 3 circles to use it, but I only have 2 right now. He hastily sent this order through the weird mind message. Skill window, strange mental interface. The system panel popped up fast. Asura Heart, 2nd tier circle, grade B upgrade requires 190 affinity points. Affinity points owned, 901. Upgrading to 3rd tier circle needs 190 affinity points. That's way too expensive. Lloyd Frontera quickly chose level up and just locked it in to speed things up. The system panel then demanded Asura Heart, 2nd tier circle. Level 5 upgrade requires 220 affinity points. 220. It's 30 points more affinity each time, getting pricier with every upgrade. He was annoyed but still chose to keep upgrading. Hey system, cut me some slack here. Asura Heart, 2nd tier circle, level 6. Asura Heart, 2nd tier circle, level 7. Asura Heart, 2nd tier circle, level 8. Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera realized something. The system panel required Asura Heart, 2nd tier circle, level 10 upgrade demands 370 affinity points. He stared at the notification in shock. Upgrade requires 370 affinity points, but I only have 311. Lloyd Frontera was pissed. This can't be happening. Looks like I don't have any plan to join the fight. I made the right call. Back to the present, he was gripping the monster, Kija Titan's stomach hole. Why the hell am I hanging here? Javier Asrahan was slowly losing consciousness on Hippo's back. Lloyd Frontera bit the spear, calculating, maybe just pour mana in and stab it, even a light wound would do. Javier Asrahan was drifting into unconsciousness. Suddenly, the system notified. HBL affinity for U plus B, affection plus 5. Lloyd Frontera hung there, reading the system message. Asura Heart, 2nd tier circle, level 10 upgrade requires 370 affinity points. Affinity owned 391. Lloyd Frontera quickly accepted it. 3rd tier circle. Asura Heart system upgraded. 2 energy circles surrounding his heart suddenly glowed with an extra light. System panel notified. Asura Heart, 3rd tier circle. Level 1, mana plus 500%. Lloyd Frontera shouted, "Let's go." A protective circle around the heart. Suddenly, the Kija Titan monster slammed its claw into the mountain rock. The other 2 circles vanished as the mountain rock exploded from the hit, Lloyd Frontera hadn't noticed yet and aimed his skill straight at its lower belly. Suddenly, a rock flew at insane speed. It hit Lloyd Frontera's head, making him stagger. The rock smashed his head hard, blood immediately gushing out. What the hell? His hand was slipping off the monster's skin. I can't do this. I gotta carve a circle. Lloyd Frontera's thoughts were getting fuzzy. A mana circle? Heart circle? The last circle. What are you doing? The magic flow in his heart started running back through the circles. The two energy circles began intertwining a bit more. Then the three energy circles rushed into each other, merging. Lloyd Frontera braced himself to use the skill. He charged straight forward without thinking. Ultimate critical strike. Lloyd Frontera aimed right at the Kija Titan's open wound. A powerful hit landed on it. The impact caused an explosion, making the monster collapse in pain. A towering smoke cloud rose so high even the city folks saw the Kija Titan monster fall from Lloyd's strike. From the smoke, weak calls echoed in his ears. Padang Hippo Bell. He slowly opened his eyes and saw the three calling for him. Javier Asrahan was waking up from his coma. He struggled to sit up and looked around. Padang Hippo, everyone's safe now. Suddenly, Javier Asrahan noticed beside him. In front of him was the monster lying defeated. Seriously, he's responsible for what I said. How the hell did he pull that off? Padang teared up, grabbing Javier Asrahan's hand. Padang, he's confused. What's wrong with you? Padang, you mean to follow me? The three of them sadly followed Javier Asrahan. In front of them was the man lying on the ground with his spear. Javier Asrahan was scared and ran over. No, it was young Master Lloyd Frontera. He quickly leaned his ear close to Lloyd Frontera's chest. Javier Asrahan was stunned to find him, forcing himself up with a grim face. His heart had stopped beating. The scene cuts to a bird flying in the sky. A messenger pigeon was soaring through the air. It flew to the Frontera mansion. Knock knock. Arcos Frontera was in his study and was alerted by the knocking. He looked outside to see a pigeon patiently waiting. A messenger pigeon? Arcos Frontera took the letter and read it. What's this about the trade city, Cremo? Suddenly, his face turned pale as he read the contents. Arcos Frontera hurried down to his stable. Without thinking twice, he immediately galloped away. Arcos Frontera sped forward with racing thoughts. Lloyd Frontera. Lloyd Frontera, he panicked and rushed. I warned you so many times about the dangers you'd face. The letter's content. Dear Mr. Arcos Frontera, your eldest son Lloyd Frontera has successfully completed an extraordinary project for Cremo. Suddenly, Mabella Frontera appeared behind Arcos. Wait for me. Why are you leaving so suddenly? Arcos Frontera turned around. Mabella, you can't come. He sternly stopped her. Even if you keep going, the distance is still far. That's why only Baron the Lord and you should go together. Mabella was annoyed. What are you talking about? Have you forgotten? She confidently reminded him. I'm way better at riding horses than you. The letter's content, Boo was in danger at that moment. The three of them hurriedly rode horses through the freezing winter. At that moment, Lloyd Frontera and his bodyguard Javier Asrahan bravely sacrificed themselves to save countless lives. The three were currently caught in a blizzard. Right now, Lloyd Frontera was in a strange coma. Arcos Frontera struggled through the blizzard, silently cursing Lin, that annoying troublemaker. But he was his son, the most diligent and trustworthy one. The letter said, I thought you should know as soon as possible, so I sent you this letter. I will wait to meet the parents of this outstanding young man. Arcos Frontera gasped. My son, my son. Suddenly, he remembered the time with Lloyd Frontera before. I already asked for permission from the Arcos family. Then it was time for him to work. Don't pity Arcos. This will be fine. And finally, I want to express my gratitude to you, Mr. Arcos. Arcos. He recalled everything and began to doubt. Is he really my son? Suddenly, a monster's paw appeared in the blizzard. The three were shocked by its appearance. A wolf-like monster appeared. A monster? It growled in front of Arcos Frontera. Suddenly, a paw appeared right before him. Baron held his weapon and stepped forward. We took a shortcut, so there's no escaping. I'll hold them off for you too. Find another way to Cremo. Arcos Frontera panicked. Sir, you should run away. He explained why he acted that way. These beasts are fast. When I turned back, that was when they lunged and broke my neck. The wolf monster didn't wait and charged. Turning around, he shouted, Hurry up. A claw strike from the monster came down fast. He used all his strength to block the monster's attack. Arcos Frontera had no choice but to turn away, but he still looked back and said, Take care, sir. We'll definitely meet again in Cremo. The wolf monster prepared for another strike after the first. Baron spun around, gripping his sword tightly, and swung forward, successfully blocking the monster's claw. But the sword blade snapped in two. Baron was shocked at his weapon. The wolf monster seized the chance and bit his shoulder. Baron didn't panic and pulled out a backup dagger from behind. He stabbed straight into the monster's face, making it howl in pain. It didn't let go and slammed him down onto the snowy ground. He endured and stabbed deeper. The wolf monster bit harder into Baron's shoulder without mercy, causing him to scream in pain. Suddenly, Arcos Frontera appeared, weapon in hand, charging forward. He stabbed the monster's back, making it howl. Mabella Frontera also stabbed with her dagger. She aimed straight for its eye and plunged down. The wolf monster finally howled in pain and released him. It collapsed, thrashing in the snow. After struggling for a while, it finally lay still. The three witnessed the death of the wolf monster. Arcos Frontera helped Baron up. "Are you able to stand?" He held his wound, blaming himself. "I'm ashamed of myself. How can a knight like me?" He replied seriously. "You're also my lord. A lord has the responsibility to protect his people." Mabella Frontera trembled as she called out Agus, Agus. Only then did he turn his head. Lloyd Frontera listened. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Arcos Frontera glared behind him, where a pack of wolf monsters was approaching. Baron struggled to stand and move toward the wolves. He gripped the sword that had pierced the dead wolf before and raised it straight toward the approaching wolf monsters. The pack didn't wait and charged forward fast. Baron didn't panic and rushed forward. Arcos Frontera fearfully hugged Mabella Frontera tightly. Suddenly, Javier Azrahan appeared from the sky, landing and preparing to draw his weapon. The wolf monsters heard the noise behind and turned around. Javier Azrahan sliced off one's head with a single strike. He dashed through, smoothly beheading the entire pack. Then he sheathed his sword at his side. Javier Azrahan said sternly, "Just in case, I came to greet you." He stepped out from the pool of blood not yet fallen from the monsters. "Is anyone hurt?" Baron was stunned, thinking to himself, "I know Javier Azrahan is skilled with sword magic and mana, but not this strong when he came to CRMO." He looked at Javier's powerful figure, puzzled. What made Javier Azrahan this strong? Javier stepped closer to the still stunned group. Mabella Frontera and Lloyd Frontera listened and asked, "Javier Azrahan," with care, "is our Lloyd Frontera okay?" He paused before answering, "I'm not sure if he's still alive." The scene shifted to when they defeated the Kija Titan monster. Javier Azrahan was dumbfounded, staring at Lloyd Frontera's body. His face darkened as he avoided looking at Lloyd's lifeless expression. "If he disappears now, our legacy just vanishes." Javier grabbed his hand, lifting it sadly. This new homeland, the only one he had just seen. Two people, one sorrowful and one uncertain if alive, side by side. Suddenly, something faint caught Javier's attention. He grabbed the hand and checked. His pulse was still beating, but his heart had stopped. Javier leaned close to Lloyd's face to check. Though weak, he was still breathing. Javier panicked as he checked the whole body. How is this possible? Suddenly, he was shocked. Javier sensed something inside the body. A third-level circle, spinning at an unbelievable speed. He slowly placed his hand on Lloyd's chest and realized he couldn't detect his heart condition. "I can't check because this powerful mana vortex magnetic field is replacing the heart's function and keeping him alive." Javier looked back at the fallen monster. A combo brutal strike. "Now I get why the giant titan ended up like that." He sat dazed after checking. "Lord Lloyd Frontera, who exactly are you?" Back to the present, in front of the trade city Cromo, everyone was working together to repair the houses. Everyone had their own tasks right now. Javier Azrahan led the three into the city and spoke. "Lord Lloyd Frontera is at the Count's place. A doctor is watching over him, but there's not much change." Arcos Frontera looked around, horrified. "Only Lloyd Frontera and you fought the monster that destroyed this whole place?" Javier denied. "No, sir. He told the truth. Lloyd Frontera was the one who swung the blade." Javier walked on, praising him. "It was Lord Lloyd Frontera's power that finished that monster." Arcos Frontera silently doubted. "Does my son Lloyd Frontera really have that kind of power?" Suddenly, two people behind were talking, catching his attention. "Are you also going to the Count's place?" "Of course, because if I can't do anything else, isn't this what I should do?" He mentioned his savior, Lloyd Frontera. "Without him, I'd probably be frozen dead by now." Frontera stood in front, listening. He continued describing. "When approaching the monster, he saved who knows how many people. He struggled to walk. I thought I was dead because I couldn't move. I gave up and waited for death. Back then, Lloyd Frontera ordered to clear away the wreckage so the people wouldn't get hurt. The city's residents started to buzz. I think the sparks got trapped by the statue's debris. If left alone, everything would burn down." She began describing. She saw it too. "Damn right. A giant hippo showed up during construction. It soaked up water and put out the fire." "Yeah, I saw it too." Lloyd Frontera summoned it, didn't he? The four of them stood listening to the stories people were telling. No one knows how many folks in this city owe their lives to him. The townspeople gathered at Count CRMO's mansion. Everyone was praying. "I hope you saved my dad." From little kids to grown-ups, our wives, and even the elders, our moms. Everyone was praying for Lloyd Frontera, the savior of all. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind the crowd. "Are you all nuts or what?" A man with nostrils like a hippo's tail criticized. "If that guy hadn't built that statue, none of this crap would have happened. He kept blaming others, but thinking back, it's all his fault. You couldn't ignore that bastard's presence. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then started reconsidering. The people agreed and immediately went to beat him to a pulp. The group quickly suppressed the chaos. The heart wrapped in Lloyd Frontera's energy, the system panel suddenly popped up. Your hope and courage have left a deep impression on the citizens of Cramo. This city comes with a sweet reward. For more details, click here. More details. Lloyd Frontera, annoyed, tried to open his eyes, suddenly waking up from a long coma. Lloyd Frontera struggled to sit up, groaning from his head. He had a headache, recalling how recklessly he used the combo brutal strike. Am I even alive? The system probably thinks so, because if I were dead, how could I be dreaming? Lloyd Frontera doubted. How could that be? Wasn't my heart exploding part of the setup? System, chill, you'll get it eventually. The system panel reminded him, shouldn't you check something more important? Lloyd Frontera suddenly realized. Oh, right. Suddenly, a knight burst through the door with a creak. Javier Azrahan was shocked by his awakening. Lloyd Frontera took the chance to speak up. Oh, Javier Azrahan, perfect timing. He said something that sounded super serious to himself. They're asking when the construction payment is due. He looked helpless after hearing that, then smiled innocently. Looks like he's still okay. Suddenly, two voices called from outside the door. Lloyd Frontera, Lid Arcos Frontera, and Maybella Frontera rushed over excitedly. They hugged Lloyd tightly, catching him off guard. Arcos Frontera cried tears of joy. Lloyd Frontera, you're safe now. That troublesome kid. Maybella Frontera was just as thrilled. Thank God, Lloyd Frontera. Do you know how worried we were? They hugged him while thinking. Is it really our Lloyd Frontera? That doesn't matter. Thank heavens the kid's alive. The scene shifted outside to the clear blue sky over Magenta Royal Road. A voice echoed inside, saying the giant titan has been defeated. It won't be coming back. These were the last words of Count Seo. Inside the throne room, the silhouette of a man gradually appeared before the public. It's interesting to have someone like him in our country, she ordered seriously, sending a message to the Frontera estate inviting him and his knights here. The silver-haired man immediately obeyed the order. Your Majesty, Alicia sat seriously on the throne. Whether the letter was true or not, I will meet him personally and make a decision. Queen Alicia. The system panel appeared with a notification. Your courage and determination have been celebrated across the country like a living legend. Lloyd Frontera sat with arms crossed, expressionless, reading the message. The system continued awarding affinity points for increased social reputation, bonus affinity points +1, 500. Lloyd Frontera finally cheered loudly. The system was reading skill info, mind mana skill, storing a dense amount of mana in the heart. He touched the center of his chest. Henry was always full of life even after a month-long coma. Inside Lloyd Frontera's heart, an energy appeared within him. Because I became a mind mana user, meaning he clenched his fist proudly. Digging earth would be way easier. The system was helpless. You only think that far? Lloyd Frontera asked seriously. What's more glorious than being a laborer? Now you're looking down on mining? System, sorry. Please forgive me. The reason mind mana must be protected from shock explosions is because mind mana is like a power reservoir. Triggering an explosion means the nearby gunpowder will blow up too. Boom. The explosives Lloyd Frontera described exploded like the sky fell apart. Since this is a disaster, if you can't protect it, you've got a one-way ticket to hell. He remembered the moment he was about to strike the monster. But at that instant, I had no mana for mind magic. Lloyd Frontera touched the center of his chest. Thanks to that, I managed to stay alive. A shock hit my heart. It transformed into mind magic mana while trying to keep me alive. He sighed, thinking silently that during his mind magic training, he had ignored it because he thought one more push would be beneficial. Sometimes being lazy actually helps. Suddenly, Count Seo pushed the door open. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's get going. Lloyd Frontera quickly replied, Yes, my Lord Count. He went inside to check. At that moment, he used a sharp gaze to notice something. Then Lloyd Frontera licked his lips, looking pretty creepy. People outside started riding horses to move. He sat inside, pulled the curtain, and looked outside. Lloyd Frontera spoke, making Count Crimo jump. The mansion, and that road. He casually said, I wonder how much the repair costs would be. The Count crossed his arms and replied, I think it might be more than that guy's entire budget. Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera's face darkened. If that giant titan hadn't died, I guess it would have eaten up more than the whole year's budget. Count Seo fell silent for a moment, then realized the problem and suspiciously asked what he meant. Triple. Lloyd Frontera's face finally broke into a wicked grin. Count Seo trembled, sensing something off from where he was. A tight fist was thrust forward in front of him. Don't even think about that stuff. His face darkened further after listening to him. Oh man, who would have thought the statue made to kill that giant titan would cause this mess? Lloyd Frontera kept rambling, making the Count uncomfortable. You can't blame anyone, though. It's fate. Because of this, some people had to sacrifice their lives, but luckily everything went smoothly. Ha ha. He gradually got to his main point. Oh, now that I think about it, I heard the servants say that the hard-working laborers who sacrificed for the city's benefit without caring about status were definitely compensated financially. I'm curious how much the public cares about this. Finally, Count Seo Ho spoke up. 1510. The space inside fell silent after his words. Count Seo Ho anxiously asked if that was enough. Lloyd Frontera kept his calm tone. Oh, sorry. Maybe I gave you the wrong impression. I'm not asking for more money, but now I know. He said something that pierced Count Seo Ho's heart deeply. The lives of the people are only worth 1.5 times the construction cost. The Count felt uneasy and stayed silent for a long moment as the carriage moved quickly. The Count inside was cornered but spoke up. Double. Lloyd Frontera stayed silent after that. Count Seo Ho anxiously waited. He had no choice but to speak seriously. Triple. Lloyd Frontera's face finally broke into a wicked grin. Count Seo Ho trembled, sensing something off from where he was. A tight fist was thrust forward in front of him. He smiled naturally. I'm really impressed with your contribution. I'll treat it as compensation and use it for a good cause. Count Seo Ho quickly shook his hand. Yeah, all right, he thought to himself. Weird, really weird. Just now I was definitely being blackmailed. Count Seo Ho looked at Lloyd Frontera's satisfied face and thought, but I don't hate him. How is that possible? Why don't I feel annoyed at all? A citizen in the city noticed. Oh, that's the Count's carriage. Everyone cheered excitedly at the carriage's arrival. It's Lord Lloyd Frontera. He's here. Hooray for Lloyd Frontera, Lloyd Frontera. He looked at the cheers outside, feeling tense inside. Damn, back in Korea I was just trash. Suddenly this pressure is intense. Count Seo Ho expressed everyone's intention. There are magic speakers set up on the stands. All the residents eagerly gathered here to hear him speak. Lloyd Frontera shyly replied, yeah. He put his hand on his neck, thinking, we, the heroes who survived the disaster together, should say some cheesy, scripted stuff, right? It's not like I'm making money off passion or anything. The city's people cheered at his appearance. Lloyd Frontera sighed, standing on the podium, hearing the calls. Lloyd Frontera, Lloyd Frontera. He touched the magic stone. How many people are actually here? Lloyd Frontera stood straight in front of the crowd, waiting for his speech. He tested his voice and thought silently. If I can make money remembering the people here, that'd be awesome. Lloyd Frontera started talking about something unrelated. Hello everyone. Have you heard about the underfloor heating system? No one below answered his question. Lloyd Frontera silently observed. He looked left, then right. Nobody answered back. Lloyd Frontera slapped his forehead in frustration. Oh snap. So you don't know? He straightened up and announced. Older folks get achy bones when winter hits. Lloyd Frontera's parents worried their kid would catch a cold. The townspeople listened, wide-eyed. Hanging on every word, Lloyd Frontera said, how much time have you wasted struggling with that damn heater? He flipped the capitalist boss mode switch and yelled. 1 hour, Lloyd Frontera kept going for 2 hours. He seriously laid out his thoughts. If you're 50, you've wasted 15 years of your life. Lloyd Frontera raised his voice, saying, if you feel like you've wasted time, remember the underfloor heating system. Baron Kermo laughed out loud at that. Ha ha. He seriously described everyone's quality of life like it was this big, tight. Lloyd Frontera went silent, checking his palm. Suddenly, he raised his arm and shouted, no, this has got to get way better. Then Lloyd Frontera calmed down and said, if you want more details, please come to Baron Frontera's mansion. He turned his back and dropped his final words amid the crowd's suspicion. That was it. Baron Seo Ho finally realized the problem from before. I get why I can't hate this guy now. He looked at Lloyd Frontera's retreating figure, silently judging. He carefully manages his profits. He's stubborn but still acceptable. More than that, he does what needs to be done. Unlike hate, I want to make him one of my subordinates. Keeping a guy like him stuck in this hometown is such a waste. Scene shifts to Frontera's territory. The Frontera estate's gonna be my juicy honeypot. And this senior knight here? He's honest, sincere, and dedicated. All good stuff. But compared to his effort, his knight skills are just average. No, maybe even a bit below average? I find that kind of tragic. Right now, Lloyd Frontera sat dazed, staring ahead. The Baron piled a bunch of documents on the table and announced, so, the prep for the operation is complete. The list and land parcel info are in this file. We decided to handle complaints about farmer shortages, supply issues for oak workers, and adding manpower to the coal mine. He seriously read the documents in his hand and said we've signed a big supply contract for the underfloor heating system with neighboring estates at 30% off. The profit margin on that line is only about 10%, but since then, we've seen coal revenue and profit margins soar past 50%. The Baron kept going. Next up, insulation, waterproofing, and repairs. Lloyd Frontera cut in. Sir, hold up. He asked, confused. While I was gone, you handled everything, Lloyd Frontera. The Baron gave him a puzzled look. Then he explained, I just did what you told me, making sure to take on extra tasks. Suddenly, a man pushed the door open and stepped in. Report. The senior knight inside the floor system is finally done, requesting inspection. Lloyd quickly replied, all right, thanks. I'll be there in about 30 minutes. In front of a house in the territory, the Baron carefully inspected everything inside. He stood up, impressed. You guys finished without a single mistake. Impressive. Everyone was quietly happy but showed it on their faces because of the praise. Suddenly, Lloyd spoke up with a warning. Remember, all the times I nagged you were for this moment. Now you're important members of the expedition team. Lloyd Frontera looked at the man before him, silently impressed. He's really capable. Dude's super skilled. He imagined Lloyd wearing a director's suit. Man, you were born in the wrong era. If this was Korea, he'd probably be a top executive at a corporation. I should give him a fat bonus. The system board announced the Frontera Estate's floor heating system is complete. The Frontera-style floor system will leave a mark in the content's history. A huge amount of loyalty points will be awarded based on significant construction achievements. Loyalty points bonus, 400. Lloyd Frontera imagined the moment when the couple was introducing the contract. Turns out, the contract to install the underfloor heating system was thanks to the Baron and his wife. Instead of an inheritance, they had another kind of ability. The moment you were born, you were blessed by the god of luck. Thanks to this new generation, many people would be caught between laughing and crying. Under the clear blue sky, Lloyd Frontera was starting a new project. Javier Azrahan looked at everyone building and spoke up. I guess to store coal, you need a warehouse this big. He was grinning like a maniac. Of course, since the output would be off the charts. Lloyd Frontera looked up at the sky, deep in thought. With the construction payment, he could already pay off more than half his debts, plus a ton of water bills from the residential area. He smiled wickedly, thinking, soon, I'm about to live the lazy, no-job life. Javier Azrahan glanced at Lloyd Frontera's disgusting smirk, secretly disgusted. Every time he saw that face, it made him want to punch it. Suddenly, a trumpet blared from afar. Lloyd Frontera turned his head, puzzled. What's that? What's that sound? Javier Azrahan explained. It's my first time hearing it too. But from what I know, that's the royal messenger's horn. A group of people carrying the kingdom's flags approached. Lloyd Frontera frowned. Why the hell would the royal messenger come here? A red carpet quickly rolled out, and the man leading the group jumped off his horse. He landed gracefully, like some wise sage, then pulled out an item from his person. After some fancy moves, the bearded man clenched and then unfurled a flag bearing the kingdom's emblem. The people behind clapped and cheered. Oh, Lloyd Frontera is kneeling on the ground looking pissed. What's taking so damn long? Hurry up, man. He gritted his teeth, silently cursing. I'm gonna die from this weird-ass ceremony. The man began reading the ancient decree, from ages long past, about great emperors who sought peace and prosperity for nobles, citizens, and everyone else. Lloyd Frontera thought, could this be CRMO? The stuff I did back at Chromo? The bearded man kept reading, also comforting the people, blah blah, taking responsibility, blah blah. He solemnly read every word on the royal edict. Inspired by this, the queen issued a command. 2 brave heroes who defeated the giant titan were to be personally honored and rewarded for their heroic deeds. The system board announced. Baron's beast affinity increased by 9 points. 90 loyalty points. You have received 90 loyalty points. Arcos Frontera burst into tears at that moment. Sob, this is an honor, your majesty, an honor. I'm proud of you, my son. Very proud. But Lloyd Frontera felt annoyed inside. I appreciate the loyalty points, but this ain't good news. He clenched his jaw and pondered. It was already tough enough dealing with the military. Just enough to avoid trouble was fine. Doing better than required? No way. Breaking those harsh rules? Remembering his old world? The pot-bellied man stepped forward. Hey, Sergeant Kim, I heard you used to work in civil engineering, right? Go install a heating system over there. Kim Seo Ho stammered. Civil engineering doesn't involve hands-on work, sir. He was annoyed. What? You don't want to do it? No way out? Huh. I'll do it. Kim Seo Ho scratched his head in frustration. I messed up big time, studied way too hard. He looked at the finished product in front of him, way too perfect. A man took advantage of the favor. So you're Sergeant Kim, huh? You look sharp, smart too. Build a nice garden, got it? Then they chatted happily while Kim Seo Ho worked his ass off amid endless requests. Why did the village dam break? Sergeant Kim, why are the barracks so weak? Hey, Sergeant Kim, that hill's ruining the scenery here. Hey, Sergeant Kim, right? Send a telegram over there. If I get involved with the king, I'll have to say goodbye to my sweet, lazy, noble country life. Back to the present, the bearded man announced. This is an order for Lloyd Frontera and his guards to immediately depart for the royal road. He shed tears in utter misery. I should have finished after building the underwater foundation. That shrimp bastard cursed me. What now? If the Emperor picks me, I'll be used like a pushover forever. Should I play dumb? No, too risky. If they think I'm an idiot, I might lose my head just like that. Under the royal carriage surrounded by soldiers, Lloyd Frontera sat inside like a lifeless corpse. Javier Azrahan said, "You look like you just got a death sentence." He didn't deny it. "Yeah, you got eyes," he said, making Lloyd Frontera's droopy eyes look confused. Unbelievable. Javier Azrahan looked away and shared his thoughts. If I were Lloyd Frontera, I'd be happy and thinking about how to squeeze money from the kingdom. Hearing that, Lloyd Frontera slowly regained some life. Lloyd Frontera sat silently, calculating. I have info on Queen Magentano's personality, her future, the situation on the royal road. Lloyd Frontera gradually accepted the truth. If I use all that info, there's got to be a way. Javier Azrahan's right. If things go down like that, Lloyd Frontera smirks confidently, then just wipe them out and crush the royal road. His carriage was almost at the kingdom by now. A dazzling cloak appeared. The queen ordered the two kneeling below Lloyd Frontera and Javier Azrahan. Calmly, they started to lift their heads after her words, facing Queen Alicia. Lloyd Frontera broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, damn, suddenly feeling kinda scared. She's no joke. He spoke seriously. I pay respects to the queen, Lloyd Frontera, guardian of the royal road. You're confusing. You? Alicia said something that hit him like a punch. I thought the noble was the one beside you. She smiled admiringly. You're Javier Azrahan. I sense a unique mana flow in you. You look capable enough to fight me. He replied softly. Forgive me. I'm just a guard. Lloyd Frontera schemed silently. She only saw Javier Azrahan as special. He stared at Alicia's serious face, calculating. Just as I thought, one of the kingdom's two sword masters pretending to be dumb and reckless won't fool her. Inside the palace, a stern voice echoed. I've heard your feats from Count Crmo. I admire your courage and sacrifice. Alicia spoke seriously, but her words were dead serious. I don't judge a person by what others say about them. I only believe when I see it with my own eyes. Lloyd Frontera looked up, just as he expected. Alicia continued, Lloyd Frontera, I will personally test your abilities. He smiled slyly, calculating inside. Here it is, the peak moment, a rare chance, a golden opportunity to win the queen's contract. She started questioning. I'll ask you, in this generation and our current situation, what is the most urgent project that needs to be built on the Magenta Royal Road? Lloyd Frontera thought over the question, starting with a riddle. The most urgent project, she said. He grinned cockily. Of course I know, since I hold the whole outline of this novel. Alicia silently judged. If you're truly talented, you should pay attention as soon as you see everything. If you don't care that much, it's unacceptable. Both struggled mentally, staring at each other. The most urgent project in Magenta, Alicia thought, was the decline of conservatism in this kingdom. But Lloyd Frontera gave a different answer. The Magenta River cuts through the royal road, so build a bridge over it. She glared at him after hearing the answer. Lloyd Frontera silently planned. I guess she's going to dislike this answer a bit, because it's not the answer she wanted. But with that personality, she definitely won't stop here. Strong personality with absolute power, along with fairness and equality. She listens to everyone's opinions without discrimination. Alicia asked, and why is that? He quickly answered. Some might think that way, but what's most needed is conservatism. She was shocked after hearing him. Lloyd Frontera described ancient history. From what I know, an evil dragon twice destroyed the top of a tower. To prevent it from happening again, the roof was flattened and widened until today. With that, Lloyd Frontera feared the whole roof would collapse. Nowadays, the Magenta Kingdom is extremely heavy. Lloyd Frontera seriously gave a bunch of opinions, so that weight presses down on the ground and pillars, making it even heavier. However, the need for conservatism will be necessary in the distant future. I judge that's not the most urgent issue. Alicia frowned after listening, silently criticizing. This arrogant bastard knows the answer I'm thinking but gives a totally different one. Lloyd Frontera struggled not to laugh, thinking, I know the queen knows. Jiang Min answered another question. Even though I know the real answer, the two think back and forth. He knows I know. Even if I have the answer in my head, he'll answer totally differently. Lloyd Frontera continued. Boo-hoo, I know the queen knows. I know the queen knows that even if she has the answer in her head, I'll still answer totally differently. The system panel couldn't take it anymore and popped up. Stop it, you crazy bastard. Alicia smiled with an energy shaped like a fox behind her. So you're saying you want to mess with me? Lloyd Frontera was different. Behind him was just a cute little puppy. How could I dare? I just asked for food. Just food. Construction orders, payment for construction. You keep spouting your own opinions. The bridge over the Magenta River has been rebuilt 12 times already. It can't handle the increased spring water flow and collapses regularly. Every time it falls, the people's lives get messed up and it costs a fortune to fix. This project has to happen because of natural conditions. He seriously voiced his wish. If you let us build this, will we make a bridge that won't collapse during spring floods or ice flows anymore? Lloyd Frontera thought about Korea and the modern suspension bridge he mentioned. Alicia silently doubted, blaming my judgment. Why? How could such an arrogant and careless guy pull this off? Lloyd Frontera gulped nervously. She stayed silent, lost in thought, and said, "The more I hear, the more I like it." Alicia demanded seriously, "Give me more details about the bridge you want to build." Lloyd Frontera grinned wickedly in the shadows. "Thanks, awesome, I knew she'd like it. Suck-ups get hated, but confident people with faith earn endless trust." Once approved, Lloyd Frontera launched into a plan as long as an anti-American manifesto. Alicia listened to the long spiel and ordered, "Stop, enough. I don't want to hear anymore." He recalled the novel's plot. This is the Queen of Magentano, but she was betrayed by her lover and lost an arm. She became a ruthless monarch, but that's a story for 3 years later. Right now, she's a good queen who listens even to lowly commoners. Back to the present, Alicia asked seriously, "And what if the bridge collapses?" Lloyd Frontera quickly replied, "I'll pack up and run overseas." Of course, that was just a thought. The real answer came next. "You can chop off my head." He confidently lifted his chin, like if the bridge still stands, "Please guarantee the status of the Frontera family." Alicia smiled with satisfaction. "Ah, he even made me laugh." She stepped down and shouted, "Fine, I let you do whatever you want. I promise to pay you well and maintain your status." Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera stepped up to the green stairs, pulled something from his jacket pocket, and handed over a contract. Alicia was curious. Lloyd Frontera quickly explained, "It's a contract, please sign here." She fell silent after seeing his move. "So you don't trust my promise now? He even wrote a contract in advance? This guy's something else." Lloyd Frontera immediately denied it. "No, Your Majesty, the contract includes a clause that if I'm not sincere about this project, I'll face severe punishment. Consider it a necessary binding for a humble, untrustworthy person like me." Alicia frowned, speechless. She started signing the contract with quick strokes. "Weirdly, I know I'm falling into his trap, but I'm not even mad." Lloyd Frontera sat down earnestly. "I'm honored, Your Majesty." Alicia was annoyed. "What's with that posture?" He immediately explained. "I can't bow any lower before the Queen's signature, so I'm trying to look down." She was helpless. "I get it. Now sit down. I don't want to see that." After finishing, they left following the steward's instructions. Then Lloyd Frontera spun around, striking a pose. He pointed proudly at the contract in his heart. "See, I just tricked the Queen with this contract." Javier Azrahan sighed in disbelief. "If you're rude like that, your head's on the line. I can't block a master swordsman's blade, so don't push your luck." Under the sunset glow, inside the palace, Kyo praised, "Your Majesty, he's smart and quick-witted." Alicia didn't deny it and even added praise. "You think so too, Kyo? He's fiercer than I thought." He wondered, "Are you a bit unhappy with him?" She immediately answered, "Not unhappy at all. Because he thinks he's beaten me from the start, but he does it so casually." Alicia smiled, "Kinda cute, actually." A few days later, under a clear blue sky, Lloyd Frontera was carrying a sack over his shoulder. Javier Azrahan listened. "Are you okay going out alone?" He replied calmly. "Why would I need guards in a kingdom with such great security?" Lloyd Frontera pointed at him teasingly. "You know, going out with you is such a hassle." He thought about being surrounded by girls, but the one getting attention wasn't Lloyd Frontera. "Even just now when doing a survey, I couldn't focus because of you." Javier Azrahan took the chance to ask, "Please send my best wishes to Miss Julin." Lloyd Frontera snapped irritably. All right, I get it. Julian Frontera. She's Lloyd Frontera's little sister, currently studying at the Royal Academy. Before heading to Royal Road, the Baron packed a bunch of winter clothes and blankets to give her. He stepped outside, lost in thought. Lloyd Frontera was confused. "You're talking nonsense too. What's the deal? Do I have to punch the kid in the head or what?" Suddenly, he remembered something, which got her kicked out of the dorm and she ended up dying. She ran into a thug while wandering the streets late at night. Lloyd Frontera smiled proudly. "But now, none of that's happening anymore. Saving a life? That's pretty badass, right?" He was on his way straight to the academy. "So, might as well go visit the little sister. I don't even know what she looks like." The Royal Academy of the Kingdom of Magenta. Lloyd Frontera looked ahead. Why is Yukina annoyed that I'm here?" He didn't answer right away but silently sized up the kid, knowing he was the same age as Javier Azrahan. The kid's way too small. Lloyd Frontera looked at the kid's hateful face and thought, "Look at that expression. How bad must Lloyd Frontera be for his little brother to look at him like that? He calculated his next move. If I act friendly but not too close, the kid won't get suspicious, right? Lloyd Frontera tossed the bag toward Jukian. Here, Mom sent this for you. The kid crouched down to catch it. Oh man. Jukian was silently suspicious. Didn't he just call me a cheeky brat? And now he's running all the way here doing chores for Mom? The system board warned. Too friendly. Is he doubting if this guy is really Lloyd Frontera? He silently cursed his real self. What the hell did I just do? Oh, that's messed up. Lloyd Frontera, you damn bastard. He quickly turned away. I'm out. The brat was confused, like, leaving without even messing with me. Really? The system board warned suspicion was rising fast because of his overly human actions. Lloyd Frontera was confused. You just said it was a bust too. What's up? Do you have to punch the kid in the head to get it? Suddenly, he remembered something. Oh yeah. Lloyd Frontera recalled Mabella Frontera's advice. Can you have dinner with Jukian? The kid's really lonely. He ruffled his hair. Lloyd Frontera turned back and asked, Hey, brat, is there a fancy restaurant around here? The kid shyly asked. Of course. Why? He answered right away. Why? I'm gonna buy you some food, brat. Jukian got even more curious. Why though? Lloyd Frontera sighed in annoyance. Why? Because Mom told me to. This brat. Jukian silently stared at him with bullet eyes. Scene cut to inside a fancy restaurant. Lloyd Frontera and Jukian were sitting down choosing dishes. The kid stammered, I'll just have the regular meal. He got annoyed hearing that. Hey, eat something expensive. You don't usually get to eat at fancy places like this. The kid looked at Lloyd Frontera suspiciously again. He reminded him, Hey brat. Jukian was irritated inside. Forget it. I picked that because I know that dish. The kid shyly spoke up. Then get the special meal. Why is he like this? He always swears the moment he opens his mouth. The bastard kicks me just for looking him in the eye. Lloyd Frontera quickly ordered 2 special meals. The waiter bowed and asked politely, You look like a foreign guest. Would you like some wine? He flatly refused. I don't drink. I quit drinking. That's it. Jukian heard this and doubted. What? That drunkard who acts reckless all day quit drinking now. The kid recalled a few days ago, a guest suddenly visited the castle telling a story about the trading city of Cromo being attacked by giant titans. Oh, the one who defeated that giant titan was named Lloyd Frontera. I didn't believe it. Lloyd Frontera? That guy? He's got neither the brains nor the skill to pull that off. Jukian watched him calmly enjoying his meal and thought. Clearly nonsense. The only one who made a name for himself was Habel. The kid frowned, thinking it was weird, way too weird. He's a totally different person. Suddenly, Diego stepped up and smacked Jukian on the head. Lloyd Frontera, who was enjoying his meal, stopped. This guy calmly said, Why are you eating here? Jukian shyly explained, I'm sorry, I had some stuff to do today. Diego asked, Stuff? What stuff? He kept hitting the kid's head. Did you learn anything in law class? Jukian just sat there taking the pain and listened to Diego rant about not knowing the law. It depends on the situation. Can you just change the law however you want? The Baron shouldn't be eating in a place this obvious. Why? It's an eyesore. Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera glanced sideways. He looked at the nobles giggling nearby. Diego kept up the abuse. Because I don't want to be part of some beggar's family. You think you can do anything. You're just a broke-ass loser. The chef and butler don't even care about your damn estate, so what's the point? Oh wait, they do care. Those filthy peasant scum. Lloyd Frontera sat silently, thinking. Right. The Academy magazine said family status matters more than grades, right? And the irony is that the son of some poor country bumpkin is hanging around a royal prince. What am I supposed to do here? If I help him, school life's just gonna get harder. He looked at Jukian's resigned face, and Jukian gave him a sign. Don't help him. Lloyd Frontera noticed the bruise on the kid's arm, but Diego smirked arrogantly, bragging. Our family name Leonata is recognized by the kingdom. That's the only way to deserve sitting here eating. Only now did Lloyd Frontera realize this guy's real status. He remembered the dude who got psychologically wrecked before. Duke Leonata. Lloyd Frontera sat with a dark expression, calculating, then grinned wickedly like he had a killer plan brewing. A voice cut through Diego Arco's actions. What's your father's name? Lloyd Frontera stood boldly in front of him. Diego was annoyed. My dad? He's the wise and kind Duke Arcos. Who the hell are you? Some relative. This arrogant punk cursed. Don't interfere and get lost. Scram. Before Diego could finish, Lloyd Frontera slapped him hard across the mouth. The punch sent him flying into the air, spinning a full 180. Diego crashed to the ground, rolling with some flashy spins. This dude got knocked out cold by Lloyd Frontera's punch, lying in a heap by the wall. Lloyd's face darkened as he thought. Cooldown time for attack skills. Cheap-ass mana is 0 seconds. The system board popped up, showing off without needing skills. Suddenly, the red-haired man at the next table stood up. This crazy bastard dares to lay hands on a member of the Elite Alliance. Lloyd Frontera turned and slapped him too, knocking his teeth loose. Another big guy stepped forward introducing himself. I'm the #1 Platinum Fighter of Year 2, so get ready to die today. But he also got his teeth knocked out by Lloyd's slap. The rest got cocky. Who the hell are you, you punk? Who the hell is this Lloyd Frontera? Bring it on. The twin Count brothers, known as the Black Dragon's twin horns. If these two team up, you'd be dead before you could even blink. Lloyd Frontera gathered energy in both hands and slapped two of them, knocking out 2 teeth each. He stepped up to the one who spoke. What did you just say? Twin horns or whatever. Was that you? The mushroom-headed guy stammered. What? No way. Crap. Lloyd Frontera immediately gave him a slap. The other two in the restaurant trembled, too scared to speak. They shyly said, we didn't say anything. Lloyd Frontera scolded them with a smirk. Then he slapped the last two's teeth out gently. Suddenly, Diego woke up and charged forward. Die, you bastard. This guy threw a punch straight at Lloyd Frontera's face. Diego smirked proudly. What now? Mana punch from a genius mana user? Diego Arcos, 21 years old, suddenly his face darkened. Lloyd Frontera laughed confidently, licking blood off his nose. The young guy already regretted it. Oh, it was just a punch. Lloyd Frontera grinned wickedly. Don't fly away. He grabbed Diego's collar and smiled savagely. Lloyd Frontera headbutted him hard. Diego fell backward from the critical hit. Only then did he beg, please, sir, stop. Lloyd Frontera didn't care and hit him again. Jukian panicked and silently cursed Lloyd Frontera. This bastard Lloyd Frontera, he's really lost it. At first, he was just a little crazy, but now he's getting crazier. I was dumb to think he was just a normal guy. The kid glanced at the manager beside him, only to see he had already left. Lloyd Frontera kept torturing Diego Arcos. He slammed the guy's head against the wall, asking, Han, you're confused about what's going on, right? Why the hell am I beating you to a pulp like this? You don't know Jack, do you? Lloyd arrogantly repeated. What did you say? A Viscount. You're making me laugh. Why? Whether you're noble or not, how can a kid act like that? Diego cursed quietly. You bastard. Insulting my parents is way out of line. He dragged the guy's face up and down the wall. You think you're some exception who won't get beaten? Delusional bastard. Lloyd Frontera kept smashing Diego's head against the wall, schooling him. Why should I teach some sick brat that nothing in this world is an exception? Because no one's been beating your ass to a pulp every day. He pointed at the blood on the wall. Oh damn. What's this? Here, look at this. Does this look like anything to you? Diego Frontera barely managed to speak up. Huh? Lloyd Frontera kept smashing this guy's head against the wall. Those were the 66 gates to heaven, and he was doing it to filthy trash like him. Dukian finally rushed over to grab his brother. Stop it. Enough already. The kid Lloyd Frontera said quietly, you're gonna kill him. What the hell are you doing, man? Trying to protect him? That'll just make me get bullied even worse than now. I should have thought this through. Lloyd Frontera seemed to read Dukian's mind. The kid was worried he'd get bullied more later. He smiled brightly to reassure him, don't worry. If he dies, he can't mess with you anymore. Dukian was stunned hearing Lloyd say that. Why does he look so damn proud of what he's doing? And what the hell did I just hear? Lloyd Frontera kept beating up Diego while thinking. Yeah, that's right. Back in high school, I saw tons of assholes acting like this. Spare him? Nah, that's a joke. I'm gonna reject any pathetic pleas for mercy from this guy. Diego took the hits, spitting out snot and saliva. He imagined the Grim Reaper pointing a scythe at his neck. After all, fear of death is something special. Suddenly, soldiers rushed in to stop it. The headmaster sternly warned, this is a sacred academy under the Great Queen's protection. This is treason. Lloyd Frontera still held Diego Arcos' head with murderous intent. Dukian was scared, imagining, there's no way he won't beat up the soldiers and the headmaster too. If that happens, he's as good as dead. But unlike what he imagined, Lloyd Frontera bowed respectfully. I believe this is my first time meeting you. I'm the eldest son of Baron Frontera, also Dukian's older brother. My name's Lloyd Frontera. The kid was shocked by his calmness. How is he so chill, like he was just waiting for this to happen? Everyone fell silent after Lloyd's greeting. He spoke up to admit fault. I bow my head and apologize again for causing this mess. Lloyd Frontera's eyes were razor-sharp as he stared at the headmaster, restoring the Queen's honor. The headmaster denied it nonsense. Who dares insult the Queen's honor? Lloyd just pointed at Diego Arcos. It's that brat. He's Arcos' son, my brother. Dukian has suffered a lot from abuse and humiliation. Lloyd Frontera looked at the manager standing behind. Got anything to say? He stared at the man's uneasy face and said, You saw what happened here, right? Or am I wrong? You don't seem to want to stop me, but maybe I'm mistaken. Haha. Lloyd imagined the nobles holding the academy's strings. No need to guess why I didn't stop. It's because all the students here are nominated by the nobles. If I stopped, those nobles would still hate me. Plus, these students gather and talk trash. The academy's become a madhouse thanks to the grown-up students here. Lloyd Frontera looked at the crowd ahead. It's not just the students, but you guys too. No way I'm gonna turn a blind eye to the fact I'm getting bullied. He gave the crowd a look full of disgust. I've let you guys slide until now because I'm the son of a poor baron. So helping you won't get me any benefits. Lloyd Frontera put his hand in his jacket pocket. Insulting my brother is insulting me, but what can I do? I'm his older brother. He pulled out a box and held it straight up to the crowd's faces. The headmaster was shocked. This, Lloyd Frontera confidently explained, is the king's special royal token. He proudly showed the token as a shield, a royal token for a weak royal. The crowd quickly dropped to their knees. Long live the queen, long, long live. Then Lloyd put the token back in his pocket and walked away. You guys get the picture, right? I'm out. The headmaster schemed quietly in the shadows. Ha! This dumbass. The royal token is only granted to one person. We just punish Dukian and treat the other students better after he leaves. Suddenly, Lloyd stopped right in front of him, smiling slyly into the headmaster's eyes. The headmaster quickly scowled. What the hell was that expression? Like he was saying he'd kill him if he tried to act up. Lloyd turned and ordered, "What are you doing? Come here. Hurry up." Dukian was stunned. Huh? Inside the academy? The kid asked about his plan. Where are we going? Lloyd answered calmly. The administrative office. Dukian wondered why. Lloyd explained softly. What do you mean? To ask for your leave, of course. Suddenly the kid stopped. How much? Dukian shouted angrily. How much more destruction do you want to cause to blow off steam? You're the reason I'm going to get bullied even worse at the academy. Now I can't even go to school. Why did you do that to me? Lloyd Frontera wasn't angry but spoke softly. After all, studying in an environment like this would be tough anyway. So in the meantime, just calm down and train your body. The kid was confused. What do you mean by training my body? Lloyd Frontera smiled. Have you ever heard this before? The strongest muscles are built through hard manual labor. The sky was getting dark in front of the Magenta Royal Palace. Inside the VIP room, Javier Asrahan seriously reassured, consider following Lord Lloyd Frontera's advice. I believe it will bring good results. Dukian was confused. Huh? You don't even know what you're saying? Habby, we're talking about Lloyd Frontera here, my lazy older brother. He said softly. You don't believe me either, do you? The kid fell silent after Javier Asrahan's words as he explained the past. When he was still in Cromo, he killed a giant titan monster and Lloyd Frontera did everything himself. He even blocked a lethal blow. Dukian listened quietly to every word. He also built roads and a waterway. More than that, he developed a coal mine and befriended the wild ORCs. Not stopping there, he even paid off more than half of the Baron's huge debt, doing all those things with his own hands. Javier Asrahan reassured him to trust him. Lord Lloyd Frontera is the current ruler of that land. He stood outside and heard all the words Javier Asrahan said. Lloyd Frontera smiled proudly. Dukian spoke up. I want to believe you, but it's hard to believe that a drunk loser could change that much. Javier Asrahan didn't deny it. Yeah, he used to be arrogant and stupid. The kid took the chance to call him trash. He also took advantage of it. Back then, who would believe he was even human? The smile on Lloyd Frontera's face faded after hearing those words. Dukian asked, confused, what do you think? Javier Asrahan, do you think a person can change that much? Javier Asrahan quickly answered, I don't think so. He hesitated, not 100% sure, but he spoke his mind. I think he's someone else who just looks like Lord Lloyd Frontera. He stood outside and his expression changed immediately. Lloyd Frontera hesitated outside, not daring to go in. Dukian was silent for a while after hearing Javier Asrahan. Then the kid spoke up. Someone else? You mean his body was stolen? Lord Lloyd Frontera is like dark magic? He didn't deny it. Maybe. If that's possible. Lloyd Frontera stood outside silently, listening to Javier Asrahan talk about him. It's just a theory I read in a book. However, stabilizing one's soul inside another's body requires a huge amount of energy. He remembered when he was investigating Lloyd Frontera's body while he was asleep, so he secretly checked it out. There's a strong energy protecting Lloyd Frontera's soul. What? Someone really did that? Dukian asked anxiously. So? Is it another soul? Lloyd Frontera also waited anxiously, but Javier Asrahan denied it, saying there was no energy at all. The body and soul felt natural, like a unified entity. He breathed a sigh of relief. Javier Asrahan brushed the story aside. Forget it, it's just an illogical guess. Dukian accepted it too. Yeah, but what's even more unbelievable is that he changed. Lloyd Frontera thought silently. Habby Beale, there's no way you can't feel my presence behind that door. Surely you want me to hear this. You're saying I'm suspicious? Suddenly, the kid stammered, I've never heard our family had any debts before. Dukian whispered, blaming himself. I thought I was the hardworking one, but all this time he was the one doing most of the work to pay off the debt, and I'm the one who got it all too easily. The kid forced a smile. So now shouldn't I just admit it? That he was the one who saved our family fortune. System notification, Jukian's affection for you has increased by 2 points, earning 28 intimacy points. Likes you, -50. Lloyd Frontera grins slyly. Oh. Because Jukian is also Lloyd Frontera's main character. She's turning into a damn intimacy point bank. Your little brother's heart system has been unlocked. The great Lloyd Frontera. Huh? Yeah, I don't know. Done with that, now let's get back to it. Lloyd Frontera pushed the door open and stepped inside. Hey, Dukian, if you're ready, let's hit the road. The kid was caught off guard. Yeah, what? He smiled wickedly. I already told you, kid. Train your body. Scene shifts to the workplace. The first step is to prepare suspension bridge cables, chopping soil to make 1-meter-long pizza dough. Second, complete the pizza by adding different types of soil and stones as ingredients. Third, Lloyd Frontera summons Bio to handle the artificial pizza. Bamboo delicious. Fourth, Bio uses steel shooting skill. He smiles and unleashes the skill. Steel bars shoot out exactly as planned. The Padang separation is the next step. Fifth, let it cool down, then roll into 120 bundles of wire, finishing cable fabrication. Lloyd Frontera holds the hall staff forward. There. Explanation done. Jukian still looks confused. Yeah. He points at the kid's face and warns him. This process is the starting point of construction. If you mess it up, everything will be ruined. Lloyd Frontera sternly reminds. Besides our family debt, it will also decide the rest of your academy life. Dukian listens silently. The kid quickly speaks up. So isn't this super important? Why hand it over to me? He grumbles annoyed. What are you talking about? Lloyd Frontera frowns, but his words are sweet. It's important, so that's why a smart and reliable guy like you should take this job. Broom broom. Dukian's eyes light up after that. He looks at Lloyd Frontera's back and thinks, he's the broom broom in front of the Magenta Royal Palace. Lloyd Frontera walks down the road, calculating that building a suspension bridge with this era's technology is a tough task and definitely impossible to do alone. He looks up and decides, that's why Lloyd Frontera heads to a working forge. I need to borrow the power of superior technology. A man sipping tea and wine refuses. No Royal Dwarf Craftsman ID. Lloyd Frontera smiles awkwardly. I haven't even said anything yet. The man keeps drinking loudly. I don't want to hear it. Buzz off. He smiles brightly, thinking, just like the novel describes, he's a grumpy old man. He won't budge unless he cares. Even if it's the Queen's request, I've got a trick. Lloyd Frontera flips a page and introduces, this is the blueprint for building a new bridge over the Magenta River, now called the Crazy Simple Structure. Sidus angrily wants to throw a wine bottle at him. Listen, a human-designed blueprint doesn't interest me. Suddenly, his eyes get serious. Corridus looks at the design on the paper in front of him. Lloyd Frontera disappointedly rolls up the paper. Humph, too bad, let's drop this topic. He turns and walks away. Then I'll find another workshop. Sidus puts the bottle on the table to stop him. Wait. He looks at the stack of blueprints in his hand and speaks. That structure. If the overall hardness isn't perfectly right, what will happen? You designed it, right? Lloyd Frontera doesn't turn back but answers immediately. Of course. He describes before Sidus' serious face. It will crack, the bridge will collapse, and everyone on it will die. Lloyd Frontera solemnly states the consequence, and I'll take responsibility for those deaths by putting my head on the chopping block. His face is cunning as he turns back, but only if Sidus can make it. The man frowns, hearing Lloyd Frontera. Damn it, you bastard. A threat? Lloyd Frontera doesn't deny it. Haha, hope so. He flashes a capitalist smile. That's a call. According to the master's conscience, Sidus immediately speaks with a threatening face. He sighs. Sidus reaches out demanding, bring it here so I can see the details. As requested, Lloyd Frontera brings it and waits for his evaluation of the blueprint. Sidus folds his arms and concludes, I guarantee. In this kingdom only I can do it. Serious accidents will happen if you let someone else handle it. Lloyd Frontera keeps a capitalist face. That's why I'm putting pressure on you. No, I'm begging you. Sidus annoyed. You still put on that face? You're trying to impress as an unethical bastard. Huh. He calmly concludes, if you figured out this design, you must have a plan to spark my interest, right? Lloyd Frontera keeps the same face. How dare I? I just have no other choice but to rely on the kind heart of a master craftsman. Sid is helpless. Don't make that face anymore. He seriously says, I like it. I'll try. Hearing that, he quickly bows his head close to the table. Thank you, sir. The scene shifts to ongoing construction sites. On Jukian's side, steel wire fabrication continues. The bridge deck is produced at the Royal Workshop. Lloyd Frontera stands before the river. Javier Azrahan and I start building the main tower ready. The two use skills to mount explosive weapons. Suddenly, a voice calls out behind them, "Stop the reconstruction immediately." The bearded man dragged his soldiers and criticized. "How dare you deceive the prince to loot the royal treasury? This is unacceptable." Lloyd Frontera showed a confused expression. "What?" Inside the palace, someone was kneeling and reporting, "Your Highness, may I have an audience?" He voiced his dissatisfaction. "There's a bridge over the Mena River that's been standing for 30 years. However, he's doing unnecessary things just to get money from the royal treasury." Alicia listened seriously to his words. "I hope you punish this cunning man and restore the royal treasury." In front of Magenta Royal Palace, a group was sitting at a meeting table. Alicia spoke up. "Now tell me both sides' reasons." She turned to the two disgruntled men from before, starting with the guild side first. Victor explained the guild's reasons. The Magenta Bridge was built by the former guild leader. It's been there for 30 years. Victor, the construction leader of Kingdom Magenta, described the guild's long-standing work. The bridge's support structure helps disperse the strong current of the Magenta River. Victor accused seriously, "A bridge like this collapsing is unbelievable. This is clearly an insult to the guild and the queen as well." Lloyd Frontera smirked with a thought. "Yeah, great, the bridge is collapsing. Huh." He squinted, recalling the content from Blood Knight, where on the Magenta River there was a chapter about a clash between government troops and rebels. Coincidentally, a heavy rain caused the bridge to collapse and become blocked. Lloyd Frontera frowned but couldn't reveal the future. Alicia turned to him and demanded, "Now, Lloyd Frontera, tell me your opinion." He spoke up. "I want to ask the officials beside me, not the guild leader." Lloyd Frontera smiled slyly. "How much have you received already?" The guild leader was stunned. What did you say?" He angrily slammed the table. "You bastard, how dare you accuse others in front of the queen like that?" Lloyd Frontera sneered silently. Judging the reaction, clearly the bribe is in my pocket, so what now? He remembered the high-ranking officials from the old world. Anyone in Korea would know what happens when politicians and businessmen meet. Do politicians scam businessmen or do businessmen bribe politicians? Probably the latter. Planning a budget monopoly by stripping business rights. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ear. "Lloyd Frontera." Alicia said sternly, "I thought you were a smart guy, but you just made a huge mistake." Lloyd Frontera swallowed hard after hearing her. The two guild men laughed smugly at the queen's cover-up. "How dare you accuse the royal judiciary without any evidence?" Alicia shouted. "Hey, you're about to be judged immediately." Lloyd Frontera was instantly frozen all over. The judgment axe hovered above his head. Alicia spoke. "Listen up, Lloyd Frontera." She stood authoritatively on the podium. "You fabricated lies to insult me and my servant. My servant, I want to restore that honor." Javier Azrahan stood stunned on the stage. Bo Dong cried out in panic at Lloyd Frontera. He was about to draw his weapon. Alicia asked for his last words. "Do you want to say anything?" Lloyd Frontera frowned and spoke. "The guilty should have their families destroyed." Javier Azrahan frowned, preparing to act. She turned to ask the two men from before, "Do you agree?" The guild leader and Victor answered in unison. "Very deserving." Alicia continued. "Then from now on," Javier Azrahan gripped the sword at his side. She announced seriously, "I will prove my servant's innocence." The guild leader and Victor bowed, then suddenly turned fearful. "Yes, your highness." Suddenly, a group surrounded the guild leader. "Huh?" Lloyd Frontera laughed wildly, looking at him. Alicia ordered, "Cast the confession spell." Guild leader, "Wait, please, your highness." 4 people began casting the skill. Lloyd Frontera smiled proudly at the scene ahead. Under the black swarm flying wildly in the sky, the guild leader and Victor were pinned to poles with whip wounds. Lloyd Frontera looked up and announced, "Your families are innocent, so I only ask for this much." He was proud of himself. "Oh, I'm so kind." Javier Azrahan recalled Lloyd Frontera's wicked smile at the judgment. "I'm just a little annoyed that the construction got delayed by these jerks." Alicia returned with a majestic demeanor and announced all the kingdom's people would dedicate themselves to building the long-lived the Queen Suspension Bridge. Back to the project. Thanks to the high-level mages reducing the weight of the stones with gravity magic, the tower was instantly completed. The Falcon bit down hard on the cable, ready to launch. Lloyd Frontera ordered the Falcon to prepare for takeoff. He shouted to release the Falcon, using its skill to fly off at lightning speed. The kingdom's people below watched the scene. Padong stood at the opposite tower, arms wide open. The Falcon was caught successfully, but it looked a bit messy. The workers quickly attached the armor to the pillar and moved on to the second cable. Javier Azrahan also stood in the city watching. Jukian whispered praise. "He's amazing." Javier Azrahan smiled and spoke up. "The young master is awesome too. He completed all the tough tasks he'd never done before without missing a single day." The kid listened silently, remembering. When he was little, he told me he wanted to learn swordsmanship, even though the sword was so heavy it almost hurt him. He looked at Jukian's newly built muscles and concluded, "And now, I don't think that way anymore." Back to the project, Hippo used his skill to gulp seawater and push the bridge up. The mages above quickly cast spells to reduce the weight. Lloyd Frontera spun the hull in his hand, then slammed it down hard, shouting, "Move forward, move forward." The bridge was completed under Lloyd Frontera's guidance. The system notification popped up. The suspension bridge in the royal capital, Magenta, has been completed. A huge amount of loyalty points were rewarded for the construction achievement. Bonus loyalty points plus 1,150, current loyalty points 3,119. I haven't spent a dime and saved it all. Finally, I'm rolling in loyalty points. Awesome. Alicia stood on the bridge, announcing seriously, "The bridge will be named after Lloyd Frontera and his brave knight. It will be called Roy Happy. Also, by the Queen's authority, I will grant Lloyd the title of Master Craftsman." Sidus stood in the crowd drinking, thinking, "A kid like that is a master craftsman. I made that bridge." He looked up at the finished product and accepted it. However, he's the only one who could design something like this. I have to acknowledge it. Lloyd Frontera knelt down, secretly plotting. Now that we've got such a high construction fee, I can finally pay off my family debts. But there's still a big obstacle. He looked up ahead. In front of Lloyd Frontera was Alicia, also staring at him. She silently calculated, "How should I take advantage of this opportunity? There are so many ways I can use this." Lloyd Frontera seemed to read Alicia's thoughts and muttered in annoyance, "Maybe the Queen is thinking about how to use you." "Absolutely not. My dream is to get rich and quit this job. All right, let's stick to the plan." She started speaking. "I have a request for you. We'll talk about it at the palace later." Lloyd Frontera quickly replied and continued thinking about the plan. "I'll serve the royal order while solving Jukian's academy issues and escaping the Queen's grip, killing two birds with one stone." Back at the palace, Alicia declared firmly in her queenly role, "I grant Lloyd Frontera a fief and a title worthy of his abilities." The nobles in the palace trembled. Alicia looked at the crowd and thought, although he's the son of a rural baron, he's the one who punished high-ranking officials like them. Having a fief and a title is really annoying. How do I shut up these complaints? Here. Lloyd Frontera knelt below and spoke up. "Thank you, Your Highness." He voiced his proposal but begged for forgiveness and made a bigger request. The high-ranking officials frowned in irritation. Alicia quickly demanded clarification on the bigger request, saying, "Speak up." Lloyd Frontera answered quickly, "If you find what I say reasonable, please keep the fief and title." She immediately replied, "I'll decide after hearing it. What does he want? Kingdom officials? Higher construction fees? Whatever it is, I'll keep you by my side." He seriously stated his request. "I only beg for one thing for the Royal Academy. To be precise, to clean it up." Alicia frowned after hearing that and said sternly, "Explain it to me." Lloyd Frontera urgently explained, "The Royal Academy of Magenta is full of scandals, absurdities, and despicable acts." The atmosphere in the palace began to sink under his words. Students are more about forming cliques and pulling factions than actually studying. This messes up the kids from lower backgrounds, hurting them both mentally and physically. The Academy's teachers all know this but just turn a blind eye. It's proven by the dirty money they pocket. Lloyd Frontera keeps calling out the problem. The students focus on studying while chasing the sweet taste of world power ambitions as time goes by. Meanwhile, he's trapped behind the fortress-like walls of the classroom. The Academy's original purpose has been twisted way off course. Alicia silently listens to every word he says. The high-ranking folks in the palace are either confused, scared of Lloyd Frontera, or just pissed off. The other side isn't any different, freaking out at Lloyd Frontera's words. He orders Javier Astrahan, who quickly reaches into his pocket for something. "Yes, sir." Along with the paper Javier hands over, Lloyd Frontera explains, "This is what the god and his guards uncovered over the past 4 months. A diligent academy graduate, even a devoted professor, fed up with this nonsense, all left the academy. Their testimonies and evidence were carefully documented. 2 high-ranking officials linked to the academy immediately speak up, 'Your Highness, that lowlife is lying.' Yeah, how could such a thing happen at the Royal Academy?" Alicia glares and orders those who just spoke to cast confession spells. The mages quickly obey, and those guys share the same fate as the chairman and Victor. In front of the Magenta Royal Academy, Your Highness arrives. Alicia orders the soldiers behind her to arrest everyone on the list, no exceptions for anyone remotely connected or acquainted. She loudly announces that all will be punished fittingly for their crimes, stripped of rank, assets confiscated, and to prepare for even the death penalty. Lloyd Frontera and Javier Astrahan stand on the hill listening to desperate cries. "I didn't do anything. Please save me, save me. This is a trap, a damn trap." He smiles wickedly. Javier Astrahan notices and speaks up. "You look pretty happy about cleaning out the academy, huh?" Lloyd Frontera denies it. "What are you talking about?" "No, I'm serious." He grins slyly, revealing his true intention. The queen has completely forgotten I exist. Now I just gotta sneak away and enjoy life. Haha, Javier Azrahan is helpless. I get you're hyped, but do you really have to make that face? Suddenly, Kyo appears behind Lloyd Frontera. The queen sends a message. He solemnly announces, "Go wherever you want, but make sure you show up at the banquet tomorrow night." Still stunned, he replies, "Ah, yes." Then Kyo continues the message, using the academy as a perfect cover for an undercover operation. The speaker says, "I respect your playful will." Lloyd Frontera's expression drops hard. That's the queen's right-hand man. Whoa, he turns and walks away. All right then. Lloyd Frontera watches Kyo's back and says, "Ah, I'm so surprised." He irritably asks, "You didn't even notice he was coming up behind you?" Javier Azrahan shakes his head. Not at all. He looks at Kyo's serious face. He's the kingdom's best sword master. For a knight like me, him hiding his presence is as easy as flipping a hand. Scene shifts inside the VIP rooms. Duque Frontera wonders. He had been expecting all this, so that's why he hit Diego like that? Lloyd Frontera sits calmly. Yeah, pretty much. He tilts his head smugly. I'm done with the construction contract I got from the queen. If you want to reward me, go investigate the academy. I've got faith in reason, and I know it'll work. The kid stays silent, then a voice calls out, making him look up. Broomy. The kid softly says. Lloyd Frontera shows a cocky face. What's up, Broomy? Duque smiles and requests, you don't have to call me Broomy anymore, cause now you're my reliable and proud big brother. Lloyd Frontera looks confused hearing that. The system notification pops up, thinking you're a hero awakened by family crisis. He's opened up, respected, and acknowledged you. Duque's favor toward you has increased by 65, gaining 910 affinity points. Total affinity points, 3,929. Lloyd Frontera stays silent for a long moment, then mocks, that sounds puke-worthy. Duque doesn't deny it. Now I'm regretting it too. Gross. Scene shifts to a man strumming a guitar. At a lively party, makes you want to puke. Duque didn't deny it either. Now I'm regretting it too. Disgusting. Scene shifts to a man strumming a guitar. At a lively party, Alicia was holding a bottle of Lloyd Frontera's liquor, giving orders. Lloyd Frontera came over. He was hiding his face to throw off suspicion. She calmly spoke up. You think I'm not paying attention to you? Standing out like a damn cricket. Lloyd Frontera finally lowered his coat and greeted. Oh, you're here already. Javier Azrahan greeted with a teasing remark. Allow me to perform, Your Highness. You really do look just like a cricket. Alicia heard that and added. Oh, you think the same? No doubt about it. He's definitely a royal rabbit. Lloyd Frontera glanced at Javier Azrahan, who was chilling and thought silently. Why so sudden? You look so relaxed. She finally spoke. Didn't you hear me tell you to come closer? He bowed his head apologetically. Sorry. They were silent for a moment. Suddenly, Alicia gave an order. Closer. Lloyd Frontera quickly edged forward, but she wasn't satisfied. He kept moving closer, but Alicia kept ordering again. They were almost face to face, yet she demanded even closer. Lloyd Frontera was sweating buckets, stammering. He dared not get any closer to the queen. Alicia stealthily leaned close to his ear. She whispered, Come find me anytime you change your mind. I'll have everything ready. After saying that, Alicia walked away. This party is for you guys, so just enjoy yourselves. Lloyd Frontera clenched his fists, smiling satisfied. What a joke. Of course, the best thing to do is eat and party. But what if disaster strikes and something goes down on the territory? He felt liberated and happily thought. At that time, I'll have to work and make a living, then get a fat retirement insurance payout. Lloyd Frontera quickly dove into the food and enjoyed it. I can't wait to get home. I've been paid for the construction, now it's time to just chill. Delicious. Suddenly, he recalled the novel's plot. Wait, this story is about the queen getting blackened. 3 years later, all the insurances will vanish. Suddenly, a knight's silhouette passed by him, carrying the words, The banquet will last until the moon sets. Lloyd Frontera's face darkened. Oh snap. I know this line, he thought. It's from the novel. When the queen gets poisoned and loses an arm. The secret code shared by the conspirators trying to assassinate the queen. That line will appear 3 years later. So why now? Lloyd Frontera looked at the figure who just passed by him. He was confused. It was also spoken by Lord Kyo. Alicia slumped into the sofa. She rubbed her head, thinking maybe she drank too much. Same as always, though. Alicia sat up, irritated. These past few days have been a bit too much. The academy and preparing for flood damage. She remembered she still had to think about what to do and the moves of the enemy country Asfahan. Alicia thought about Samiken's rival, who's gathering troops in western Asfahan. According to the insider, it wasn't at the military training level. A national map appeared, Magentano on the left, Wide Meads in the middle, and Asfahan on the other side. The invasion army's staging point. No way. If they invade, they'd focus on the northern border. Crossing the vast wilderness would be suicide. She sat seriously thinking, what the hell are they doing? A sharp headache hit Alicia. Yeah. She vaguely thought about her body. Weird, this alcohol concentration is somehow balanced with the energy in my body. Alicia clutched her chest in pain, unable to control her heartbeat. Thump, thump, her breath was choking. Alicia started thinking about energy. I can neutralize it by rotating it. Suddenly, her heart flared along with her blood vessels. Alicia clutched her chest, screaming in pain. She finally realized the problem. Poison is poison. How could it be otherwise? I checked all the food carefully. Alicia struggled to stand. Huff, huff. She staggered toward Lloyd Frontera for help. Ah, is anyone out there? Huff, huff. Alicia's vision started to distort. Is anyone out there? Huff, huff. Soldiers, please. Suddenly, a tall man pushed open the door and entered. She gasped, looking outside. Outside the main door was Kyo, looking at Alicia with an emotionless gaze. Sir, Lord Kyo. She weakly reached out. Thank God, in this desperate moment, please, your hand. He began to speak. According to the man, he was very glad to arrive just in time. Kyo drew his bloodied sword and raised it. I will help you fall into eternal sleep. Alicia was shocked beyond words. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontera at the banquet gave orders. Javier Azrahan, business time, let's go. The two quickly left the party. He spoke. Aren't you going to ask what's going on? Javier Azrahan calmly replied. I also sense that strange energy. What the hell do I do now? Lloyd Frontera quickly explained. Defeat the sword master. He's a pain in the ass. You kidding me? Not the time for jokes. You don't care but ask if this will take long? Javier Azrahan chimed in. 2 minutes. Lloyd Frontera cut it down to 1. Javier Azrahan started speeding up. On the way, he casually grabbed an iron bar. Javier Azrahan said, 3 minutes. Lloyd Frontera accepted. All right, let's move. They ran toward the turn, shocked to find the wanderers in front of Alicia's room dead. Inside, Kyo swung down with all his might. She quickly blocked the attack with her weapon. He praised, not bad, even poison you blocked 3 strikes from the god's sword. Alicia trembled and said, Sir Kyo, why you? Suddenly, a strike hit her stomach. Kyo took the chance to raise his sword, ready to finish her off. Then he realized something. Javier Azrahan was breaking through, aiming straight for Kyo's head. He turned and slashed his blade against Javier's iron bar. Kyo was stunned, blocking his sword with just a candlestick. Who the hell is this guy? Suddenly, Javier's eyes lit up. He used the high-impact collision circle skill. The candlestick in Javier's hand glowed, surprising Kyo. Then he slashed, knocking Kyo back. What the hell? That energy use is weird as hell. Javier shouted and charged. His strikes pushed Kyo back. Lloyd Frontera dodged the sword's swings and rushed forward. You okay? Your Highness. Alicia was dazed. Lloyd Frontera, what's wrong with you? He covered her mouth. Later. Then Lloyd placed his hand on Alicia's stomach, using the Azrahan method skill. Energy inside her started transferring to him, absorbing her power. Javier Azrahan kept fighting Kyo fiercely, suddenly enveloping his sword with energy. Javier and Lloyd focused on the light ahead. Sword aura, only a sword master could create that. Once he finished, it would all be over. Suddenly, he threw the candlestick straight ahead. Kyo focused on blocking, losing the effect. Javier quickly leapt into the air. He grabbed the candlestick, bouncing back, and prepared a full-power slash. Explosion of flames. Kyo frowned, watching Javier charge. Gotta admit, this dude's a genius at twisting and using skills. But he smartly punched Javier's stomach. Still lacking real experience, Kyo raised his sword high. He slashed forward, cracking the ground wide open. The candlestick couldn't take the weight and snapped in half, leaving Javier slashed across the chest. Lloyd Frontera was trying to absorb the poison stuck on Alicia Jabiello. His body started poisoning too, veins turning purple. I'm counting on you. If you lose, we're all dead here. Kyo smirked proudly as blood sprayed. He looked at Javier's wounded body and thought, the cut's shallow, but the damage is clear. Kyo charged again. Now's my chance to strike. Javier didn't hold back and rushed forward. He was shocked by the unarmed attack. What the hell is this crazy bastard? Doesn't he know fear? Kyo slashed, but Javier dropped to one knee and dodged. He shouted, Padong. She's barely holding the sword handle spinning. Padong quickly released, sending the sword flying fast forward. Kyo finally realized and got pissed. Javier caught the sword and pulled it out. Kyo didn't wait and charged. He glared at him. Javier quickly used a forward dash skill, slash explosion. Kyo gritted his teeth, watching the flames rush at him. He raised his sword to block but still got pushed back. The force sent Kyo flying out the door and crashing into the wall. He quickly sat up, attacking like a giant wrecking ball. Ridiculous. Without waiting, another slash explosion flew straight at Kyo. He dodged immediately. Javier jumped out of the room, ready to strike again, slash. He shot 4 flames at Kyo. Boom, explosion. Kyo nimbly dodged all 4. Damn, he's a damn monster. Lloyd Frontera was still trying to absorb the poison. Alicia got annoyed. She looked at his struggling face. Lloyd Frontera, Alicia was confused. How is this possible? He's sucking her mana, and not just that, he's even absorbing the poison mana too. She spoke up to Lloyd Frontera. What's this ability about? He immediately cut her off. Stop talking. I can't focus. Alicia blurted out, sorry. What the hell? The boss got pissed. Did you just insult me? Lloyd Frontera quickly dodged. No way. Must be the poison messing with his hearing. Alicia denied it. What? I don't think so, he admitted. Sorry, Your Highness, but please stop. Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera coughed up blood. She was shocked when she saw that. Alicia looked at his miserable face and thought, what the hell are you doing? You really want to save me even if it kills you? Back to the duel between the two knights, Kyo was cornered now. Another fire attack was coming his way. Boom. The door to the banquet shattered into pieces. Kyo landed firmly, surrounded by dust, smoke, as Javier Asrahan appeared. He glared at Kyo. You're not getting away. Kyo ran, sweating buckets. Taking him out is such a waste of time. Kyo smirked slyly. What an idiot. Kyo shouted orders. Guards, listen up. This guy tried to assassinate the prince with his gang. Draw your swords and protect the queen. The spirit soldiers quickly obeyed, pointing weapons at Javier Asrahan to capture him. He calmly stepped forward toward the charging soldiers. Javier Asrahan raised his sword to defend. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a strike that knocked down the rushing soldiers. Then he focused energy into his sword and swept away the rest. Kyo hid behind the soldiers, watching as Javier took down 3 elite troops with a single sword slash. I've never heard of anyone that outstanding in history. If he reaches master swordsmanship level, Kyo eyed Javier's attacks and figured he could easily destroy a small kingdom with that power, but that's not going to happen. Kyo started using the master sword aura. Step aside. I'll be his opponent because he's going to die right here. Javier Asrahan stared at the glowing light ahead that Lloyd Frontera feared. Kyo's sword aura advanced as he swung his sword back and forth. Energy from the sword quickly surrounded the front. Javier Asrahan took a defensive stance before the sword aura, then the stone floor beneath him suddenly floated. The energy lit up the whole room. It struck Javier, lifting him into the air before a sweeping blow hit him hard. Kyo casually walked out the door. Outside, Javier Asrahan lay motionless on the ground. Kyo stepped forward solemnly. Back to Lloyd Frontera. He was clutching his poisoned arm in pain. The poison extraction succeeded. Alicia sat up. Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera vomited black liquid from his body. She warned him, "You'll die if you keep this up." Alicia demanded loudly, "Focus your mana into one arm. I'll help you." Lloyd Frontera gritted his teeth, thinking, "And then I'll cut off this arm. Like I did in that novel. But I won't let that happen to me. That'd be too inconvenient." He grabbed a small knife from the ground and pointed it to the sky. Lloyd Frontera roared. Energy exploded at the knife's tip, creating a bright light. He shot a blast of dark energy from his body. The energy shattered the wall and blasted out of the palace. Kyo suddenly froze, sensing something. He was confused by what was happening. What the hell? Looks like a massive mana explosion. What exactly did Lloyd Frontera do? Then he looked at Javier Asrahan struggling to sit up ahead. He tried to stand and lift his broken sword. Kyo frowned in irritation. Still standing? What about my sword aura? Javier Asrahan gazed vaguely forward. I swore an oath. He trembled, holding the sword. So I'll slowly raise the sword to keep my promise. Under the dark sky, a terrifying voice echoed from start to finish. Lloyd Frontera and Javier Asrahan sat by a small fire. He wondered, what the hell is this? Javier Asrahan blamed himself as the young master's knight, yet he abandoned his duties and ran straight to the Giga Titan. I even felt disappointed when the young master didn't cooperate with me. He sat by the campfire, looking frustrated at himself. I once wanted to rely on the young master. In the end, I've always been like this. Javier Asrahan was timid, weak-spirited, lacking strength. He kept blaming himself and was indifferent to his duties. I really don't have what it takes to be a knight. Lloyd Frontera sighed in frustration. Seriously, none of what you just said is that big of a deal. He smiled naturally. After all, you're already taking a 6-month pay cut. Javier Asrahan started reconsidering what he had just said. He stayed silent for a long moment. Javier Asrahan spoke up. 3 months? Lloyd Frontera was confused. Like I'm gonna take that. He was disappointed. No, I'm just asking. Javier Asrahan apologized softly. Suddenly, he spoke seriously. I swear to be the guardian sword for the young master. I will never abandon my duty again. Lloyd Frontera was annoyed, swearing while playing with fire and expecting me to believe you. Javier Asrahan quickly replied, you don't have to trust me, but I'll keep my promise. He sighed helplessly. All right, whatever makes you happy. He continued sharing his thoughts. I already know the young master reached the third circle. I have to catch up fast to keep my role as his escort knight. So I have to become a master swordsman this year. Lloyd Frontera forced a smile. What's with your tone? Sounds like you're going to lose 10 pounds this year. Javier Azrahan asked back. Isn't that just empty talk? He paused, thinking, then picked up a branch from the ground. Listen, Lloyd Frontera, he drew a circle on the ground and explained. Humans can only boost their heart mana to a certain limit, right? If the theory's right, you can't go any further, even with centuries of training. So how can you become a master swordsman? I think even an ocean of mana wouldn't cut it. Suddenly, Javier Azrahan kicked away the drawing, annoyed. Hey, he said, revealing his plan. This time, I'll do it on my own, without the young master's help. I won't depend on you anymore, Lloyd Frontera. Back to the present, Seo was charging forward, energy enveloping his sword. Javier Azrahan didn't panic. He rushed forward with his own strength, determined to become a master swordsman. But Seo's sword pierced through his body. Following that, the energy from Seo's skill blasted the earth behind Javier Azrahan into flying debris. Seo praised seriously, You amaze me. Any normal body would have been torn to pieces after being pierced by my radiant sword technique. He held onto the sword, stuck in Javier's left shoulder. You reinforce your body by infusing all your mana at once. If Phi's here, he praised your trick a bit more. Seo was serious. But now, die. Suddenly, Javier Azrahan's body burst into flames. He shouted, releasing energy. Then he grabbed Seo's hand. He gripped the sword wrapped in Seo's energy. Seo panicked. You crazy bastard, what the hell are you doing? Javier gritted his teeth, enduring. The mana released from Seo's radiant sword technique was burning his entire body. He stared at Seo's sword, thinking, let it flow through the blade into his hand, then through his heart, and finally, through his mana core. Suddenly, Seo lifted Javier Azrahan up with force and threw him off the sword. Javier was slammed into the wall and collapsed to the ground. He lay still after the impact. Seo silently stared at Javier Azrahan. Seo looked at his body and sensed no breath, no mana flow. He quickly turned and walked away. I wasted too much time already. Now it's time to take the queen's head. Suddenly, a voice whispered in his ear. So that's how it is. Javier Azrahan suddenly stood up from the ground. Seo turned around in shock. What? Javier said calmly. Master swordsman's mana. Suddenly, in Javier's hand was a sword shaped from blue mana. Seo's eyes widened at the sight. What is that? A radiant sword technique? I've never heard of anything like this. Javier Azrahan started swinging the sword defensively behind him. The energy enveloping the sword flared up even stronger. A burst of energy shot toward Seo. He quickly slashed a mana sword forward with his radiant sword technique. The two energies collided, but Seo's energy was the one that dissipated. He gasped in horror as one of his arms detached, falling to the ground and rolling away out of sight. He panicked and screamed in pain. Ah! Only then did the soldiers rush over in a frenzy. Sir. Suddenly, a voice made all the soldiers freeze in place. No one stepped forward. Javier Azrahan stood tall with his sword, warning that he was ready to face the blade of a swordmaster. Inside Alicia's room, a voice called out, Lloyd Frontera. Lloyd Frontera, Lloyd Frontera. She grabbed his hand, panicking and shouting, Open your eyes. Alicia urgently demanded, You can absorb mana, right? Then absorb mine. She yelled in panic. Lloyd Frontera, how could you lose such a talent like this? Wake up. He barely opened his eyes. The system panel announced survival from the poison mark. The soldier unlocked a new unique option for the mana heart skill. Lloyd Frontera vaguely read the message. Immunity. Immunity to all poisons, rapid battle. When the skill activates in a state of exhaustion, mana will be absorbed from the surrounding environment. Huh, what's this? All top-tier skills? Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera smirked wickedly like a boss. Alicia saw this and got pissed. She punched him straight in the head without thinking. Lloyd Frontera exclaimed, Ouch. He was shocked, clueless about what just happened. Alicia realized she didn't mean it. Lloyd Frontera asked, Your Majesty, why all of a sudden? She turned away and replied, I don't know, but your face, Lloyd Frontera, looks suspicious. What's wrong with the god's face? Alicia Frontera brushed it off. Lloyd Frontera listened carefully and asked, Forget it, do you feel better? Can you get up? Lloyd Frontera's whole body was limp, unable to move. I don't know, my legs are shaking a bit. I gotta hurry and help Habel. He recalled the rapid battle skill. When the skill activates in exhaustion, mana is absorbed from the outside environment. Now I have no choice but to try this move. Lloyd Frontera's body began absorbing energy, and the magic heart started speeding up. The magic circles began moving too. They started spinning several times faster than usual. Rapid battle. Alicia's energy was suddenly sucked away. Huh? What the hell is going on? Lloyd Frontera started activating the skill, his body pulling in everything with energy. Even the glasses and lamps couldn't escape his mana pull. The stuff in the room was no exception. Alicia panicked. This absorption power is insane. At this rate, all my mana will be stolen. Wait, Lloyd Frontera. She looked at his face, which seemed unconscious. Did he not hear me? Alicia silently thought. He saved my life. Alicia sat up straight despite Lloyd sucking her mana. Absorb all you want, just go help that knight with your power. His body started absorbing mana as desired. Alicia tried to endure it. He just let the skill pull mana from outside. The pull grew stronger, turning the room into a mess. Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera's eyes snapped open. The room was now completely drained of life. The system panel announced a level up. The Mana Heart skill leveled up to near Swordmaster rank, unlocking a new unique option for the Mana Heart skill, Frenzied Mind. For 60 seconds, you enter a frenzy mode, only moving toward the designated target. In frenzy mode, strength, stamina, and reflexes increase by 200%, usable once a day. He was stunned by the notification. Lloyd Frontera sat up and checked his body, felt light, like he'd just been fully recharged. Then he realized the current problem. Right, Habo must be fighting that Swordmaster solo. Lloyd Frontera glanced to the side and saw what looked like a dried-up corpse. The queen's leaving? He panicked, looking around. What the hell? What happened to her? Is she affected by the skill? Suddenly, Alicia spoke. I'll ask later. She ordered sharply, stopping the greed was top priority now. Can you carry me? Lloyd Frontera quickly acted. I'm honored, he thought. The queen's badass, she doesn't give a damn what people say after this. Lloyd Frontera carried Alicia and got ready to run. Ready. Let's go. He dashed like the wind through the rooms. Javier Azrahan. Just wait, your master's coming to help. Alicia silently judged. Javier Azrahan. He's definitely a genius at mana control, but that's not enough to fight the stingy swordmaster alone. Struggling to control energy, focusing some mana, at least I can manage about a third of my normal power. The two dashed past a fork in the hallway. They were totally shocked by the scene ahead. In both their eyes stood Javier Azrahan, standing tall before the kingdom's elite soldiers. Lloyd Frontera was stunned. Javier Azrahan looked at the glowing sword and instantly recognized it. That sword aura? That's definitely the sword aura technique. Lloyd Frontera glanced down and saw Keo clutching his shoulder in pain. The dude actually pulled it off. Alicia stepped down and ordered everyone to drop their weapons immediately. The soldiers were stunned. The queen pointed at that guy and explained that the assassin plotting to kill her was Keo over there, then turned to Javier Azrahan. These two are the ones who risked their lives and saved me. Lloyd Frontera scratched his head, thinking, well, they're paying customers after all. Alicia ordered sternly, show respect and behave properly in front of these heroes. The soldiers snapped to attention. She walked past them and announced that everyone in the banquet hall would be investigated today. This is a safety measure of the royal family, so please cooperate. Lloyd Frontera frowned and asked, hey, since when did you become a sword master? Javier Azrahan replied calmly, yeah, so what? Lloyd got even more annoyed. I haven't eaten yet. How can you say that so casually? Javier Azrahan looked confused. What do you want me to say? He reminded seriously. You're going to face dangerous situations more often from now on. This is the only way to complete my escort mission. Lloyd Frontera was a bit stunned by Javier's words, then smiled satisfied. Whatever. Do whatever you want. Besides, I'm just glad he's okay. Suddenly, the system panel popped up. You've achieved another epic accomplishment tonight. The hidden condition has been met thanks to the massive energy from all the achievements you've earned so far. Lloyd Frontera was amazed. Oh, what's this? What did you send me today? He stood seriously reading every line of the notification, system rewards, activations, every honor and title created for his achievements. Each honor you own grants you an additional skill. It also gives you a monthly honor share point payout on every full moon at midnight. The system panel showed the honor list. Body shattered to pieces. Desperate CPR, I'll smash your face into that ORC. Well done. CRM Lobster Megentano Fisherman. Lloyd Frontera frowned, annoyed. What kind of lame-ass title is this? Shouldn't it be something prestigious? Like Cremo's Guard or Magenta's Hero? Why can't they give me a cool name? The system mocked the honor names designed to fit your face. He grumbled. Are you seriously messing with me? Can I change the name or what? Lloyd Frontera looked at the honor list, thinking it's cool that getting honors lets you develop skills. But the system kept saying, well done. CRMO Lobster unlocks the land of all Cremona provinces, including the CRMO territory, maintaining glory for 120 years. Respect shares. 9 glory effects lasting 24 hours in the area, and honor duration depends on your actions. The area and phase will expand, end, and shorten. Reward effects and willpower activate when fighting an enemy 10 times your strength, dealing double damage and taking half damage. Lloyd Frontera's eyes widened in shock. What the hell is this? Some kind of power-up? All honors have effects? He stared at the system display. Shares owned. No. Then what the hell are these shares for? The system didn't tell him, even when he asked. The system popped up. I was gonna tell you, but nah. Lloyd Frontera begged. Come on, tell me. The system played dumb. What did you say? I didn't hear anything. He knelt down begging. Sorry, but tell me. System. Aha, haha. Dream on, babe. Keep begging. Javier Asrahan saw Lloyd Frontera's antics and sighed. He's pulling weird stunts again. Then the system finally explained. When you use the shares you collect, you gain power to defy the world's laws. End of reveal. It's usable. Lloyd Frontera was surprised by the final notification. Under the clear blue sky, Lloyd Frontera slumped on the sofa. He groaned, Man, I'm so tired. This investigation's keeping me up all night. Lloyd Frontera asked quietly, So, have you figured out who's behind Kyo yet? Lloyd Frontera answered calmly. Not yet. They said they're using a truth spell on anyone who spills the secret. What's the point of resisting? Knew this wouldn't go smoothly. Because of that, leaving the capital right now isn't a good idea. So here I am, stuck doing nothing. Lloyd Frontera was fed up, thinking he just wanted to wrap this up quick and get home. But this assassination thing, it's not part of the novel. Maybe it's something from the sequel. He frowned. Lloyd Frontera listened carefully, but the event happened 3 years earlier in the novel. At this rate, the future could change even more. If this keeps up, it's going to be a huge mess. The card that gives insight into his future would be useless. He glanced at the system display. When using the shares collected, you gain absolute power against the world's laws. The ending reveal can be used. I only have the skills I actually need. Is this a skill I can really use? Du Qian kept asking. But what about Javier Asrahan? Is he still under investigation? Lloyd Frontera replied calmly. Oh, that guy. The queen summoned him personally. The kid stayed silent, listening, because he's a sword master. For a moment, Du Qian was stunned. Then the kid screamed in panic. What? Why are you so surprised? Javier Asrahan beat Lord Kyo. Of course, only a sword master could pull that off. Du Qian hesitated. I thought he got caught for helping soldiers. Lloyd Frontera grimaced. Hey kid, are you even normal? Not even 100 guards are strong enough to beat a sword master, right? The kid realized something. Wait a sec. Then Lloyd Frontera frowned and looked at Du Qian. Scene shifts to the palace. Alicia spoke up. Haben Asrahan. Through this incident, we confirm your unprecedented swordsmanship and the resilience of your sword aura, which isn't recorded anywhere. She said seriously. But you know the captain of the royal guard is currently vacant, so I'm ordering you. Javier Asrahan bowed and listened. From now on, stay by my side as the captain of the royal guard. Du Qian quietly asked, Will Javier Asrahan leave us? Javier Asrahan was silent for a long moment, then suddenly spoke, asking forgiveness for his rudeness. Your Majesty, Lloyd Frontera heard the question and stayed silent for a bit. Suddenly, he responded with a scowl. Isn't that kid pretty close with Javier Asrahan? He seriously refused. This lowlife is the knight of Baron Arcos Frontera. Please understand that I cannot leave him. Alicia was silent after hearing the answer, then spoke irritably. Do you understand what I'm asking? Alicia warned. Disobeying the queen's order is nothing less than treason. You know the price for that, right? Javier Asrahan stayed silent after Alicia's words, still firm in his decision. Please handle it, but allow me to send a farewell letter to the Baron. Alicia sighed. Better you just kill me. What a truly noble statement. Javier Asrahan frowned. Forgive my transgression. She was silent for a moment, thinking about something, and he didn't argue back. Suddenly, Alicia ordered, Go ahead, I respect your wishes. Javier Asrahan bowed in thanks. Thank you, Your Highness. Then he stood and bowed again. Javier Asrahan turned and left the royal palace, when suddenly a voice called his name from ahead. Javier Asrahan. Du Qian wore Lloyd Frontera's anxious face, waiting. The kid asked, Your Highness, what did you say? Probably, Javier Asrahan smiled. He laughed naturally. I will forever be a knight of the Frontera house. Du Qian was so happy, he cried. Alicia still sat silently on the throne, thinking about the Frontera estate. She smiled, thinking she wasn't very famous among the locals there. Under the dark night sky, Lloyd Frontera lay on the grass using the display board. He looked at the display, searching for something. Skills granted by other achievements. Lloyd Frontera read the content inside, full body fractures. Is this what I got for chasing away Norman? The people of Frontera are absolutely blessed. I'll also put your face on the ORC. This can be used. What's the ORC's roar again? Lloyd Frontera smiled, satisfied. Magenta firm. Oh, this is awesome. Gaining the Queen Alicia's absolute trust, not suspected of treason in any conspiracy. Lloyd Frontera grinned slyly, scheming silently. The nobles I punished. I'm still safe. No matter how those old bastards try to trap me. Ha ha. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky. Lloyd Frontera noticed the moon was getting brighter. The system board announced an increase in the night sky's brightness. Shares granted from 5 tributes. You've received 22 shares. He sat up from the grass. Let's see. The system display revealed the ending. By consuming shares, you can get a sneak peek at some of the ending scenes that will happen in the final chapter of the current story. The number of shares required for the first time is 20. Do you want to use the ending reveal? Yes or no? Lloyd Frontera grinned wickedly. No matter how I think about it, in this situation, I can only see one future. Wouldn't it suck to gain way too much weight from eating too many sweets? He clicked yes on the preview notification. Suddenly, everything around Lloyd Frontera darkened. He panicked and sat up. What the hell? What's going on? This is kinda creepy. Sir narrator, Sir narrator. Suddenly, a blazing scene appeared around Lloyd Frontera. He jumped up in fear. Huh, where am I? Lloyd Frontera looked around the place. Then he realized it was the Frontera estate, but Lloyd Frontera stared at what was in front of him with suspicion. The houses and trees, why do they look like this? Suddenly, he noticed something behind him. In front of Lloyd Frontera was a corpse that had been completely devoured. He spun around in terror. What the hell? What is this? Lloyd Frontera ran off to keep checking things out. What the hell? What kind of ending is this? He shouted loudly, Hey, is anyone here? Someone answer me. The scene around Lloyd Frontera was nothing but corpses and ruins. So the narrator's serious, huh? All this really is going to happen. Hey, are you listening to me? Suddenly, he froze after noticing something. In front of Lloyd Frontera were Javier Asrahan and a future version of himself kneeling before 2 corpses. His eyes widened in horror. Lloyd Frontera recognized the 2 corpses ahead, the Count and his wife. The future Lloyd Frontera weakly spoke. If you had come a little earlier, he sobbed in regret. I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you both. I'm really sorry. Lloyd Frontera was utterly shocked. He screamed into the sky, why does it have to end like this? Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera spotted something behind him. Behind his back was a swarm of monsters covering the entire sky. The monsters started to take shape, razor-sharp teeth and cruel eyes charging at insane speed. Lloyd Frontera looked closely and recognized them as locusts, a deadly footstep approaching. Javier Asrahan gripped his weapon tightly and stepped toward the charging locusts. He immediately drew his sword and unleashed a radiant sword technique. Javier Asrahan swung horizontally, releasing a blast of mana forward. The slash targeted the incoming monsters. Without hesitation, he struck again. 2 slashes formed an X shape, disrupting the locust swarm's formation. Javier Asrahan seemed to lose his mind and kept attacking. Another mana slash was unleashed. The locust swarm scattered after the strikes. Lloyd Frontera looked ahead suspiciously. It worked. But the locusts still filled the sky. Suddenly, they charged rapidly toward Javier Asrahan. The locust swarm grew so thick, it covered his whole body. Lloyd Frontera woke up after the locust attack, panting and kneeling on the grass, drenched in sweat. He said, Hey system, is this really going to happen? The system panel was silent for a moment before replying. You still don't believe it after seeing this? Once confirmed, he immediately stood up. Lloyd Frontera quickly ran into the palace. Running down the hallway, he thought, he clearly said this will happen in the future. Lloyd Frontera recalled the moment he knelt in the future. If only you had come a little earlier. He rushed forward, calculating. I don't know when exactly, but I have to fix this. The cause of the locust swarm is clear. Alicia sat at her desk, puzzled. What? The entire Cremona region swarming with monsters? Lloyd Frontera knelt and proposed. That's right. Your Highness, we have to mobilize our army to prepare for unprecedented chaos. She spoke softly. Too sudden. Tell me more about this catastrophe. He quickly explained it was the enemy Asfan's plan to create a domino effect of monsters to drain the power of the Magentano kingdom. Lloyd Frontera detailed everything. How they enslaved monsters in the eastern wastelands, stealing the habitats of other monsters. Another group of monsters was pushed westward by the advancing ones. The monsters charged like dominoes, causing massive damage to the eastern region. He thought tensely about the novel, set 3.5 years from now. Even more than that, this is what will happen in the distant north on our land. These are the events that will unfold in the far north. I don't know why the timing and details have been changed, but this ain't the time to argue about that. Alicia was suspicious too, thinking to herself. Surely Asfaan must have moved somewhere in the eastern wilderness. That's definitely possible. Still, she called out to Lloyd Frontera. He answered quickly. Yes, Your Highness. Alicia asked seriously. How do you know this sketchy info from Asfahan? Lloyd Frontera freaked out. Damn it. Think, use your brain. She said, voicing her thoughts. You've been hiding way too much from me. Alicia frowned and asked. Jim would know if Asfahan moved. So why are you more suspicious? Lloyd Frontera licked his lips, ready to use his skills, lying without blinking. He seriously answered the question with a little connection. He's related to the ORC tribe in the wild, the Iron Steel clan. They told me about the West. Lloyd Frontera kept bullshitting. The first thing I learned was about Kyo's assassination plot. It's hard for Kyo and the mayor to exchange strange words and look at each other with affection. Wow, are those two dating? I thought it was a cute scene, so I followed them, then witnessed that whole thing. He lied super seriously, something that absorbed mana and turned the area into a swamp. But the one who knew, Javier Esrahan, the Knight of the Guard team, is an unprecedented genius. I've been with him since he was a kid and learned self-defense techniques from a genius, so I'm a genius too, so I'm really good. Alicia listened to his explanation, annoyed but thinking almost everything made sense. She glared at Lloyd Frontera, but why does it feel kinda off? He sweated, thinking silently. This person seems clueless about improvising. Alicia stared seriously at Lloyd Frontera. He got scared under that serious gaze. The system board notified and activated praise effect. Magentano took advantage of Queen Alicia's absolute trust, with no plot to cause suspicion of treason. Lloyd Frontera stared at the notification in shock. Alicia accepted the offer. Fine then, Jim's rapid response force, 500 lance cavalry. I'll support with 50 mages. Your order is to track the enemy's moves. Lloyd Frontera grinned proudly. Awesome. You're so generous. Thank you, Your Highness. She kept asking, what's his name again? If it were you, wouldn't you know better than anyone? Do you think there won't be any reward for believing in baseless guesses? Lloyd Frontera immediately replied, of course not. I know nothing in this world is free. He smiled confidently. If this stops the monster attack, all predictions and decisions are the power of the person in charge. I'm just helping restore the royal authority through the assassination incident. Alicia smiled brightly. You're suspicious as hell, but I like how you talk. After the negotiation, Lloyd Frontera and Javier Esrahan started galloping away. Damn, those two took off fast out of the kingdom. Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera said something unclear. Javier Esrahan didn't hear and spoke up. There must be a reason you're doing this. Please explain slowly. He struggled against the wind trying to talk, but the sound was unclear. Yet Javier Esrahan seemed to understand everything. Yes, I get it all. Tell me. Lloyd Frontera continued explaining in the native tree language. He recounted that when we reach the Frontera estate, it will be within 5 days. Is that what you mean? All right. With his face distorted by the wind, Lone calculated that now Javier Esrahan could easily control the army of a small country. Watching dozens get sliced in one sword strike, the enemy's morale would be drained. Yeah, those bastards. This time our enemy isn't human, so they don't have the spirit to lose their heads. He recalled the future swarms of locust monsters. They just run straight at the prey in front, fearless of death. That's why Javier Esrahan alone isn't enough. Lloyd Frontera remembered the locust monsters' moves and planned, adding attacks from all 360 degrees. Attacks coming from every direction? That's not something 1 or 2 high firepower people can stop. Lloyd Frontera ordered, Podong, this is where we part ways. He immediately popped out from his cloak. Podong, please be on time. Podong jumped out and started following the plan. He seriously thought, we've got a plan now. Rise up, my honey jar, Frontera estate. The two dashed from the mountain and soared into the sky. Dawn was breaking in the forest, and the two kept flying forward like they were racing. Lloyd Frontera pulled his horse's head back. Calm down now. They stopped before a cliff. Ahead, the locust monsters had already swarmed in. He frowned, deep in thought, just a little more, just a little longer. The people working also looked up at the sky. Everyone stopped what they were doing in shock. Swarming in the sky were those giant locust monsters. A man was stunned. What the hell is that? Lloyd Frontera shouted as he rode up on his horse. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Get out of here. The man turned around. Young master, shout louder. Give me the biggest jar. The locust swarm started charging to find their enemy. They headed straight for the Frontera mansion. Emily panicked when a giant locust smashed through the glass and lunged inside. It snarled viciously, baring its teeth. She stammered in fear. What is this? Suddenly, the locust monster jumped to Emily. Out of nowhere, a chair was lifted into the air, and Ma Frontera luckily arrived just in time to smash its head. But there wasn't just one. The swarm of locust monsters flooded inside. She quickly grabbed Emily's hand and ordered, Emily, come with me. She panicked. Lloyd Frontera responded, yes, ma'am. Ma looked outside and saw thousands of locust monsters covering the sky. Her face darkened. Lloyd Frontera was scared. What the hell is going on? Suddenly, Arcos Frontera rushed out from a side path. Ma, are you okay? She called out when she saw him. Arcos. He shouted. Wait, just a moment. Arcos hurriedly pushed the door open. He was shocked by the swarming locust monsters in front of the mansion. The monsters suddenly shifted their target to the 3 of them. Barren was rushing to the mansion. He shouted orders. All guards, listen up. Gather at the Baron's mansion immediately. Suddenly, a voice rang in Bayen's ear, making him pay attention. Ah, get lost. Over there was a young man being attacked by the locust swarm. The Baron looked at him, hesitating. Oh no, The people are in danger. But Baron Bavaria remembered Frontera's instructions. I hope this never happens, but if disaster strikes my lands, please protect the people for me. I believe the Lord and his knights exist for the sake of their people. Baron didn't hesitate any longer and charged forward. He chopped off the head of a locust monster perched on the kid's shoulder and kept slashing at the one circling around. Baron stood in front, giving orders. Mikai hid behind a cloak. The locust monsters spotted their prey and focused their attack elsewhere. The ORC also joined the fight against the monsters. He shouted, "Great ORC warriors, even if today is our last day, keep your oath to our brothers and clan." The ORCs behind him raised their weapons with enthusiasm, while Baron's side fiercely drove back the monsters. The ORCs weren't falling behind, crushing every locust that got close. But the numbers were overwhelming. Baron couldn't hold on and collapsed, clutching Mikai. Meanwhile, the villagers had also been found by the locust monsters. Some stood up to fight, others just collapsed helplessly. The ORC clan wasn't spared either, their bodies being gnawed on. Seo couldn't resist anymore and used his whole body to shield Emily. Everyone fought desperately to protect the Baron in front of the mansion. The locust swarm hadn't thinned out at all and still covered the entire sky. A mother held her child helplessly as the monsters gnawed on her body. She cried and looked up. In front of her was a locust monster chewing her hair. She trembled and looked up at the sky. The locust monsters flying on others' backs stopped biting and looked up too. The swarm was attracted by something glowing in the sky. They quickly abandoned their current targets and charged upward. Lloyd Frontera shouted, "You damn grass-eating insects." Javier Azrahan immediately raised a tool, ready to smash. He swung straight at the iron shield in Lloyd Frontera's hand. He yelled with hope, "Hear that? You think that soft sound is funny?" Javier Azrahan put all his strength into hitting the shield again. The locust swarm started to stir in the air. The bugs rushed forward and merged into a straight line. The surrounding monsters quickly gathered as well. They formed a circle of monsters. Arcos Frontera was dazed. That voice, Maybella recognized it. Yeah, that voice had to be Lloyd's. The swarm now focused on charging at just 2 people. Lloyd Frontera panicked. "Whoa, this is scary. They're coming." Javier Azrahan announced seriously. "They're chasing us, just like the plan." He was satisfied with the result. Perfect. Attract more and herd them out to the outskirts. The 2 ran ahead of the monsters behind, leaving everyone stunned. Lloyd Frontera gripped his iron shield tight and ordered a heavy strike. Javier Azrahan followed the command but hit so hard he ended up drooling. Lloyd Frontera snapped at him angrily. "That hit was way too strong, you idiot. Why are you just laughing like that?" Javier Azrahan smirked, ready to strike again. "Take this." Lloyd immediately stopped him. "Don't stop now, hurry." Lloyd Frontera defended while thinking. Just like the novel said, those bugs react to noise. It's working. Lloyd Frontera shouted while riding his horse. Next stop, the land of Viscount Arcos. Let's go. Javier Azrahan was shocked by his plan. He's going to help the whole clan? In a crisis like this? System unification HBL favorability +3 for you. You gain 54 affinity points. Lloyd Frontera panicked and charged ahead, but inside he revealed his true colors. "I'm not satisfied with just enough to pay the water bill." Outside Duke Arcos' territory, the man cowered and ran as a swarm of grasshopper monsters stormed his mansion. Ah, what the hell? Suddenly Duke Arcos turned around. Lloyd Frontera and Javier Azrahan smashed through the glass door and charged in. The Duke was terrified. "Oh my god." Duke Arcos screamed on the ground. Lloyd Frontera put on a wicked grin and said, "Don't even dream about just delaying the water tax." The guy looked like he saw a ghost, literally. Javier Azrahan kept smashing the iron shield. "Let's go." The 2 dashed out of the mansion, leaving Duke Arcos dumbfounded inside. Behind them, the swarm of grasshopper monsters followed like an army. Javier Azrahan voiced his thoughts. "This is a tactic to gather them by passing through the building." Lloyd Frontera bluntly denied it. "A tactic? More like robbery." Han smirked wickedly and revealed the real meaning. "I'm getting revenge on them." "Screw those bastards." Haha. Javier Azrahan fell silent at Lloyd Frontera's grin. He's epileptic and still opened it. Lloyd Frontera was proud as the monsters trailed behind. "What's up? You think you can keep up with this leader?" He gripped his shield and shouted. Captain Lloyd Frontera charged into battle. Javier Azrahan reminded him, "Save your energy." "What good does yelling do?" He snapped back loudly. "You don't know shit." Lloyd Frontera laughed wickedly. "You gotta yell loud to save them." "Screw those bastards." Haha. He looked down on Lloyd Frontera's face. Damn, he's crazy. He kept riding his horse to announce, "Enough, let's head to the Moretta's frontier." Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera noticed something ahead. A swarm of grasshopper monsters was rushing at him. Damn it, another group? Javier Azrahan galloped ahead and ordered, "The squad, rise up. Follow me." He drew his sword and started using his sword aura technique. A slash cut the charging grasshopper monsters in half. Their bodies flew back, crashing into Lloyd Frontera's shield. Javier Azrahan kept slashing forward, clearing a path. The grasshoppers scattered and flew into the sky. They regrouped and kept chasing. Lloyd Frontera looked back and said, "Nice, they're regrouping." The two sped across the field with the monsters chasing them. Just a little more. The horse suddenly neighed a few times. Lloyd Frontera noticed and realized, the horse is tired, damn it. He threw down his shield and shouted, "Hobble, get your back ready." He was confused. Back? Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera jumped off his horse and leapt toward Javier Azrahan. He jumped onto Javier Azrahan's back and held on tight. Lloyd Frontera immediately ordered, "Now you're my horse, run." He also jumped off his own horse. Javier Azrahan was pushed back a bit by the force. Lloyd Frontera treated him like his horse and shouted, "Let's go." Javier Azrahan charged forward, annoyed. He pushed himself to run fast but still couldn't match the speed of the grasshopper swarm. They caught up and touched Javier Azrahan after the chase. Right then, Lloyd Frontera shouted, "Bell Hippo, pop up from the water before the monsters." Javier Azrahan and Lloyd Frontera quickly ducked underwater to hide. Bio jumped up and aimed his rear at the grasshopper monsters. The swarm charged straight at Bio's body. He quickly used his volcano eruption skill, shooting a flame at the monsters. The grasshoppers just waited for the fire to hit them. The monsters ahead were wiped out in smoke. A black smoke appeared after the fire blast. Lloyd Frontera stood up and yelled, "Second attack." Hippo quickly followed orders and sprayed a strong stream of water. The remaining monsters were swept away by the water. The ones hit by Hippo fell to the ground. The two stood up gripping their weapons, ready to face the monster storm. Lloyd Frontera used his explosive skill and gave the order. On the third strike, Javier Azrahan also unleashed explosive power on command. The two aimed straight at the swarm of monsters, blasting energy at them. The swarm of locust monsters got caught up in the overwhelming energy from the two. The attack started to dissipate midair, followed by the defeated locust monsters falling down. Both of them were breathing hard, watching the locust rain fall from the sky. Lloyd Frontera leaned back. "Damn, I'm wiped out." Javier Azrahan spoke softly. "Looks like we've handled most of them." He looked up at the rooftops, but there were still plenty left. Javier Azrahan scoped out the houses and estimated there had to be at least 1,000 of them. Lloyd Frontera calmly replied, "No worries." The sound of light footsteps echoed in the forest. "Now it's the cleanup crew's time to shine." Podong sat on the ground observing. Behind him, the ORC tribe was carrying weapons, 300 elite warriors from the Iron Sand tribe, along with a cavalry unit resting on the sandy ground. Soldiers and mages also began to appear. 500 white knights and 50 mages. Lloyd Frontera brushed off the cleanup talk and said, "Leave that mess to them. We've got other business to handle." Javier Azrahan asked, "What's that?" he asked seriously. "The domino monsters," Lloyd Frontera said seriously. "One wave isn't over yet." The cavalry leader shouted, "White knights." He shouted the announcement. "For the great prince, for the queen's territory, wipe them all out. Don't leave a single one alive." The mages started enchanting their spears with energy. The white knights charged forward to attack. They began slaughtering the remaining locust monsters in the air. The ORCs also went all out, charging straight into the locust monsters and roasting them under the tribe's cheers. The ORCs started enjoying the locust monsters as a tasty snack. Ak and his tribe shouted excitedly, "Move forward, protein." Suddenly, Emily stepped up beside Kur. "Sorry, ORC warrior." She held a rose in her hand and offered it to him. "Thanks for protecting me earlier." After successfully thanking him, Emily Hot High ran off under Kur's gaze. His love started to bloom right then. On the other side, Arcos Frontera quietly ran up to Lloyd Frontera. "Lloyd Frontera." Mabella Frontera couldn't help but worry. "Lloyd Frontera, are you okay?" He grabbed his shoulder and asked Han, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Lloyd Frontera replied stunned, No, I'm fine." Arcos Frontera hugged him tightly. "Man, I thank you and I'm sorry. You saved everyone instead of this terrible father." Mabella Frontera cried as she hugged him too. "Why are you so willing to save everyone? What if you got hurt?" Lloyd Frontera wasn't happy. Instead, he silently argued back. "No way, I'm just prepping for retirement. I'm doing this only for my own benefit." The system panel popped up, unable to hold back. "What's your problem? What's so funny?" "System, don't you remember what you said in the last reveal?" Lloyd Frontera snapped. "Huh? What the hell are you talking about? Did I say anything?" "System, never mind if you don't remember." He sat there, enduring the two's embrace, thinking. "Yeah, whatever, there's a lot more to do now. I need to prepare for the second wave." The system panel notified, "You have earned the new title of number 1 bounty hunter. Title duration, 115. Title share points, 2. Title effect, just looking at it can scare all the insect monsters. The insects, drowned in fear, become extremely weak, and their combat power drops. Night was falling. Lloyd Frontera stood in the middle of a field when a white knight approached from behind. Valady Bank stepped up and asked, "You called me for something?" "Captain of the White Knights, Valady Blank." Lloyd Frontera bowed in thanks. "Thank you for answering the call. You played a crucial role in the Locust Sweep plan. I want to thank you and bow before you." He spoke a bit annoyed. "Cut the crap. Everyone knows we were responsible for the cleanup from the start." Lloyd Frontera denied it. "No way. The cleanup would have taken weeks if it was just us." Suddenly, Valady Bren spoke up, catching his attention. "Honestly, I was pissed at first. You're just a simple engineer, yet you got to command the Great White Knights." He voiced his honest thoughts, "But after arriving here, I realized everything followed your plan. Can't deny you're a brilliant strategist. Saving the Queen probably wasn't a coincidence either." Valady Bren was sincere with Lloyd Frontera, "But my pride still got bruised. The mages have returned, yet we're stuck here. We're trained to die fighting alongside the Queen. I don't like you." He darkened his face after those words. Val got back to the point. "I've said all I wanted. Now it's your turn. What do you want from us?" Lloyd Frontera recalled the details as he thought, this guy's not normal. In the novel, under the orders of the Mad Queen Lloyd Frontera, the White Cavalry captain carried out a ruthless purge. He fought a life-or-death battle with Javier Azrahan, who was trying to save the people. Back then, Javier Azrahan wasn't a sword master, so he didn't win. Valady Bren, weak and lying on the ground, spoke up. "Is that Javier Azrahan? If it is, can I ask you for this special favor?" He used his last breath to make the request. "Stop, Queen again." Valady Bren was born a warrior loyal to the core. His iron words hit the mark. Lloyd Frontera smiled after finishing his plan. "The Three Kingdoms roundabout tactics won't work. The best way is to seriously make an offer. Do you want to duel me? If I win, you become part of our engineering battalion. If you win, you can return to the Queen immediately." Val grimaced at the offer, but he smiled with satisfaction. "Ha ha, you read my mind, 'cause from the start, there's no way I'd accept that deal." "You planning to challenge me?" Valady Bren said seriously, speaking the truth, but there was one thing he overlooked. "You think I, the Queen's shield, would fight a commoner without orders?" Lloyd Frontera's face twisted. "That's exactly what I missed. I took command of you from the Queen, and this is an order." He darkened his face angrily after that. Lloyd Frontera kept mocking. "Even if you say it's an order, fighting with a shield is a disgrace to a knight's honor. Wouldn't it be way cooler to win fair and square?" Val drew his sword from his side. "You got a weapon?" Lloyd Frontera raised his shield as a signal. He stepped forward with confidence. "I heard you punished the traitors on the estate with that shield, so no problem. Since I'm the first to strike anyway." Lloyd Frontera was secretly thrilled. "Nice. I baited him, but my chance of winning is 0%. He thought about the magic core inside him. "I got the 777, but that power is useless. He's a sword genius, the guy who almost killed Javier Azrahan. There's no way I can match him." Lloyd Frontera also started moving and calculating, "But like always, I got a powerful weapon." "That's right," Valady Bren said seriously. "Since this is a fight between a knight and a commoner, the rules gotta be a little different." Lloyd Frontera smugly figured out this guy's personality. He stated the duel's rules. "If I hesitate even once against one of your attacks, you win." Lloyd Frontera put on a face more devilish than hell and attacked. Valady Bren was shocked and hadn't reacted yet. He used a skill aimed straight at him, forcing Valady Bren to dive down to dodge the triple explosion strike. The energy attack shot quickly far away and then, boom, it blew up the mountain peak in the distance. And Valady Bren was shocked, mouth wide open. Lloyd Frontera was smug. "I'll show you something even crazier. That shield's more than just swordsmanship." Scene switched to a shield being used for digging. Valady Bren focused on shoveling the dirt, saying, "I gotta verify something, so please cooperate." Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontera and Javier Azrahan stood on a hill before the forest. He asked, "Does this really work?" Lloyd Frontera confidently explained, "The ORC tribe from the wasteland taught me this, so it's legit. Their habits are way too rigid." He smiled smugly. "Just wait and see. The two watched a structure being built on the hill. It would protect my honeypot." Below was a stone carved into the shape of a giant monster. In the Frontera estate, an earthquake shook everything on the table. The quake got stronger and stronger, causing everything on the table to fall to the ground. Inside the house, a family of 3 hugged each other in fear. Everyone on the estate was terrified. Outside, unknown creatures were stampeding forward. A man stood enduring the quake inside the house while the father and son hugged each other trembling. The mother held her child, crying uncontrollably. At the same time, everyone shared the same thought. A man braced himself against the shaking ground and stepped onto the stone. Lloyd Frontera stood firm against the wild stampede of beasts charging forward, promising the young master would protect them. He held 2 blue and white flags, confidently standing atop the leaf. The White Knight Brigade was also waiting for orders. Valady Bren nervously thought, "I suspected this from the start, but damn, It really showed up. He watched the monsters rush forward, smashing everything in their path. They trampled over the blood-tusked elephants, charging ahead in Lloyd Frontera's panic, wrecking everything. Flashback to before the battle started, Valady Bren suspiciously asked, "So this time it's the tusked elephants? Got any proof?" Lloyd Frontera repeated, "You mean proof?" He put on his iron mask and explained, "This is obvious." Valady Blank looked confused. "Obvious?" Lloyd Frontera confidently pointed, "Yeah, that's how it is." The vague answer left him awkward. "No, I mean back to the present." Valady Bank still carried doubt as he thought it over. The guy must be a damn good liar, but his final prediction was right. He started putting on his cavalry helmet, figuring it's better to prepare for battle than hold onto any suspicion. Valady Bank recalled the plan: move at the same pace as the front line of the elephant herd, then take down the leaders. He kept calculating the strategy, then quickly encircle the moving forest, attacking gradually from the outside, like peeling off a shell. Valady Bank seriously considered, 10 people? No way, we could lose up to 20. A soldier behind spoke up. "After this fight's over, I'm gonna propose to my girl back home." The soldier in front snapped, annoyed. "What the hell? Don't say dumb shit." Valady Bren thought about the consequences, confused why not. Instead of a ring for his love, the spear he's honored to wield might be the only thing he sends back to her. Nothing to be scared of. The lives of warriors give us the determination we need. Valady Bank led the cavalry, shouting loud. The White Knights suddenly stepped forward to block. "Wait." Valady Bren was stunned by the man's figure. "Sir, Senior Knight Bavaria, why are you here without armor?" The Baron explained. The young master said, "I don't need it." He asked seriously, "Did something happen earlier?" The Baron whispered back, "I'm afraid I can't explain, but there must be a damn good reason." The Baron got to the point. "I'm here to explain that signal to you." Valady Blank looked puzzled. "Signal?" He pointed to the hill and explained, "Do you see that young guy on the white rock over there?" Valady Bren vaguely replied, "Yeah, I can see him." He continued, "Soon, the young master will send a signal." Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera lowered the blue flag sideways and raised the white flag high. The Baron struggled to look at the White Knights. He looked at Lloyd Frontera's waving of the blue flag and explained, "They're heading southeast outside the village." Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera slammed the two flags together. "Please move quickly." Valady Bren angrily shouted, "That's bullshit. Isn't that just leading the monsters straight in?" He loudly thought about the fallout from Lloyd Frontera's orders. The White Knight's current position was inside the villagers' area. The destination pointed to was on the left flank of the monsters. Those monsters breaking through the fence was just a matter of time. You really think attacking their flank will work? Flank attacks don't do shit to them. Lloyd Frontera kept spinning the guiding flags. The Baron explained the action. "Repeat after me." For the Queen, he raised the white flag high, "Your Highness," then pushed the white flag forward to advance. Valady got even more annoyed. "What the hell was that? You kidding me?" The Baron calmly replied, "No, everything's been planned." He looked at Lloyd Frontera's moves, confused. "What the hell are you thinking? It means nothing." The tusked elephant herd kept charging at a crazy speed. Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera turned to prepare, raising the blue flag high to announce, "They're here." The tusked elephants began to glide past. Lloyd Frontera stood on the rock observing. He smiled smugly. Step one of the plan. Suddenly, the tusked elephants paused for a beat. Ahead of them was a stone statue carved into the shape of a giant monster. They quickly stopped at the sight of the rock. The tusked elephants fell over in chaos because of the statue's presence. The natural enemy of the tusked elephants, Megalan, blocked their path. The tusked elephants panicked and scattered because of Megalan's arrival. Lloyd Frontera raised the white flag higher. Step 2 of the plan. Bay received the order and immediately reported, "White Knights, gallop." The horses started pounding the ground. "Harder, make a dust storm." The dude kept ordering them to bang their spears together. Louder this time. Valady Bren was low-key shocked, clearly following the plan. But what the hell is this? The mastodon elephants freaked out, looking around nervously, then bolted in a panic. Lloyd Frontera seriously watched them. Mastodons are scared of Megalan. The loud noise from the horses' hooves would make them think a bunch of Megalans were coming. The mastodon herd started running off in one direction. He explained the plan, and then they'd move south. Valady Bren panicked, seeing the mastodons move. "They're moving." "Wait, that direction." He remembered the trench from before. The trench our troops dug to rescue Megalania. I always wondered why they dug so damn deep. The clueless mastodons started rushing straight into the trap set up. Step 3 of the plan. The first mastodons fell right in. Lloyd Frontera kept waving the white flag. Hippo appeared like a demon standing on top of the mastodons. He shouted, "Hippo, do it now." Water recoil. Hippo started spraying the water stored in his belly down into the pit. The mastodons got swept away by the rushing water. Lloyd Frontera dropped the two flags and slowly raised his hands. He stretched both arms out wide, looking hella proud. Valadi, Bren, and Barren watched seriously. We won. The mastodons floated down the channel that was already dug out. The weak mastodons crawled out of the water, and Lelity Blank stood high above watching. He was stunned by the result. We won without even fighting. Lloyd Frontera casually sat below, looking down. There's tons of food here. No need to go back to Megalania's spot. Now we've got ourselves a channel. I'm really grateful to them. Valadi Bren frowned and asked, using the dug channel was part of your plan all along? He calmly replied, not exactly a plan. After digging, I just thought we could use it. Valadi Bren fell silent, deep in thought after that. He remembered the sad face of a family, at least 5 members lost in every battle. A cavalryman knelt down, handing her the blood-stained spear. Valadi Bren softly explained, her father sacrificed himself for the country, for the people. He died with honor. He spoke seriously. Our cavalry and the kingdom of Megentano will forever remember the bravery of Sir Durano. She heard that and collapsed in grief. She sobbed hard over her father's death. The scene shifted to the graves of the fallen cavalrymen. 2 soldiers stood sadly before the tombstones. Valadi Bren behind them gave a strict order. How much longer are you going to waste? Time to start training. Under the dark night sky, Valadi Bren genuinely sat in the rain, mourning his lost soldiers. He sat silently, unmoving in the rain. Val carried frustration and thoughts of courage and honor. Words he'd read every time they lost a member felt so damn pointless. He frowned deeply at his own thoughts, knowing in his heart that death doesn't leave honor behind. Valadi Bren recalled how devastated the girl was when she got the news. After death, hellish days awaited those left behind. Back to the present, the White Knights raised their spears high. Everyone cheered and congratulated. That cruel little bastard, remember to invite me to the wedding. He was thrilled. Of course. Valadi Bren stood aside, watching the soldiers' happiness. Javier Azrahan was confused by Lloyd Frontera's words. Does that mean these monster waves could go on forever? He didn't totally deny it. Yeah, it could end, but not before dozens more attacks. Javier Azrahan and Lloyd Frontera worried about the threat. Every time we do this, the farm suffers heavy damage. Lloyd Frontera smiled approvingly. Oh, Javier Azrahan's IQ just shot way up. He grinned slyly and asked, want to guess what I'm thinking right now? Javier Azrahan calmly replied, obviously, we're planning to stop the monster invasion by minimizing labor. Lloyd Frontera got hyped. Exactly. And the plan will be, he answered softly. I'm sure you already have the whole thing mapped out. Suddenly, Valadi Bren stepped forward from behind. In this plan, we White Knights will also lend a hand. Lloyd Frontera turned, puzzled. What? You're not going back to the Royal Road? He explained seriously. I'm thinking of writing a permission letter to His Highness. Valadi Bren felt both proud and self-critical. Today, I finally saw what a real victory looks like. At the same time, I realized I was a totally useless commander. Suddenly, the dude stepped closer to the 2 of us and dropped to his knees with mad respect. Valadi Bren seriously asked, please let me observe your wisdom. The White Knights behind him also knelt down. Lloyd Frontera took a silent breath, then spoke up to catch Valella Bank's attention. I've been waiting for you to say that. Lloyd Frontera smiled confidently. This campaign couldn't happen without the White Knights. In the Frontera mansion, a group of 4 was plotting. Lloyd Frontera turned to Arcos Frontera and said, Baron, do you remember? When I said I'd build a water channel from Lake Capua, you totally opposed me. He recalled and replied, yeah, I remember that. Agus Frontera described a savage monster guarding that place. There's a legendary beast sleeping in Lake Capua Kingsid, he explained seriously. But with the water source being opened up, the beast got triggered, pushed the project forward, and said it would never wake up. Lloyd Frontera got hyped. Hell yeah. And this time, I'm actually gonna wake it up. After a silent moment in the room, Arcos Frontera freaked out, realizing something. Mabella Frontera wasn't any different. Mom was totally against it. Val also took the chance to speak up. Agreed. Javier Azrahan whispered. Agreed. Arcos Frontera looked confused by his words. Javier Azrahan, you're a knight escort. Shouldn't you be opposing this? He spoke the truth. Sorry, but there's no way I can win. Lloyd Frontera praised. Your IQ just leveled up big time. He shouted excitedly. Now, let's start building this democratically. Arcos Frontera panicked and tried to stop him. Democracy? What the hell? No, Lloyd Frontera. Wait. But his words just went in one ear and out the other. Lloyd Frontera led the group to carry out the plan. Javier Azrahan turned and asked, you really want to wake Kingston take control of it? He frowned and replied, I'm not a mage. How could I do that? Lloyd Frontera recalled sitting in the library, reading legends and habits about it. I've researched a lot. In the reference documents, it's written as a magical monster as huge as Mount Tai, surprisingly with no stories about attacking humans. Still, the lake it built is basically a dam. In other words, if its home gets damaged, it'll scream and fix it. Lloyd Frontera put on his capitalist grin and said, So we'll just destroy part of the lake. Then every morning and night, whenever it recovers, we do it again. He imagined the outcome after doing that. The monsters crossing the eastern mountains would be terrified. He called it the dog in my front yard strategy. Javier Azarhan looked at Lloyd Frontera with disgust, thinking to himself, that's a story about beating a sleeping monster. Even Satan would scream bloody murder. He asked, what if the calculations are wrong? What if they attack us? Lloyd Frontera calmly answered, why are you asking such obvious stuff? He frowned and pointed at Javier Azarhan's face. You're the knight, right? You're supposed to beat it. Lloyd Frontera explained the consequences if the plan failed, and then you'll be screaming morning and night. Everyone moved to Lake Capua. Lloyd Frontera took a deep breath and then used his measuring skill. He clicked on the simulation screen and calculated the simulation mode. Everyone moved to Lake Capua. Lloyd Frontera took a deep breath and then used his measuring skill. He clicked on the simulation screen and calculated the simulation mode. How can I destroy it without flooding everything? Will Kingston really wake up? Lloyd Frontera started flailing his arms. Javier Azarhan looked at Valady Bren and explained, oh, maybe a little weird, but he's not crazy. No, he's kinda crazy. Don't mind him, he looks super respectful when he's wide awake. The madness comes with great wisdom, truly extraordinary in front of Lake Capua. A voice whispered from deep under the lake, humans again. Last time I forgave you, but if you disturb my sleep again, the eyes under the water lit up with murderous intent. I'll kill all of you. The legendary Demon King kinks before the Frontera territory. Lloyd Frontera was annoyed by the teasing voice. These little brats. Come on, please, enough already. Stop it. The Baron was happily playing with baby mammoths. No, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die, so cute, let's go. Only then did he notice Lloyd Frontera's presence. Lloyd Frontera frowned and stood still watching, suddenly flying back to serious mode. Young master, I gotta tell you something. He wondered. What is it? He looked at the baby mammoths at his feet and made a proposal. These baby mammoths got separated from their moms during the invasion. They're all healthy, and I want to ask if you could let me take care of them. Lloyd Frontera scratched his face thoughtfully. If I remember right, the bigger they get, the more savage they become. It won't be too dangerous, right? The Baron quickly replied, no, it won't. He was skeptical. How can you be so sure? The Baron blushed and explained, because they're just too damn cute. Lloyd Frontera's face darkened after hearing that. He scratched his head, thinking it over. Raising wild animals isn't a walk in the park. It's tough and exhausting. The Baron kept pushing back. No, it won't be. Lloyd Frontera was confused. How do you know? The Baron blushed even more and said, because they're just too damn cute. Lloyd Frontera was speechless. He turned and walked away. Whatever. Do whatever you want. The Baron flopped back down and started playing again. Pin it, spin it, pin it, spin it. The young master already gave the green light. Lloyd Frontera calmly kept moving. If it were Lord Bavaria, I bet he'd go all out.
If those little guys can be tamed,
wouldn't we have some badass allies for the future? Unless the campaign, the watchdogs at the gate guarantee 100% success, having another powerful ally won't hurt. Aku rode his horse, explaining his actions. The monsters might attack our village, I'm sorry, but we gotta head back to make sure the tribe stays safe. I lost one of my strongest allies. The situation's really bad, but there's nothing I can do. He passed by the house and told Sergeant Greg, find 5 volunteers to help the Steel Tribe and have them report back to me as soon as possible. The sergeant immediately responded, yes, young master. They've always been a big help. I guarantee their strength and manpower will be better than when they left. And today, Valady Bren and his army arrived. Lord Lloyd Frontera, everything's ready. He smiled smugly. Let's start the campaign. Lloyd Frontera announced loudly, today we'll awaken the legendary beast. No one can do it but you guys. He seriously pumped everyone up. Who else can cut through and tunnel through the mountain range with their supernatural power? Lloyd Frontera waved his hand, and those behind shouted in unison, the White Knight Warriors. Lloyd Frontera cupped his hands around his mouth and yelled, bunch of monsters bearing their fangs, who can take them down with a haul in hand. The front lines kept yelling, the White Knight Warriors. He clasped his hands and asked Han, do you all believe in the power of the sparrows? The White Knight squad was all tamed by the Capital Lord. We believe. Everyone followed Lloyd Frontera's back, shouting, board heroes, scram, board heroes. Javier Azarhan stood aside watching the White Knights. Enemies scram, enemies scram. He looked at the crowd, half disappointed, half pitying. Javier Azarhan, PT White Knight Squad. Back at the construction site near Lake Kappa, I checked with my simulation skills, no signs of flooding, creating a terrain that could cause cracks in the lake bed. Javier Azarhan stood on the mountain shouting, I'm ready. Lloyd Frontera waved from below. All right, do you see the spot I marked? He quickly replied, yes, I see it. Shout loud and start immediately when it hits the limit. Javier Azrahan used his skill to pierce straight down into the ground with a critical strike. An explosion shattered the mountain, sending rocks flying everywhere. The earthquake shook the whole forest. Rocks tumbled down, dragging tree branches along. An explosion right next to Lake Capua was created. Right now, no visible damage, but it's enough to destroy the dam's structure. Lloyd Frontera quickly ordered everyone to lie down. In front of the quiet Lake Capua, suddenly the small island in the middle started shaking and the Storm King would soon appear. The small island in the middle cracked in half. Lloyd Frontera was horrified by the scene. A massive water surge rose with cold, sharp eyes. Javier Azrahan behind a tree was also stunned, and Valady Bren was equally shocked. The water kept rising, dragging broken rocks beneath. An angry mole-like creature appeared. Lloyd Frontera looked at its shape, disappointed. The White Knights were stunned, and Valady Bren was terrified. He looked at Bai Bung and silently praised, "Too cute." Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera realized something.
Huh. The way it growls, I can hear it saying, "You pissed me off."
He looked at her shape and thought she kinda reminded him of Podong Bell and Hippo. I can totally get what they're trying to say. Is she some kind of mythical creature? Lloyd Frontera frowned, deep in thought. No problem at all. If she really is some kind of sea creature, Lloyd Frontera figured she'd definitely prioritize rebuilding the dam. Suddenly, Bai Bung turned toward the crowd, and he hurriedly ducked under her sharp gaze. Bai Bung shouted a few words, something about the bank, the shore, the edge. Lloyd Frontera nervously relayed the message that smelled like iron. "You all think I don't know you're hiding, huh?" She kept frowning as she spoke. He was scared by what Bai Bung said. "Looks like you're trying to mess up my dam, but you think I'm just gonna fix it and go back to sleep. If I make you choke, can you still do that?" She's way too smart, like seriously too smart. This whole plan just blew up in our faces. Valady Bren crawled over to Han. "Sir Lloyd Frontera, what do we do now? We're waiting for your orders." His face had gone pale, pupils dilated with anger. What's up with his face? Is he okay? Bai Bung angrily bent down to the river, splashing water toward the crowd. Lloyd Frontera and the White Knights freaked out and ran. Run. But the water rushed in way too fast, and everyone got swallowed by the flood. Javier Azrahan jumped out of the water and launched himself forward. He aimed straight at Bai Bung with a critical strike. A fiery energy blast shot toward her, but she just flicked her hand and dove into the river. Javier Azrahan summoned a magical aura, ready to strike again. No choice left, gotta take her down. He leapt into the air, raising his sword high, when suddenly Lloyd Frontera shouted from below, "Hobby, wait, I've got a plan." Hearing that, he stopped. He silently calculated a backup plan. If this dude is really a mythical creature, then this plan's gotta work. Bai Bung angrily raised her hand. Javier Azrahan lowered his sword behind him, ready to strike. He swung at her, but Javier Azrahan dodged the attack with a critical strike. Bai Bung got pissed after missing and launched a flurry of attacks at him. Javier Azrahan didn't hold back either, dodging every hit. Behind their brutal fight, Lloyd Frontera was sneaking closer, swimming stealthily. He slowly swam forward, thinking, "Awesome, nice job. 2 bio, keep distracting her." Suddenly, Bai Bung turned her face and Lloyd immediately dived underwater. He tensed up under Bai Bung's focus. She's sharp, getting close is going to be tough. Above, Javier Azrahan kept using skills to attack with critical strikes. Bai Bung flicked her tail, blocking the critical strike aimed at her. He swung his magical aura sword forward again. "Come on, just take her down already." Bai Bung dodged perfectly. Javier Azrahan landed, frustrated. Damn it, he stood behind her back, thinking he couldn't catch her attention with these light moves. If he went all out, she might get seriously hurt. Javier Azrahan glanced at Bai Bung, who was focused on Lloyd Frontera, feeling tense. What now? What should I do? Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Brew." Javier Azrahan yelled with all his might. "Brew." Valady Bren and his soldiers were stunned by the shout. Even Lloyd Frontera was shocked. Javier Azrahan's shout echoed across Lake Capua. Bai Bung turned with a mocking face. She frowned and stammered, "You called me mom. I'm not your mom. Besides, I'm way cooler." Javier Azrahan took the chance to keep talking. Thank heavens it worked. Bai Bung was confused by his tone. "Why am I suddenly your mom? What weird stuff are you saying?" Javier Azrahan shouted again. "Brew a bra." Bai Bung got mad at his words. "Ugly. Now you're calling me ugly." Lloyd Frontera seized the moment to shift attention and climbed onto Bai Bung. He was now standing on top of her head. She finally noticed. "What the hell? What are you doing up there?" Bai Bung tried to pull Lloyd Frontera down with her half-meter-long hands, but realized she couldn't reach the top of her own head. Lloyd Frontera smirked, proud of his short arms. "No way you can reach me." He leapt into the air, laughing loudly. "Ha ha." Lloyd Frontera gripped an item, ready to throw it. "Open wide now." He threw a blue sunflower seed at crazy speed. Bai Bong obediently opened her mouth, waiting. He tensed up, the situation hanging by a thread. Swallow it, please just swallow. Bai Bong felt her body shifting, suddenly shrinking like one of the pets from his house. Lloyd Frontera had the wind locked down, grinning like a boss. Bai Bong barely dragged herself to shore, totally freaked out by the statue ahead. What the hell is going on? Why do those trees suddenly look so damn huge? Out of nowhere, a pair of hands grabbed Bai Bong, and she freaked out. Lloyd Frontera yelled hopelessly. Lloyd Frontera smirked wickedly. Gotcha now, baby girl. Bai Bong struggled hard to break free, making it tough for him to hold on tight. Hey, wait up, let's talk this out. No need for violence. Okay. Suddenly, Bai Bong whipped her tail and smacked Lloyd Frontera right in the face. Taking the chance, she bolted away, and he panicked, ordering his soldiers, "Hey, catch her. Padong. Hippo." Padong quickly blocked Bai Bong's path. Without mercy, Bai Bong punched Padong straight in the face. Lloyd Frontera played referee. What just happened? She just punched Padong? She wiped the wound on her face and shot Bai Bong a bullet-like glare. Padong wasn't scared and threw a punch back at Bai Bong. Whoa, check that out. Padong hit back. Then both of them charged at each other, throwing punches with their half-meter-long arms. Damn, now they're fighting. Suddenly, Hippo jumped down from the tree. Bai Bong dodged fast, making the two of them freeze and cheekily nuzzle each other. Seizing the moment, Bai Bong made a quick escape. Lloyd Frontera swooped in like a gust of wind, blocking the way. Ha ha, where are you rushing off to? Bio jumped down from his shoulder, making Bai Bong freak out. To Bai Bong, Bio looked absolutely stunning, even though no one knows why he was born into this world. For 500 years, the Storm King just breathed and slept. Bio tossed her cute bow and struck a pose. Slowly opening her eyes, her stunning face appeared. Yeah, the monster hailed as a legend got hit by the love bug the moment they met. For the first time in his life, he found the light of his world. Lloyd Frontera stood dumbfounded at the stillness between them, squinting ahead. In Lloyd Frontera's eyes right now was the strongest sim on the continent. He sat down and asked politely, "So, Storm King, are you ready to talk now?" Bai Bong bowed low, fixing her youthful hairstyle, revealing a face that wasn't exactly handsome. "Since you keep begging, I'll talk to you, because I'm a gentleman." Lloyd Frontera grinned slyly. "Gotcha, legendary beast." Scene cuts to the Frontera mansion. Bai Bong smugly spoke up. "What do you want, Lloyd Frontera?" "That guy." Lloyd Frontera joked and explained. "Simple. Once in the morning, once at night, just shout blue at the lake." Bai Bong sat on a pile of books to be on equal footing but still acted all high and mighty. Someone like you doesn't even know how to negotiate basic stuff. Usually, when you ask someone to do something, you gotta give something back. Lloyd Frontera scratched his head awkwardly. "Oh yeah? Is that so? Honestly, I got nothing to trade." He smiled mischievously. "But if you do that, everyone here will be super happy." Lloyd Frontera put on his capitalist face and pointed at Belle. "You think so, Belle? Ha ha." She smiled brightly in response. "Bo loves a thing that messes with your logic, even the Storm King's no exception." Bai Bong quickly agreed to that sunny smile. Lloyd Frontera was pumped. "Oh yeah, what a generous gentleman." He laughed wickedly, secretly plotting how to use his new tool. "Ha ha, dumbass, you naive slave. I'm gonna milk you dry." Lloyd Frontera looked at her innocent, pure face. Bo didn't even have a shred of feeling for you. Lloyd Frontera was now even better than a monk. He gave her the nickname King CM, the Eternal Bachelor. "Get used to it. You'll never get a date, never ever." Suddenly, he realized something shocking. He was the same, never dated before either. Lloyd Frontera stepped beside Bai Bong. "We're brothers," he hugged Bai Bong with a tear. "Eternal bachelors, weird as hell." "Huh? What's wrong with this guy?" Bai Bong was slowly becoming like Lloyd Frontera. "What's this warm feeling?" Lloyd Frontera and Kingston's emotions were now linked. Lloyd Frontera gave a tender look and asked, "Hey, can I call you Bong from now on?" Her broken roll mode kicked in. "Whatever, do what you want." Suddenly, Sergeant Greg pushed the door open. Young Master Lloyd Frontera, he was stunned by the sudden entrance. "What's going on?" "Sergeant Greg, didn't I tell you to head to the Iron Tribe? What are you doing here?" He nervously reported the situation. "On the way here, we ran into an ORC heading to our estate. He's coming to request reinforcements. Their tribe was attacked by megalanias." Lloyd Frontera was shocked by the news. Scene shifts to the Armored Tribe's battle. Everyone's trying to hold off the megalania. "The third barrier's been broken. Don't freak out, Lloyd Frontera. Hold the line." AK yells with all his might, grabbing his weapon and jumping straight at the megalania. A hit right in the middle of the megalania's face. It growls, glaring fiercely. Akuch freaks out too. Suddenly, the megalania whips its tail fast. It smacks him hard with no mercy. Aku can't defend and gets thrown a long way. He clutches his body in pain. Oh. The warriors rush over seeing that. The orc chief urges Aku not to panic, keep giving orders, keep fighting. Our mighty orc tribe will never quit. Kicking back to Lloyd Frontera, he quickly orders a sortie, informing Lord Brank, gathering all the white cavalry at the village entrance. Sergeant Greg hesitates. But even if we run now, it might already be too late. He lifts Bai Bung, signaling, I got a plan, move fast, right now. Lloyd Frontera rushes out of the room. We gotta hurry. This is our golden chance. Javier Azrahan runs after him, confused, asking, What do you mean? What chance? Lloyd Frontera grins more devilish than a demon king and explains, To stop the monster domino wave, you feed Bai Bung the red sunflower seed. It's time to strike back. Everyone in the village stares wide-eyed and open-mouthed at the shape blocking the sun. Everyone's stunned by its massive size. Bai Bung shoots up into the sky and charges forward. Lloyd Frontera grabs the fur on her back tightly and commands, Let's go. Bai Bung, time to give it your all and steal Belle's heart. Bai Bung seriously follows orders, launching herself far into the deep forest, then quickly dashes straight toward the armored village. Valadi Bren and his white cavalry also grip tight. Bai Bung breaks through the forest, in no time reaching the vast desert. She keeps charging forward. On the other side, the Megalania growls in rage. The orc tribe doesn't back down and rushes to attack. Suddenly, Bai Bung descends from the sky, landing right in the middle of the battle. Aku panics at the dust cloud. What the hell's going on here? Bai Bung stands tall, blocking the Megalania. Lloyd Frontera poses on her head. Speak with your eyes and bury it deep in their hearts. Tell your monster buddies that heading west means no prey. He warns fiercely, because we're the hunters, and you're the prey. The Megalania freak out, recognizing Bai Bung. She raises her half-meter-long arms and smacks the Megalania hard. A strike just a bit slower than the speed of sound is unleashed. Bai Bung flings the Megalania into the sky to experience flying. They quickly get thrown back into the forest, landing amid the dust clouds they kicked up. After finishing, Bai Bung shrinks back down. She shyly looks back. Bio wags his tail, happily congratulating her. Bai Bung blushes hard from her smile. Valadi Bren steps forward sincerely. Thanks for calling us here, but I don't think you need us for this. Lloyd Frontera turns back to explain. Ha ha. Why would I invite such valuable manpower for this? No, you've got more important stuff to do. Aku rubs his shoulder and walks over. Lloyd Frontera nods. He turns to ask Han. Oh, Akuch, you okay? He says seriously. Now we're no longer your allies. Lloyd Frontera is confused. Huh? Aku tightens his glutes, puffs his chest, breathing hard. He and his tribe start flexing muscles. You saved us twice. We, the ironclad tribe, pledge loyalty to the Frontera family. Lloyd Frontera smiles, revealing his next plan. It's not time for thanks yet. Now let's move on to project number 3. Rescue the ironclad tribe. Aku is confused by his words. Not long ago, Emperor Asfahan, a neighboring kingdom east of the wasteland, burned the reed fields of the kingdom for strategic reasons. That's what started the monster domino waves. Some monsters are pretty smart. Many of these monsters form savage tribes. Now they're witnesses to the top predator Megalania flying through the high sky like paper scraps. And among these smart monsters, rumors of that scene have spread far and wide. In the western region, there's a beast as big as a mountain, its size so huge it can easily touch the sky. Its tail holds the wrath of gods and can cause a raging storm. It had these big round black eyes like it was staring deep into the abyss, 2 sharp fangs that could easily devour any creature alive, and there was a blazing fire burning right on top of its head. Those demon eyes controlled this monster. Back to reality. Little Bai Bung turned his head to look at the royal palace of Asfan. Samafan Anin sat majestically on the throne. Long live the great emperor. A soldier knelt down, reporting that the Iron Cat tribe, which had been threatening our territory for a long time, abandoned their village and moved into the forest along with the Magentano kingdom. He stroked his beard smugly. Humph, this is our victory. How did Magentano handle that? The soldier answered seriously. Strangely, there was no might trace at all. They just settled within Magentano's borders. Samafan Aninsat was deeply disappointed. What a waste. I wanted to see that sneaky Magentano fall into chaos in Lloyd Frontera. He frowned and gave orders. So that's it? You're dismissed. You soldier stammered. Yes, that's all. But something happened. Samafan Aninsat frowned, confused, and began explaining. The domino wave of monsters we triggered. They're turning back and attacking our border walls. He frowned after hearing the report. What? What? The soldier explained seriously. We've done everything to stop the monsters, but they're going crazy out of some fear. It's not easy to break their momentum. Their fear is Lloyd Frontera, even more terrifying than Sang. Samafan Anin sat immediately ordered. Call all nearby forces. Use firepower to spread a fear even worse than those monsters. The soldier quickly responded. Orders received. He slumped into his chair, thinking. The monster domino tactic is backfiring. Samafan Anin sat, frowned, pondering. Could this be part of Megentano's plan? No, these are massive waves of monsters. It's impossible for them to turn back, unless the real beast is in the west. Back at the Frontera mansion, Lloyd Frontera presented a contract. Please sign here. Midlap looked confused, holding the contract. What's this document? He quietly explained. Everything is written here. Lloyd Frontera smiled proudly. Debt fully paid off. He pointed to the paper on the table. The book I gave you too included all the loan interest. The two loan sharks panicked. What do you think? Lloyd Frontera gave a scary warning face. Sign quickly or else. The two loan sharks grabbed the contract and rushed out the door. Arcos Frontera entered from outside. Lloyd Frontera greeted him cheerfully. Yes, my lord. He shyly asked, is it true you've paid off all our debts? Lloyd Frontera held up the full payment receipt. Should I frame it? Suddenly, Arcos Frontera hugged his brother tightly. He cried, blaming himself for making his son work so hard just to pay off the foolish mistakes of his father. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for making you suffer all this time. Mabella Frontera sobbed behind Arcos. I don't even know if I deserve to be a father anymore. Lloyd Frontera was silent for a long moment, then pushed his father away and spoke. My lord. Lloyd Frontera asked seriously, Father, do you love me? Arcos Frontera immediately replied with tears. What are you saying? Of course I love you. His son stayed silent a moment longer, then smiled naturally. Then do you need any qualifications to be my dad? The system board announced you've achieved achievement number 1, escape the mountain of debt, ownership of the entire Cremona region. Ownership duration, forever. Property stake requirements. 2 property effects, receive the highest economic credit rating, get the lowest interest rates, and obtain the most favorable conditions. In front of the Frontera village, Lloyd Frontera walked grimly down the corridor. Javier Asrahan, covered in dirt, reported, Young Master Lloyd Frontera, the Iron Cat tribe's move into the eastern mountain region is complete. He was shocked. What? Oh, right, good job. Javier Asrahan continued reporting. The White Cavalry is helping with the final touches. Ak was happy knowing he'd have more food to help build his muscle strength. Lloyd Frontera responded coldly, yeah, go rest. He silently watched Lloyd Frontera's figure walk away. As he walked down the corridor, he thought, the Iron Cat tribe moved into the eastern mountain forest. Even if the monster wave turns back, it will still take time for that to happen. Meanwhile, I'll call Bung to counterattack and keep the farms safe. Lloyd Frontera looked up at the vast sky. Now that I've paid off all my debts, there's nothing left to worry about. Weirdly, I thought I'd be happy once all the debts were cleared. Lloyd Frontera felt a strange disconnect with himself for a moment. Happy, right? Or am I just messed up? Bathed in the light streaming through the window, Lloyd Frontera lay motionless on his bed. He recalled the moment Akos Frontera cried and hugged him, and a lingering feeling flooded Lloyd's mind. He thought about his father who suffered because of him in his past life. Our smart and kind Kim Seo Ho. Dad was a dumbass for never learning anything. Dad's the one who made me suffer. I'm sorry. Lloyd Frontera couldn't hold back the sadness from his past. He gripped the blanket tight, trembling. Dad, I did it. Tears started streaming down Lloyd Frontera's cheeks. I'm sorry I couldn't help you. He gritted his teeth, swallowing the bitterness, then hugged his pillow to hide his past failures. Sniffle. Javier Asrahan stood outside the door, hearing everything. Lloyd Frontera was sobbing inside the room. He stayed silent outside, then turned and walked away. Cry it all out today, because you've got plenty of reasons to. A few days later, in front of the Frontera territory, the villagers cheered. Lloyd Frontera is coming, long live the young master. Old and young alike, everyone in the village shouted. Young master, please look this way. He blushed from all the calls. Lloyd Frontera snapped angrily. Cut it out, you're too loud. Can you stop? I'm about to die here. The villagers weren't annoyed, they were actually thrilled. He's looking at us. Cheers. Lloyd Frontera got even more irritated. I told you to stop. He's pissed now. Cheers. Javier Asrahan followed behind and spoke up. Just enjoy it a little. Just a little. Lloyd Frontera blushed hard. Why should I? He just pointed at the crowd shouting below. None of these people would be smiling if it weren't for you. Lloyd Frontera returned to his usual self. All right. Didn't I say we should live long and sleep well? The villagers kept yelling. Young master, please curse me. Just look at me once. Young master, just once, please curse me. Suddenly, Bayan rushed over anxiously. Young master, something's happened. Lloyd Frontera stayed calm. Oh, good to see you. What's going on? Bayan seriously reported. A large group from the south is heading this way. Lloyd Frontera was confused. Huh? Who are they? Enemies? Baron answered casually, not sure, but according to the guards, they seemed to be refugees. A weak-looking crowd was approaching the estate. Under the clear blue sky, the refugee leader spoke. Are you the lord of this land? Lloyd Frontera retorted, no, I'm his son. Who are these people? Nicholas, looking frail, explained, we're from the southern region. We belong to Baron Sino. I'm Nicholas, head of Anti-Village. Oh, and my dad's the mayor. Lloyd Frontera's face darkened after hearing the intro. He looked at the crowd behind and listened as he spoke. My father ordered us to seek refuge. He's defending the territory alongside Lord Sortino. Following his words were the weak, barefoot on the ground, and the sick elderly suffering from illness. And then he died in the line of duty. Everything happened too fast. Lloyd Frontera cut Nicholas off. Wait, he frowned, curious. Did all this happen because of a monster attack? He stammered his reply. Oh right, a swarm of beetle-like monsters about 6.5 feet tall. They come in hordes, hundreds of them, like a giant swarm of bees. Javier Esrayan stood behind him, serious. The domino wave of monsters is spreading faster than we thought. Lloyd Frontera thought about the domino wave's path, starting from Asfahan to the wasteland, then flooding into Magentano. Looks like all the areas facing the wasteland are heavily damaged. Lloyd Frontera thought about the 4 strong figures. No, the 4 powerful people in this land. Only Dracona and this place are the best spots for refuge, right? A regular dude, a giant fantasy creature, a white knight, and even a sword master. Lloyd Frontera stood silently, calculating where the refugees would gather. North is the sea, south is another country, while west is Chromo, which is too far. The last refuge is Frontera and Arcos. Most likely they'll head to the capital. He tensed, deep in thought. But how many people are going to show up there? Not just 1,000, but like 10,000. Nicholas and the people behind him dropped to their knees begging, please have mercy on us. Just a little bread for the kids is all we need. Javier Azrahan, Lloyd Frontera stepped forward silently. Looks like these refugees are going to end up on our estate. Got any plans for that? Lloyd Frontera grinned wickedly. Oh yeah, this is going to be interesting. He smirked. Javier Azrahan shot him a sharp glare. Huh? He snapped, annoyed. What the hell are you thinking? Lloyd Frontera gave a sly smile and tapped his head. Javier Azrahan, just think about it. He put on that capitalist smirk that spelled out his real intentions. So many people flooding into our territory, imagine how much tax cash we're going to rake in from them. Javier Azrahan suddenly got fired up, raising his voice. You're seriously thinking about taxing the poor like that? Lloyd Frontera ignored Javier's outburst and gave an order. Mr. Bavaria, get the tech unit to switch over to kitchen duty and start prepping food. The man responded immediately. Yes, young master. The refugees showed their gratitude. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Young master Lloyd Frontera, done with the drama, turned and walked away. All right, let's go. I gotta report this to the Baron. The Baron stepped up to calm things down. Habel, don't get too worked up, he said sternly. But yeah, this is pretty outrageous. Then he smiled gently to encourage. Lloyd Frontera is a good guy who understands people. Besides, we don't even know his real plan yet, so it's way too soon to get mad. Let's just wait and see. Javier Azrahan, still burning with anger, silently returned to the Frontera mansion. Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out inside. More refugees are coming? Arcos Frontera tensed up. I know that's good, but we don't have the means to take care of all of them. Lloyd Frontera asked seriously. Are you willing to take them in? He hesitated a bit before answering. Of course. We can't just abandon people in trouble like that. Arcos Frontera frowned deeply. Lloyd Frontera listened carefully. But the food supplies will only last a few days and then they'll run out. Lloyd Frontera looked confused. Huh? What are you talking about? He confidently laid out his plan. We have plenty of food to feed the refugees. A huge pile of giant locust corpses stacked up. Lloyd Frontera stood in front of the bodies explaining. They were collected to be used as fertilizer and are piled near the warehouse. Arcos Frontera hesitated before speaking. Lloyd Frontera, feeding refugees those locusts is a bit. Before Arcos could finish, Maybella Frontera bent down and ate one of the locusts. Arcos Frontera freaked out. She lifted the bug to reassure him. Tastes like shrimp. Even ORC warriors eat this stuff, so it's fine. Maybella Frontera suggested with a bit of disappointment. But it does have a bit of a smell. Maybe we can do something about this pile, she made a request. Lloyd Frontera, can you let me handle the kitchen unit? He happily replied, of course. That's why I invited you. In the forest, tents were being set up with the help of everyone on the estate. Valadita announced that the temporary camp setup was complete. Lloyd Frontera ordered seriously. Everyone, get ready with more supplies, we'll need them soon. A soldier standing on a platform announced. About 100 refugees are coming from the north. Lloyd Frontera forced a smile. Already, faster than I thought. He looked up and ordered Padong, who had been enlarged. Hurry up, Padong. If we're late, they'll all die. Padong started digging underground. Padong then tossed dirt into the air. Barren on the other side also gave serious orders to start production. Sergeant Doe, cover all 3 shifts to support Bell. Bio wrapped a cloth bag and started using a volcanic eruption. The white flag went up again. The observer on top continued announcing, 3 groups from the north, 2 from the south. Refugees are arriving. The scene shifted to the kitchen unit. Mabella Frontera announced, now we're going to start turning those locusts into delicious dishes. The people in charge of Lloyd Frontera's unit said, sorry ma'am, but I think that's a bit too much. How could it be? She wasn't fazed and smiled naturally. Mabella Frontera excitedly pulled out a book. Long ago, there was a legendary cookbook written by a mysterious girl who was the dragon's chef. Her secrets were written in this book called I Became the Dragon's Chef. It was one of the spoils Lloyd Frontera got from defeating the Dark Mage. Everyone in the room was stunned. Oh my god, a legendary recipe? You're not freaking out, Lloyd Frontera? He smiled naturally. Mabella Frontera excitedly pulled out a book. Long ago, there was a legendary cookbook written by a mysterious girl, the dragon's chef. Her secrets were written in this book. I became the dragon's chef. It was one of the spoils Lloyd Frontera got from defeating the Dark Mage. Everyone in the room was stunned. Oh my god, a legendary recipe? I heard it can help chefs whip up amazing dishes with just simple ingredients. This legendary cookbook is no joke. Now or never. End of the ad. For more details, please keep supporting the story, guys. Lloyd Frontera sat high up, watching the tents below, quietly plotting his next move. No matter how you look at it, there's just not enough space to expand the campsite toward the eastern mountain range. Definitely not enough headroom. Lloyd Frontera rubbed his irritated scalp, knowing they could hold out for a while but not for long. He was about to lose it. Suddenly, a cry caught his attention, a little boy sobbing into his mother's chest. Mom, I want to go home. I want to go home, Mom. She gently soothed him. Rudy, my love. We don't have a home anymore. We should be grateful to those who are ready to help us. The boy shouted, it's just a house. Tell Dad to build one for us. She reassured him. I'm sorry, Rudy. One day, we'll build it again. Lloyd Frontera sat above, hearing it all. A house. He remembered the past, the first time moving and packing all his stuff. His parents were so happy. They kept repeating the word home and smiling nonstop, a smile he'd never see again. It was a small, shabby apartment in the suburbs, but it held the most beautiful moments of his life. Lloyd Frontera looked down at the mother and son hugging and crying, then softly reassured. Don't worry, little Lloyd Frontera. Your home will come back soon. He stood up from the grass because he was here now. Javier Azrahan stood behind, listening to everything. He sighed in relief that Lloyd Frontera still had his humanity. He turned and announced, Habi, from now on we'll start building at a higher level. He stepped forward and asked Han, do you have plans for the refugees here already? Lloyd Frontera calmly replied, of course I do. He smiled confidently. I'm going to build an apartment complex. Lloyd Frontera thought back to the old world apartments, a common type of housing in Korea. This is the most efficient solution for the current threat to our estate. We can create a large residential area in this space. The convenience of administrative management due to its dense form reduces costs during construction. Plus, the top and bottom are enclosed, perfect for maximum insulation. Lloyd Frontera stood on the mountain peak, surveying the forest. Using his measuring skills, he looked down. The biggest benefit is we can build an environment where refugees can become self-sufficient. A modern city formed in Lloyd Frontera's mind, focused on population, boosting buying power, setting up markets. He smiled wickedly, revealing his true intention behind raising taxes. Lloyd Frontera put on his capitalist face, clenching his hands. Finally, I can just chill and relax. He imagined himself swimming in piles of shining cash, a long-held dream of Lloyd Frontera's, making money easily. Estate manager, why should I do that? I'll just have Mr. Bavaria handle it for rewards and raises. What if Mr. Bavaria retires? I just need him to train a capable successor. Barren suddenly leaned over at the construction site. I suddenly feel unwell. Sergeant Greg Lloyd Frontera listened. Mr. Bavaria, you need to rest. You've been overworking yourself. Scene shifts to a meeting, Lloyd Frontera standing before everyone announcing. All right, folks, here's a brief overview of the Honeycomb Apartment Complex plan. Please pay attention to the data I've distributed. Javier Azrahan seriously spoke up. I object. The building's name is way too arrogant. Lloyd Frontera, annoyed, pointed at him. Don't talk nonsense during the meeting. Javier Azrahan dismissed him. It's not nonsense, it's related to the project. Lloyd Frontera cut him off, straight to the point. Why do you keep delaying the meeting? He ignored Javier Azrahan's anger and asked, Mr. Bavaria, how are you feeling? The old man weakly replied, for days, I've had the same dream. In it, I'm working for a demon until I grow old and die. Those words hit Lloyd Frontera right in the heart. He got a bit annoyed but reassured. Hey, Don't worry, Lloyd Frontera, that will never happen. Holding the documents, now let's review the materials. An image appeared, called Toru, an old building from the eastern region to Fujian. This building features uniform housing style with one bedroom and a simple living room. It also includes public amenities, like public restaurants and restrooms in the central square. I was planning to build the same building, but with a square design. This structure can be built way faster than the round one. I compared the two buildings from multiple angles. Lloyd Frontera held the documents and explained in detail. I compared the two buildings in many ways but missed a major advantage. He grinned slyly as he described it. If we put an iron gate at the entrance to the square, in no time, it would become an impregnable fortress. Valadita clapped loudly, and everyone in the meeting room was amazed by the plan. Lloyd Frontera slammed his hand down and said, "Then it's time for questions." Javier Azrahan raised his hand first. "I have a question. Given our current financial situation, it's going to be really hard to meet the material requirements for the refugee tents." Same setting. Lloyd Frontera pointed right at him. "You mean we should just abandon them because they're a financial burden?" Javier Azrahan shyly replied. "That's not what I meant." He pushed further. "Just answer yes or no. Leaving these people to fend for themselves, is that okay? Answer me." Arcos Frontera, sitting beside Lloyd, listened carefully. "Even though I'm worried about money, we have to do something for these people." Lloyd Frontera returned to his usual calm demeanor and praised. "I can't help but admire your foresight, sir." He seriously requested to prepare the tents and continue supplying food to the people. "We might have to put all our money into this for everyone." Lloyd Frontera silently thought about raising more funds for this construction project. "Let's get started." Scene shifts outside where horses are waiting to depart. Lloyd Frontera laughed smugly. Hey, why the blank face? You're pissed? I know, you're pissed. The sword knight of the farm is so mad he won't even look at you. Ha. Javier Azrahan grimaced silently, then suddenly went quiet. Suddenly, a serious voice came from Lloyd Frontera. Super scary. He darkened his face and spoke up. "Can we actually pull off this crazy project? Will it collapse? Can it hold everyone? This is my project. I'm the one in charge." Javier Azrahan watched Lloyd's back and listened. And the person in charge shouldn't waver or back down. That's the only way to earn absolute trust. He continued seriously. "But there's one person who can give up that reckless thing for a while, and that's none other than you." Javier Azrahan was silent for a moment after those words, then spoke up. Was that the tense vein on Javier's neck flooding with emotion at Lloyd's harsh words? No. Lloyd Frontera turned his face back with a wicked smile, and seeing that, Javier lunged forward to punch Lloyd in the face. But that was just Javier's angry daydream. In the Arcos Duchy, at the Arcos mansion, Diego walked down the hallway feeling down. Suddenly, he noticed two people ahead. Humph. Lloyd Frontera ran into an old friend and got excited. Humph. "Hey Diego, good to see you." Diego Racora, with his missing teeth, was startled. He forced a smile and stepped forward. "Long time no see." Suddenly, "Why so serious? How's it feel getting kicked out of school?" Diego stammered like he'd seen a ghost. "Nah, none of that, man." Lloyd Frontera grabbed his shoulder to reassure him. "Hey, don't be scared. I'm here to bring you back to that academy." Diego looked confused. Lloyd frowned. Mouth open wide. Pupils shrank as a warning. "You hear me? Go call your dad here now." The Duke of Arcos heard the shocking news about the water tax hike. "What do you mean?" Lloyd Frontera sat arrogantly and repeated. "Huh? Did I stutter? The water tax, please." He cursed angrily under his breath. "You filthy bastard. You lowlife. My son got kicked out of the academy, and now you want to raise the water tax." Suddenly, Duke Arcos smiled confidently. He chuckled, confusing Lloyd. The Duke stepped to the window, sternly said, "You're still young, so I don't think you'll understand this." He pointed at the contract with a smug grin. "According to the details in this contract, the price is fixed. You have no right to raise it." Lloyd sighed and pulled a magnifying glass from his pocket. He focused on the tiny print smaller than an ant for him to see. The set price can change depending on the supplier's mood. Duke Arcos got agitated and grabbed Lloyd's collar. "Hey, you scammer, calm down." Hey, stop it. I'm about to die here." He smirked and said, "Please just stop. We're all in the same neighborhood anyway. I'm not going to force you to sign. This deal is actually pretty damn good for you." Duke Arcos gritted his teeth angrily while Lloyd Frontera adjusted his collar and explained. "First off, 17 estates got wrecked by that monster domino effect. All the refugees moved here before, right? But the Duke turned them all down, didn't he?" He threw a smirk and reminded him like it was no big deal. "Just pretend I don't know anything about that, but your highness would be pissed if she found out." Duke Arcos' face darkened when the queen was mentioned. "Your highness, where's the benefit in that? Is he seriously saying he's going to save me?" Lloyd Frontera frowned seriously. "And secondly, I'm only saying this for your own good." He smiled casually. If I write a recommendation letter, maybe Diego can get back into the academy. The Duke's gaze wavered, hearing that. The atmosphere around Duke Arcos started to get heavy. He timidly spoke up. So how much more are you going to hike the water tax? Lloyd Frontera scratched his head and forced a laugh. Hey, why you gotta be like that? Duke, you're making people think I'm some gangster here to rip you apart. Lloyd Frontera put on a dangerous face but said, I'll raise it just a bit so you don't feel embarrassed, just enough to keep our friendship solid. The Duke's face went pale as he thought, how much? Just tell me how much already. That bastard Javier Asrahan watched Lloyd's cocky act silently. He looked at Lloyd Frontera with pure contempt. That attitude, he asked seriously. Don't be shy. How much can I raise the tax? No matter how much, I'll be grateful for your kindness. Duke Arcos clenched his teeth, thinking hard amid the tense vibe in the room. He looked at Lloyd's face, hesitating. Lloyd stayed firm, staring seriously at Duke Arcos. Under Lloyd's ruthless gaze, the Duke stammered. I'm Duke Arcos, timidly said. About 20. Lloyd Frontera's face fell, showing his true disappointment. The Duke broke into a sweat seeing Lloyd's expression. Duke Arcos trembled. Wait, hold on, wait, I messed up. He stammered, raising the price. I mean 30. Lloyd Frontera's eyebrows knitted in anger, his jaw clenched hard, eyes full of disgust at the Duke's offer. The Duke panicked, struggling to breathe, then suddenly Duke Arcos noticed something. Javier Asrahan was helplessly signaling to him. Duke Arcos blurted out 50%. I'll raise it by 50%. Lloyd Frontera's face didn't change, his teeth clicked sharply. The Duke looked up at Javier Asrahan confused. What's going on? What's wrong with him? Did he just say 50%? Javier Asrahan quickly shook his head. No. Turns out he didn't mean 5 times, he meant stop already. Duke Arcos started to lose it and shouted. Hey listen, I'll raise it 5 times, is that enough? Lloyd Frontera finally calmed down and stopped him. Duke, why 5 times? 4 times is already way too much. The Duke was overjoyed hearing Lloyd say that. Really? A success stamp sealed the contract. Lloyd Frontera and Javier Asrahan left victorious. Duke Arcos happily stared at the contract, then reread the terms, before clutching his head in regret. Lloyd Frontera glanced at Javier Asrahan. What's with that face? He sighed and explained, I feel like such a thug. Lloyd said calmly. Why that look? You're grinning at Javier Asrahan. I might be a gangster, but honestly, you're just a smooth extortionist. Haha. And you're cooperating, right? That makes you like a gangster's junior. Your enemy's a gangster too. Haha. Javier Asrahan could only grit his teeth in frustration and said sulkily, My duty is to escort the young master. I'm done with sneaky tricks and construction work. Lloyd Frontera kept teasing. What? Then I won't let you enjoy the singing service anymore. How's that sound? Javier Asrahan confidently replied, It's been a month since I became a sword knight. Now I can control my emotions better. I don't need that dumb sleep aid nonsense anymore. Under the night covering the Frontera mansion, Javier Asrahan tossed and turned, unable to sleep in his room. He grabbed a pillow and went into Lloyd Frontera's room. I need that sleep aid service. He reminded him about the afternoon. The service expired already. You said you didn't need it anymore. Javier Asrahan pleaded. Hey, I'm begging you, please. Lloyd Frontera steps up to tell a story. Have you ever heard of sleep hygiene? It's like habits and practices that help you sleep better on a regular basis. Once the habit is set, it's super hard to sleep without the old factors. Javier Asrahan shivers, annoyed. Yeah, I know what it is. Now go to sleep, hurry up. Lloyd Frontera starts chanting a sleep spell. Javier Asrahan quickly falls asleep just like expected. He stretches tiredly, grunts, time to start today's work. Lloyd Frontera slams a pile of documents on the table and uses his simulation skill around himself. He checks out the houses ready for construction in Anon. Luckily, I know enough about this stuff, but I don't have enough knowledge to build an apartment complex. What should I do? The simulated building behind Lloyd Frontera starts to collapse. A system panel pops up. You planning to simulate each one individually? He looks at the wreckage and replies. There's a saying that fits this perfectly. Lloyd Frontera smiles seriously. Keep going until you succeed, as dawn breaks over the Frontera territory. Lloyd Frontera marches out giving orders. Send people to CRMO fast. We need lawmakers, stonemasons, carpenters, mobilize everyone as soon as possible. Also, make sure the supply of concrete and other materials stays steady. Bring grains and meat from the west. We need enough to keep things running. After finishing the day's work, Lloyd Frontera returns to his room and keeps buying rooms in buildings. Another day passes. Barren steps up to report. This time there are 300 refugees, but no more. He immediately orders them in. We can handle all of them. Work done. Lloyd Frontera goes back to his room to draw blueprints. Damn it, how am I going to fix this? Is this process too long? Should I cut down the number of floors? Suddenly, a drop of blood falls on the blueprint. Lloyd Frontera licks the blood dripping from his fingers and keeps working. No way. Can't skip the sweet stuff. Stable housing, economic activity, raised taxes. Another day passes like that under the clear blue sky. Baron Lloyd Frontera reports, "Boss, with the current calculations, in just 4 months, we won't have enough money to pay the soldiers. Should we tweak the original plan a bit? Maybe move some refugees elsewhere?" Lloyd Frontera rejects weakly, "No, don't. Lloyd Frontera won't back down on that. We'll have enough money." He bows his head, surprising the guy. About that, Lloyd Frontera suddenly collapses onto the stone altar, shocking everyone. "Boss, boss." Everyone stares at his condition as Lloyd Frontera lies there. "Wake up, boss, boss." Scene shifts to the Magentano kingdom. Inside the stands, soldiers hesitate, holding crossbows drawn. Below, Alicia stands alone in the middle of the arena. She stands tall, facing the crossbows aimed at her. Suddenly, a knight raises his hand, standing over the soldiers holding crossbows, ordering to fire. Arrows and a Lloyd Frontera-like barrage fly straight at Alicia. She doesn't flinch and uses energy to envelop her sword. Alicia swings her sword at the incoming arrows. With her strikes, the arrows shatter into pieces. Alicia retracts her energy after successfully blocking the arrows. The soldiers are stunned. She looks at her sword, frowning. Nothing's improved except she can create sword aura faster. Pathetic. Alicia remembers the moment she was poisoned by glue. She can't stand any more humiliation. Suddenly, a man approaches and calls out, "Your Highness." Alicia turns to respond. "What is it?" He seriously announces, "The messenger from Baron Frontera has arrived." Alicia thinks to herself, could it be from Lloyd Frontera inside the royal palace? Javier Azrahan kneels reading the letter. "Your Highness, I, your humble servant, am begging for help." Alicia's face darkens. "Help? Right now?" She looks at Javier Azrahan's figure, then at the shady, sly Lloyd Frontera, suspicious. What trouble is he trying to drag us into this time? He continues reading the letter. "Honored Queen with deep insight, please guide us. We are anxious, present on this land to protect our estate. Unfortunately, as mentioned in the previous letter, refugees from 17 other estates have lost their homes and are all heading to our Frontera estate." Alicia listens seriously. "Oh, your Highness, great Queen, you have compassion for all your subjects. You possess a magnificent soul and an iron will. As your loyal servant, we warmly welcome the peasant class of this great kingdom and believe they all deserve care and attention." Even Javier S. Rahan frowned at the letter's content. "I humbly ask to let these people feel your magnificent will. So many amazing things." He kept reading. "I want to take care of Lloyd Frontera for all these great people of the kingdom." Alicia was getting pissed off at Lloyd Frontera's stubbornness. So what's the catch? That filthy bastard's name. Javier Azrahan read the letter aloud with the blurry image of Lloyd Frontera crying behind him. "Well, I'm broke now." Alicia felt like she'd just heard some earth-shattering news threatening the kingdom's safety. What a shameless jerk. Damn, didn't see that coming. "But anyway, I'm thinking about sending supplies there," Javier Azrahan said sternly. "Your Highness, we might need 3 times the amount you're thinking." Alicia was even more shocked. 3 times? Did he just hit a nerve? He started sweating nervously on his cheeks. "This humble servant of yours isn't crazy." She grabbed her head in frustration. "Ugh, such a headache. Next time we meet, I'm gonna kick his ass." Javier Azrahan continued relaying Lloyd Frontera's message. "We plan to build a new, multi-story residential complex in the Kingdom of Magentano. This isn't just about building a shelter to house refugees and give them a place to sleep, but also to promote housing stability, help these people become independent, and show the Great Queen's will." But he clutched the design and cried, "I'm broke now." Alicia didn't want to hear more. Stop, stop, stop. I get the letter's point already." She sighed and waved her hand, telling Lloyd Frontera again. "I'm the queen, but that doesn't mean I can just spend money however I want." Alicia explained seriously, "I have to get approval from the finance minister and some other advisors, plus the stubborn elders. Bothering them won't do any good." Suddenly, Javier Azrahan put the letter down and pulled out another letter from his coat. Seeing this, she was suspicious. Another letter. The letter said, "The building is designed to be as sturdy as a fortress. In the future, if monster waves return or enemies attack from the east, this building can become an unbeatable shield. It will play a huge role in the kingdom's peace and prosperity." Alicia sat silently reading the letter's contents, which explained how the city would be built and how to protect the Eastern Front from enemies. Lloyd Frontera inside the letter smiled slyly. "For those who support this project, I personally will give them a sweet reward." A psychological battle between the couple erupted. Alicia sat quietly, thinking. First off, building a fortress city isn't a bad idea. Preliminary calculations show it could cost as much as a commercial district like CRMO. She frowned, calculating. "The stability of loyal ministers under my command has increased. Surely it will also strengthen my position and authority. Clearly, we benefit from this, right? Suddenly, Javier Azrahan spoke up. Spot on. Alicia wondered. What does that mean? He vaguely explained. I don't know what spot on means, but the letter said it's spot on within 5 seconds. She was silent for a long moment, then Alicia ordered seriously. Javier Azrahan, stay here and wait for the funds. He quickly replied. I'm counting on you. Javier Azrahan continued reading the letter's postscript. It would be great if Lord Croydis could come too. I earnestly beg you. Alicia replied irritably. I get it. Stop it. I get it. Scene shifts to the Frontera territory. Those tents built for refugees. Sergeant Gregg sternly reminded. Young Master Lloyd Frontera won't forgive anyone lazy. The soldier behind immediately responded. Yes, Sergeant Gregg. Sergeant Gregg, who is this guy? At first glance, he looks like a lazy squad soldier, but he's always there. No matter how dangerous the mission, no matter how tough the job, he's been reborn as a real man, more responsible than others and always giving his all. That man is Sergeant Gregg. Scene shifts to one of the refugees. I don't need it. Please give it to the elderly and children. Sergeant Gregg gently reassured. We've got enough blankets, so just take them. After finishing, he stepped out of the tent. Sergeant Gregg immediately recognized. Oh, hey Emily. She turned her face. What? He pointed at Emily, reminding her. Why don't you rest? You've been working since morning. Emily calmly replied. Lloyd Frontera, mind your own business. I gotta handle this first. He stepped forward, trying to grab the blankets. Leave it, I'll do it. Emily quickly dodged. No, thanks. She smiled brightly at their teasing. Sergeant Gregg smiled happily too, but neither of them knew. An Orsay silhouette holding a bouquet witnessed everything. Cuz was heartbroken, watching Emily joke around with him. He looked at her radiant, smiling face and thought about what his friends teased him. Ha ha, you love a woman. The ORC's dumb, but you're even dumber. Women won't accept an ugly, disgusting musclehead like us. Even so, you're way uglier than the average ORC. Cuz sadly lowered his head at their teasing. Emily stood there. Ha ha, you're too slow, man. He threw away the flowers he had struggled to gather, then turned away in sorrow. Suddenly, Emily noticed a familiar figure. She blushed slightly, looking at Cuz's back. Their love slowly blossomed from sadness and longing. Scene shifts to Lloyd Frontera waking up startled. Huh? The system panel startled him, shaking him awake. What's going on? He weakly spoke. I just dreamed, the system asked. Dreamed what? Lloyd Frontera stammered, explaining. Just, what was it? The dream I wanted. 1,000 question marks popped up on the notification. Barren, sitting on a guard chair, immediately noticed. Young Master, are you losing it? Lloyd Frontera weakly turned around. Lord Bavaria, he asked quietly. Young Master, are you okay? He spoke with his battered body. Not much time left now. Barren panicked. No, don't say stuff like that. Young Master, Lloyd Frontera weakly replied. His eyes slowly closed. Salary on the day I die. The man looked at Lloyd Frontera with contempt, confused. It's completely drained to zero. Asterisk cough cough times. Suddenly footsteps approached before his voice. Lloyd Frontera coughed harshly. Asterisk cough times. My money, my money. Barren panicked, trying to calm him. Young Master, all we need to do is delay the payment. I'm sure everyone will understand. He shouted back. No, no way. Javier Azrahan had just arrived near the room. Lloyd Frontera grabbed his chest. I worked so hard until payday. How can you delay it? He spoke with a tone like he was about to die. Please don't do that. Even if I die. Lloyd Frontera's eyelids slowly lowered. Even if I die. Then he closed his eyes completely, as if vanishing from this world. Barren panicked, shouting, Young Master. He frantically rushed out. Doctor, doctor. Right then, the holy man named Javier Azrahan appeared. Barren timidly. Javier Azrahan, Young Master. He opened his mouth wide, then pulled out a stack of cash from an envelope. I got the salary. Now sit up quickly. In an instant, the weak demon lying on the bed brightened up. System panel popped up. Special skill. Barren was stunned by the scene before him. Lloyd Frontera, full of life, stood up from the blankets, the financial mountain. Lloyd Frontera snapped back to his usual capitalist face. That's right. Let's start digging. Frontera Real Estate has secured the funding for the Royal City Development Project. Barren stood in front of the building, announcing that the Honeycomb apartment complex was 70% complete. Keep it up, everyone. Cheers echoed toward an empty lot behind the forest. Lloyd Frontera was gathering energy and then conjured a simulated city right in front of the empty lot. He swung his hand to test a landslide. A powerful landslide crashed into the simulated buildings. Despite the dust and debris from the landslide, the simulated buildings stood firm. Lloyd Frontera kept testing. A raging storm slammed into the simulation. The building still didn't budge. He was satisfied and kept going. This is the final test. Lloyd Frontera focused all his energy. The whole scene lifted into the sky. extending out into space. A beam of light shot toward Earth. Lloyd Frontera tested the most dangerous scenario possible. Even the system panel was helpless. Why the hell would he test that? An explosion nearly engulfed the whole area where the meteor struck. Lloyd Frontera laughed maniacally. Ha, this is so damn interesting. The system panel cursed this bastard again. Javier Azrahan stood behind him, eyes full of contempt. Lloyd Frontera frowned and turned back. What's up? What's with your face? Did he deny it? But whatever. I never thought the young master was crazy. He smirked.
Oh, I thought you'd gone nuts or something.
Javier Azrahan changed the subject to announce, Lord Siggers and 30 other dwarves have returned. Lloyd Frontera was pleased. Just in time. He bowed to the dwarves who had stepped into the territory. The development of a dense apartment complex depends on the cement pouring process. It's not as simple as building a wall in the sea or a suspension bridge. Those theories aren't enough to build a dense apartment complex, and that's exactly what I want. Lloyd Frontera presented a design, a concrete mixer machine, a necessary device that can mix and maintain cement quality, preventing construction cement from mixing with other foreign components. Sidis spoke up, a bit annoyed. That's rude. We traveled a long way, and you didn't even invite us to help but just gave us orders. He pulled out a pile of counter designs. I've got tons of ideas on how to welcome Lord Siders here. Lloyd Frontera grinned slyly and confidently, and I believe nothing's better than letting you feast your eyes on this design first. He snapped loudly, annoyed. What's with that weird face? Sidus snatched the design. Is my workshop ready yet? Lloyd Frontera bowed and replied, yes, please. The long-awaited construction project can finally begin. Lloyd Frontera and Javier Azrahan started their work for the explosion. The hull in his hands began to glow underground. The pre-mixed cement infrastructure was complete. Padong ran with all her might, standing inside the running concrete mixer to keep it going. On the ORC side, they were working just as seriously. The ORC tribe was bending iron bars into square curves. The reinforcements and frames were ready for cement pouring. Lloyd Frontera poured cement into an empty container with instructions. It couldn't just be dumped anywhere. Check the edges and reinforcements to make sure there's no air trapped inside. It started to rise. Then Bai Bung was brought in. Bai Bi Bung grew bigger to help with the high-up construction. Bayo stood below, ringing a bell with a smile. Cheer them on. Bai Bi Bung blushed because of the love demon inside him, so happy. After many continuous days of work, the apartment complex was partially completed. Lloyd Frontera asked Lord Bavaria if he could take over the work from here. He quickly responded, no problem. He looked at the construction while thinking, everyone's used to the work now. I've got another problem to worry about, the insulation inside the heating devices. The Honeycomb Apartments heating system runs on a coal steam furnace. Water is boiled inside the heating room. Steam travels throughout the building through pipes, going in all directions. It's connected to each room's radiator to heat the rooms. Lloyd Frontera frowned, deep in thought. But the problem is, imagining the rooms in the apartment with pipes going up high, the system loses heat. The top floor, the 8th floor, barely gets any heat at all. I've tried many simulations to fix it, but still no success. Lloyd Frontera recalled the late nights studying hard. Can I create a better insulation system? Is there any useful clue in the novel? Lloyd Frontera looked at the paper he'd written on. Damn, yeah. A line from the novel caught his eye. Lloyd Frontera was thrilled. This was it. A dragon roaring in his mind was the volume where Javier Azrahan faced the fire dragon. The hot-tempered dragon cursed, lowly, inferior mortals, worthless humans, fragile, weak commoners, a species Lloyd Frontera knew no other word for besides humans. But no matter how outstanding the swordsman was, he could never defeat the dragon. But Javier Azrahan stood right in front of the dragon's breath. He stood firm against the dragon's fierce flames. Javier Azrahan kept a serious gaze on it. The dragon was shocked to see Javier Azrahan still standing strong after its fiery breath, unshaken. That was because he wore armor made from hardened Alenia tree resin, the world's best insulation material. After thinking it through, Lloyd Frontera and Javier Azrahan set out to gather it. Javier Azrahan followed behind and said, we've been traveling for 2 days now. Where do you plan to get the insulation material? Lloyd Frontera explained, Evergo Forest, where the elves live. I'll get the tree resin there. Hearing that, Javier Azrahan turned his head, annoyed. Hey, where do you think you're going? He turned back to explain. Don't you know, elves hate humans. They're the Lloyd Frontera species, and we can't negotiate with them. Javier Azrahan frowned, thinking about what had happened earlier. Yet, in the novel, you actually became friends with them and got gifted that armor. Fine, just head back. I'll go alone then. Sir, your escort knight speaking. Javier Azrahan, annoyed, followed along. He sighed, wondering how to even talk to the Lloyd Frontera species, since no one had managed to communicate with them in 500 years. Idiots. Javier Azrahan and Lloyd Frontera listened. This isn't good. But Xavier wasn't scared. Lloyd Frontera just smirked confidently. No worries. Lloyd Frontera smirked arrogantly. We just sped up the plan a bit. Mira started ordering the elves behind. If you two don't turn back within 3 hours, we'll shoot. 1, 2, 3. Fire. Javier Azrahan quickly drew his sword and activated his sword aura technique. He swung a powerful energy slash forward. Javier Azrahan cut the flying arrows in half. He stood tall amid the shattered arrows. Mira's face darkened. A sword master. Lloyd Frontera ran off to report, telling them to split up as planned. Meet me at the Alania tree in 30 minutes. Find a high vantage point to signal if you get lost. Javier Azrahan and Lloyd Frontera listened. Are you okay going alone? He quickly added. Uh-huh. Then he looked up, sniffing with his handsome face. Lloyd Frontera asked, annoyed, Hey, what are you doing? Javier Azrahan calmly answered, Don't you see I'm sneezing? Dumbass, you're annoyed about something else. I know. But you don't have to act like that, he replied coolly. Oh, not sure if you're misunderstanding. Javier Azrahan explained casually, It's because I'm handsome that no matter what I do, I still look cool. That's a feeling you'll never experience in your life. Lloyd Frontera's face visibly fell. What? Do you have to be that blunt? The system panel popped up laughing at him. Emotional damage plus 99. Haha. Lloyd Frontera grumbled and shut up. The system panel paused, then kept laughing. He angrily warned, Laugh again, and I'll kill someone. Lloyd Frontera gritted his teeth and said, You're a sword master, but you can't hold back a sneeze? Javier Azrahan explained seriously. There are some physiological things we just can't control. He snapped loudly. What? So you can't do stuff like stop farting forever? Javier Azrahan answered calmly. Why would you do something that gives you constipation? Lloyd Frontera kept insulting. You're a sword master and can't even hold in a fart. Javier Azrahan chuckled. Cuckoo, he shouted angrily. What are you laughing at? He shook his head in disbelief. You're starting to talk nonsense. Because your face can't compare to mine, duh. Lloyd Frontera, you're hilarious. He bit his lip, clenched his fists, and charged. Lloyd Frontera threw a flurry of punches, but Javier Azrahan blocked them effortlessly. He placed his hand on his stomach, feeling surprisingly good. Lloyd Frontera gasped, Remember to hold back your sneeze. And be quiet. Javier Azrahan obeyed. Sheesh, please be quiet. He carried his frustration searching for a tree somewhere in the forest. Suddenly, ahead of them was an elf army aiming arrows forward. Lloyd Frontera panicked. How did they know we're here? Mira explained why they were blocking the way. You two have been yelling since entering the forest, so we found you. Idiot, Javier Azrahan. Lloyd Frontera listened. This isn't good. But he didn't panic. Instead, he smirked arrogantly. No brains. Lloyd Frontera grinned confidently. We're just speeding up the plan a bit. Mira started ordering the goblins behind her. If you two don't return in 3 hours, we'll shoot. 1, 2, 3. Fire. Javier Azrahan quickly drew his sword and unleashed his sword aura technique. He slashed a powerful energy strike forward. Javier Azrahan swung his sword, breaking the incoming arrows in half. He stood tall amid the shattered arrows. Mira's face darkened. A sword master. Lloyd Frontera ran off to report. Split up like we planned. Meet me at the Alenia tree in 30 minutes. Find a high vantage point to signal if you get lost. Javier Azrahan asked Lloyd Frontera, Are you okay going alone? He quickly replied, As long as you can distract them, I'll be fine. Mira shouted orders, the ugly guy trembling as he chased after the handsome one. Tears streamed down his cheeks after hearing those words. The elves were jumping on the branches, chasing Javier Azrahan. He was stunned by their speed. The elves moved skillfully along the branches. She touched the leaves on the branches for support, then neatly launched herself into the air. Even Javier Azrahan was amazed by that technique. Very few people knew about elves, and once again, the young master's prediction was spot on. Elves really are nature's creatures. Going back to the time before the two were attacked, Lloyd Frontera seriously warned that they wouldn't harm the trees, and that would be our trump card. Because we can't attack the innocent elves, if you need to run as fast as possible while dodging their attacks. He turned his face back, thinking maybe, to some extent, we could exploit their personalities. Back to the present, an elf was pulling back a bowstring, ready to strike. Javier Azrahan sensed the danger and sped up, quickly hiding behind a tree. With their love for nature, the elf couldn't bring herself to attack. Damn it. She quickly jumped to a wider area to shoot her bow. Javier Azrahan swiftly dodged all the arrows aimed at him. He ran fast, then thought, why are they only shooting in 2 directions? 1 arrow shot to the front right, then 3 arrows shot to the other side, the left. Javier Azrahan's eyes widened as he realized this. He looked at the fleeting shadows of the elves. They were doing it on purpose. On Lloyd Frontera's side, he had found a spear. Lloyd Frontera quickly took out his staff. The magic circle began to spin faster. He used his skills to start digging, boosting his energy. For the next 20 minutes, he wouldn't feel tired. Lloyd Frontera dug down with all his might. Let's go. Ah, a tunnel quickly appeared, while on the other side, a pair of legs kept running. Javier Azrahan dashed forward thinking something's off. He observed the elves behind him. He didn't see the captain leading them. No way. Was she heading towards the young master? Javier Azrahan reached an open patch of ground. He stopped tensely at a puddle. Actually, there were no trees here to limit their attacks. The elves took the chance to jump into the air, aiming their bows at Javier Azrahan. A rain of arrows immediately shot towards him. Suddenly, Javier Azrahan plunged his sword into the puddle. A burst of water pressure shot up, sweeping away the incoming arrows. He stood inside the rising water, then swung his sword, revealing his figure. The elves standing on the treetops were stunned. Lloyd Frontera, what kind of power is that? That guy. He could easily kill us if he wanted to. A big-voiced elf said. Everyone stay calm. If Lloyd Frontera is a sword master, then we have Melika. A pair of red-rimmed eyes appeared inside the forest. Melika stepped out with her massive figure. She began setting down her huge bow and knocked a giant arrow, aiming straight at Javier Azrahan, the great dragon bow archer. He wasn't scared and raised his sword, ready to block. An arrow charged with massive energy tore through the air towards him. Javier Azrahan struggled to block the arrow and was pushed back. Ugh. He took the tough hit, but the weight was overwhelming. It pushed Javier Azrahan back with no end in sight. He tried to hold himself steady, but the force was too insane. Javier Azrahan used all his strength to block the blow, then pushed the arrow off his sword. He slid across the water, silently impressed. So strong, seriously, a massive power. It even pushed back his sword's aura. Javier Azrahan thought about the consequences if he fought back. If he hurt even one elf, all the other elves in the world would take revenge with all their power, their impact scarier than even the orcs. The elves started bringing arrows to Melika. Javier Azrahan boosted the energy around his sword aura. It was almost time to regroup with the young master and some other elves still chasing him. He raised his sword amid the rain of arrows in the air. Javier Azrahan stood in the middle of the arrows, tense and thinking, what now? How do I deal with these elves without killing them? And how do I rescue the young master? Melika had her bow ready for the next shot. Javier Azrahan poured all his energy into his sword aura and charged forward. He swung his sword, breaking the arrows flying at him in half. One strike, then two. All the arrows were completely sliced in half. But it wasn't over yet. Melika fired a giant arrow forward. Javier Azrahan shouted, swinging his sword. He channeled energy around the arrow ahead and pulled it back toward himself. Javier Azrahan lifted the arrow into the air, then threw it straight back forward. Two arrows sped toward each other at an insane velocity. A powerful clash between the two arrows stirred the air around them. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontera was calmly cutting the roots of the Exia tree. He had stuffed his backpack full of roots. All right, just need one more root this size. Suddenly, a warning voice came from behind Lloyd Frontera. Stop right there, you evil Lloyd Frontera bastard. He slowly turned around to see Mira and two other goblins aiming bows at him. How dare you cut our precious tree roots? He smirked arrogantly. Oh, sorry, but a lot of lives depend on me. Lloyd Frontera bent down to pick something up. Seeing this, Mira warned, don't move or I'll shoot. He taunted softly. Go ahead and shoot me if you want. But Mira was stunned by Lloyd Frontera's words. He grinned menacingly, holding up a yam. I'm gonna roast this until it's golden brown. The yam Lloyd Frontera picked up on the way. Mira and the two goblins behind her freaked out and stopped dead. Lloyd Frontera is calling the shots now. Yeah, don't you hate seeing this tree suffer? Now back off, you crying yam. The three goblins cursed, are you even human? You're so cruel, a filthy bastard. Lloyd Frontera kept advancing with a cocky attitude. Good, good. Thanks for the compliments. Now back off. All right, a goblin next to Mira spoke up. You're a sly bastard who's definitely not popular with the ladies. He looked like he got hit right in the feels and darkened his face. Insulted, Lloyd Frontera pressed the torch closer to the yam. The three panicked. Lloyd Frontera warned again. Stop. Back off. I said back off. The three retreated toward the exit above. Mira raised her hand to propose. Calm down. We've already backed up to the end of this cave. Why don't we talk a bit? Lloyd Frontera kept his wicked smirk and glared at her, then suddenly opened his mouth in disgust. Lloyd Frontera bit into the yam leaves. Ah, damn, I'd rather get hurt than this. Your spit's all over it. Ah, he brought the torch closer, saying, climb up. Mira was scared. Huh? Dead end. All right, we're going up here. The yam was still freaking out. Lloyd Frontera shouted, oh God, you bastard, stop, stop. The four successfully climbed out of the cave. Lloyd Frontera frowned, thinking, well, we're outside now. Javier Azrahan should find us easier. He should show up soon. But if the other goblins spot us first, I'm thinking about the scene where I get an arrow shot right in the head. That means game over. Lloyd Frontera kept biting the yam. The little thing was soaked in spit. A weak voice sounded, Mira looked at the goblin behind her. What's wrong with her? She clutched her stomach and answered, Lord Mira, I feel really. Lloyd Frontera suddenly felt unwell. The goblin next to her also held her head. I saw something terrible and my anemia is. Mira snapped angrily. You two stop it. We can't show weakness in front of this bastard. Suddenly, Mira's stomach gurgled loudly. She collapsed, clutching her belly. My stomach. Mira, hang in there. You're hungry, right? Lloyd Frontera wondered silently. What? He recalled what he'd seen before. Aren't goblins supposed to be super strong and powerful? Lloyd Frontera looked around again. Wait, I haven't heard a single bird sing in this forest. Not a single rabbit or deer either. I don't think I've even seen one. Lloyd Frontera suddenly realized the monster domino effect. The animals had migrated to the far end of the mountain range. That's why the center of the eternal forest looks so empty. He looked around thoughtfully because goblins wouldn't harm trees, meaning goblins are totally carnivores. Lloyd Frontera looked at the weak goblins before him, probably starving for months. Back to Javier Azrahan's fight. He was gasping for breath after the last attack. Melika was also panting, exhausted. Abiel Azrahan narrowed his eyes, thinking, weird, with the goblins' strength and abilities, they shouldn't be tired from this. If that's the case, we can break through their defense. He bent down to gather momentum. The energy circle started to glow intensely. Javier Azrahan gripped his sword tight and charged forward. Let's go. Melika didn't hold back either and readied another arrow. The arrow flew straight into Javier Azrahan's body. Young master, he let it graze his face and kept moving forward. Please hang in there. Javier Azrahan dodged all the arrows aimed at him. The goblin on the tree root announced tensely. Our front line's been breached. Everyone, charge. The weak goblins behind collapsed on the branches. Commander, I can't hold on anymore. No way. I'm starving, she shouted. Everyone, forget that. A huge figure leapt into the air. She grabbed an arrow, ready to strike. Melika, our kind-hearted one. You shared your meat with others and now you're fighting till your last breath. A mighty longbow shot was fired by Melika. She aimed right at the path Javier Azrahan was moving on. Yeah. He quickly hid behind a tree to dodge the attack. Suddenly, Melika charged with an arrow in hand. She stabbed straight where Javier Azrahan stood. He dodged the attack, thinking silently he was the one who should be protecting. Melika kept launching a barrage of attacks at Javier Azrahan, the son of God. Tiny goblin arrows kept flying. Keep fighting till your last breath. Let's back Melika up. A few leaves fell from the sky. Javier Azrahan jumped up and used a leaf as a foothold. Our air. He dashed off just like the technique the goblins used earlier. I'll protect him, no matter what. The goblins stared in shock at the thing, thinking it was a monster. That footwork? It takes us 100 years to master. Arrows kept flying at Javier Azrahan. He tried to dodge the goblin attacks a little longer. Javier Azrahan jumped from tree to tree, continuing to dash for an escape route, just a little more. Suddenly, Melika slammed 2 arrows into her bow. Javier Azrahan exited the forest above and saw the destination, that chia tree. He shouted in Lloyd Frontera's camp, Young master, over there, a rock is being grilled along with some delicious-smelling meat. Lloyd Frontera and the goblins sat enjoying the food. Humph. Javier Azrahan, all dirty, stepped forward. He looked at the panting guy and asked, Where did you just come from? Back from battle? Lloyd Frontera turned back carrying meat. This piece is overcooked, eat it fast. Mira stammered. He immediately explained, It's pork, so it needs to be cooked through. Lloyd Frontera called out behind him. What are you standing there for? Come sit. He gave a quick intro. This is Javier Azrahan, my escort knight. Mira was stunned. What? You're not a servant? Lloyd Frontera bluntly answered, No. He also introduced Javier Azrahan to Mira, the goblin tribe leader. She shyly said, Nice to meet you. He looked at Javier Azrahan's stunned face and barked, Show some respect. This guy, to be blunt, Mira was chewing meat and looked up asking, Is there any other place for us? Lloyd Frontera quickly replied, Yes, there is. He ordered Melika, who was sulking behind a tree. Come here, Melika. She squeezed into the crowd. Mira whispered, Melika's been starving for months. Can she have more meat? Lloyd Frontera smiled happily. Eat as much as you want. On this trip, we brought plenty of food, so help yourselves. He pointed to the goblins behind. What about those snipers behind us? Just standing there, smelling the meat, full already? The goblins looked longingly at the meat. Mira silently prepared to take a bite but suddenly stopped and bit down hard. Lloyd Frontera said she and the goblins waiting patiently were relying on their women returning from hunts. They must be starving right now. A goblin girl cried after hearing him. Oh, her lover comforted her beside. Stop it. Don't cry, dummy. Lloyd Frontera started playing the capitalist. What about the kids? How long can the old men endure hunger? Mira's face darkened, hearing that. Lloyd Frontera cried but still smiled. Hunger, or the law of the jungle, which one will kill you first? Who knows? Damn, tears are blocking my vision. Melika also teared up sadly. The goblins above cried and hugged each other. Mira wasn't an exception. Lloyd Frontera made a suggestion. So why don't we start negotiating? Mira protested, annoyed. What? We're not negotiating with Lloyd Frontera. He picked up a yam and grinned slyly. You got nothing? We already finished negotiating. I told you I'd spare this tree if you backed off. And since you guys are starving, we're eating these meat chunks together while we talk. If that's not negotiating, then what is? Mira couldn't speak up because of what Lloyd Frontera said. He started laying out the offer. First off, here's what we can provide. The survival of your race. Mira was skeptical. The survival of our race? Lloyd Frontera listed the items he could offer, unlimited pork rations and a steady supply of charcoal. He chuckled darkly inside. If they knew what charcoal was made from, they might not like it since it comes from wood, but revealing too much info would be a mistake. Mira was shocked by Lloyd Frontera's words. He waved his hand, calling out with a wicked grin. I'm sure you always dry your meat before eating it. Now it's time to cook it up and enjoy. We'll even build you a free smokehouse to preserve your meat. Mira stayed silent for a long moment before asking. In return, what do you want? Lloyd Frontera explained seriously. I want to survive too. If you don't agree to this deal, all my people will freeze to death. He proposed firmly, so just give us a little sap from the Elena tree once a month, and no one has to die. Lloyd Frontera smiled slyly. Of course, I'll teach you how to harvest the sap without hurting the tree. Lloyd Frontera continued negotiating, saying meat transport would be faster if the goblins handled it. Split about 100 people into two groups. One group carries the meat while the other helps us build houses. He ended the negotiation with, what do you think? Let's survive together. The goblins above panicked and stopped him. You can't do that. Mira, humans are always full of deceit. She frowned, thinking hard. Mira remembered the old days. Mira, her mother's beloved daughter. Listen up. Her mother once lived in a place called Gaben and interacted with Lloyd Frontera's people. But their lifespan was too short, and there were too many things they wanted to enjoy. That's why they became greedy, deceitful, and did a lot of bad stuff. So, Mira, my child, met Lloyd Frontera's people. Her mother faded away after her last words. You can only trust those who can truly become your friends. The atmosphere around the grill fell silent for a while. Lloyd Frontera waited seriously for an answer. Mira was silent, deep in thought. In front of the Elenia tree, she answered his offer. I refuse. I only trade with those I consider friends. Lloyd Frontera was annoyed, thinking silently. Damn, did I just hit a brick wall? What's a friend anyway? Back in my old world, I was always alone. I lived in poverty and couldn't even provide for myself. But I wanted a better life, so I took architecture classes and attended workshops. I had to ignore the criticism and mockery. That guy doesn't even have 3,000. Why is he here? He should get lost. His stench kills the mood. Even though it hurt, I had to keep pushing. I realized the only way out of poverty was to study harder. Then one day, in front of a grill roasting juicy beef, a man said, Seo Ho, don't listen to those idiots. Your grades are improving and you work harder than them anyway. He replied shyly, Really? Thanks. The man kept talking. You know the truth. He flipped the meat. This one's amazing. You'll love it. I'm crazy about the beef here. Seo Ho slowly lifted the meat to his mouth. Okay, thanks. The man calmly said, Eat up. Suddenly, he grinned wickedly. You've never eaten beef before, have you? Seo Ho's face darkened after hearing that. Those eyes looked down on me, that sinister smile. I'd seen that smile all my life, like he was feeding a stray dog and earning good karma for himself. I burst into tears, like a wild stray dog, but I'd never tasted beef that good before. Seo Ho looked at him like a blessing from a saint. You're an angel. He cried out, begging, Can I have 2 more servings, please, guys? The man smiled, satisfied. Go ahead and have 3 more servings. And that's how he became my only friend. Back to the present, Lloyd Frontera grinned wickedly. So what does friendship mean? Just give me the beef. He pulled a piece of meat out of his bag and dropped it. Mira stared at the meat, drooling. What's that? Yeah, that glow. Is that real meat? Lloyd Frontera quickly placed the beef on the fire. Mira sobbed while enjoying the beef. Melika also cried after taking a bite. The other goblins were just as expected. Mira didn't hesitate and decided to place the order. A random voice said, Mira, what about the elder's approval? She immediately answered, Just feed this beef to them. Lloyd Frontera led the goblin squad back. The Eternal Forest goblins hadn't interacted with any other tribes for 500 years. Now they were signing a business deal with someone from Frontera Farm. Javier Azrahan was silently furious, thinking why the hell was he fighting when some beef could wield that much power. The villagers buzz with gossip. Lloyd Frontera, what's going on? First ORCs, now goblins. Next up, dragons. Don't panic, dude. Anything but a dragon. Mira seriously scanned the surroundings. She looked at the fence ahead. They witnessed something terrifying damage to the trees and even the wooden gate on the other side. Lloyd Frontera spoke up. Some people refuse to eat meat due to race, culture, or personal choice. Everyone has their reasons. He frowned and demanded, drop your stubbornness and start helping each other. I think that's when we can all live happy lives. Mira struggled to speak. I get what you mean, but I need to feel it in my heart. Lloyd Frontera reassured. You're right, take it slow. He smiled slyly at Mira. Just enjoy the beef while you think it over. You're totally hooked. I think I get it now. Construction on Honeycomb Complexes 101 and 102 resumed. Before I got to the Eternal Forest, my worry was whether Complex 102 could be finished before temperatures drop below 0 degrees, freezing and thawing. If water in the concrete freezes below 0 and melts when temperatures rise after winter, countless water droplets will burst out, destroying the concrete from inside. Eventually, the building would collapse completely. Lloyd Frontera smiled confidently, but that wasn't his concern anymore. He watched the goblins moving on the walls. The goblins used their skills to get the job done. Mira held a bunch of iron pipes and shouted, let's finish quickly and eat some beef. With the goblins' insane mobility, construction speed was beyond imagination. On the first day of winter, complexes 101 and 102 were completed. Lloyd Frontera walked up the stairs, miscalculating that after finishing the tests in these two zones during winter, the next project would aim to relocate all the refugees by next fall. And the key to this test was a mixture that ORC had brought earlier. Tree resin and soybean paint in a ratio of 1 to 100. To achieve perfect insulation, everyone started painting it onto the structure. Sergeant Greg announced from the 1st to the 8th floor, all the insulated pipes were completed. Hearing that, Lloyd Frontera gave the order, telling everyone to head downstairs and start boiling. The steam generator kicked on as instructed, channeling hot air through the pre-planned pipes. Inside the room, Lloyd Frontera and 4 others tested the heat, nailing it perfectly. He stepped out to announce the success. Everyone, get ready to move in. Javier Azrahan stepped forward to suggest, young master, I think the top priority for moving in should be. Lloyd Frontera cut him off, annoyed. It's snowing. I'm busy. Talk later. He walked off, leaving an irritated Javier Azrahan behind. Sir, flying out now. Yes, young master. Lloyd Frontera ordered the next steps. Move families with young kids in first. Then the elderly and the sick, arranging them by health condition. Baron bowed, accepting the order. Young master, I'll continue to inform those who can't move in today that they'll be assigned proper rooms matching their numbers. No one is allowed to go hungry or freeze this winter. Behind this relentless care was a Lloyd Frontera who only thought about wearing everyone down. I gotta do it this way. That way they'll owe me, and it'll be easier to get them to work for me later. Lloyd Frontera quickly moved off to meet the Marquis. Our work this winter isn't done yet. Javier Azrahan followed behind, thinking to himself, he's annoying but not dumb enough to call him that. He quietly recalled, thinking back, that Lloyd had always been like this since his personality changed, making it impossible to hate him. Javier Azrahan watched Lloyd Frontera's back as he had become a pillar for everyone around. The two walked toward DH Manor. Lloyd frowned, observing, did I just hear a trumpet? Javier Azrahan explained, yeah, that was the signal announcing His Majesty's arrival. Up ahead, a guy carrying a certificate has arrived at the estate. The man flailed his arms and flipped the certificate open. The bearded man read aloud in a loud voice. The initiative at Frontera Estate is seriously impressive. I can't help but be blown away by it. Arcos Frontera and Mabella Frontera listened seriously. And so, based on those commendable achievements, I'm here to deliver the seal to the Frontera Estate. 2 guys standing far off were also silently listening. From the moment this decree was issued at Frontera Estate, Lloyd Frontera read along as the bearded man continued. The administrative area at Frontera will be upgraded to a county. Then he knelt after finishing reading the contents inside. Congratulations to the Count and Countess of Frontera. Both of them slowly teared up after the announcement. He puffed out his chest, smiling with satisfaction. The bearded man continued reading the next part. The first achievement is successfully stopping the massive wave of monster attacks from the east. The second achievement is taking in refugees who lost their homes from the Eastern Kingdom. Arcos Frontera silently cried with joy inside. The third achievement is rebuilding the eastern region and constructing a fortress. He seriously read the certificate. Based on these achievements, the Frontera County territory will be separated independently from the CRMO County territory, and I order you to become the reconstruction center of the East. Lloyd Frontera was so happy he jumped up and down behind him. Therefore, the royal family will provide a special budget and necessary supplies for the restructuring of the East for the next 10 years, and grant tax exemptions for the following 20 years. He grinned wildly, silently praising. Hail the queen forever. The queen is truly wise and generous. Building a big city with just our efforts is impossible, yet the queen bet on us and made it achievable. Lloyd Frontera turned around and ordered, let's head to the village. Javier Azrahan, I've already prepared some stuff for this. Arcos Frontera looked at Lloyd Frontera. The bearded man kept reading, and so all territories bordering the east, including the Arcos Duchy, will be placed under the governance of Frontera County. He cried tears of joy. Arcos Frontera looked at his back as he walked away, thinking, it's all thanks to him. Not only did he miraculously save our estate from debt, but he also helped the southern territory before us become a county. He really is our miracle. A statue of Alicia was covered with flowers. Queen, long live the queen, great queen. The people of Frontera gathered around the bronze statue, shouting, long live, long live, the unifier of the world. Everyone kept praising her. Long live, long live, the unifier of the world. Lloyd Frontera shouted orders, louder, so the queen can hear us. The bearded man frowned, watching the scene. Long live, long live, long live, the unifier of the world. He turned back to his business and recounted everything. They kept yelling those repetitive chants. Your Majesty, Alicia shouted, ordering them to stop immediately. A horse neighed, galloping at full speed. Duke Arcos panicked and rode off. He knelt before Arcos Frontera. Count Frontera, did you summon me? He hesitated, holding back. No need for formalities, Duke. I'm still not used to being called Count. Ha ha. Duke Arcos broke into a sweat. Absolutely not. With your eternal brilliance and noble dignity, no one fits the title of Count better than you. He scrunched his sano nose in annoyance. Damn it, just thinking about him being a count. Duke Arcos recalled how he used to be with Arcos Frontera. I used to mock his poverty at parties, looked down on him countless times, but that's all in the past now. I just need to treat him better from now on. Duke Arcos looked at him with contempt. A petty man is only good at pretending to be kind. If I exploit his good nature well, I might survive. Arcos Frontera said seriously. But you already know, the royal decree has been issued and we have a lot to do to rebuild the East. Duke Arcos immediately replied, I sincerely express my gratitude to you. He shyly proposed. But we're short on manpower and would like to ask you for a favor. Duke Arcos quickly responded, say whatever you need. Arcos Frontera started making a proposal. I just wonder if you could send us a few engineers. He quickly agreed. Of course, just tell me how many people you need. Arcos Frontera hesitated. If it's too many, it might be a bit tough for you. Around that point, he revealed his true nature. Just send me as many as you can. Duke Arcos was terrified by that statement. Arcos Frontera had been capitalized and carried the face of Lloyd Frontera. Enough so that our friendship won't be shaken. Hearing that, he was stunned, speechless. Duke Arcos left, looking like he had lost all his strength. Arcos Frontera stood on the floor watching him fall off his horse. He frowned deeply, thinking, I've never threatened anyone in my life. Even though he was just one person, Duke Arcos' whole body trembled as he dragged himself back onto the horse. Arcos Frontera smiled wickedly, just like his own son. Damn, that's sick. At the construction site, Barren bent down to announce that the Honeycomb Apartment Complex 101 and 102 were completed, ready to welcome residents. The system board notified, new achievement unlocked. You have successfully built the apartment and earned the trust of the people of the Lore Razor continent. Affinity points rewarded, 700. Current affinity points, 4,783. Lloyd Frontera grinned slyly at the success. The seed has been sown. Time to harvest before those little houses get buried in snow. Inside one house, a cheerful voice shouted, Oh my God, just a piece of meat and milk bread. Wow, I'm inviting my parents to eat. The wife inside called out, Honey, come eat. He replied tiredly, Go ahead, I'm not really hungry. The bald man frowned, deep in thought, I'm grateful for all this, but I was a hardworking farmer for my family before, and now I can only depend on others. He bit his lip, drowning in negative thoughts. How long do I have to live like this? Suddenly, a voice outside caught his attention. Lloyd Frontera. Everyone outside the village saw him and got excited. Lloyd Frontera, thank you, sir. What can we do to repay your kindness? He waved at everyone. Haha, don't flatter me. Everything's going smoothly. The people in front cheered. You saved our lives. Thank you. Thank you so much. An old lady sobbed as she stepped forward. Please hold my hand before I die. He smiled brightly. Madam, please don't say that. I pray you live longer than me. Haha. Then he stepped forward with a kid to get a drawing done. We can do this. We can do this. Lloyd Frontera waved goodbye to everyone. Yeah, it's all thanks to you guys. I love you all. I love everyone. He cheerfully asked, Is the food tasty? Ha. Javier Azrahan narrowed his eyes, thinking, I can sense something. He frowned suspiciously, wondering what scheme the guy had with these people. A huge table was pushed in front of the villagers. Along with it, a stack of documents was placed. Lloyd Frontera sat down and announced, "All right, time for everyone to pay me back. I've got stacks of contracts piled up here." The villagers looked confused. He smiled, waiting. Lloyd Frontera put on a scary face and reminded them, "You guys know nothing in this world is free, right?" The villagers were terrified by his words. Javier Esrahan scratched his head, annoyed. "Damn, I don't even know what's right or wrong anymore." Suddenly, someone stepped forward. "Young Master Lloyd Frontera, contract. Will I get a job?" Lloyd Frontera smiled, satisfied. "Of course, we pay wages and extra for overtime." He dropped some threats. "But from the moment you sign this contract and receive your first paycheck, you'll have to buy your own food and supplies with your own money." He was silent, thinking, then seriously replied, "I don't want to just leech off others. Give me the contract." Lloyd Frontera smiled cruelly and warned, "My contract is pretty harsh and capitalist. Ready?" The bald man was confused. "Huh, what? Capitalist?" His wife stepped forward too. "Can women sign contracts as well?" He quickly added, "We don't discriminate by gender here." "Ha ha." The villagers started lining up. "What kind of work is this? I want to work for my own life too. Let us sign the contracts." Lloyd Frontera smirked and introduced, "We're launching a project that will provide stable food supplies and private land ownership." A huge project proposed by Lloyd Frontera. "We're going to build an advanced terraced farming project. I secretly imagined a plan. We'll carve through the eastern mountains to make the steps fall. It'll be easy to build with reinforced steel." The scene shifts to Belle lying exhausted in his room. Lloyd Frontera stood watching her unconscious, but Belle had already pushed himself too hard with all those apartments, and he exploded in anger at Belle's exhaustion. Belle kicked him right in the face. "I can't expect him to work any harder." Lloyd Frontera cried, sniffling and spitting, but still kept thinking about the plan. At that moment, as darkness covered the entire farmland, a system display board appeared, summoning a mystical creature and starting a spin, 150 affinity points. Lloyd Frontera stood in front of the display, thinking, "I've been mulling this over for days, but this is the only way I can get the materials." The system board urged, "All right, let's go." The lucky summoning circle started spinning, 160 affinity points. "It's time, let's see what you get." "YOLO, here we go." Lloyd Frontera narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "This dumb system always nags like some MLM scam, but at least it always gives me what I need." He looked down at the two Podong kids, Hippo and Belle. "I always get the creatures I need most." Lloyd Frontera stared at the display. "I still have affinity points left here, so no hesitation. Current affinity points are 4,783. Let's roll." Lloyd Frontera shouted in anticipation. "Come on out. Give me a creature that can make steel wire for the wall." He quickly clicked start. The magic circle appeared again. Amid the creaking sound of magic, Lloyd Frontera kept praying. "Please, I'm begging you. Too noisy." The magic circle suddenly expanded. Lloyd Frontera stared in amazement, waiting. "What is this?" Suddenly, a flame shot straight into his face, wiping away Lloyd Frontera's hopeful expression. The system board smugly announced, "They're trash now." "Ha ha," he said, annoyed to the system. "You're not on my side anymore?" The system replied seriously. "I'm just following the rules. I don't take sides." He irritatedly cut off that annoying tone. Lloyd Frontera brought up the old issue. "So why have I summoned several times and you always give me the good stuff I need?" The system's notification gradually turned red. "Ha ha." Lloyd Frontera was confused by the system's laugh as it fully switched to warning mode. "Ha ha." The system grew serious, making Lloyd Frontera panic. "You dumbass, still don't get it?" Suddenly, the system returned to normal. "The gambling secret is to let newbies win a few times so they get cocky and think they'll keep winning." He angrily shouted, "You dare scam me? I'll kill you." The system mocked back. "You think life's gonna be all sunshine and rainbows? Don't dream that life's gonna be easy." Lloyd Frontera grimaced in annoyance. This kid quickly picked up villain logic. The system kept tempting him. "What if next time you get something better?" The mystical creature summoning spin started. A scroll costing 225 affinity points. Lloyd Frontera mischievously clicked start. A thunderous explosion echoed behind the Frontera mansion. He angrily punched the system, saying, "Let's talk this through first." The system kept teasing, "Third time's the charm. No more bad luck." Lloyd Frontera kept tapping the mystical creature, summoning scroll to start. A scroll costing 338 affinity points appeared with the magic circle. Lloyd Frontera quickly dropped to the ground, thinking, "Does my dad really get scammed 3 times? Does the system predict the future?" He bowed his head, waiting. A faint light started appearing above Lloyd Frontera. But what appeared wasn't a flame. It was a carnivorous plant-like monster. It lunged to attack Lloyd Frontera, who was crouching and trying to run. He panicked and ran into the mansion to wake Javier Asrahan. A sword slash of radiant sword magic cut the monster in half. Lloyd Frontera gasped for breath on the ground. The system board popped up again saying it was trash. He angrily decided, I know now, I'm never buying from you again. Suddenly, the system announced an achievement unlocked and a curse. Your body and affinity points have been severely damaged after 3 consecutive trash summons. To compensate for the damage, you can now choose one mystical creature. Lloyd Frontera read the notification in shock. A customizable skill? A huge system board started appearing. He gaped in disbelief. No way. The system displayed a bunch of level 1 skills. Why are they all trash skills? Lloyd Frontera stood up to examine all the skills. Since when? He looked at the skill in the corner of the display. Wait a sec. Net reception? Lloyd Frontera pondered its use. If it's as thick as a net, it would have 3 times the durability and elasticity of steel. It could resist moisture and wouldn't lose its integrity when exposed to sunlight over time. He smirked after calculating the plan, like he knew it right away. There's got to be something I need. The system menu popped up. Do you want to choose a mystical creature and spin once for 800 loyalty points? Current loyalty points are 4,170. Lloyd Frontera decided, I'll pick the spiderweb. The magic circle started appearing and gradually glowing. After finishing the startup, Javier Azrahan slowly woke up from his sleep in a room inside the mansion. He thought about what happened last night. Seems like I had a weird dream. In front of the Frontera estate, the villagers working were distracted by something in the sky. Huh. What the hell is that? A silhouette gradually appeared in the air, something up in the sky. A giant bird showed up in the villagers' eyes, followed by snow-white feathers, an angel or what? Lloyd Frontera grinned proudly, feeling on top of the world, flying around his territory. Arcos carried him soaring through the sky. Arcos shot up into the air with cheers praising Lloyd Frontera's flying skills. He struck a pose amid the shouts. The young master is amazing. Lloyd Frontera. I thought a spider would crawl out, so I was kinda disappointed when it turned out to be a parrot, but getting a bird is actually a big win. Lloyd Frontera stood arrogantly posing before the praise. Young Master Lloyd Frontera is flying up there. He's looking down on us. We put our trust in him. Young Master Lloyd smirked slyly. I can promote myself and boost the villagers' loyalty. At this rate, I can increase work efficiency and make them pay more taxes. Ha ha, they're always huge. Her main skill is spiderweb. The second skill is spiderweb dispersion, making a nest that splits the leader's mind. It can spit spiderwebs through the backpack. I tried my best to break it, but it's too tough and only tore a little bit. Top-notch quality for real. Lloyd Frontera bent down and gave an order. Arcos, land on that plane over there. You imagine the final product. We'll make a steel web using the spider web dispersion skill. This bird is legit, but Arcos sighed, clearly annoyed. Lloyd Frontera noticed something was off. He looked toward her, flying, and wondered, Hey, since when did you fly off like that? Arcos landed on a snowy field and threw Lloyd Frontera off his back. So lazy. He shouted back after the throw. Lloyd Frontera got mad and yelled, What the hell are you doing, you lazy featherbrain? Arcos sat calmly under a tree and even complained. Too damn lazy. Lloyd Frontera pinched his nose, thinking, It's lazy to the bone and fat to the core. Damn it. How am I supposed to make it work? Last night, before the final product, the system gave a quest. Lloyd Frontera bent down and asked, Arcos, you know how to untangle spiderwebs properly, right? Can you show me? He sighed in frustration and flopped on the ground. Arcos grumbled, I don't care why I was born just to work and live a life of labor. Lloyd Frontera fell silent, deep in thought. Huh. Look at this brat. His attitude is totally different. Padang stepped forward to greet, bringing some knowledge and explanations. Building infrastructure to improve society and human quality of life corresponds with rewards for experience and satisfaction. Padang continued, urging him to form his own thoughts, become a being that brings happiness to the world. Arcos didn't even bother to look at her. Then he calmly replied, Yeah, I'll give it a shot. Lloyd Frontera looked at Arcos's careless attitude with disappointment, and so Padang's words pushed that kid. Somehow it moved, but now it's in this state. Padang popped out from inside his shirt, stepped forward to encourage. Let's try a bit harder together. Arcos replied gloomily. After thinking it over, I don't see any reason why I should work so hard. She kept using her reverse logic and said, The world will develop on its own even if we do nothing. And since he summoned me, he's got to feed and take care of me. Lloyd Frontera bit his lip in anger. Damn, this kid is seriously driving me crazy. Should I just kill him? Can I really kill him? Padang stepped forward, saying he shouldn't think like that. Arcos was silent for a long moment, then spat out the twig he'd been holding in his mouth. That twig fell straight onto his head.